when the world seems big and I am feeling low. I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We won't take it all for granted. We're gonna live in the moment and have a good time. It's all we ever wanted. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I'll think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We're gonna live it up. We're gonna live it up. We're never gonna give it up. We're never gonna give it up. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes make way for the king. Yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
The street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. What's been before? And the dancing girls like light beads of pearls scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
Hit me up, dark brown with body McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with body McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, yo, ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with body McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for another day of DreamLeague Season 22, and it is MLP Dota and John XY joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another great day of some group stages of DreamLeague 22. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. You know, we've passed the halfway point now for group stage number 1. So, again, every single match is going to have to count. Every single series is going to matter a lot. Group A has shown to be maybe a little bit more decisive. I say that there's like a 4-way tie for the last 2 slots there. Group B a little bit more straightforward, but the top 3 tied for first place. And then the cutoff for the bottom half is a little bit clearer. But there's still an opportunity for a lot of these teams to shuffle around. So everything's on the line today and tomorrow, Mike.
It certainly is a lot on the line here for pretty much every single team. And I mean, we've got some great action here today, Jonathan. A lot of series I can't wait to see. I mean, we are starting off, of course, with Bet Boom versus Heroic. Should be an interesting one because Bet Boom obviously having a great old time in the group stages thus far. I believe sitting at the top of the standings here in Group A. So we are going to have a quick look over the teams. Of course, we'll have a bit of an overview of everything else before we do get into the standings. But you get my point, Jonathan. The Dota today should be very, very pog. And as you can see, I mean, the teams here in DreamLeague Season 22, we are going to have to say bye to half of them. After tomorrow, I believe. But at least for now, they're all here.
Yeah, for now, they're hanging on, and they're fighting over this lion's share of the prize pool and the EPT points for that road to Riyadh. So everyone's looking at Riyadh. Everyone wants to place higher. You don't want to go out at 15th to 16th when only 42 points. You don't know how that leaderboard will shape up for an easy ride to Riyadh, so you want to be up there.
No, that you absolutely do. I mean, the money obviously matters a lot too. EPT points are nice. Money is great as well. Here's the standings we were just talking about. Of course, Bet Boom currently at the top of Group A, 7-1 in terms of their scoreline. And of all teams, Shopify Rebellion, Jonathan, at the top of Group B, 6-2, tied with Extreme Gaming, which I don't think a lot of people would have quite expected, but they're looking quite hot at the moment too.
Yeah, Shopify is looking great. Aurora, I believe, surprising a lot of people as well. Managing to get themselves tied up for that first place slot. Again, 3-way tie for that first slot. Should start to clear up in the top 4 there for Group B rather soon. Group A, it's going to be scary because there's still a couple of opportunities and scenarios where Azure Ray and G2IG can rally back up. So again, every single match will count. And of course, we can take a look at our schedule today as well. For this stream, as you mentioned earlier today, we would be starting off with Bet Boom up against Heroic, followed by Team Spirit versus OneWin. Afterwards, you'd get Virtus Pro versus Falcons and Extreme Gaming versus OneWin. So a lot of OneWin action here. Gonna be fun to watch those young boys. But for us today here, Mike, starting off with Bet Boom up against Heroic, it should be a fun match. Again, we've seen Heroic, I believe yesterday was another 2-2 day for them. One loss series, one outright win series. So it's kind of keeping the same pattern from day one. And up against the top team in their group so far, and Bet Boom team only dropping 1 game so far, it's going to be a tough series. You know, if they find their first 2-0 here today, I think they can do well. But Bet Boom team is not one to underestimate. They've looked consistently good throughout the past year, coming into this next year as well. They've had a lot of up and downs, but it has been shaping up better and better every single time we see them. And it's going to be interesting to see. I believe I did call GPK for our highlight. GPK has always been phenomenal on the mid, and I think in this comparison up against Analog, it's going to be an interesting match, mainly because I feel like Analog has had a rough time, but it's also down to some of the heroes he's been made to play, or he's chosen for himself to play, whereas GPK, he's been running stuff like Kotl mid, he's been running stuff like his Puck once more, and we've seen the devastating effect of that Puck. If GPK is allowed those heroes and Analog has to go back to something like, say, the Wind Ranger again, I don't feel too good. GPK is not a player you can Wind Ranger here, Mike.
Don't say that, Joe. That you just kind of ruined my mood already. Just saying that name, Wind Ranger. Well, anyway, we're talking about GPK. The guy's been fantastic, of course. He always has been for Bet Boom, and I'm sure we are in for a treat to watch him here up against Analog once again. Analog's been a bit hit or miss, to say the very least, but here we go. Of course, you've got the side of Heroic. And speaking of Heroic, Jonathan, I believe we actually had a bit of a talk with Devi Lama, so we've got a bit of a content piece here that we can tune into and see exactly what Devi had to say.
Devi Lama is a Belgian player who made a name for himself in Division 2 North American team Hustlers, hustling the open qualifiers to enter the NADPC and promptly renaming themselves the D2 Hustlers. They managed to go undefeated in Division 2, getting promoted and picked up by Wildcard Gaming. He then went on to leave the team and reformed D2 Hustlers, but this time in Europe. There too, they managed to get promoted to Division 1, and of course, they became D1 Hustlers. Devi Lama's newest Tier 2 team, however, made it out of... Wait, he's on Heroic? A Tier 1 South American team? What is going on? Is the cycle broken?
Playing in different teams has helped me a lot. I've always been open to playing lots of different teams too, because my openness to join teams and try out new players has helped me grow a lot as a player.
Moving to a different region without speaking the language is a huge barrier for some, but Devi Lama seems able to adapt to any environment.
So after playing in EU, I thought it was time to try out SA, going down the whole globe in this region one by one, and it's great. It has to be my favorite team so far.
In his free time, Devi Lama enjoys the same normal everyday things as the rest of us, such as jumping from balconies and throat singing. Stay tuned to find out if Devi Lama and company Team Heroic will outshine their opponents with the trademark chaotic South American style of Dota.
Listen, I like this guy, Jonathan. You know, I like Devi Lama, but he's really testing my damn patience with the throat singing crapper that we did have to listen to just a moment ago. I mean, props to Lacoste as well, Jonathan. Fantastic content piece. I almost forgot, and I say almost, I did forget that Devi Lama started his pro debut in D2 Hustlers. You and I were there casting Devi Lama when he first started. I didn't realize he just started, Jonathan. But there you go.
Yeah, and he is Mr. Worldwide. Who knows, after his stint in South America, he might go to Southeast Asia, and then we get to see him, I don't know, maybe he goes to Blacklist. Wouldn't that be funny? Blacklist Devi Lama, that would be a very, very good piece to get done.
Where did throat singing come from? Was it Mongolia, John? Is that he can go right there? Just send it to Mongolia. You know, he'll be very happy, I'm sure.
Yeah, he'd fit in with IHC.
That's true.
Little gun.
That is true. They're great people. Yeah. For his sake, I hope he doesn't have to come to SCA. Jonathan, you know, a lot of Western pro players have come to SCA, and that hasn't lasted very long, to say the least. So Devi Lama, I mean, if you're listening, sir, just probably stay where you are. It is tough down here for sure. Nevertheless, Jonathan, that is both teams we've spoken about. Obviously, going into the series, we know that Bet Boom team is arguably the favorites, right? I haven't looked at the odds, but I'm going to take a wild guess based on standings to say that Bet Boom team are the favorites going into this matchup. Heroic have been doing real damn well, though. I mean, I keep saying this every single day, but I feel like Heroic does have a hell of a lot of potential as a roster. And, well, currently they are tied in third place with Game and Gladiators of all teams, so they are still within that safety range right now of Group A, but they're tied with 4 different teams, being OG and Virtus Pro as well. So you kind of want to get some wins, or at the very least a draw underneath your belt if you can here today for Heroic. But they've probably got the hardest team in the group to verse, so what do you do? Like, it might be time to bring out the little surprises that you might have up your sleeve here if you are Heroic. And that surprise hopefully is not going to be another Wind Ranger pick, as we have not seen that hero win yet. But I at the same time, I don't know where we're going. I hope Heroic have got some kind of plan.
Yeah, I think, again, it feels like the shortcoming from Heroic we've seen has been, I know that the Wind Ranger pocket picks have not helped the cause, but as well, like we've had this really, again, I'm not saying this is Hector's fault, but his impact in these games as well and his carry has not felt amazing. Like his stuff like Weaver has felt a little bit underwhelming. You pointed it out in one of the games that he went full defensive, BKB, Lincolns, just trying to protect himself. You need to keep that pace up, especially up against Bet Boom team. We've seen them, again, just take control very, very fast. This is a team that can play the slow game and play the early to mid game really well, as has been shown by the result of them only dropping 1 game. So this is an all-around team that you have to be ready for. Maybe some of those pocket picks come out. Maybe they can prioritize, or if they get it snuck through, something like Devi Lama's offlane can kind of kick in gear there as well. Like if he's allowed to pick up maybe the Mars or Timbersaw, I think that's something that he can dictate the game off better compared to, say, some of the Centaur we've been seeing from Divide, which again isn't necessarily bad for him. It just puts so much pressure on him to try to play make. I think it was like he had a Centaur with Analog and Wind Ranger, and he had to be the priority to jump in. It just felt harder than it should have been, especially as you don't have the hardest catch. I think they were matching up against a puck or something mobile like that. So it just puts a lot of pressure. You want something, again, that doesn't need too much farm, has that laning presence, or at least, at the very least, can drag all of these heroes away from someone like Hector, force BetBoom team to focus on him and buy space for the team that way.
We'll have to see what they get up to. I mean, it has been a bit hit or miss here for Heroic, but again, I think there's a lot of potential for this squad. And I'm not going to be biased here, John, but I wouldn't mind seeing Heroic pull off a big victory here up against BetBoom, a bit of an upset. I'm always a big fan of the underdog teams, but easier said than done. We'll have to wait and see how it does pan out. I believe we are going to be heading into a draft very, very soon as well to see exactly what these teams do have up their sleeves for this game number 1. Yeah. We can't really say too much more, Jonathan. I mean, the draft has to begin before we can continue. It's again, should be a good time.
Should be. Just need to kick it into gear. I'm wondering how people are taking the fact that, this, especially in Group B, again, a little bit of a different topic, but Group B, with Aurora and Shopify being on the top, I don't think that was on anyone's list. I think that's been a little bit of a surprise, which is always good to see coming into the tournament, some surprising performances, especially considering Aurora is playing with a stand-in because, well, Armel's a dad. That was already announced.
Congratulations.
Armel's a daddy now,
My congratulations and condolences to Armel. I got to tell you, his sleep game is now completely dead. You do not sleep at all with a newborn, John, let me tell you. So we'll see how he goes. I mean, at the very least, must be a bit of a weird feeling to see his team doing very well without him. But I'm sure he's happy. He's a go happy kind of guy. He's not the jealous type. He'll be satisfied seeing the results of Aurora even without him. And yeah, props to Aurora, John. I don't give these guys enough credit, but it is nice to see them doing well.
That it is. We'll see if it carries through. And again, we should be able to. Okay, never mind.
Never mind.
Just had a connection onto the lobby, so gonna have to wait a little bit longer. On that topic, you say Armel's not gonna have a lot of sleep. The guy's still queuing up Dota. I see him in my friends list every time at like 12 a.m. when we're done, and he's like queuing up. So I don't know. Maybe it's still the recovery period, still all in the natal unit, so he's not caught up in that yet. But I've seen that guy still go online, like
couple days. That's all. Armel, don't get too cocky. Trust me, in a couple days, everything goes down the toilet. Anyway, we've got Game 1's draft underway. Heroic versus BetBoom team. Let's see how this pans out.
Bananas
banana. Again. Toronto, Tokyo. Straight out with the banana. You love to see it.
Last time around, it was Heroic pulling out some bananas. So we'll see if there's a banana fight here. Will we get a Venomancer picked up at some point to honor the bananas that have been slaughtered live on stream? We will find out, I suppose. Probably not. For all of our sanity's sake, but who knows? There goes the Timbersaw that we were talking about. BetBoom taking care of that Viper. Chen being taken care of by Heroic as well. So some of the top heroes being taken out. Kunkka gone now. I feel like, what other heroes have been top picks? Morana, surprisingly, has had a lot of success. The Centaur, again, still an option for both sides in the offlane. Take care of that DK first. What?
He's stirring a tea.
Is that
tea
tea
bag, John?
It looked metallic for some reason.
It did look like a chain, didn't it? Yeah, it did. I was like, well, what's that on a little keychain? Maybe that's just how he serves himself tea, Jonathan.
Yeah, it could be using reusable, a little tea. I don't know what they are called. Like a tea holder, a strainer. Tea strainer.
Look at that.
There you go.
It might be.
He's got his choice tea leaves,
Saving
has
the
to
environment.
use a reusable thing. Exactly, right?
Very, very good. It's good to see, I was going to make a Taylor Swift joke, Jonathan, but I think, I don't want to get, absolutely annihilated on Twitter later on, so I won't. BetBoom team. They'll make their third ban out. Regarding private jets, Jonathan. Private jets.
Yeah. It's like, I was thinking, how are you going to make that connection straight up from tea?
Oh, it's a reusable tea bag, paper straws, Taylor Swift private jet. It's a really crappy joke. Lion is picked up by Heroic. It's terrible.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I was thinking like, oh, okay, if the tiny airlines come out, you can make a joke about Taylor Swift flight, sure. It's like that's a hanging fruit I think Michael Phoenix would pick up. That's a very distant fruit. It's a tea strainer.
It's all,
like,
all
right.
I've been seeing is Taylor Swift. I tell you what, John. She came to Australia recently to do some shows. My God, you'd think we just discovered God existed. It's unbelievable, unbelievable.
I heard news.
For hours. I really could.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay, that news spilled over to me. I don't know, something about contests unloading 700 bags from fans. I know, it's crazy. But it's not that crazy as this draft, at the very least. Easy to follow. Mirana, again, has been a top-tier pick coming out from day 2. Has skyrocketed in success. And it has looked pretty good. Ties into some nice combinations, especially in the off lane. Stuff like Centaur plus Mirana feels good. Or even safe lane as a pos 5 Mirana. Raid King stun into arrow. Very oppressive to play up against. Hard to shove the Raid King away. Even stuff like the Ember down line is very feasible here for BetBoom team to consider for GPK. It is.
That Jonathan.
He's using a nice trainer. Yeah. He's got choice tea leaves. He is a man of refined taste, Toronto, Tokyo.
Choice. Never heard of it. Well, a reusable teabag string. Imagine
we went to TWG in Singapore together. They do actually they do sell packs of just tea leaves,
yes.
not in the clot strainer. So you would have to have it's very fancy, It's like if you know what you like and you can find the tea leaves, they say it's better. I know, never tried, can't afford it. I'm no TI winner.
That was terrible. That's terrible. Oh, heroic final ban up. Did you even realize the pun you made there, John? I did.
I realized when you I realized when you said I made a pun. I was like, oh, I did make a pun. I never realized in the moment, Mike.
I think it's worse because you don't recognize you're doing it. I think that's the worst part.
Yeah, I mean, it runs in the blood, like all those Filipino signs you saw when we were going through. It's just, I don't know why, Mike. It's just in the blood.
Heroic. Final ban to come before their drafts can continue.
Was Hector cleaning his ears right then? Interesting. Gotta hear those game sounds better, Positional audio.
Nothing wrong with that, Jonathan. Heroic, they're going to go for a Centaur War Run, a nice little combination with the Lion Centaur if you do wish to run it. Well, what is it, John? What are you having a laugh at this time?
No, it's like we cut back to Hector. It's like, all right. Clean as his gameplay will be. There you go.
That's right.
BetBoom teams.
BetBoom. Into the spin. This has been a very popular pick as of late, I think. Especially in the CIS region. I feel like a lot of CIS teams have been taking the position 1 Sven quite a bit from the games we have casted. And, well, here you are again.
Yeah, it fits in pretty nicely. This can set up for the Mirana 5 now as well. Stormhammer into the arrow, very basic combination. Centaur does not like taking retaliate. It is a melee lane for Sven into Centaur, so there is counterplay here, especially with, say, the Lion standing at the side with a stun. There is a lot to play for, and there goes the Tiny Mike. Some airline jokes you can make if you want.
I don't know if we... I'm not going to make the jokes, Jonathan. I've seen how people respond to these jokes. And, I've only got so much time to respond to these crazy people. Heroic. What is it, John?
The response has been like 90,000 likes in a lot of these memes. It's great. What do you mean?
Is that right?
It's the inting, Mike. Hell yeah.
It's the problem is the stuff you can't see, like the DMs these people get afterwards from the quote-unquote
who cares?
I believe what they call themselves.
Who cares? No one cares, Mike. It's all about the meme magic. And we'll see if Heroic gets, I was going to say meme magic draft. The meme magic I can see for Heroic is like a Wind Ranger, but hopefully not. That's a little bit too rich for my taste. There goes the troll. So something less memey.
Go back to the Wind Ranger.
No. The troll, it's worked. It's worked in a couple of games. It's worked out for Heroic. It is... not the best win rate right now, but it's also not the most picked hero. It's currently number 26 in contest, so not too high on the list, but it has worked for Heroic. This is something we've seen Hector play pretty nicely. The matchup into Sven later on isn't too bad. There's also some good disengage coming out from Heroic already having the Centaur, and a good way of stopping the troll from just being kited around. So you can kind of have a more secure time for your troll here as the game goes on. And it is a farm heavy hero that Hector can go for the Battle Fury on. Partnered with the Enchanter's support, your lane's looking pretty stable for the side of Heroic. Unfortunately, again, this is them not knowing what the offlane will be yet for BetBoom team, so you can kind of try to find some solutions here early on. With a tiny 4, already feels somewhat oppressive. I mean, level 1 is fine for the Ench. You can still play Harass, you have a good slow on hand, you can play with Impetus, but if this tiny can get on top of someone and just chain stun this troll, early levels, it's not going to feel amazing for the troll with how tanky the offlanes are. Like, troll's damage ramps up, and the Ench can't really help you with that. Also, picking Ench into Mirana can be mildly annoying, as if the Mirana does get the opportunity, clearing out some of these creeps in the pushes, the Enchantress army is not going to be too long-lasting. And you've already got the Sven and Tiny on top of that as well. And they go into the Bat Rider for BetBoom team, which is, again, something that we've seen be a highly contested hero from the qualifiers for Birmingham. This hero just does a lot. There is some flex. Does feel like we might still be looking at the Bat Rider 4 with Tiny on mid for GPK. But again, it's a pretty blind matchup, so you could be looking at the offlane Bat Rider with the Tiny. There's some good flights to be had here for the toss in to the lasso, and it's still an oppressive lane for that troll.
That it is. BetBoom team, they'll get rid of the puck now, just focusing on the mid matchups here against Heroic. Heroic, of course. Well, it's a bit of a mixed bag as to what you want to ban out here. I do think they're probably looking to ban some mids to boot, but it is a very flexible draft from BetBoom team, so it is a little bit hard to know as to what exactly they do want to ban. See what Heroic do focus on. They've got 53 seconds reserve time left. Could I just say as well, while we've got a chance, the Violama has the face of someone who always looks concerned, doesn't he? Like, he's the most stressed out player I've ever seen.
Yeah, I remember a time when we were casting him in NA as well. Like, I feel like in the first 2 days, Heroic's lighting was a lot brighter. Now the Violama is going back to his dark room with the sunlight bearing down in his face. It feels like this is the environment he strives for.
As I say that, he starts yawning. But he really does look like the most stressed out. Every single time you see a ban or pick, he starts running his hands through the hair, you know? I see a few strands fall out every single time. He just looks very stressed. It's the keeper of the light.
That he does. Yeah, respect for that pocket pick that GPK has shown a couple of times. Wondering what they'd want here for BetBoom team. It does feel open enough.
What is this? Look at this, Jonathan. Toronto, what are you doing? What are you doing, Toronto? Well, what's wrong with these pro players? Why can't they set up a camera, John?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I mean, we asked Lamar about it. He has no idea how to set up the camera properly. All right.
These pro players, man. Always trolling.
He's taking a tea bath.
Cameras. He is taking a tea bath. That is correct, John.
That's his way of relaxing. Maybe the Violama should consider a tea bath as well, to look a little bit less stressed. BetBoom team?
Oh.
Okay, they get the OD. This is not going to be fun for Hector. Not at all fun. Oh my god. OD pickup in this day and age. You don't have many rough matchup left as well. Maybe something like the Quap could be annoying if you wanted that. There, I guess there's an option like Pango, but I don't know if you want to subject yourself to Pango up against OD in the laning phase, as that is something that, you know, you can just run up, especially in the first 2 levels. Run up, just Astral, have a laugh, farm away on the OD. This is not going to be fun for Hector, no matter what. Like, this Astral Imprisonment is, I swear to God, probably the worst spell to play against amongst others. It's just so annoying, especially when you have a shard and you can see them walking around. It's like, why do you have to show that? Why was that a change? It's just annoying. It's like, yeah, here I am, you can't kill me, I'm gonna blink out after this, haha.
Amazing, isn't it? Just amazing. Heroic. 10 seconds left for this final pickup. They do look somewhat concerned about what they're going to pick up here, I think, because the OD definitely put a bit of a spanner in the works. We've seen this before. You know, if this happened in the first game Heroic played, I think, throughout DreamLeague Season 22, they gave Analog a Void Spirit. And I believe it was in a draft where they just didn't really have too many options left. It might just be comfort for Analog, but I just have my doubts, John. But based off that last performance we saw, it did not look great. And against an OD, I'm just not sure what to really think here.
Yeah, the stats on Void Spirit aren't particularly great as well. 28.57% win rate, if I'm looking at this right. It's only across, 9 games? So again, not the biggest sample size, but from that sample size, it has not looked great. The matchup is not the best for the Void Spirit. Certainly something you could maybe try to play around, but you should expect GPK to get a little bit more in that lane. I don't know. I'm leaning heavily towards BetBoom's draft. Like, I feel like they have all the answers. They've got these really nice aggressive lanes. You've got Miero and the Bat Rider with saving the Tiny. So you have the Tiny Bat Rider, which can just run down the troll really early on. You've got the classic Sven Marana. So you've got the arrow set up with a Stormhammer. And you've just got this really fast tempo. It's going to need a little bit of farm from BetBoom team, but if they come out of these lanes as strong as we'd expect them to with these side lanes going, I don't think it's going to be that hard of an issue to find these blink timings by, say, 15 and start to really hit that point where you're just constantly forcing these fights. Heck, it might be really difficult for Hector here to just feel safe farming, especially considering the resources they have to expend to block out these Moonlight Shadow runs from BetBoom team that they'll be pulling off.
I think it's still going to be a great game one here between these two teams. Of course, BetBoom looking like the face on K1 doesn't tell you too much. I don't think in terms of doesn't really back up the points I'm trying to make here, John. But nevertheless, Heroic versus BetBoom team. Of course, BetBoom looking to be the favorites moving into this one. I think based off draft, we could probably both agree that their draft does look substantially better. But it's up to them to prove it. Game number 1 now officially underway.
Should be fun to watch nonetheless. Again, I'm keen to see how well BetBoom works out these lanes. I think these lanes, the laning phase is going to be really important for them to find. Some good spirits between both, Divine Llama and GPK. Always good to see that.
It's kind of the thing, right? It feels like Divine Llama's the kind of guy that's like actually unlikable. And you and I haven't met him, but he just seems like that kind of guy. That is like
Unlikable?
literally I mean, it's hard to dislike him, is what I'm trying to say, John.
Oh, yeah. No. For sure. Like, we've had a chat with a guy, I think at least one time, right? And it's very, very easy to talk to a person. I just find the voice line usage of GPK afterwards is not quite reflective of that nature, but it's banter. It's banter.
And if your friends aren't giving you crap, John, who is? Big wraparound. Heroic. It's a 5-on-5 smoke situation going on here. Divine Llama going to sneak behind, but it seems as though BetBoom team might be well aware that this could be coming. Smoke will be broken on KJ, so they'll see the Ench. They'll see K1 to boot, who I believe got too close to the tier 2 tower. They want to fight BetBoom. They're setting up Nightfall. He could go for a pretty big stun here. They'll see Divine Llama, though he's the one who gets stunned first, but the Astral Imprisonment is going to save for now as Nightfall. He'll throw the stun onto Divine. Divine the big target, though Nightfall's the one going down, and he will fall. Divine Llama able to walk his way out of that situation. BetBoom, I mean, they lose themselves a position 1 Sven and First Blood.
And that's a big kill to give away onto Analog as well. Him having that little bit of a boost into that early bottle should help to sustain up against this matchup of the OD, which again isn't going to be too fun for Analog early on. So very big boon for the side of Heroic. Good tone to start with, even though the smoke kind of almost falls flat. Positioning BetBoom team not quite there. It feels like they were looking for that Stormhammer into the arrow before the hoof stomp came off. Just couldn't quite angle it through the fog there for Nightfall. Does get punished for it still. Taking a look at these lanes breaking up top. Again, you've got the Sven and Moran lane for Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo up against Divine Llama and Schofield on that Lion and Centaur. Very straightforward lane for BetBoom team. Stormhammer into arrows, what you're going to be looking for. You have to respect the double stuns on Heroic as well. But it is a fairly annoying lane for the Centaur to just feel safe, especially once that point and great cleave is out. 3 harassment for Nightfall. No worries about retaliate. Tends to be left at level 1 at most in the laning phase, so all things considered, outside of the chain stuns, you probably don't have enough in the tank to fully kill off Nightfall unless he takes a couple too many pot shots and still stick to that lane.
He should be just fine. Of course, the other side lane as well, you've got Mieto and Save against KJ and K1. Feels like a bit of a similar story here, though I suppose you could go for a bit of a dive with the Bat Tiny. For now, of course, they are just going to prioritize their own farm, get those levels up onto Miero before they do get aggressive at all.
Denied.
For now, it seems like it is going to be a pretty smooth time for K1, though. Like, at the very least for K1, you know, no matter what you say about his performances, he has been having some pretty good laning stages.
Yeah, his farm has been steady. I don't expect too different here. It does take quite a few bits of experience for the side of BetBoom team to kind of get aggression going. You know, you're looking at a level 3 spike, more than likely, before the dives start to feel good. Level 3 at the very least on Miero, so the damage can start rolling up. KJ, you know, he's already started with the enchant, so he can slow down that gap closing that they have to do with Save, or even Miero when he tries to run down. And it leads to a very comfy lane for Hector, which is necessary. And the Maelstrom timing for him is key in keeping up with the farm pace that he can expect from Nightfall with his own natural farm, just being a Sven.
Bit of an attempt here onto Miero, but Save was there with the Avalanche to ensure they are forced to back away. Perhaps a bit of a fight to come out here for the Lotus Pool timing. KJ is going to try and fight Save over this. We'll go KJ's way, though. Bit unfortunate for Save, but just wasn't able to click quite fast enough. Looking back to that mid lane for a moment, GPK having a pretty damn good time. I mean, Analog, of course, he is at a disadvantage. Still 10 CS, 2 denies, but GPK is certainly going to be pulling ahead.
That he is. And again, to be expected for the OD up against a melee matchup like this. It is a little bit of a struggle for Analog. I'm wondering how much they prioritize the power runes here for BetBoom in particular. Mainly just to deny off Analog, any sort of top-up play. The 6-man rune is going to be the big one that determines whether or not Analog can do something to equalize lane. Maybe get some attention from his supports. They've got good rotation potential with a line and Ench. It's just a matter of, are you free enough to leave your side lanes? And at the moment, for the side of Heroic, it doesn't quite feel that way. And you could certainly leave the Vi Llama alone at some point, but that threat of double stun is always there.
That it is. A Nightfall, copying a double edge to Vi Llama. Get a little bit lower, does need to retreat. Does now pick up his Helm of the Iron Wall though, so Regent does come in as they do go for a stun onto Nightfall into the double edge, and Nightfall is gone. Very nice setup here from Schofield, and Devi Lama, he will capitalize immediately.
Yeah, I like seeing this from Schofield. Going for the 1-0-2 build, 2 points in the mana drain. No one has mana. You had no mana for the Stormhammer there for Nightfall. This is the best build if you can get away with it. So annoying. Like, what are you going to do? If you see the line mana draining you, what? You're going to arrow the line? Who cares? He's going to be far back and off.
I must admit, every single time I have to play against the Alliance support and they max mana drain, it drives me absolutely insane. It really does. I get so mad. I can't remember being this mad at any other hero in a long time.
That's the point. That's what I'm saying. It's so fun. As the line in that case, you're having fun. The enemy isn't. Great fun.
Save? That's not very fun. He'll die to KJ. The KJ having a great old time on the Ench, now going to start harassing out Miero. It's going to mean that K1 can get even more free farmers. Miero now in a lot of danger on this Bat Rider, is going to be able to barely survive. Unable to get the final right click off in time is K1. Nevertheless, though, I mean, he's top of the CS board. He's having a great old time. Sure, you are still at a pretty big disadvantage considering you are up against an OD as a Troll Warlord, but there comes a point where K1 could become a huge problem. In fact, he's in huge trouble right now. K1 will get dived here thanks to Save and Miero, who use the stick charges. He'll go for a run with the slow up. Miero still going for the chase, trying his absolute best to keep up with K1, but they can't get him. K1 will survive.
Just enough. Had to pop quite a fair bit to stay there, but cuts off a lot. That's a lot of resources being spent by BetBoom. Emphasis on mid right now.
Absolutely. They've got the OD locked down there for a moment. Problem is Schofield is being forced back here thanks to Toronto Tokyo. Obviously, you really want to try and slow down GPK as much as possible, but that's not really happening quite yet, as Miero, bottom lane, barely able to get away once again. It's K1 getting a little bit too low in the HP department to keep going, but here comes Analog. After save, he'll miss the 8th Remnant. He has no level 6 yet, so no Astral Step charges. But with the Ensnare out, they will be able to secure, and of all people, KJ will take.
Yeah, you're happy with that. Maybe not as happy without giving Analog the kill, but does manage to get the EXP to hit his level 6. Can't really find that free EXP on mid, but how oppressive GPK is. So exploits the side lanes. A solid start for Heroic, 4-0 to kick off. They've managed to start digging themselves an advantage here. Already at the top for Hector and Divine Llama in early net worth. Only Analog suffering, but even that margin isn't too bad. He's about 100 gold behind the OD. So all things considered, despite the slower start for Analog, still gonna have roughly decent timings here, unless...
Mid lane, the Analog does get stunned by the arrow, but it's not gonna matter. It's just not long enough. They just don't quite have enough damage without the Arcane Orb being maxed out yet. It doesn't really matter though. I mean, Analog, he has fallen very far behind. Now about half the CS of GPK, which again is to be expected, but it's not gonna spell out the greatest of news here for Heroic.
No. And they do have some solid foundations elsewhere. Like, you are getting some steady EXP for Schofield, already level 5. About hit 6, has the level 3 Mana Drain. This is extra annoying, has gone for the 1-1 tree. And their constant presence on mid is just trying to nullify this presence of GPK.
They'll drop the hammer immediately, though mid lane Toronto does also get caught out, looking for a leap away, but Analog will secure. Income save now into Schofield. Schofield to go down. This will be a 2-for-1 trade on the supports in the favor of BetBoom. Analog, sadly, also probably going to miss out on the power rune, as save does just take an invis for himself. So BetBoom once again coming out on top. Probably very, very happy with that trade for GPK.
And that's the sort of movement we were looking for from BetBoom team for the power runes, right? 6-minute rune doesn't quite go as contested. We managed to find punishment this time around with some really good positioning out from Toronto Tokyo. And the damage output of this OD, you can't disrespect that Santa's Eclipse. You can't disrespect that control.
Lasso is available. They'll go for the tossback play first, trying to hold on to the Lasso, though K1, he gets the Battle Trance off in time, forcing the Lasso anyway. K1 going after Miero with the Battle Trance, will not be able to get him in time. BetBoom trying to get a little bit greedier there to hold on to the cooldowns, but ultimately do have to use them.
Yeah, good punishment coming out from BetBoom as well. Just trying to slow down Hector after pretty free lane. In comparison, there's been a lot of pressure onto Nightfall up top. Still getting jumped here.
Absolutely, but Nightfall is just going to hide in the tree line and does make it out. KJ going to go for the enchant onto Nightfall. Here comes Analog to help out. No TPs yet, but they are coming through the twin gates. So KJ does get caught. Astral out as well, has caught Divine Llama. Devi, he'll try for a TP play out. They have the toss up though from save. Devi, a nice attempt, but it won't matter. He is going to drop here to Toronto Tokyo. So BetBoom, I mean, they don't TP, but they do get through the twin gates, and they will rotate in time to find a double.
Yeah. Again, equalizing after a little bit of a slower start outside of the mid lane here for BetBoom. All down to the activity of Toronto, Tokyo, and Save. Like, these guys, again, amazing rotational supports, the Mirana and the Tiny R, even without too many items up. They're starting to really ramp up. They're slowing down Devi. They've managed to knock down that early lead Devi and Hector did manage to build up by just a tad. And this is the point in the game where Nightfall can just take over. He's got max out cleave, he's got free reign in the jungle. There are good wards watching, but they're not in a position to really utilize that yet in Heroic.
They are not. BetBoom, smoke up, looking to head down towards the south. Schofield, he'll go for an Earth Spike. Miero does get caught by the Hex as well. K1, though, realizing he does need to get the hell away, but the tossback is out from Save, right into the lasso of the Batrider. K1, he'll get the Battle Trance off in time, but he'll have to go underneath the bottom T1. Maybe he can find Toronto before he dies, but not quite. He is down once again. A beautiful setup here from Save. It just feels like recently, every time Heroic try to get aggressive, they do get punished quite heavily.
Yeah, they've just managed to set their sights properly in BetBoom. It's just down to the presence of those two supports. Although,
Oh, the hammer's available. GPK, he's trying to get the Sanity's Eclipse off in time. He'll drop it, but it won't be enough damage. A very, very important kill here for Heroic. Here comes Save with the Moonlight Shadow, trying to find a bit of a trade. So they will find Schofield on the line, but Analog's going to end up picking off Toronto. So another big win here for Heroic now. As Analog finding some much-needed gold.
Finding some good punishment for Heroic. Just a little bit of a deeper dive by GPK, not respecting the response from the side of Heroic. And even though these supports aren't as mobile and can't jump as well, they still have a lot of setup, especially the line. GPK just has to watch himself a little bit. 7-7 evens out the game for Heroic. Not a major lead for either side. Unfortunately for Schofield, he didn't manage to find that finger charge though. But it's probably just a bonus for that first finger. You don't really care too much. Would want to ramp it up for that level 15 talent down the line. Still, not the highest priority as long as this Void Spirit manages to find some wins.
I really wish they would alter the finger bonuses a little bit. Like, I appreciate they gave the plus 40 damage per kill, but I really dislike how long the cooldown of finger is at level 1.
Yeah.
140 seconds, it's just too much. It's way too much.
It is. Like, it's...
K1. Lasso's out. I don't believe they'll have enough control this time for K1. A lot of rotations being forced here by Heroic. And Guerrero, he's happy with it. I mean, seeing Divine Llama TP down towards the bottom lane, it amounts to nothing. He did also have the Stampede anyway. So chances are they could have gotten the troll out of there from the opposite side of the map, but not quite this time.
Yeah, it is a little bit of time being expended here by Devi. Got a very free top lane presenting itself for Nightfall to keep that farm game up. They'll try to get a smoke rotation out of this. Again, with this time commitment out. No, Blink is up on Devi as well, so it's going to be a really good reveal with that Veil. Just needs the right target. So far, none of the core is in vision, though. I mean, I suppose GPK is, but it's fairly far back. With the tier 1 still standing, that kind of rotation is a little bit tougher.
Heroic. They'll start to make their move in. They'd love to find GPK. Stampede pop. GPK. He'll get caught. A perfect hoof stop coming out from Devi. GPK still alive, but not for long. He is finally down. A lot of commitment required to secure that kill, but they will get it done. And now Heroic looking towards the tier 1 mid tower. The TP rotations are to come. Even the spend moving in, Save, he'll get there with an avalanche and a toss combination. Stormhammer out, but they still want the fight. Heroic are not retreating. They're onto the Tiny now. Save is going to go down. Now Heroic, I'll tell you what, John, they are looking fantastic now. They won't find the tier 1 mid tower, but they get a lot of damage off, and boom, they're forced to rotate, even with Nightfall, and they still can't win out the fight.
Yeah, it's a massive commitment out from Betboom. GPK just constantly being chain stunned. And they managed to find this angle using that vision they had earlier on, just to angle into the rear of that tier 1 and make it work. The response time from Betboom team just a little bit too slow. Mid tier 1 cleared out, more access to play with these wards that they had, although Toronto will take at least one of them out. They still have that one forward jungle ward standing to help them scout around here on the side of Heroic. And a very successful blink reveal from Devi. I think the issue for Betboom team, we were talking about how great this OD pick is. One issue for OD now is just trying to flash farm back into the game. It does not feel amazing to try to build back after a slower start on this hero. And GPK has started to lag behind. Is behind in comparison to Devi and Analog, considering how rough Analog's lane is. Not the scenario you want to find yourself in. And Betboom team haven't been able to really pressure towers just yet. It is something they'll need to start to apply that consistent pressure onto Hector, because even after a slower start, Hector will still find that farm, as we've seen time and time again. And the map still favors him, and they've still got full control here on the side of Heroic.
But on T1 tower, it is going down pretty much for free. Mieto not really having any kind of contention here. Heroic will take the opposite T1 tower up at the top lane. I mean, lines have been drawn out from Heroic. It seems as though they want to stick around this top side of the map. The GPK is going to show up now, finding an Astral onto the Troll Warlord. You do have the blink available on Save for the tossback plays, if you so wish, but this time around Save, he's going to hold out. Go for a reveal a little bit later on. And with that, Heroic Still looking very confident, just moving across the map as a 3-man unit. Thing is, you really aren't slowing down Nightfall that much, which is probably going to be the big issue here, I think, for Heroic, is the fact that this Sven is still freely farming his triangle. But we'll come to that when we, when we get there. John, for now, Nightfall just kind of staying out of vision, not really being caught out.
Yeah, just needs that BKB to be up and running to feel pretty happy as the Sven. Might be able to see the Ags and Blink as well down the line just for some added mobility for Nightfall to get that spacing he'd want in these fights. You have the full Shivas up and running on Miero, so a lot more output and a lot more durability for him up front. Getting bursted down by, say, the right clicks of Hector can be a tougher prospect for Hector to get done when Miero does dive in. Again, some good options here for BetBoom team. I think, again, the key aspect for BetBoom team, despite all of these great starts for Nightfall, is that they're still catching up for GPK. Mind you, he's not too far behind in comparison, but the item spikes for OD just feel so pivotal for this hero to be online. Heroic not going to be sitting around too long. We'll go for that smoke play out. Finger at the ready. Stampede as well.
Oh,
they've lost their vision up top, though.
They will get right towards K1. K1's not going to join them. I thought perhaps you could think about a smoke into a pickoff into a Roshan attempt, but it seems like Heroic have different plans. Not interested in trying to force Roshan quite yet. They'll get some vision down around the area of the that dire jungle. They are not able to find BetBoom though. BetBoom have smoked up themselves. They get to the Radiant jungle, the bottom side of the map. Heroic, I mean, they are still kind of looking around, but they are now being pinged out as BetBoom. They're going to run right into him. They had vision over Divine Llama, but he's going to blink away. BetBoom, they are still on the chase. They really want this fight. Moonlight Shadow is going to be popped. They're running directly into Analog, and they're going to find the Void Spirit. Arrow's going to connect. Analog is gone. Divine, though, going to jump in, trying after GPK, but GPK still managing to walk away for now, but not for long. He is gone. In they go for more. Here comes Nightfall on a KJ. They'll find the Ench. K1, he wants the man fight apparently. And Nightfall, he's going to back his way out. He doesn't want it yet. They'll move on to Schofield instead. They'll take down the Lion. This K1, he is able to just casually TP away. But BetBoom, they'll be very happy with that fight. A 4-for-1 trade in their favor. Only losing GPK on the OD. Even though it is your mid-OD getting lost there, you won't mind too much, John. You've got 4 heroes for that.
Yeah, it's very well worthwhile for the side of BetBoom. You are seeing the annoyance again that Schofield provides as the line with the early shard. Like that slow, it just forces them to have to kill off the line first, giving that spacing for Hector to bail himself out. Still, heavy sacrifices being made by the side of Heroic. Again, that smoke movement without the vision to back it up top just made that really rough for them to start that smoke off. Whereas for BetBoom team, gave them a much better idea starting off from bot into that mid area, knowing that, all right, we've scouted pretty much all the way down bot. They have a tier 1, no one's farming here, so they can instantly deduce there was a failed smoke out, and the punishment is there. Heroic have lost that vision they dropped in the smoke as well. It's just a really dark map. They've got just a couple of wards in their bot jungle at the least, but no one's playing there from BetBoom team. Like, they're not crossing into the deeper parts of that jungle just yet. So the ganks are just not quite lining up for Heroic. BetBoom, again, great usage of information, are starting to ramp up. They've got the 4 staff for GPK going into the Hurricane Pike next. You've got that BKB up and running for Nightfall into his Ags, so Superman's going to be online. They're also starting to keep track of Roshan just a bit. At the least, no early Rosh access for Hector, as you mentioned earlier as a possibility, not quite there. And that does hold back the potential for Heroic. Like, the ideal circumstances, a bit of a team fight into Roshan, into an objective, into the tier 2. Very fast to find with the troll, but again, nothing quite lining up for Heroic with these kinds of openings.
Absolutely not. Heroic. Not too far behind. I mean, just 2k behind here on the Radiant end of things. It's not too far at all. Problem is, Roshan is freely being taken here by BetBoom. Seems like they are well and truly going to be able to get away with this, as Miero in the meantime does get caught down at bottom lane, pushing out the lane a bit too far, but it is taking a very long time to actually deal with this Batrider. He will finally die, but he does successfully allow his team to just take Roshan for free And pings are already coming out towards K1 up at the top lane. GPK not giving up on the chase, really wants an attempt at his life, but will barely miss out. K1 is going to be able to successfully get back towards that Radiant Triangle.
They don't give anything out at the very least for Heroic. Having a secondary life on GPK does change things. He's been a priority on these jump-ins from Heroic. They've been blowing all their spells onto this OD just to ensure that he can't get off these astral saves, can't get off the hammer in a bigger way with bigger mana pool disparities between these heroes. With a secondary life, it becomes hard to see these fights working out for Heroic. They've got to isolate really well, play the burst game, pull back, reset, come back in, try to get a offensive use of the battle trance out from Hecker, or just a fight where he doesn't have to pop it at all, ideally. And those are all circumstances that are very hard to work in. Down bot, though.
Jump is there. Miero going to be all right. Chase is on for KJ now. KJ trying to back his way up. Probably not going to make it. But they even popped a God Strength from Nightfall just in case. That seems like Nightfall. He'll try to use that God Strength a little bit to good use here, just going after the bottom tier 2 perhaps, but they are lacking a creep wave. So instead it's into the mid tier 1 tower. And I don't believe Heroic are going to be trying to defend this one. They are not in a position to try. Back Miero, he's the one on the hunt. Finding Schofield, forcing out a Stampede usage here from Divine Llama, even spotting out a Void Spirit Courier. They are still chasing down Schofield. The toss is out onto Miero. Schofield trying his absolute best to just try and get away. And for now, he has made it. But here comes GPK. Drops the Sanity's Eclipse. Why the hell not? Just secures the kill. Poor old Schofield. He tried so hard.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing Lion. You would expect, even blowing Sanity's Eclipse, a pretty long cooldown. The emotional relief on GPK to finally see that hero dead is massive, Mike, as you would know. But how annoying the line is. So GPK, very happy to just use that off. Is going into the Ag, so additional security with that Essence Flux. Having that barrier just makes it even tougher to go look for that blow-up. Again, considering that GPK has been the primary target whenever these rotations break out, it makes sense. And it's going to make it a lot tougher to open up Hector.
K1, you've got to be very careful, sir. Save. Oh, does he see him? Oh, I think they do. Toss back on a GPK. Stormhammer is out. Arrow is actually going to connect onto the troll. Oh, K1, he went for the Manta usage, but the arrow's still connected. Then he threaded the needle himself. Divine Lava's gone. On to KJ. I know you want to see a replay, John. How did that happen?
100%. He Manta'd in place. I think he was literally in the middle of the Manta. Yeah, that is such bad luck, Hector. Oh my god. That is just unfortunate. Couldn't even get off battle trance.
You punched the monitor right after that. It doesn't matter. We'll replace it. Don't worry, K1. Punch the monitor. We don't blame you, sir.
That is, oh man, that is a rough go. Off that opening, you find all these kills for Bet Boom. You've got an angle back in. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, what can you do? You know, you tried. You use your Manta. Doesn't save you. It's like, oh well. Guess Gabe isn't feeling me today.
I mean, in fairness, he did have did he have the BKB in that fight?
Radiant.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just, he died.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but very fortunate for Bet Boom team. 11-17, 8k lead already up. Full Ags being completed now for GPK. A lot of protection up front, even with the Aegis set to expire in a minute. Taking their Tormentor as well. Freebie will go the way of save. So a little bit more damage coming out for the Tiny. And not the most impactful, but certainly is something nice to have, I suppose, especially in a siege. Hector could be a target again.
Not again. Oh, I think you're right here, John. Man, usage is out a little bit early. Save, though, going to be in a little bit of danger. Arrow, not going to land. He does get a Yules off onto the Tiny. Meanwhile, Device shows up going right onto the OD. So GPK in trouble now. Save still trying to... Oh, Save, he tossed him in! Lasso's out from Miero, holding down the Troll Warlord. K1, meanwhile, going after GPK. K1 with the BKB feeling very invincible at the moment. We'll continue on to GPK, but here comes Nightfall. Triple kill for the Sven. Oh, he annihilates the side of Heroic. The fourth one out for GPK. It's kind of think something you can't really underestimate, John. You've got the X up onto the OD now as well. So he's got the essence flux barrier.
That he did, and he still had enough time on Aegis. It expires after the fight, even if they managed to find that kill. Really changed too much there for Heroic. And again, BetBoom team always on the offensive, in the right spot, just camping that area, having a good ward, watching by the cliff of the secret shop, giving them the information. No one's going to be backing up Hector in a timely manner, and they force it. They find everything they could possibly ask for. Ags on Nightfall as well, providing that mobility. Again, just BetBoom team using the map so damn well. Reading Hector's farming patterns really well. They know when this guy's dipping in and out with the illusions. They know he's going to double dip and send the main hero back when the illusions are gone. And they punish. And this is very clean coming out from BetBoom so far. 12 to 21, 14k up. And for the side of Heroic, they still have ways back. Like, Troll towards the late game can be a massive issue. It's just we're not at that point just yet.
Radiant are scanning.
I was meant to have this. Unstoppable. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I mean KJ just gets caught out by save on the Tiny. Little easy kind of toss back play here from our Tiny. Save having a great old time this game. Looking towards the bottom tier 2 tower, here is BetBoom. GPK, he can't really do it himself on the OD, so he'll just leave it alone for now. It's Heroic. Well, they are kind of stuck on their own side of the map right now. Things are looking a little bit tough for him. Currently 16k net worth behind. K1 of the Troll Warlord not looking amazing either. You know, Nightfall's really just out-farmed him completely on the Sven now, and looking a lot better when it comes to the carry matchup. A save, a nice toss back once again, is going to find Scofield. Not much you can do once you show up against the Tiny. Just immediate death for you.
Yeah, you just get deleted. Yeah, not many save potential here for Heroic as well when that initiation kicks in, outside of just Stampede, but Stampede's not going to save you from the jetliner that Tiny is piloting, unfortunately. Again, for Heroic, it doesn't feel like they counterfight all too well. Outside of, again, disengage with Stampede, their lineup has to be the one jumping in. You have to have this stable follow-through for Divine Llama and Analog when you do fully commit inside. The Ags timing for Analog could change things up. You don't have a BKB on GPK, for example, so that is a shortcoming you can't exploit here. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to clean up Nightfall after the fact. Like, yeah, you can probably take care of GPK with a couple of silences up, with that Resonant Pulse from Analog with the Ags, but now, the Sven is going to be your next issue, and that just feels like it has no real answers.
There's a big smoke out here from Heroic. You kind of question where this leads. Feels a little bit desperate here from the side of Heroic, that's for sure. I mean, they are close to save. Maybe they can think about the Tiny. He does reveal himself. They will make the jump. Moonlight Shadow is popped to try and help out save, but it is not going to be anywhere near enough. He does just get destroyed. Smoke at least does pan out in some form of a kill. Problem is BetBoom may look to just fight anyway. They are still hanging around this bottom area. But never mind. They do look to retreat.
Should be a free tier 1 for Heroic. And that does set up for Roshan in a minute 40. Just having a little bit more recheck.
Jump is out, Lasto catching K1, he'll get the battle trance in time, he'll try to survive through it, but there's just so much control and damage. Still trying, Astral is out to try and save the Sven. They do lose Toronto, but how do you get K1 out of there? The answer is you don't. Maybe Nightfall, though, does go down. They will get the Sven. It's not the worst fight in the world for Heroic quite yet, but it might just be very soon. Analog still trying to remove himself from this team fight, is going to jump to the higher ground, but Miera's already waiting. So a 3-for-1, it might even be a 4-for-1, because Save now has found himself a Centaur. Divine Llama trying to get his way out, but the lockdown is just way too much from the Tiny. Yeah, they don't have Lasso for another 15 seconds, but they don't really need it. Eventually, Devi accepts his own death.
Yeah, not much you can really do, and Heroic, trying to use Hector as bait, does at least find one, but it feels like an either-or situation. You can take care of the Sven or take care of the OD. You can't take care of both of them at once. And the backup for Hector just felt a little bit too slow. Like, he was sieging tier 1. His team was in the general area. The response time comes after he gets dragged behind that tier 1. And they don't manage to capitalize on Hector just putting his body forward. Really good movement out from BetBoom to sort of punish. And now, whatever advantage you were looking for taking tier 1 into securing the Roche areas is completely gone for Heroic. In fact, it's BetBoom that has easy access to Roche now, as they are already scouting out with GPK just camping 10 seconds away. Secondary Roche is, again, going to be massive. It give the Aegis over to GPK once more. With the Ags, going to be near impossible to kill. Has the full sight of Vice off the back of that fight. So even more control coming out here for the side of BetBoom, and they'll just get away with it.
They absolutely will. Roshan will roll, but it won't really make a difference at all. See Heroic not able to get there in time to contest this Roshan attempt. As your Aegis now up onto GPK, Save will go ahead and pick up the Roshan banner. Immediate rotations up towards the top lane here from Miero and GPK, hoping to maybe find K1, but K1, of course, is going to back his way out. I was saying just earlier as well, John, like K1 on the troll, it's just... This hero feels so awkward when you hit this stage of the game where you're falling behind, because it just feels like you get so easily kited every single fight once you've pressed battle tracks.
It does. At the very least, he has a shard that can help you in some of these wider team fights, get some damage spilling out to other targets, but I don't know, like, doesn't feel like Hector has the best backup in terms of trying to get AoE control. You've got Earth Spike, you've got the Hoof Stomp, and that's it. And it has to be a very timely response from Heroic, which again, in that bot tier 1 fight, just did not feel like it was fast enough in trying to rescue that beleaguered troll warlord. BetBoom team, they've got the security of the Aegis. They can just look towards that high ground, take care of this last outer tower. It's not going to take them too long. Hell, they even have the full Ags up for Miero. Double lasso ready here.
Jump is out. Immediate Expo Schofield. Very quick reaction to Miero. He will get tipped by Defy. So what was he thinking, John?
He wanted to kidnap. He does get the BKB off after the fact before dying, but probably should have BKB'd as he was walking up casually into high ground. That will hold back BetBoom from looking for this fight and provide a bit of an opening for Heroic. So, no high ground threat for a little bit until the respawn's out. They've got the smoke. They can go for some rewards, or...
Yeah, charges out. They're going to try and chase Save. Devi's going to find him with a nice blink in. I kind of wonder at this point, like a couple of mistakes here and there, and BetBoom, they could find themselves in dire straits if they're not too careful. Miero kind of started this little train of deaths here, but you do have to be somewhat wary. Heroic, I mean, they still have plenty of potential to make this game happen.
That they do. Again, with the Ags up on analog, very disruptive in the middle of these fights, especially as these BKBs start to whittle down. You've got a lot of good output on Hector. It just needs a little bit more defense. Is going for that full Lincolns to just not get caught out by the lasso while the BKB's up and running. So you will have some answers. For BetBoom team, I mean, they still maintain this 15k lead. They're still in control. Still have a lot of time on that Aegis. They just need to not get too excited. You know, no dive in high ground in the smoke.
The lines are being drawn through the mid lane there, John. I mean, they might get excited very, very soon again. Not to be dissuaded after one little mistake, John. Maybe a couple more before they learn. We shall see. Heading down to the bottom lane. I mean, you may as well wait for a couple more items, right? Well, I say that. There is an Aegis about to expire in about 2 minutes, so maybe not. Here we go. Yeah. BetBoom team. They'll start to move in through the bottom lane. GPK in the mid. You've got lassos, you've got tossbacks. Plenty of opportunity to fish for somebody.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jump is there, lasso is out, Schofield's been caught. Miero, he makes sure he gets himself the right target. Jump is out, it's a fight. He finds a double hoof stop. Immediate buyback here from Schofield. They will force out the BKB of GPK. GPK actually saving Divine Llama for a nice arrow from Toronto Tokyo. GPK now out of BKB, does need to be somewhat cautious, but he does still have a secondary life in the Aegis and does pop the barrier. Now the Stampede has been popped at Schofield. He's already gone. Sanity out as well. They've caught the Violama. Oh, the immediate buyback onto Schofield. Oh, rather the dieback. Not going to be feeling very good.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's
Now the bottom racks is under siege.
That is just really great understanding from Betboom how far they can push themselves with how durable they are. They find one more.
They do. They will find themselves Analog here on the Void. Analog going down quite fast. Bottom racks is gone. So boom, they'll move in onto the tier 3 mid tower. It's quite hard at this point to see Heroic being able to find a way back into this game, I'll tell you. We know for a fact Heroic probably is not going to call GG. They have waited literally every single game for the Ancient to fall before they actually say anything. But with Mega Creeps against them, you kind of ask yourself how they do intend on defending and trying to make this game work.
Yeah, it does look like a really tough task, especially with Save just looking to jump forward and Miero as well. Mega Creeps up. They can kind of hold it. They've got some AoE clear. Hector is already at least keeping top shoved in. So there has to be some sort of response from Betboom, or not. And they could just look for the endgame here, no problems. It does look like they'll just get that done.
Jump is out, double lasso, Miero. He found Devi, he found KJ. I think he found himself a W while he was at it. KJ is down. Devi will get tipped in the middle of all this. Poor old Devi Lava. In for more, Schofield even getting dived. Forced up down at the fountain. Onto the OD they go. They will try for GPK, but he's got the barrier. How much is that barrier?
It's 70% of his max mana. Yep.
2k right now, John. GG is cool.
Yeah, and
my
good team. Dominant fashion here in game number 1. Toronto, Tokyo. The arrow to get the vision, to get the 4th stack. You know, just small cheeky plays like that does show how confident Betboom team is. Especially, you know, Miero just walking up to the high ground as well, breaking his smoke, having a little bit of a trauma. It's okay, it happens. Betboom team still take it, and again, very dominant fashion. Every lane coming out well. Sure, this time around for GPK, that OD didn't have the best of starts on mid. He was getting ganked up, he was getting punished a couple of times. But once he hit that itemization on the hero with all of these saves, it didn't even feel like we were seeing the biggest saves from the OD this game. It didn't feel like that was the key factor. It felt like Miero, Save, and Toronto, Tokyo were making all of the work happen, but how aggressive they were as a trio, and just how well they were utilizing this high mobility, deep reach, and chain stun potential, true spell immunity, kiting around this troll. And for Hector, I mean, the troll has an idea, right? Like, you leave it alone for long enough, it'll siege a tower off the back for team fight. But none of those team fights ever came out for Heroic. They could not siege and play around this hero the way they'd want to, and it just causes a lot of issues. If you can't utilize the troll to go for those early fights into objectives with, say, the Maelstrom timing, it just falls flat.
Yeah, and I think you saw the smiles on the faces of Betboom as well when they saw the troll being picked up during the drafting phase, because they knew they could just pick OD. And mind you, I mean, the OD didn't have that much of an impact when it came to actually dealing with K1, but, you know, in case they needed it, I'm saying, John, they always had it. And, well, there's a little bit of an unfortunate loss here for Heroic, but we'll see what they can do. Of course, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Heroic and Betboom. We'll see you then. ladies and gentlemen. If you weren't here for game number 1, of course, Bet Boom team did end up pulling off a pretty dominant victory here up against Heroic, but we do have game 2 coming right up between these two teams, and we'll see if Heroic can, of course, get a comeback going their way to draw out the series 1-1. And it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, game 1 was, I would argue, a dominant victory. Of course, we did see Heroic pulling off some good stuff throughout the mid-game. You know, that they were making some moves, but ultimately just wasn't enough in the end. I'll ask you straight off the bat, what do you want to see changed up here, at least in the drafting phase? Anything different you'd like to see here from Heroic?
I think they've got to be cautious about some of those counter picks, right? Like the OD down the line, even though it wasn't the most impactful there from GPK this time around, it still caused issues for Analog in the mid lane matchup early. Didn't feel that amazing for him to have to lane up against that. He also had a pretty rough time for Hector to just get anything done as the troll. Like, they were trying for a couple of smoke plays. It felt like they had some good vision for a long time, but the team wasn't quite ready to make moves with that vision. When it finally faded, that's when they were trying to make moves around the map, and that led to that engagement mid, where the side of BetBoom team had their own smoke and counteract them. So I think the information game, the ideas are correct from Heroic. Like, the ward placement very early on is amazing. They just need to maintain that, and they need to be able to play off the back of it. I feel like this rougher start we're seeing from Analog has just led to this delay of momentum for Heroic. They need to be able to find like a really good tempo for Analog on mid, and just ensure this last pick of his can just win out, or at least even out the lane matchup and hit this tempo. Like, they emphasize really well the early power runes, but so does BetBoom team. And if they can't get control over that, then it becomes hard for Analog to try to bully out GPK. And again, get that advantage, get the early timings, early level spikes to tie in with the Vailama, because what we've seen Heroic, the Vailama's lane tends to be stable. We just need Analog to kind of match that same timing here.
Yeah, of course, you do also have K1 as well, right? Like, I suppose his laning has been going okay. It just, once he hit the late game, it doesn't really feel like he's been able to keep up with the farm of the opposing POS 1, but that could come back to the point you just made, where it's like the POS 2's not really having the greatest of times throughout the games Heroic have been having. We can, of course, just wait and see what they do here in this Game 2 draft. Of course, Game 1's draft was a little bit awkward. Like, they third pick a troll, OD last pick comes out, already a pretty awkward kind of draft to have to go up against here for Heroic. And, you know, I appreciate the Comfort Void Spirit pickup for Analog, but you and I yet to see that work. That Void Spirit. It did look better this time, at least. I think last time it did look a lot worse. I just still don't think it's quite the hero you want to see coming out here from Heroic. We do have a draft underway by the way.
Should be able to see what adjustments are made by Heroic. We'll see if anything else comes out. I also recall, looking at Hector's camera now, when we were going into the game with him having to troll up against OD, he instantly had his head in his hands. It is an understandable feeling. Again, the BetBoom team did a great job of just cutting around there. They do prioritize the line ban on Heroic this time around, so not going to have access to that themselves, but also not giving it out as the opener for someone like Save to play. Taking care of the Chen. BetBoom team not changing too much, taking care of the Timbersaw and the Viper once more. So ensuring that the Vailama won't have some of his more early active heroes. And also taking care of the NP and the Kunkka. So ensuring that this durability stacking and early aggression that the NP can provide along with the Kunkka isn't there. I'm wondering if we start to see any of these teams pick up Magnus. I feel like in the games we've casted, we haven't seen much Magnus. Maybe from one win with Cloud. And we might see that later on as well with our next series. But feels like not as many teams have been dipping into the Magnus. So could be a nice way to open up here. Heroic, they do pick up the DK for themselves. So already a very stable way to start. You can kind of toss it in any core role. It does fit in no matter what for any position. It's very open. Enigma for BetBoom team though. This is also maybe a little bit of an enigma. Has that flexibility to go support or still offlane. Open enough. And does force the decision to be made by Heroic. Do you want to straight up go for a silencer to counteract? Do you want to pick up the Rubik? Is BetBoom team going to allow either to go through? Who knows?
Who knows indeed. We'll wait and see. Heroic, they'll have the first dibs on the first bans. I mean, you mentioned the Rubik. I'm very sure we see a Rubik ban to come out here from BetBoom team. I mean, you never want to choose Enigma and hand over Rubik. That's just not a great idea. Unless you feel like just never pressing the R button as the Enigma, which we have seen before. Shout out to Whitemon. Heroic.
10 seconds.
Just focusing on the position 1 ban outs for now. Well, at the very least, they'll get rid of the Slark, which is obviously very good against the Dragon Knight. They'll get rid of the Tiny as well, and props to them for that, because Save, he does consistently do some really brilliant work when it comes to the Tiny.
That he does. He was finding a lot of good flights to take for both sides earlier on, and it's just highly disruptive. Like, just having that lane they set up, the Tiny Batrider was just a little bit too much down the line. Even in the laning phase, again, Hector wasn't completely zoned out, but it wasn't something they could fully capitalize on outside of the couple of times they'd have to leave Miero alone to get some action going mid. Let's see. Love the respect from BetBoom team to take care of the Naga Siren. Something that we've seen Hector just pull out time and time again when things go southbound. Does know how to maximize the farm coming out from there. And BetBoom team will pick up the Centaur themselves this time around, so they've got the engage and disengage factor with a Stampede. Very stable laner. Just need maybe a range support to help out. I honestly wouldn't mind Centaur Enigma if you will run something like the Pause 4 Enigma instead of the 5. That still sounds like a pretty scary lane.
Oh, that does. It feels like any just even the meatiest of stuns with a Centaur feels like a very awkward lane at the moment for anyone to have to go up against. Heroic. Going back to that Rubik you spoke about, John, it is there. If they do wish to take it, doesn't seem like the worst pick in the world. You know, you tend to make things very awkward for the Enigma once there is a Rubik on the board.
Hector looking pretty passionate in this discussion on the draft. They could also consider something like, okay, Gyrocopter pick up first. There is, again, flex here. It's not a hard lock into the safe lane. You could go for that support, but safe lane Gyro into potentially Enigma Centaur isn't too bad. You've got the spacing, you've got the flak, even as a support as well as a pause 5. It's a steady way to clear out the Eidolon threat early on, apply some free damage onto the Cent.
Uh-oh.
Let's see. Hector does not look happy.
He does not look happy at all. You know, sometimes you try to get a point across and it just, you know, the boys just don't get it, Jonathan. That seems to be what's happening here for K1 as they do go for the Rubik pickup. I kind of wonder, is that what K1 wanted? No, apparently not. He did not want that.
Maybe they're telling him to get the Gyrocopter as a safe lane early, and he's like, no, it's a very early pickup. You know, it's like,
I wouldn't,
and it is.
I wouldn't blame him for being upset for that.
Yeah, it's again, it can kind of work. I can see the idea, but I don't know, like it has some timings that you really need to hit. Hector does farm amazingly though, so there's that to play with. We have seen a lot of Gyro 5. Maybe he's not expecting Gyrocopter to be that good in the lane. Again, flat cannon early does feel decent up against Eidolon spam.
Yeah, but you know these carry players, John, you know. I mean, if he has to play Pos 1 Gyrocopter, I've got his back on that one, John. If he's going to play Pos 1 Gyrocopter in this meta, I'd be pretty upset too. I don't think it's good. Support Gyrocopter even, I don't even know if that's... You know, it's obviously much better. We'll see what happens. BetBoom, 1.5 minutes of reserve time here to try and figure out their third pick.
Oh, that's pretty spicy out for BetBoom. All right. They've got a lot of push for this DP Luna. I'm liking how this looks already. Like, this chase down with Exo plus Stampede is terrifying to deal with. Heck, even just the Luna running up as well with Eclipse with Stampede, or just having this escape with Stampede available. It's also really nice. Luna laning into a DK off lane is also... It's not amazing. It's also not too bad. You've always got some good jungle farm to fall back to as well, and you can kind of change your build. Instead of maxing Lunar Blessing, you could just go for the Lucent Beam for steady harassment, if that is something that is concerning here for BetBoom team. So I like this. We'll go with the Medusa for Heroic. I mean, we've seen Medusa work. I don't think the hero is bad, but my concern is you're running Dusa DK and the Gyrocopter support. You really
I'm
need
be
something
concerned
up
about
tempo from
10 seconds remaining.
from
Be
mid.
concerned about that light behind them, Jonathan. Did you see that? Look at it flicker.
Yeah, it's been flickering for a while. Oh yeah, from the
That's
other
okay.
angle, right beside Hector, you can see it in the ceiling. It's just going off. You know, maybe it's reflective. It takes in the player's emotions, Mike. You know, Hector's feeling a little bit, you know, light's flashing right now. I
Just
suppose. There you go. You can see it there.
Turn them off.
But they need a light. They need a light. It's already dark enough. You seen
Oh,
what
hold on a
happened.
minute.
You seen what's going on with Davai Lama.
I mean, is that not going to be a little bit distracting for K1? Like, would that?
He's not
annoy
looking
you?
behind him. He's not looking behind
Yes.
him. So
Well, it's light, Jonathan. I don't believe it stays behind him.
I'm pretty sure he has forward light as well. So the lumens difference between the backlight going off is not going to be that much of a disturbance, right? Because you have that front source in front of you, so you don't see the flashing of the rear light too much because you have another light source that's closer. Yeah, he does. It's not bad. It's fine. See? It barely touches the forward part of the room. It's fine. He's fine.
I need to get technical now, Jonathan. Nobody asked for a physics lesson here, all right? Heroic. Is that physics? I don't even know. Heroic. 7 seconds left of reserve time. They'll get rid of the invoker. We'll see the immediate Pango and the puck ban. Betboom
Ooh.
not even hesitating with their final ban outs. Back to the drawing board here for Heroic. Final ban before the drafts can be completed. Both sides, I mean, I say both sides. It could still just only be one side looking for a mid. It's hard to
And
know
Heroic's
because the DK death
assuming.
profit.
Heroic's assuming it's going to be a support DP, it looks like, along with the Enigma as with the Invoker ban. I think this DK is pretty solid in the off lane. Again, into a Luna lane, it's pretty decent. It forces a Lucent Beam build if you want to get aggressive there for Betboom team, which isn't ideal for the farm. So I think you're just going to lock that in off. Look for Analog's Hero mid. This is not the time to think of a Wind Ranger, so please, no. No Wind Ranger. Maybe one of the Spirit Brothers could work out. Okay, they go to Mars, so it's a mid DK now. Unless they run mid Mars, which we have seen a couple of times, I do believe. I think it has happened in DreamLeague. Betboom team looking pretty happy about that closer again. I mean, to be fair, Mars counteracts the Centaur Stampede quite nicely. You can entrap them for a good Stone Gaze from the Dusa. You can lead that into some good spell usage from your Gyrocopter as well. So it's not all bad in terms of looking at the wider picture here for Heroic. I'm just concerned that with your options available for Betboom team, you could just run DP versus DK, which is very stable mid. Pick a support here. You could run something maybe a bit more dominant up against DK. Something really spell heavy and damage. Quap is still there. Lena's there. Zeus is still there as well if you wanted that. Is there a pocket way AM could fit in here? Could you run AM mid? I think theoretically you can. It's not great, but if you really wanted an AM for some reason, you could.
Well, why would you even recommend that AM mid? Why? In what world, John?
I guess you're laning against DK anyway, right? Like, it's going to be a static lane. You burn this guy's mana. He's just going to play with Dragon Blood. Who cares? You go back to farm, right? Like,
Yeah.
theoretically it works. It doesn't feel necessary if you're worried about Dusa. It really feels pretty extra to go for that. You could just go OD as well. I think that could be an option if you wanted to roll it back. Outside of the Dusa, all of these heroes have pretty low int and Dusa Rubik, so you can melt them pretty fast. It's a good save as well. Still has that tempo to play with the rest of your lineup for Betboom team. I wouldn't mind them running back to the OD. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Husker it is, Jonathan. Husker. I mean, I was about to say, is this a good Husker game? I suppose any game's a good Husker game. So this poor Dragon Knight's probably not going to have the greatest of times here up against GPK, I'd argue.
It's not going to be fun. At least, you know, at least Analog's not playing Wind Ranger versus Husker.
Okay, that's true.
It's a start. It's a start.
I feel like he might want the Wind Ranger, John. It's
no, don't say that, Mike. He's experienced it already.
I guess you could still at least have impact as the Dragon Knight, right? You hit level 6, you can push down the mid-tier 1 tower. you can still get that kind of stuff down. So the DK is not completely dead, even if it loses the lane. But you are up against the Husk. It's not going to be a very fun time here for Analog, I don't think. And well, we'll see how it all does pan out. Game number 2 here between BetBoom and Heroic. BetBoom looking for another 2-0 victory. And Heroic, obviously, they are... I think the win is much more important for Heroic, but obviously they're not going to find a 2-0 win. Best they could ask for is a draw. And even that's looking a little bit rough at the moment.
Yeah, you have to note as well, BetBoom team is running the Centaur support for save, but it's still a Centaur DP lane, and that sounds really scary to play into. I was expecting maybe to flex onto the DP support, but this works out as well. A lot of push potential from the offlane, a lot of durability. It's not going to be pressured out by the Dusa. Heck, you can even pressure this Dusa early. Hector's not going to have the freest time in that top lane trying to farm up. At the very least, you get the Divine Llama special to close out with, right? Like Mars coming out for him, probably one of his best heroes along with the Timbersaw. So he does have that, but I don't know, like looking at BetBoom's draft, I just like the pacing this lineup has. It's a lot of tempo early on, level 6 spikes kick in, and suddenly you're a massive threat in teamfight and push. You've got a lot of farm for Nightfall to find, but not too much threat onto him as well, with all the space that you can buy out with GPK. So it's going to be a rough one for Heroic draft-wise. We'll see what they can get done. I feel like their timings here on Heroic, it kind of builds in to a later point of the game. Like, you can kind of scale up in this lineup, but the lineup of BetBoom team does scale pretty straightforward, I want to say. It's more of maybe mid-game tempo from Heroic. Like, you get the Disperser timing on Hector, and you get, say, a fast Blink Mage Slayer on Analog, and you can start to open up the game a little bit more. Work into the Ags for the DK, into Amanta. You can start to apply a lot of consistent pressure as well, but it's a lot of farm, is my issue when you look at Heroic's draft. Like, outside of the Mars, everyone kind of needs a gold injection before they feel really impactful here. Mallory copy.
My goodness. Bit of conversation here between these two, GPK and Divine Llama. Very good. Got Divine Llama probably not very happy with the way things have been going as of late here for the boys, but you know, keeping the spirits high is the way I see it.
They are. This it's still going to be interesting to see how well good old Analog can deal with Husker lane. GPK should just have a very smooth time. And that's the concern. This early spike for the Husker doesn't feel like you have any good answers for it. And obviously Magic Burst isn't going to be there. Physical output burst as well isn't quite there, honestly. Does feel like this Husker with a little bit of armor is just going to be hard to punish. So maybe emphasis on mid is the call here for the side of Heroic. Try to slow down GPK, prioritize even as early as 4 minutes some of the runes, even though it's not as important for the Husker, but pick up runes into a straightforward mid gank could be some good timing. With a Rubik Gyrocopter, there is enough damage in the early levels of the Husker to kind of get that done. Mid lane should be pretty static though for Analog, as is the nature of DK lanes. He's going to sit back, he's going to farm, maybe play around with Breedfire or Dragon Tail to secure CS, but beyond that, not much you can really do to stop the Husker from just playing his game here.
Yeah, absolutely not. See how they do as the levels go up. I mean, perhaps GPK, once he's got a few more points up in the Burning Spear, could try to get a bit more aggressive, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, up at top lane, K1 and Schofield against Miro and Save. We have seen Save play this support Centaur a few times, I do believe, and he does tend to perform on it. I don't think this game should be too different either. Schofield, careful there. They'll jump in onto K1 with a stun out. K1 going to be just fine. But this is a pretty dangerous kind of laning duo between Save and Miero. He lands a nice stun into some Spirit Siphons, and you could be going down pretty damn quick.
And you can, and there's not much Schofield can do. I mean, you can poke and prod at the Centaur. He just has so much HP. No armor, no ring of protection start for Save as support, but it doesn't matter. He's bulky enough that there's no threat from the Deuce and Rubik to punish him. And just buy all the space from Miara to soak those easy levels to kind of get done. No pulls coming out just yet either. There was a body block earlier on from Save. Could line up to do the same. And just prevent them from trying to control this lane. Still taking a look at the other side lane, of course, down bot. Divide Llama already looking to get a little bit aggressive onto Toronto, Tokyo. and just try to disrupt some of the pulls that he is trying to plan out. Nightfall is still farming up very steadily though. Matchup against the Mars isn't as rough as well. And Mars can kind of threaten back with God's Rebuke. The range of Luna is pretty low. You do have Eidolon clear here as well. But just this threat of Malefice into the chase down with Lucid Beam, it is very dangerous for the side of Heroic. There's only so much the Jar Copter can do outside of clearing out these Eidolons as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Still pretty calm kind of lane here at this this bottom lane. It feels like probably the top lane is where most of the action is going to happen between, say, Miro, Schofield, K1. Like, you can't really expect too much from the mid and bot lane, I don't think. Save actually getting forced away here, and so is Miro. So Schofield's still doing a pretty damn good job of just kind of forcing them back. Plenty of harassment available with that Fade Bolt and the Mystic Snake if they are going to fight over the Lotus Pool. But Miro able to take the Healing Lotus away. K1 falling quite low in the in terms of the mana department, but as long as he keeps his distance, he should be fine. Save needs to land a hoof stomp to actually secure the kill, and that's probably not going to happen.
Quite yet. I do worry about the burst potential once you do have that double edge at level 2. It feels like if the man is sitting that unhealthily, and you've already had to pop the wand, the burst play is not too hard to pull off from BetBoom team, which is, again, like the beauty of this draft from BetBoom team. It just counteracts pretty much in every lane in a very nice way. Maybe the bot lane's the most static, but even that's not too bad for Nightfall. And the Vi is working that lane well, and they do manage to get the spear back.
They do. It's a big kill here onto Nightfall if they can find it. Nightfall is going to go down. The Vi Llama. A very nice kill here on the Mars. You love to see that if you're a Heroic fan. In fact, Toronto's not safe either. I mean, KJ's going for a bit of a chase. He's going to be able to break the range now, so the Rocket Barrage is going to do plenty of work. In Toronto, he'll continue to go for a bit of a run, but KJ is eventually going to have his way with him. In comes Nightfall now to try and clean up the Gyrocopter at the very least, but it seems as though KJ will just run out of there and salve up. He's perfectly fine.
They find that opening. All it takes is a good spear, and again, you've got a lot of reach for the side of Heroic in that lane at the very least. If you connect that spear, clearing out these Eidolons, no problem for both of these heroes in lane as well. So the presence of Toronto Tokyo with the demonic summoning isn't as felt. It's not as much pressure in the lane. Up top, they are splitting targets a little bit, which is unfortunate. If they manage to play on top of K1, felt like the threat is there from Yarrow. But this lane's still going pretty smoothly for Hector, all things considered. And his mana pool has been threatened. But they're not able to really land that killing blow. Schofield just cutting them off nicely, although...
Well, bottom lane, there might be a bit of action. Devi Lama's moving into Toronto Tokyo, but he kind of just pump fakes the Spear of Mars, doesn't bother throwing one out. They have been applying so much pressure to Nightfall, though. Like, this Luna has not felt safe at all down at this bottom lane, and that was without Homing Missile being available. Now it is. In fact, hold that thought, because top lane Schofield's going to be chased down now by Save. Though a nice lift up from Schofield is probably going to ensure he does survive. But going back to my point, John, in fact, hold that thought, because Analog now in trouble. GPK secures the kill.
Yep, just a rundown that you're looking for from that Husker. This lane for Analog, it's not really there. And Hector.
K1.
Jeez.
Once Schofield's gone, you know you've got to jump in. K1 is not very happy with that.
No, that's not a great feeling. Great movement from Save. Again, right, shoving Schofield away from lane, exposing that Dusa solo, managing to get that control. Analog 2 levels behind. Can't blame the guy, but good God.
GPK. There was a lift up from Schofield. There was even more TPs coming in here to try and deal with GPK, but he just... The TPs were too long and GPK just casually walks out of it.
Yeah, he's too tanky on that Husker. That dive earlier as well was with him not going for the life break. He did go for the extra point in Burning Spear. He didn't even need to life break there. Rotation top to Hector.
Absolutely. K1 again. I mean, you might start to see exactly why K1 did not look very happy during that drafting stage as the chase continues. K1 is going to be able to survive at the very least. So he is perfectly fine. Schofield maybe not so much, as the rush will just continue to chase him down as Schofield, he is gone. K1, he sticks around the top lane, so they are going to see him with basically no mana pool at the moment. Toronto Tokyo trying to see if he can sneak his way in for a Malefice attempt.
GPK? Jeez.
Oh boy, GPK, middle lane, he does go down. They are going to lose analog for that though.
Yeah, playing on the edge, going for those armor toggles does pay off. Please finds the mid kill, and that was with Dragon Form running, so not as much pressure on that tier 1 mid. All things considered, it's a support rotation forced out from Heroic for the Husker kill, and you still lose your DK. You're still pretty happy on Betboom. This is buying space out for Nightfall as well. No pressure for him down bot, while all the pressure is up top in Hector.
That it is. Well, that pressure has not stopped either. Like, Toronto Tokyo has still not left the building. Nero and Save both around the area as well, but it seems that the Deucer this time around should be okay. Meantime, Divine Llama, top of the CS board on the Mars, having a pretty damn good time. Currently second in net worth, only to the mid-Husker, of course, of GPK. We've said this over and over again, but Divine Llama, this guy really is just fantastic. He's just always consistent in the off lane. And he has been the one player, I think, on Heroic that just hasn't really had a bad game.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's been trying to set up every single time. He's been that launching point for the team. And he's setting himself up with a pretty good foundation and getting a lot of damage off into that bot tier 1. Rotation for Analog as well with a Siege off the back of that Arcane Rune usage earlier, has Dragon Form up. So they can look for the straightforward tower. Might have to sacrifice top for this though.
They may. They do find KJ, they'll find the tier 1, and now K1. That is the bigger deal. Is K1 going to try and go for the TP play out? Save trying to break the gap. Oh, right on the edge. Close, but no cigar. Nice attempt from Save.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow. Good spacing out from Hector to bail out, but without that tier 1, with the early forward vision already being set up by Betboom, and they can just constantly pressure this Deuce as they have. No such vision down bot to spot Nightfall to make moves onto this Luna in comparison. Their attention has been mainly on mid, trying to respond to GPK. So overall, this is going to lead to a farm disparity between that Deuce and Luna. Right now, it is fairly even. They're not quite doing so hot in terms of total net worth. But the Luna can match that Deuce farm well. It's just down to how much of the map you can access here for Hector. We'll see how much pressure Betboom team will seek to apply, but they're not leaving that top area yet. And Save just keeping his body up there every single time.
It seems like they're looking at mid here, Betboom. Or at least pings were coming out towards that area. Analog kind of just removing himself from that mid lane for now. Not looking to apply too much more pressure yet. GPK getting bigger and bigger here on the Husker. So Heroic kind of understand they can't really do too much about GPK at the moment. No real hunt to try and find the Husker this game. I mean, Nightfall, he had a pretty tough lane for himself on that Luna, but he's having the time now to just catch up, and of course does have the Mask of Madness up now, so chances are his farm is going to escalate quite fast. You could make the same argument for K1 on the Medusa, but it really doesn't feel like an easier time. I do feel as though the Luna just farms a lot quicker, as they are looking to maybe make a play onto Miero top lane, but it just seems like they're going to try and swipe some creeps away from here from the Death Prophet. Like, you look at Miero, every time he sees K1, he just immediately starts rushing towards the Medusa. No fear in the world.
Just wants to make it as uncomfy as possible for Hector. And that's the big difference, right? Like, you talk about this farming pace. It's the pressure coming out in these safe lanes. There's just no one rotating down bot. The Llama's camping mid, farming up there, preventing the siege onto the tier 1, clearing out the wave with God's Rebuke. You have Analog playing down bot, but a Soul DK is not really a credible kill threat onto the Luna at this point in the game. And Nightfall's just going to be allowed to scale up a bit more. And they are trying on mid.
They will find safe. It's a support centaur, but they will take it. Nice easy pick off there for Divine Llama. KJ will be the one to take the kill here on the gyrocopter, but they will smoke up immediately afterwards. So maybe going for a bit of a surprise smoke gank. See if they can find anybody else. The Devi looks like he will reveal himself just taking down those Eidolons in the mid lane, so maybe no real big gank to come. Schofield and KJ, however, they do continue rushing down towards the bottom lane where they will see Nightfall. Meanwhile, Divine Llama mid lane is just down. Still, the hunt is on down at bottom. Schofield and KJ, they are down around Nightfall. They might have the damage just with the two supports, considering that Rocket Barrage and the Crypt Swarm was stolen. And Nightfall is certainly going down. And I think Heroic, they seem very happy with that kind of trade. Divine Llama laughing from the grave.
Yeah, that's the big kill they needed here on Heroic. That pressure onto Luna had to come out at some point. And that does shut down Nightfall successfully. Again, still not in a bad position, tied in with Hector. Hector.
Yeah, he's having a pretty rough time, K1. Devi's going to show up to try and help out, but K1 is down. Save, again, is playing support Sentinel, so he does not care about dying. Miero, however, he might care a little bit more, but he's going to try for a TP play out, but no. The lift was available. So you give away Save and Miero for K1. I'm not sure how worth you call that, John, but they are continuously just killing this Medusa, which doesn't really seem like the worst case scenario for Beppu.
Yeah, I think you're still happy. Really great usage of that Midas Rune coming out there for Save, finding that lineup. And it forces everyone back, right? Like, sure, you lose 2 heroes, you're buying space out for Nightfall to catch back up, so it's still a net positive after that gank on Luna. You're running away with this game on GPK, got the full Sanj up, going for the BKB next, can be nigh unstoppable once that BKB's up and running. At the least for Heroic, that fight happens away from the triangle. So they've got the stacks to kind of share with Devi and for Hector. That is going to give a bit of a boost up for the Medusa, compensating for that death. But still, the tempo does feel like it's hanging on Bedroom Team right now. They've got the Aura build up on Toronto Tokyo already running with the Vlads. Some more frontline sustainability, especially for GPK in these engagements. They still hold on to their mid-tier 1, which is a really big hurting point right now for Heroic. They find a bot, but mids, when you start to open up that invasion into the jungle a little bit better, can start to threaten the triangle a little bit more as well. None of that happening yet. Looking bot, though.
They certainly are. Reyna is down. They've already found GPK with that one. GPK, though, a very, very tanky boy now. Will turn right back with the life break onto Divine Llama. Looking to back off, though. Stampede has been popped. GPK still relatively healthy. Armlet toggling is alive. How much longer? Still surviving. GPK is not going to be able to make it. They do finally take him down. Miero also being stunned up. His save will go down, and suddenly Heroic, they are pushing very effectively through the bottom lane, finding 3 targets. Big tips out for Devi. Heroic, they could think about applying a bit of a pressure onto the bottom tier 2, but they'll take the win with the team fight. They'll just get back to the farm game. And I think you've got to be very, very happy as Heroic after that.
And you are. I mean, again, they've got this really good tempo on Heroic, considering the fact that they don't have to wait for that many long cooldowns. It looks a little bit awkward for Devi. That sort of initiation, not managing to land a spear, not managing to take care of that Husker early on, but there's no one to back GPK up, right? Like, you don't have the threat of Black Hole on Toronto Tokyo. It's still on cooldown. Very long cooldown that they've seen committed. And they just make perfect use of that downtime. Whenever these spells aren't available on Bedroom Team, they know Heroic can take the wider team fight. They know that it's not going to be as terrifying for these heroes to clump together and play off the back of this arena. And they just isolate the right hero at the right time. GPK is not able to jump in until after the arena's down. And at that point, the rest of Heroics are right on top, with Bedroom Team not quite having that reinforcement. Nightfall's not ready to make the same moves as Hector is. Hector already has some presence out with his damage and with a Stone Gaze to follow through for control. Whereas this Luna, you know, level 1 Eclipse, level 2 Lucent Beam, it's not the most damage, not much durability just yet in the hero. You're probably just going to be stuck 4v5 on side of Bedroom Team for a lot longer. Heck, 3v5 if you want to count the fact that you're going to be waiting for Toronto Tokyo to look for these angles in with Black Hole, and when that's down, he doesn't have much to do in these fights outside of just Maleficing 1.
Boom, suddenly starting to find this game a little bit more challenging, I think, is Heroic certainly finding their footing here. 7 to 10 with a 1k advantage. Make that 2k there for a moment. K1 now 3rd in net worth, definitely reaching a stage where you might start to get a little bit concerned if you are there. Boom. Nightfall not too far behind him. Who does this kind of game favor, John? Like this kind of slow farming game, do you feel like it favors BetBoom, or do you rather Heroic?
I think both sides scale pretty well. Again, there's this build up for the DK, the Manta, the Ags later on. It can start to apply pressure in lane, does do a lot of damage throughout. I think you always have to think about the Enigma though, like the threat of Toronto, Tokyo, and Black Hole only grows stronger as the game goes on. And you start to look for some greedier items, like say the BKB and Blink for Toronto, Tokyo down the line. Maybe even Lincoln's, just to protect from a stolen Black Hole opportunity. So those are things that do matter. Even the Husker, it does have some scaling once you hit some talent spikes, right? Like level 25 talent spike for Husker does make him relevant in late game scenarios. Like not those pure damage, burning spears. It's not something the BKB can save you from any longer, along with the Ags build up. So I think a slower pace is pretty even. Maybe it makes the game simpler for Heroic slightly, but I wouldn't say it makes the game favorable for them. It simplifies the game for sure, but it doesn't necessarily make it a better game for them. I think it just makes it a little bit more straightforward to approach. BetBoom team smoking up, trying to find something up top, but they don't have that forward vision into the top jungle or the deeper portion, but they can sneak away a Roshan, but a Husker doesn't take too long to get that done.
They're going to try. I mean, if you are Heroic, it feels like you're in a position where you could try to counter this Roshan attempt. Thing is, they've got to be aware that it's happening first, but the vision was there, so they should be somewhat aware that this Roshan attempt is indeed happening. Roshan already less than half HP though, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to make it even if they wanted to. So Roshan freely going to be given the way of BetBoom. I mean, Heroic seem more than happy with just buying more and more time for K1, who is now officially at the top of the net worth board. Miero was on the hunt to see if he could find himself a quick straggler pick-off before they did get into that top tier 2 tower. But that will not happen. Let's see what BetBoom can get done with this Aegis timing now on the Husker, right? Like, obviously they are going to be looking towards that top tier 2. They'll take a bit more time to farm, but with the Aegis and the BKB both being available now on the Husker, they should have a much bigger chance of winning that next team fight.
That they should. They're reaching a point as well where you're almost comfy for Nightfall to join in. Just needs that BKB to be able to fully utilize the Luna damage. Max out Lucent Beams as well now at level 15. So the output is there with the Eclipse. I'll take the gate across. Hector's in the firing line here, but he does have a ward outside to protect. That flank comes from the right side. Inside of BetBoom, but not going to be able to find that. And the vision game for both sides is... it's pretty alright. I'd say it's still slightly better for BetBoom team having this good line across the river up top. Kind of play around, but Heroic are playing away from that area. Anyhow, I think for the side of BetBoom team, the one thing we haven't seen from them is really deep triangle control. It's the one thing that's been lacking, and that's a resource Heroic has been falling back to. That has allowed Hector to farm back up with triangle into the bot jungle. See if that's something BetBoom will rectify down the line. They will try with another smoke out. Again, no one quite showing under the wards they have set up, but this gives him a rough idea with them running through the triangle at the very least.
Schofield's going to break the smoke. Does actually take the double edge of save and just blinks out of there immediately. Lets them know about it. No smoke to pan out here for BetBoom. Of course, they are going to be the ones that are a little bit more desperate to try and be aggressive here with the Aegis timing of GPK, but he's got an extra 3 minutes on top of that. Back K1 will be able to walk back behind his tier 1 tower. The GPK, of course, will begin onto that bottom tier 1. Heroic, they do have the option to go force a fight and defend, but they don't even need to. They'll just pop the glyph, just leave it at that.
Just stall progress. Like even KJ just cutting creep waves with that full call down, just ensuring there's no clean angle for that push here for BetBoom team, trying to nullify that Aegis advantage. Save.
KJ, he's gonna get caught out. Save with a nice little stun. I mean, this is just a support gyrocopter you're looking at. In fact, Save is just taking so much damage. Save is gone. KJ will just take him out of his own. Still on the run. Should eventually go down, but my goodness. I think KJ should be very happy with that.
Yeah. Does what he needs to do. Takes attention away, prevents a push, finds himself a kill on the way out, and his support center for save just doesn't have that durability you tend to see with centrists. Nothing like the Eternal Shroud this game, no pipe as well for the aura carrying, just no gold to come out for save. So he is very susceptible to all of that magic damage output from something like the Gyrocopter. And it just takes away the bite of the center as a threat. So, great movement out from Heroic. Again, they're completely nullifying this Aegis. It's down to a minute 40, which isn't too much time. Like, maybe a tier 1 falls, a tier 2, a little bit rougher, and definitely high ground off the table. So, it buys that time for this build-up on Hector. And more importantly, analog, right? Like, this scaling DK is the big factor to stand side by side with your Medusa. BKB being formed up into the Ags is going to be nice. So you've got damage follow through, you've got two big durable cores in the Medusa and the DK that can line up as well. I suppose there's also some really good scaling here for the Vailama. He is going into what seems to be the Octarine. We've seen him before when the games get dicey. He has queued up stuff like the Revenant's Brooch and Divine. Probably not the Divine, but the Revenant's Brooch for a late game Mars down the line as well. Could be nice if he feels like they can get away without the utility of, say, a Hex here.
Are they going to try another smoke? Bet boom. 4-man smoke is up. The run towards the north. There's still a minute 15 left on the Aegis timing of GPK. They will not run directly north, though. It looks like they'll head towards the east and... Oh, never mind. It's back up north. They want Analog. But do they see the DK? Analog just picked up his Aghanim Scepter. Pops the Dragon form, immediately goes for a run, but it looks like they will eventually spot him out, so Analog should really just be going down. Though it does take them a little bit of time. But that should open up the top tier 2 tower now, and it seems as though that's about all they're going to get out of this Aegis of GPK. Which I'm pretty sure they would have liked a little bit more, but it doesn't seem like they have too many options in the matter. In fact, they're not even going to find the tier 2 top tower. They're lacking a creep wave. That's a little bit unfortunate.
It's just the Ags timing lining up here for Analog. Managed to get the Manta Illusions off to cut the creep wave right before dying. So, no progression. Again, Heroic doing a great job of just completely nullifying this Aegis from the creep cuts down bot to the forced gank onto KJ. They've stalled out. They've built up a 5k lead on top of that now. For their end, they've managed to really eclipse with Hector's farm. Steady 1k lead for the Medusa to play with. It just leads to more issues. They have to consider now how they damage the Medusa, especially with a butterfly coming through. That's going to cause issues for both GPK and Nightfall in terms of trying to just get their hits off onto the Medusa with additional EHP the evasion will provide. And that's not too far off for Hector, considering this state of the game. He's got a lot of space to farm in. Again, with all the smokes Betboom team have been bringing out, they haven't been able to get that much forward vision. The triangle is still completely open for Heroic. You've still got access across the river with the tier 1 standing down bot. They've got good wards to watch across the river here as well on Heroic. So you can farm further out for Hector and just keep this pace up.
There goes the Tormentor. The Toronto Tokyo. He'll pick that free shards up for himself. Still 3k advantage the way of Heroic, but it feels a lot more than that right now, as we are going to see a big smoke coming out here from Heroic. Rush up towards the top lane. Save. Feeling like something is a little bit wrong. Does TP out, and we'll make it out. No problems. Could still look towards the top tier 1 tower if they do wish, and it seems as though they'll just let the Manta Illusions do the work. Doesn't seem like Betboom are at all interested in trying to fight. They will just take the time to continue the farm game. And so, you know, it's a little bit slow, but Heroic, they do get themselves a free tier 1 tower out of this kind of delayed game number 2.
Yeah, it opens up Roshan a little bit better for the side of Heroic as well for that next Rosh. So if it does end up being a nighttime Rosh, which could be if it's a fast timer, does set themselves up for that objective themselves. Betboom team finally getting some forward vision out, taking control of the triangle. Should be able to find a spot tier 1 into a tier 2 take. They've got the damage here with Nightfall fully confident now with a full BKB. Going back for the Conda next. So the Lucent Beam spam should be kicking in. And Heroic, they've done a great job of just removing the advantage, or the perceived advantage for the Aegis here for Bet Boom team. And for their part, they're going to have this BKB and Analog running up soon. You've got the Violama still having the option to go for Octarine or Refresh as well. This double Arena, double BKB is going to be very impactful in the middle of these fights, especially again considering that you can sort of just hold them in with the Arena to prevent the Stampede from feeling highly effective. The disengages are not going to be straightforward for Bet Boom. Heroic smoking out, looking for the hunt themselves. No vision this time around down bot, or at least in the areas that was occupied. You have one nice ward up top watching where right near where the tier 1 would be. Could allow for some good gate movement here.
Well, they will go through the top lane. Roshan still 2 minutes away. Seems like they will prioritize just controlling the area around the Roshan pit for now, as Bet Boom again just focusing on the farm game at the moment. We've almost got the Kanda completed now on Nightfall, and that'll be a pretty nice power spike for him on the Luna. Speaking of spikes, though, a full butterfly now completed on K1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It seems like it is going to be all about the next Roshan of the game, as per always. Bet Boom, I do wonder whether they let it go, right? Because like they have not looked like they wanted to fight for a while. Toronto is about 250 gold away from the Blink Dagger being up, so perhaps if he gets that in time, you could think about going for that Roshan fight. But it does seem as though Bet Boom are not quite interested in fighting at the moment.
They've just held back. It has been a slower game overall. 9-11, not the most kills on the board for being 28 minutes in. Again, there's a lot of patience on both sides. I think the Blink is a good launching point. It does feel like Toronto Tokyo will need at least the BKB. There's still enough stuns here from Heroic. Pretty long range stuns as well if you want to count something like the Spear from Devi if he's not caught in that initial black hole. And that does still run a risk. I think your bigger issue now is how do you deal with the Dusa again with a Butterfly, right? Like, you don't have anything with MKB, you don't have something like the Bloodthorn with a Rend, so you don't have guaranteed hits. The EHP is going to be really annoying to contend with from Hector. I don't think they've managed to scratch him past the laning phase either. This Dusa is just going to be an issue in the front line. Again, they don't have anything to protect them from magic damage like a pipe. Nothing being formed up just yet to prevent that steady output from the DK, from the Mars, and from the Gyrocopter. And no vision on Roche as well, which will just go now for Heroic. Bet Boom team, they can't contest. They can try for a little bit of a shove-in, I suppose. You've got the Eidolon army, but Roche is just set to fall.
What does it become about now, though? Like, if you're giving Roshan away freely like this, it's kind of like, is it just all about like some high ground defense? Is it just Bet Boom just do not see the position yet that they really wanted to fight in? Like, it's a big objective to just casually give away. Perhaps they feel as though their high ground defense is pretty damn good with their draft. Now the Twin Gate usage out from Heroic right towards the bottom lane. Having a look around for some heroes here from Bet Boom, but they do a very good job of just completely avoiding the side of Heroic. This K1 will barely see Toronto, but he's already TP'd out. There is no catching him. I suppose perhaps it is really just all about fighting around those tier 2 towers, or even just the high ground here for Bet Boom.
Yeah, I think it's the same idea what Heroic had last time, right? Like, they couldn't go contest Roshan. All they can do is just try to waste the Aegis as much as possible. Nightfall's already shoving in top. Movement in the gate was spotted by that early ward being dropped from Bet Boom team. That allowed him to retreat. Save broke the smoke as well from the tree line. So it's now time to just try to waste 5 minutes from the side of Heroic and get some items built into that. They've got the full AC up in GPK, so they can take a little bit of that damage off from Hector. We'll lose a tier 2. That's already more progress for Heroic off the back of this Aegis. Again, the high ground is the next issue. That blink is up on Toronto Tokyo. So there is the threat of black hole if you kind of clump around in this high ground. But Heroic, not staying disciplined enough here.
Well, that's a tier 3 tower about to go down. Glyph will be forced out here by Bet Boom. Stampede is out, Save, he'll make the jump in. They want the Rubik first, and he is gone. Schofield out of the fight already. In they go for more, though. Save is also going to fall, and now Toronto is going down to boot. You lost your Enigma immediately. Save's going to buy it back. They'll try on a K1, but K1 will just casually walk his way out of there. In fact, he wants to go back in, seeing Miero is pretty much out of mana and almost out of HP. Miero, though, still making it out, but Heroic, they will continue through the bottom racks. Raindrax is gone. Jump in again from Save. He's going to try and slow this down. The mana pool is also gone from K1, but he does have the Aegis up. So the first life will go down. See if they can get him a second time. Eclipse has been popped. K1, he'll use the Manta. He'll try to get the hell out of there with the Disperser. They'll use him up, but it won't matter. K1 is perfectly fine. In fact, they'll even hand him a cheese now. So even if you get through the first mana pool, he'll have a second one with the cheese.
Could have been a lot rougher for Bet Boom team. Really unfortunate way to open up that fight as well. Toronto Tokyo instantly getting stunned up by the Stone Gaze and getting cut off by the arena, so no big black hole to come in. Just makes it rough again, right? There's so much AoE control on the side of Heroic that even with a BKB, it feels like for Toronto Tokyo, if that Stone Gaze goes off, you're still under threat of just not getting that channel. The follow-through doesn't feel clean. Bet Boom team were also forced to use Stampede maybe a little bit earlier than they'd like, with all of that poke damage coming out while they were playing tag. So not able to angle themselves back in. Heroic looking for the smoke re-engage here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, why not? K1 will see GPK. GPK forced the BKB and BKB out. Excuse me, rather BKB and TP out as Schofield was right there ready to go whenever. On to the bottom racks once again with a double damage rune. Or a amp damage rune as they call it these days. And that'll be enough. Back to the top lane where they might find Save here on the Centaur. The Save looks like he's just trying to farm his own BKB so he can kind of survive these big initiations, but it's still going to be a while away for the poor old Centaur.
Yeah, still a long ways off from that one. For the side of Bet Boom team, game state definitely not in their favor. Heroic has managed to do a great job with the Aegis into finding some tangible benefits on that high ground. Also got the BKB almost being formed up here by Hector. I think by the time the courier is back in, should be able to have that protection as well for the Dusa. So it's only really going to be the black hole, which again isn't a simple game for Toronto Tokyo to look for the angles in. You do have a good ward to play around here. Hector just farming up the triangle. Could try to ambush. They're being patient.
Jump is there. They have found themselves a gyrocopter, but KJ is still going to be able to just glimmer and get out of there. And will. The Glimmer Cape usage plus the Disperser makes it very easy to just escape the Radiant Triangle. And the Bet Boom, it does feel like they are kind of just lacking lockdown at this point, right? Like, you've got a Centaur, you've got an Enigma, but it just doesn't really feel like that they're able to lock anyone down. And obviously, we really haven't seen any black holes from Toronto this game, which goes back to the fact that they gave Rubik away. It's a pretty tough scenario here for Bet Boom. Like, you get into a stage where you just can't lock down anyone long enough.
Yeah, it's down to the fact that their initiation on Bet Boom is just all in, right? If you jump in with Centaur with Blink Stun, you're going to lose a hero. Like, you have to be able to find more than just a one-for-one trade, and it's just not straightforward. Your follow-up control just isn't really there outside of just black hole from Toronto, which, again, it's not just the Rubik. I mean, the Rubik's a big part, but the fact that Stone Gaze can just ruin you, the fact that a little poke from the spear can stop you as well, heck, even homing missile can just stop you in the middle of the channel. It's a challenging game to feel safe. Now you have to contend with the BKB being up on Hector now as well, the courier coming back in. So he's got a lot more to play with up front. He's not just going to be easily Hewells up in the air. You've got the Ags for Schofield up, so you can steal multiple spells. Heck, does that he has Ags upgraded Eclipse now? That could be an issue in these fights.
That sounds like an issue. That's a lot of damage. I mean, that could really just ruin the team fight altogether for Bet Boom in the next one. Especially if you're not quite expecting it. Jump is out. The Schofield, he does actually drop the Eclipse. It was wearing off, so he just uses it. Doesn't get anything out of it, sadly. They'll know he has the axe up at the very least now. how do you slow down Cave? Like, this Medusa just casually able to just move in with the Manta Illusions, get a bit of chip damage here.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You can just keep doing this over and over again.
Try with a smoke out. Maybe try to find a flank, but high ground control's on Heroic in the triangle. They do have an amp damage rune. That could turn things around.
Tower is under attack.
Still need to work the angle though. That's the difficulty right now.
That's a start though. The amp damage is certainly going to make a bit of a difference, I'm sure. T3 tower in the mid lane is going to go down, but Bet Boom, they are still sneaking up from the back though. Devi ruining everything here for Bet Boom, just spearing them away.
Is under attack.
No initiation. It's either save or Toronto, but neither one's getting the initiation they want.
No. It's just so all in. Like, it has to work out if you're going to commit this hard.
GPK stunned up by the spear of Devi. Here they go. They'll make the jump in, trying to go after K1. K1 already out of mana. Will eat the cheese. Now popping the Stone Gaze. Needs to get away from Miero. Will be able to do so. In goes Devi now, finding the Luna with the Spear of Mars, but there is no backup. They want to try and retreat here, Heroic. There's still no mana on K1, so they don't really want the fight. Devi will get caught. Devi will go down. So will Schofield.
Radiant's middle
And
tower
Bet Boom,
is
they
under
will finally find a successful team fight.
That's probably as good as you can hope for here for Bet Boom. They do lose. They still hang on to that top tier tree. They managed to get this engagement very split up. Heroic opting to go for the retreat instead, really respecting the threat of Black Hole. And like, Toronto doesn't find the angle again, but they're so declumped on Heroic that they're not able to help each other out. And you can isolate these heroes one by one to find big ones you'd want. Taking away the cheese as a factor for Hector as well does remove a little bit of that threat into the next fight. And overall, it does give you time here on Bet Boom team to figure out these angles. Heroic, I'm a little bit surprised they opted to fully back out. They still had some output on Hector, but with how fast his man drained into that usage of the cheese was a little bit dicier than you'd want for Heroic. Next Aegis has to be where Bet Boom capitalizes on. And we'll see that respawn in a minute. So 39:30 respawn, 30-second window where it will hang up top. And Bet Boom could try to wait it out, but 30 seconds, they could clear it out fast enough. Should be able to have the damage. And the high ground is ready. There's only, well, it's still 2 outer towers, but at least top is something they can push in off the back of that next Aegis, if they can find it. Heroic also really aware of when that Roshan should respawn. Won't be one to give it away for free.
Dire are
Here we go. In Heroic, they are slowly making their way up. 20 seconds for that Roshan to spawn. So K1's going to pick up a Swift Link before the Roshan does spawn, but he's left himself with no buyback gold. That could be a little bit scary here for the Medusa if she does get caught with her pants down. Roshan, now officially up. Everyone's kind of left the area though, to be fair, but so Bet Boom, they will have kind of first dibs on knowing Roshan is available. Everyone though just keeping right down towards the bottom lane, preempting Roshan's move to the other side of the map, and Heroic will do the exact same. Group up is there, Heroic. They're gonna smoke up. K1 will reveal himself. Keep in mind again, he doesn't have the gold to buy back, and they're gonna make the jump in. They would love K1 to start the arena, though. Going to make it very hard to continue the chase for K1. He will move on to Miero. Miero needing to back his way up, but the stun is going to come in from Analog, holding him down. Though it seems as though the side of Heroic don't really want the fight. Or do they? Device back in. Eclipse has been popped. They're still trying for Miero. Meanwhile, the stolen Eclipse now coming in onto GPK. GPK still armlet toggling through it. He's going to survive another day. I cannot believe that was not enough. They threw everything with the kitchen sink at GPK. And Miero, and I suppose at least Miero was forced to buy back. They will lose KJ as well. KJ forced to come in to boot. 2 buybacks being committed by Heroic.
This is a scary re-engage for Heroic as well. Toronto Tokyo is just so patient, still has the black hole. If they force this issue onto Roche, it's all going to fall apart. Will be a freebie given away to BetBoom team instead. They've got the refresh up now on save. Could hand it over onto Toronto Tokyo for a double black hole threat if he sees the opportunity, but man, that's the way they go. Yeah, ready with it.
Let's get through one black hole first, John.
Hey, look, he's been really patient, right? It's the threat of black hole. Heroic aren't able to clump up. Like, Eclipse drops, no one's there to capitalize because they know the moment they stick together too close, Toronto Tokyo's gonna jump in. It's a lot of respect. They know that they have nothing to stop it if they're all caught in because they already blow out the Stone Gaze earlier on in the fight as well. Hector just popping it the instant he was jumped on. So you don't have that easy way of just stopping black hole unless you just homing missile without getting caught in the black hole. And there's a lot of ifs in that scenario there for Heroic. BetBoom team, hang on, stay in the game. Working towards a refresh for Nightfall. Double Eclipse, double BKB is going to feel great. You've got the full Satanic for GPK, which led to that survivability. And even with a solo Eclipse on him, it's a Husker with Berserker's Blood. He doesn't care too much about magical output, unfortunately. And that does lead to some difficulties in that burst. And this is that point in the game now where, it's like what we were talking about. The game is somewhat simpler for Heroic to play in comparison to earlier, but that doesn't make it easier for Heroic either. Despite them having a 6k lead, despite them being 1 racks up, BetBoom's still in the game somehow.
I mean, they certainly are. Now they've got a Refresher Orb available on Nightfall. So double Eclipse available for him. Seems like BetBoom are feeling a lot more confident with the Aegis up, of course, and so they should. 43 minutes in, just a 6k advantage to Heroic, but again, with the Aegis being lost, it doesn't really mean jack crap. Now, Heroic, they do remain grouped up in that dire triangle. Nightfall's going to run right into them. But with the Aegis up and with his team being pretty close by, they obviously do not want to jump in onto the Lunar at the moment.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Nightfall, though, still hanging around. They'll go after the tier 2 bottom tower. K1 slowly making his way through to that area. This time, he's just 150 gold short for buyback gold. Eclipse is thrown out. They have picked off save with the Eclipse stolen by the Rubik. Meanwhile, K1, he will move in onto Nightfall. They'll buy back on save. Nightfall's going to go for the man fight with the Eclipse out, trying to go after the Medusa, but it's landing on absolutely nothing. So the first Eclipse does 0. And that might be enough for BetBoom to just leave the area. They will instead TP GPK into the mid-tier 2 tower and start pressuring the mid-tier 2.
They know that all the attention's down bot. They know the flank angle that Heroic will have to take. They do not have the vision to play with, but it's going to be a little bit scary still for Heroic to push in. Buyback forced out and save. Stampede is still ready for the engage or disengage. They opt to play it safe on BetBoom. Won't go for the full push out. Did find a tier 2 at the very least. They hang on. Again, both sides being really cautious in this game. 14 to 15, 10k lead still up for Heroic, but they have to play into this Aegis that's available on Nightfall. It just makes it scary. And again, they're showing a lot of respect to Toronto Tokyo. He does have the BKB up, so the only thing that can stop him is a stolen black hole or the Stone Gaze. And that makes it easier for him to actually start to commit some of those black holes now for a pickoff.
K1?
Captor?
Mid lane, K1 lift is out from Schofield, trying to help out the Medusa. He'll pop the BKB and pop the Stone Gaze. Save. Oh, save has died back. They almost had the Medusa. K1, though, is barely able to survive as they will continue chasing down the side of Heroic, but they cannot. They can't move into the high ground of that dire triangle. They would be doing so completely blind. It would save dying back. I mean, that's a Centaur down for 70. It could be an opening for Heroic, even with the Aegis up on Nightfall. It's only available for the next 30 seconds. Certainly an opening here for Heroic if they want to try and move in, and they do smoke up as 4. K1 has reset. He's even got the Ags up now on the Medusa. And the immediate rush from Heroic down through the bottom lane. They won't go through the bottom, though. Looks like they will regroup in mid. Problem is, they don't really have a creep wave. The Lunar Illusions have already taken out the mid creep wave, so Heroic.
Radiant's top tower.
They are still going to send K1 in through the top lane looking for the T3 tower, but that is still going to survive, not going down, but eventually he will get. Onto the top racks he goes. Glyph will be forced. There is a bottom creep wave now coming into the base.
This is a rough situation now for BetBoom team. Again, the Aegis advantage has been completely nullified, just not able to find that opening.
K1.
Need to find a way to leverage his black hole somehow.
I mean, Toronto blinked in, but did not want to press the button.
Radiant's top barracks.
And I don't think a black hole will be enough when there's a Rubik in the game. Like, Schofield's been very good of just always staying out of vision here of the Enigma. And of course, with the Ninja gear up on the Rubik as well, it just makes life that much more challenging. Like, what the hell is Toronto meant to do with this Rubik against him? Schofield has been very good at stealing some big spells to boot. Now the full Bloodthorn available on Analog. So even more damage and control coming in from Heroic. It's just a very slow kind of bleed here for BetBoom. Like, Heroic being very disciplined in the way they push for high ground. And of course, their tournament lives are kind of on the line here. Like, even just getting a draw could make all the difference for Heroic. So this game 2 is extremely important.
It is. And it does lead to this more cautious approach, right? Like, they've got the advantage. They know they can probably just stall out for next Roche or wait for BetBoom team to get impatient. BetBoom team themselves also not giving away too many openings, or as much as they can afford to give away. Are still hanging on. They are only 1-2 racks away from the full Megas, though. It's a little bit of a challenge. They've got to find a way to jump Schofield first. Take away the threat for the Rubik, then you can isolate the Dusa. But the positioning is just so far back. No one else can jump in on BetBoom team outside of Save. Right now it does feel like maybe GPK if you want to count the life break. GPK does hit his spike at level 25, does have the pure damage burning spears. So there is a lot of output on that Husker now. I'm going for the Ags next as well, just to have that taunt. That taunt could break this match for Hector if he does get caught out. That is something to consider here as well. But slow and steady push, just use these illusions from DK, slowly chip away. Oh, Hector.
K1, jump is there again. Black Hole being committed, they will lock them down, but it is going to be stolen here by the Rubik. Still K1 is dropping and is gone. Stolen Black Hole though, does catch 3 targets. Can they do it, GPK? They can, he is down. But the Luna is going to be the big issue here, Nightfall. He will go after Analog on that Dragon Knight. It's a tanky boy, but they'll lock him down with the Hoofstorm. Still, he will be forced away. Now Schofield again with the stolen Eclipse being dropped right on the heads of BetBoom. But Analog so low, still running. Still will make it out. Now the Luna, Defy, he's going to find the stun out. Oh, Nightfall's gone. They've got buybacks on both GPK and Nightfall. Even without K1, Schofield on the Rubik is just doing too much work. Buybacks being committed. They'll bring GPK back into the team fight, but Analog's just going to BKB and TP away. They can't control him. Man, oh man, I tell you, John, this Rubik pick is really coming back to haunt BetBoom.
And it is. There's just no way you jump that backline right now for BetBoom. Right, like, you need to take care of Schofield. Toronto Tokyo finally gets a black hole onto 1, but it's like, if you don't take care of the Rubik, you just get counter black hole. It's just too much control. Cuts off that aggression they had from that opening, instantly blows up GPK, forces the buyback, stalling out this eventual Ags as well, and then also manages to get the Eclipse. He gets everything. And it's just so easy for that Rubik this game as well.
I mean, look at the 2 spells he's got, John. He's got Eclipse and Black Hole. Like, this is just the perfect combination for the Rubik right now. He's literally holding just both of them. Like, what are you meant to do against this? Like, just Ninja Gear makes it impossible to see the guy. He's got the Aether Lens up. He's got the best spells he can steal in the game right now.
No.
Now Roshan's happening. A Refresher Shard available on that Roshan to make matters even worse.
Yeah. double black hole, double eclipse does sound mighty tasty for Schofield to find. They will hand that to him and see if that's a priority, but and Bet Boom, they're trying, but it's this lack of jump that's really catching them. They're so reliant on the support center to come in. They're so reliant on these wider team fights just hinging on black hole. Toronto has just not seen the opportunity. The one time he does, it's like, yeah, well, there's still a Rubik. So it's not simple. And for Bet Boom team, I don't know where the answer lies, honestly. Like, you're pretty much fully slotted up on Nightfall. Could maybe build an Ag's Blessing for himself. Maybe you get a blink up on GPK with the Ags. Like, that does give you enough reach to try to search for the backline, but even then, like, I don't know if that's enough. They'll just get blown up.
K1, he is alone, but a nice blink away. They'll still get the Yules off eventually here. Toronto will pop the black hole again, just trying to catch out the Medusa. The K1 is still not dying. They'll drop the Eclipse as well. The stolen Eclipse, they're going through the side of Bet Boom to boot, but they have found K1. K1 is down. That's a huge pick off here for Bet Boom. Whether they can capitalize off it, it's a different question entirely, but they do get the Deucer down.
That they do. They hang on with just one Rax down mid, saving them from Megas here. Fortunately, map status not in the point where they can just look for that push. Buyback's ready as well. The Vi trying to cut off just a little bit.
I think you're just going to make sure the creep wave does remain forced in here. If you are Heroic, just do not give Bet Boom the chance at all to think about going through the mid lane. You've got the black hole available, don't forget here, John. I mean, you could still make some magic happen on Schofield. The Vi maybe going a bit too far, though. May end up losing the Aegis here as they will jump in with the stuns out, locking him down. And that is the first life of the Mars gone. They'll pop the Dragon Form. They are going to try for something. Nightfall, he'll pop the Refresher, trying to go onto the Vi Llama. They will get him. A big pickoff. Heroic, throwing a little bit. Schofield, at least able to TP away with his BKB. And perhaps an unnecessary kind of engagement here from Heroic. But to be fair to them, John, they have dealt with all the creep waves in the mid lane. So there is no push to come from Bet Boom with this K1 kill.
Yeah, they still can't move forward. We've got to keep Toronto Tokyo behind to just keep these other lanes kept in check as well. And it's back to the stall. 17 to 18. 54 minutes in. 15k lead for Heroic. Could see those tier 5 items come out, Mike. This time around, it does feel a little bit more feasible. Maybe. It does feel like you're one fight away from Bet Boom team losing everything.
Just DK illusions. I mean, you are correct, John. Bet Boom does... It does feel like they're at that stage, and I'll tell you, they made matters worse now because they've lost most of the items here on GPK for the Ags build-up. So that's going to be gone for another 3 minutes 20, and that is not a great feeling. You kind of want everything you can get right now if you are GPK.
I think you do. At the least, you're still waiting for your pickup as well anyway of the Blessing recipe. You see that Eclipse blown onto Miero just to get usage from the spell before it expires. Does at least push back again, just preventing any sort of river crossings for the side of Bet Boom. I don't know, like... Now, the black hole is still the most important thing, but Toronto, I'd say right now, just buy out the Lincolns. He has that Lincolns, he's going to feel a lot better just getting that black hole to isolate. You don't mind the Eclipse being given out as much. At the very least, you know, you're not picking up the talent on that steal, so you're not having to deal with Lucent Beam stuns on the Eclipse Lucent Beams. So the damage at this point can be something that you go through. Do need a restart on the Vi Llama. We'll get that done for a couple of the Heroic players. I was wondering when we were going to get these long games, Mike. You know, you and I, when we cast, some of these games can go on. This is it.
We have a tendency of getting these longer games, that's for sure. And here we are. 55 minutes. I mean, this isn't too long. John, what was the last ESO event we did was what? We had a record-breaking game, if I remember correctly?
A record-breaking series in the China finals for Birmingham. Totaling,
right, that was...
I don't know, something dumb. Like, the longest game there was 100 plus minutes, 109, I think. And
no, it was
series
more
went
than
on
that.
for... Was it more than 109 minutes? Was it 115? Around that ballpark, maybe.
So it was a record-breaking grand final. Yeah.
Yeah, like the longest in terms of Dota game time. That's an interesting night. for sure.
Shout out
It's
to
around that same
G2IG.
time as well. Right now.
It was a G2IG and Azure Ray, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, they gave us a series for sure. Gave
They
Jack
sure
a good
did.
time as manager, you know. Just watching there, watching his boys. It's like, yep, some Dota right there.
This time around, they just didn't give us the G2IG games. Just leave, let the boys have a break this event. The state
I
of
think
this
what's
game.
been fixed this year.
I'd love to know what the win probability of the game is if it worked. Currently, it's still 100% the way of heroic, apparently.
I mean, the script's there. You can read
It
the
is.
document, Mike. Every time this happens, it just means you didn't read the document. Now you've told everyone you haven't read the document. Script writer's going to be upset once more. Gonna get a phone call right after this, I'm sure.
Shout out to SVG. He's the go-ahead.
Why SVG? Why Avery?
Scriptwriter, Jonathan. You didn't see that content piece? I don't even know when it was from.
All I
even
know what
where it was
SVG
from
is.
anymore.
No, it's just SVG always goes on a tangent about something, then Cap's just there.
Yeah.
Almost the same dynamic here. I go on about something useless. Last game I'm pretty upset we didn't have an opportunity to make airline jokes. Save.
Is dying.
Whoopsie
daisies. Nightfall. Nightfall wants him to think about what he's done. That's all right. Sometimes you've got to pause on your teammates while they're about to die. It's no problem.
What tangent did SVG go on? What tangent?
He was complaining about GPM talents, and I think it was Doom. He was not happy about the fact that Doom has Devour still, and he thinks the GPM stuff is stupid.
I feel like we've had that rant in person at some point as well.
Yeah.
I think I've heard him say that somewhere in the green room.
He has.
Now it is with old people, Mike. They ramble on. They go in circles about that one thing that bothers them over and over again.
Yeah, they sure do. Of course, Cap did try to sway the conversation back to Dota 2, but SVG.
Hey,
GPM talent.
It's a conversation about Dota 2,
Passive income. Don't bring up passive income with SVG. He gets very upset.
I'll make sure to bring it up next time we see him, if we see him. That's gonna be the hot topic of the day, I'm sure.
Bottom lane. Make that mid lane heroic. They still want that melee barracks to try and secure some mega creeps here. Backdoor protection will kick in, but the creep wave is currently on the way through multiple lanes, and here we go. Backdoor protection is now over. And it seems as though Boom probably understand they don't really have much of a choice and they have to go against mega creeps at this stage. K1's just going to casually jump in with the stone gates to secure this. There you go. Mega creeps are now up for heroic. They will just leave. No need to force the issue yet. Though I say that, Analog, he's going to move on to the high ground. He has a different idea. Let some Man Solutions do some work.
These DK illusions do so much damage. It's got the Octarine as well, so really high uptime on that dragon form. There's no real counterplay right now for BetBoom team. Just hinging off a black hole to come out from Toronto, Tokyo, hoping that Schofield slips up somehow, provides that opening for themselves here. But Heroic, they've rallied back. We've said it every single time we've casted them. Their first series, almost always 0-2. Curse seems to be broken today. At least lining up for a draw, it looks like, if all things hold steady.
I mean, T5 items shot. They're only 2.5 minutes away, so you never know. That RNG might come into play.
You're trying to get the game to end, Mike. Mentioning. You want this to be done. I'm sure Heroic actually wants it to be done as well, to be fair. It's not like they're chilling here, just want to play more Dota. They want this win.
Yeah. Understandably. K1's going to move in. Just clears out a creep wave, does back his way. Not too much messing around here.
I just realized I'm actually experiencing a slideshow now. How am I getting 30 FPS at this point? What?
It's alright.
Late game Dota.
You're not the one playing, it's fine. 30 FPS will do it for you.
Cinematic is what they call it.
Yeah.
Good old 24. Cinematic weight as well.
Certainly is. Bebuma not moving at all. They just hold the high ground. So Bebuma, is there even any chance they're not the first place team in the groups? Even if they do draw up this series?
Let me just quickly check. There is a chance they're not going to be first. There's a very low chance. But there is, I mean, if they drop every series, sure. If they lose like 2 series after this, then I think. But even then, I don't know if that knocks them out of the top 4, actually. So maybe not first, but certainly still in phase 2, at the least.
Oh, Divine. Smoke is out. Boom. They're going to see Divine Llama. He does get the BKB off in time and does Wind Waker out of there. Meanwhile, they have also found Schofield. Schofield just going to BKB TP out of there. Is now K1. Will pop the Stone Gaze, but he needs his own escape route, and he's going to be alright. Everyone on Boom just gets petrified as Divine Llama does make the jump back in with an arena, but the BKBs are out. Miro will run. Boom are running all together. Nobody wants to stick around for the fight. Tips out from Schofield towards Miero as well while we're at it. It's a lot of... I mean, at the very least, Stampede and Exorcism are down. It might be the opening they're looking for on Heroic to try and move high ground. Thing is, they are also lacking Arena and Stone Gaze, so I suppose, in some sense, it might be time to go get those tier 5 items. That's exactly what they'll do. Here we go.
Look at that. Giant Spring Gyrocopter. Look at that outstanding unit. That is terrifying.
That's a big boy.
Reminds me of a carrier in another game, except it doesn't have little fighters, unfortunately. Wouldn't it be nice to have a carrier hero in Dota 2?
I don't know.
It'd be nice to have more space-like heroes. Yeah, but wouldn't it be nice to have that kind of concept? Whatever that concept may be.
I'm not a big fan of the whole space genre, I must admit.
Yeah, you really aren't. Don't like Doom. Don't like sci-fi.
Save?
2001: A Space Odyssey.
Never heard of it, John. Save will get caught out. Let's get the Stampede off with the BKB. Plenty of heroes showing up as well. Stone Gaze is going to be popped here by K1. Mule Scepter out onto the Centaur, and he is gone. Does have buyback available, though.
Ooh. That is disgusting. Seer Stone for Schofield as well. He can literally stand a screen away and just steal all the spells. Good God.
You love to see it. Sadly for Beboom, I don't believe they have any tier 5 items themselves, so it is a bit of a disadvantageous position for them, but they are going to be forced to fight by the looks of it, because K1 and Nightfall, well, they both kind of go at it there for a moment. BKBs were forced out. But once again, Heroic looks like they will leave, not seeing the big opening they were hoping for. Props to Toronto Tokyo John, he's doing the right thing. He's out just farming the Ancients, trying to find some tier 5 items. Already has found one, which I believe was handed over to Nightfall on the Luna. We'll see what he gets. What does Nightfall want? A pirate hat. Why the hell not?
Not too bad. I suppose just the attack speed is very useful at this point in the game. But it is nice. Wonder what else they can find here. I honestly don't know what repairs this. Like, we've got one ready for GPK. Not quite picking up what he wants yet. Roche is being taken for free. It's another refresh, another Roche banner. And this should be the one to close the game out for Heroic if they find that fight in their favor and they have all the tools to get that done. Just need to find it. And GPK is still not picking what he wants.
There you go.
What does he have? I wonder.
Who?
GPK. Like, he just has the token. He's not... There you go. Mary Shield. Alright. I almost thought he forgot about it. It's like, oh. There it is.
Arcane and Storm are going to be pretty annoying here as well, like to play against us. Like Divine Llama, he's going to be pretty much unkillable at this stage. Here we go. Stampede popped. Was actually the Stampede of Schofield, so it doesn't really mean too much. A save now, going to jump in, has found K1. K1 though, happy to fight back. They do catch Nightfall. Nightfall, he needs some help, but he's not going to have it. Nightfall is down. He can buy back though, and he will commit now as GPK has jumped in onto K1, who's out of mana. K1 is down the first time. Does have the Aegis though. Here comes the second line. Nightfall will rush in. K1 taunted by GPK. There's your black hole. It will be thrown out. Where's Schofield? There he is, throwing another black hole out. He caught 3 targets with it. It's a huge black hole from Schofield. They have taken out GPK. They've got saved. The buybacks are incoming. Nightfall's completely surrounded. There is no fighting. There is no fighting for BetBoom. An ultra kill out for Analog. Complete chaos in the base, they call it. GG is called. Heroic have done it. A rampage for Analog to get things finished. And Heroic, I mean, they really fought quite hard for this one, but they'll get it done.
That they do. It takes a lot of effort for them to finally find that win on the first series of the day, but finally pans out. And you know, for all those emotions seen in the draft, it does pay off. The strategy that Heroic had planned out here, the Medusa pick, does work wonders from Hector. Very hard here to hunt down. And even after all that effort, like just the fact that BetBoom team left that Rubik open for Schofield was kind of wild. Like we were talking about it with the early Enigma, Silencer, Rubik were the big options there for Heroic to pick up, and the Rubik does cause a lot of issues. Hector's still not looking like the happiest, but I'm sure there was a lot of pressure in that game. Just needs a little bit of a reset. But a great look for Heroic, finally breaking that 0-2 start on every day they've had. And that does set a good tone. And we were talking about these standings here. This draw does leave Heroic still in the middle of the pack, I do believe, but not in the firing line that the 0-2 would have found them. They do get to hang on in the upper half, have those hopes up for the second part of the group stage. See if they can carry that momentum through. For BetBoom team, and the last pick, Husker from GPK, it felt like it should have been able to find more, but just felt like he wasn't able to be that big, scary hero up front. You know, at some point they default back to farming here for the side of BetBoom team, and sure, he manages to hit that scaling spike with level 25 talent. But at that point, your lineup's inherent weakness of just lack of initiation kicks in. Like, you rely on your support centaur to jump in. You rely on a black hole from Toronto Tokyo with Schofield always hidden away. It's just not a simple game for BetBoom team at all.
No, it certainly wasn't. BetBoom obviously absolutely trying their best to the bitter end, but just unable to make this game number 2 work. Still, props to Heroic. They are able to force out a draw against a great team here like BetBoom. And but with that, of course, we are going to head to a short break, John, but right after that break, we're going to be back with an interview from somebody from Heroic. So we'll see you all again very, very soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't tune into that final game of that best of 2 series, spoiler alert, but Heroic were able to get the job done, securing that game 2 victory up against Bepboom. I believe the 65-minute mark of all things. It is MLP Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. What a great game 2 we just witnessed.
That it was. A really great showing this time around from Heroic. A lot of patience from both sides. Neither one wanting to give more openings out to the other. Lots of respect for how that game could have gone either way. It did feel like Bepboom team needed to capitalize a little bit earlier, right? Like they have this DP, they have Luna, they need to siege high ground quite a fair bit faster. They also gave away this Rubik for Schofield that just did so much work, prevented Toronto Tokyo from looking for these black holes. And in the end, when he had to get those out, it's just a freebie for Schofield. He'd use it against him, he'd get these eclipses as we're seeing the highlights. And it's just such an oppressive game for Bepboom team to work their way back into Heroic. Very calculated start to finish there. Having a really great read on the draft this time around, breaking that curse that we've seen them go through. Like for the first 2 days that we've casted them, it's been 0-2 openings for them. You know, they find a win later on, getting 2 O's and even out the score, but finally finding a draw at the very least set some good tone here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this team is like constantly just looking fantastic. So we are going to have an interview on the way. Let's see who we've got, and I believe it is going to be the lovely Mr. K1 himself. K1, congratulations on the Game 2 victory, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
Good. I feel very good. My team is very motivated to play, right? Feels good to win everything.
Oh, absolutely. K1, can I just ask as well, I mean, speaking of winning, Game 2, obviously you guys pulled off the victory. Game 1 didn't look quite as amazing. What was the big difference in Game 2 that gave you guys the win?
I think so. The buy doesn't want to play versus Sven with Mars, so don't first pick Mars no more. That's it.
Okay, that's perfect. As well as that, speaking of drafts, K1, Game 2, you looked very stressed out during the draft. Are we allowed to ask, what was making you a little bit upset during that Game 2 draft?
Because I want to play Dota, we have other strategy. That's it.
Okay, there you go. Simple answer. Go on, John.
Fair enough. Good to talk to you again, Hector, after a while. Now, your team has been doing pretty decent in the groups, but the first series always has, for the past 2 days, led to 0-2s. What happened in those first 2 days, and why do you think the first series was always a little bit harder?
Versus Virtus Pro, I think so. Some guys was nervous. We throw the first game because I think so we should win the game 1. And in the second game, they just played better than us. That's it.
Fair enough. And what's the expectation for the team coming in? You guys went through a grueling qualifier. You know, it's the first time for this team to be on the LAN. What are you guys looking for out of DreamLeague here?
I think so everyone want to win the DreamLeague, obviously, but we wanna try to do the better we can. So first of all, to pass the group stage, right?
Fair enough. And, you know, we're starting to close out the group stage here. I'm wondering, is there any team that you want to play up against? Any team that you feel like will be a good test for you guys on Heroic?
Not really. We play against everyone in the scrims too, so not really.
Fair enough.
With that, before we let you go, K1, I believe your next matchup is going to be up against Gaming Gladiators. Are you feeling confident up against the Gaming boys?
Yeah, I feel confident. I think so we can win. Well, I'm gonna try my best.
Well, there you go. Okay, K1, best of luck in your next series, and again, congratulations on the Game 2 victory.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
As the lovely K1, of course. You know, just give us the direct answers, Jonathan. No messing around. You know, we ask some stupid questions. He gives us the proper answers, though, at the very least. And well, there you go. I mean, Heroic, we keep saying it. This is a fantastic roster of players. You know, you're starting to see the brilliance. You're starting to see him getting together. K1 obviously has the confidence in his team to make it past this group stage. They've just got to play some decent Dota, which I think they're doing today.
That they are. And it's good to hear that, you know, in the draft, it's Hector calling out what he wants to play. And it does work out, right? Like that Dusa pick, it felt like it did line it all up. It made it really hard for them to engage this threat of just the stone gaze, also just blocking off again Toronto Tokyo from jumping in, even with the BKB and the threat of the Rubik, of course. Like, it did work out in the end, and it's good to see that the team's starting to get more confident. You know, as we heard from Hector, that first series against VP, maybe a little bit of nerves. The other series, one of the games, like, there was this Ven, they didn't want to pick it up in this first game, but with the confidence they're starting to instill, and again, with the results we've seen from the first 2 days, they tend to find those later series after they've warmed up. That could lead to a good result later on as well, and they could start to cement that position here to close out in the group stage.
Well, speaking of later series, Jonathan, we do have another series coming right up, but we are going to have to head off to a break before that. But of course, we are going to have Team Spirit versing one win after a short break. We'll see you soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are here for Team Spirit versing one win in a best of 2 series to see who's going to be able to proceed with another win. It is MLP Dota, of course, with John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. This is going to be an exciting match.
All right, we've lost Jonathan. Johnny is gone. But luckily for us, we do actually have a content piece with Yatoro, a player profile. So let's head over to that and see what Yatoro had to say.
Yatoro, Yatoro, Yatoro. The name on everyone's lips. After winning TI twice and Riyadh Masters 2023 with Team Spirits, Yatoro was widely considered to be one of, if not the best carry player in the world. With a huge hero pool, innovative builds, and extreme skill in every aspect of the game, he is a player to watch out for, especially when he shaves his head for the bald buff. After an extremely successful 2023, Team Spirit decided they needed a break, or maybe they just wanted to give other teams a chance to win something. Either way, they skipped ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur to rest up. Despite almost every single team making changes in some capacity, Team Spirit keeps sticking together through thick and thin. They really do have some great team spirit.
I think I just have the best team ever.
Despite being a relative newcomer to the professional scene, he always seems to adapt to any meta with great speed. It is no secret that Yatoro is a huge fan of Ame, making his 2021 TI win against him even more special. Let's see if Team Spirit can prove themselves yet again and score some sweet, sweet EPT points in the process. Maybe they'll be the first team ever to win 2 Riyadh Masters?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Yatoro, I mean, obviously a living legend right now. Jonathan, this man is arguably the best carry in the world. I personally think he is. You know, there's a bit of a debate between him and Ame and whatever else. You get the point, though, Jonathan. A great player, of course, in Yatoro. And this is not going to be the easiest matchup, I don't think. Team Spirit, obviously, I want to say one of the favorites in the whole tournament. John, obviously in the group stage, it hasn't been going quite as smoothly as you would have expected so far. But against one win, you'd have to make the argument that Team Spirit should be the big favorite.
They are definitely the heavy favorites coming in. They already had to play one win before for those regional qualifiers here for DreamLeague 22. And Team Spirit was the team to knock down what was known as Clemsania before in those qualifiers. Of course, the interesting thing to look at here with, we just looked at Yatoro, but I think this matchup for these two teams is for Collapse up against Cloud. And Collapse, we know how much impact he has from that off lane. We know what he can do if he gets his hand on something like the Magnus. I don't believe they picked the Magnus too often here in the tournament, maybe because it's been banned out a little bit more up against Team Spirit, of course, but that's where the interest comes out for me, because I feel like when you look at how Cloud plays, it doesn't quite feel the same as well. And I think it's going to be an interesting clash of styles from the offlane here for Collapse and Cloud, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's definitely not going to be I don't think it's going to be the easiest time for Cloud here when you're comparing yourself to Collapse, but I mean, Cloud has been doing some pretty damn good work himself, so, it is what it is. We are going to see the team roster here of one win. Of course, Respect, Sweet and Strong, Mankushi, Cloud, and Shura Jr. Not doing too badly either. Currently in the bottom stages of their group, but still have the potential to try and move up. Though again, they do have a very hard matchup here against Team Spirit. And speaking of Cloud, we were just talking about him. He is part of the player spotlight, of course. I mean, this guy's great. I think Cloud is one of those up-and-coming offlanes to keep an eye out for sure. Again, comparing him to Collapse, I think it's a little bit unfair on poor old Cloud, but see how he does do in this game number 1.
Yeah, I think the main reason I want to pull that comparison is because both of these players do play Magnus. Cloud, when we've seen the Magnus, has looked pretty successful. Maybe not yesterday when they played up against Shopify Rebellion. So I'm wondering if either side will allow the Magnus Druid. If any, I would expect one win to ban it out and have Cloud play something else. But and the option is there for both sides if either one wants to play with fire. So I feel like the Magnus for this particular series should be one of the more contested heroes, maybe stuff like the Rubik to back it up as well, or anything to just stop the Magnus from having a successful game should be prioritized. We'll see. We should be able to take a look rather soon, but we already talked to one win as well when we managed to catch them off the back of that win. And they've mentioned that team spirit's high. You know, they know that. I mean, I don't mean team spirit is high.
Sorry to
Their
interrupt
team
you, John.
spirit's
We need you to join the casting slot, Jonathan. Apparently we are holding up the game, you and I. So for once, it is the idiot casters that need to start the game. Well, the apologies. Go on, John. What was the point you were trying to make?
They said their team spirit was high, and not that team spirit's high. They said that, you know, they're all best friends. They're looking for a good time. They're having a good time so far, despite results, and they don't have expectations for themselves. So, I think that's the key thing for one win. And yeah, there goes the Magnus ban. Yeah. It's I have very little train of thought. So
that's all right.
You know, once it disappears, it's just the train's gone. It's running over 10 people, but it doesn't matter. You know, it's imaginary people. It's fine.
It's only 10. Banouts are happening very quickly here. Team Spirit already getting rid of the Chen and the Timbersaw, 1 win. They'll get rid of the Magnus and the Centaur. So already a lot of focus here from 1 win on the off lane of Team Spirit. And, you know, John, you just kind of mentioned Cloud was also a Magnus player, but it seems as though he does not want the chance for Claps to have his map.
Yeah, you're playing against Team Spirit. If you don't ban Magnus, you kind of look a little bit silly. They do have first pick overall in one window, so they could have picked up the Magnus themselves, but Team Spirit, being a prolific Magnus team, probably knows how to deal with it. Stuff like the Rubik, stuff like Lion has looked to be the best bets to just stop that kidnapping strat, at least from what we've seen from our time in the Birmingham qualifiers. So, it does make sense. We'll have to look for a different pickup for Cloud. We'll see what it is. There was also some lobby chat here earlier on. For some reason, Collapse and Mirror started to go off in what I believe is Chinese. Because of the names on one win, their pub names right now is all in sync, those colors. And then no one replied. Everyone just replied with question marks, and then that was it. Like, literally, like, I think everyone ended up replying with a question mark and then stopping.
Excellent. 1 win. Final ban to come before we can see the opening picks. They are having a very heavy think about it, though. I do wonder what it is that they are thinking about. Which hero is it that they potentially do not want to let happen in the game? I would say the Ench is probably a fairly smart ban, but they're going to get rid of the Shadow Demon instead. Of course, Enchantress seems very good right now on the meta, plus you're up against
no.
Poshka, and here we
I guess we're going next.
Yeah. You and I, we literally haven't seen one Wind Ranger win yet. You and I.
No.
We're just not one.
And I just don't think this hero works. As support, maybe. Very, very questionable still. As a core, absolutely not. It doesn't feel like the item spikes are threatening at all. On Wind Rangers, I'm wondering why they prioritize it early. I'm hoping it's just a pick that they're trying to flex into support, because that feels like the best spark for it. Team Spirit go into the techies. Very stable support that you and I haven't seen much of, but we've seen the impact from Birmingham quals. Yeah, not much has changed with the sub patch, so techies should still do great. Lots of laning combos you could still pull off as well, especially if you want to run that as 4 or even 5. I like this for Team Spirit. We've seen them utilize this a lot. We've seen the mines just ruin smokes. Same kind of mindset comes out here for Team Spirit. I'm really curious what One Wind's plan is with Wind Ranger. I just hope it's not core. Like, just put it on support. As a core, even the Javelin timing doesn't feel amazing anymore on Wind Ranger. Like, oop-de-doo, she's got Javelin. Everyone's really tanky from the offlane. You're not going to run down anyone there. Mid lane's very mobile. Shackle shot isn't enough time for you to burst down unless the mid lane's really playing on the edge. So, I don't know. Not sold.
No, neither am I, John. Neither am I. It's kind of the thing, like, we said it yesterday as well. This hero, like, you focus fire one hero, maybe you get the kill, maybe you don't. But then after that, you're so useless as a hero, right? Like, you just don't do anything afterwards. It's so reliant on being able to focus fire over and over again, and it's just not ever going to happen. This team's final ban to come before we can see the drafts continue. Still, just a lot of tanky offlaners being banned from both sides, so that seems to be where all the concentration is going to be, all the focus is. This one ban is taking quite a bit of time from Team Spirit's end.
They're leaving some things in the pool, I guess. Maybe it's a choice of whether or not to let something like Pango stay in the pool. Like, at this point, for Team Spirit, they've got this option they'll say ban Pango, go Ench, so you don't need to worry about something that disrupts these team fights. It has clear, and then you have this straightforward Dispel for the Wind Run. And take care of the Tusk instead, removing a little bit of a save tool, and probably one of the better lanes for Wind Ranger we've seen. Just tag team plus Wind Ranger does feel good. So they're ensuring that if this is a core Wind Ranger, it won't have a good time. If it's a support, it still won't have a good time. They go with a Primal Beast to start off with for Team Spirit, so some flex there. We could see Collapse pick it up. We could see Laurel just take it mid. Open enough for them to kind of play around here. I do like the tone of a Primal Beast Techies lane. That sounds pretty fun. Just a lot of burst potential already very early on. Level 1, level 2 spikes are nice for that kind of lane duo. Not much something like a pause 5 Wind Ranger or a pause 1 Wind Ranger can really do about that. For 1 win, it's time to show your hands a little bit. You've got the back-to-back picks. They'll go to Crystal Maiden. And that has been a fairly successful hero. It has been really popular in Dream League group stages here. So, it does do a lot of work. I think you've got some good control, some decent AoE team fight if you can get that positioning right. Tiny as well. So, you've got pretty much a sweet and strong special. I want to say, like, his Tiny has looked phenomenal, but there is a chance for Chiro Jr. to still pick it up on mid, so it is staying open.
It is. I must say, though, the tiny mid pickups, I just haven't been the biggest fan of what we have been seeing from this mid hero. So, on support, Tiny's been fantastic, but every time we see it in the mid lane, it feels very lackluster. Just never seems to be able to transition into the mid to late game very effectively in this current meta. Not yet anyway. Maybe teams just yet to figure something out. As Team Spirit, they will go into the Gyrocopter now. Very popular position 5 or 4 to have. Highly doubt we see a position 1 Gyrocopter, thankfully.
Yeah, it's still pretty early to lock that in. And we have seen Team Spirit actually run that support gyro as well in a few of their games. To pretty great success. We saw it in the last series as well, just how much damage that Gyrocopter can do. There's a lot of run at you energy right now in Team Spirit. So much output from just Techies and Gyro and Primal Beast to open up with. Into the Naga as well. Yeah, you don't have the best clear from 1 win. If you were considering a core Wind Ranger, it does nothing to the Naga Siren. You focus fire and illusion, you're kind of done for. So I'm curious what 1 win will want to do, because again, like, with a Tiny pickup, if you're considering Tiny support, that puts you at a core Wind Ranger situation, maybe at mid. And the mid Wind Ranger up against Primal Beast isn't too bad. You can run away from the Onslaught Trample. You have some play there in that matchup at least, but still don't think that hero does enough. If you will go with support Wind Ranger, you're running Tiny mid up against a Primal Beast, which, again, you have Avalanche and Tossback to prevent the Trample Onslaught from being too much of an issue. But it's like what you said. Tiny's timings on mid just doesn't feel amazing. You can't really burst down any of these cores either. Like Primal Beast or a Naga, not the easiest. Naga maybe before she gets stat items is still manageable. After the fact, not so. So the opening from 1 win, they've got to stop this flux in this next pick. Start to show what they really want to do here. Maybe considering that they see the core, something on the off lane that can try to take care of Naga. I suppose there is, I don't know, there's a Tide Hunter that helps you clear out the illusions a little bit. Ag's buildup wouldn't be too bad, or buildup's also not bad here. Provides a little bit of durability. We'll go with Lesh instead. So, I mean, again, we've heard talks about Lesh support, maybe even Lesh offlane. Like, it does work in every role. Lesh offlane up against a Naga is decent. There is that's going to be your illusion clear, I suppose, but once Naga has a disperser, it doesn't feel too hard to just be on top of that Lesh rack in the later parts of the game.
I mean,
and Mage Slayer build up too.
Yeah, I mean, the Mage Slayer does kind of make it a little bit rough. This hero has been very popular in the support role as of late, but I just don't know what to think about it as a core anymore. I mean, I don't think it's bad, per se. I think it does very well against heroes like the Naga Siren. It's just, yeah, with items like the Mage Slayer you spoke about, it's just, I have my own questions regarding this hero right now in the core role. I think as a support, it's fantastic, but as a core, we'll have to wait and see. Bans to come out. Keeper of the Lab. Yes, John.
my concern is they run at support here. What? It's a support CM Lesh, right? It has to be. It's not like you're going to be insane enough to run a core CM, which I think is pretty funny on mid. Actually, CM mid isn't the worst idea in the world as long as you save your Frostbite. Like you can juke around the Primal Beast, but
I hope you have
a Blink Axe Rush is pretty nice. I've seen it. I haven't tested it myself, but it's only in match. I've seen Smurfs do it, basically, so it doesn't really count for anything. If you expect to stomp, sure, but the moment you lose tempo, it's done. That's my concern with saying Leshrac support. It's like Leshrac CM support duo. You're running a tiny mid and potentially safer offlane Wind Ranger. I don't think it does anything in either lane. Doesn't sound appealing. Feels like you're better off running your tiny CM supports. You cop the Wind Ranger as an offlane. Wind Ranger tiny might be able to do work in the first 3 levels, perhaps. Level 2 spike, level 3 is pretty nice. And run the Leshrac core mid. Could be the way, but I don't know. It does look like Team Spirit are expecting Wind Ranger safe. They're banning out Pudge. They're banning out the Beastmaster. Anything to clear out these illusions. More so than just the Leshrac. Which is a good read because, again, there's still a Naga Slayer build. Mage Slayer build on Naga Siren. That just kind of ruins Leshrac anyway. Plus Disperser. So just take care of these other things that can kind of handle it. I don't know, like, even without the last picks, I'm leaning pretty heavily towards Team Spirit. Like, there is a way to play one-win draft. There's a lot of their own rundown. There's some good tower pressure if this Leshrac can position the Diabolic Edict. But I just don't know what positions they're playing. And the thought of core Wind Ranger just doesn't appeal at all.
Final pickups to come. 1 win. Still lacking a position 1. Hopefully lacking a position 1. We'll see. That Wind Ranger still scares me. It's just sitting there taunting us here, Jonathan.
5 seconds remaining.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure you'd want something very different against the Naga Siren of all things, so 1 win. Never mind. They're going to go for a Tidehunter. So, you know, am I coping by hoping it's like a pos 1 tide or something weird? I'm coping, aren't I, John?
I think you're coping pretty hard.
I've coped, Jonathan.
Maybe a pos 1 Lesh. Maybe a pos 1 Lesh. No, it's Shuri Jr. All right, so we have the Munkushy Wind Ranger. I guess...
Call it.
My thoughts... Yeah, go next. We've heard what Amar had to say about Wind Ranger. Teams pick it up just to lose faster. That's what good old Amar said. It does not instill a lot of hope in me. I think Wind Ranger CM lane just sounds so squishy up against Primal Beast and Techies. Like, that does not sound like a lane you'd survive in at all. Like, this CM gets caught out. True, you could maybe stop the rundown from Trample a little bit. You could maybe stop the onslaught with a good Frostbite, but I don't know if you'll stop everything here. Both of these heroes will just melt. I don't know. I'm not sold. I like the Lina as well for Laurel. Like, that mid lane matchup is decent against Lesh.
Level 2, level 3 timing is going to be pretty rough, I think, here for the safe lane for sure of 1 win. I mean, you can make the argument it could go the other way because you do have a lot of nuke ability here between Munkushy and Respect, but I think once you've got a couple points in the Trample Onslaught plus the Techies Blast Off and the Q, you are probably going to find yourself in a little bit of danger. But let's not judge, Jonathan. Let's wait and see. Of course, game number 1 is now officially underway between 1 win and Team Spirit. Let's see what they can get done. I mean, they literally first picked this Wind Ranger, pos 1. So, I mean, Munkushy's got to be confident in some sense.
Yeah.
I think so.
You must be. I'm just wondering if we see something different in the build. Like, it's almost always Maelstrom Rush. We've seen some players go for a Mage Slayer, which could be useful here, but it doesn't feel helpful. The Gleipnir might help you hold down the Naga, I suppose. But it always feels awkward. Like, with Wind Ranger going Gleipnir, ever since they nerfed Gleipnir, well, like, it doesn't feel great. Not as great as pre-Gleipnir nerfing, when Universal was just new. So I'm curious. I'm not sold. still, honestly. I'm scared for what Team Spirit can bring out. Because again, how do you jump down this Lina? How do you expect your Leshrac to lane successfully against Lina as well with all of her reach? You're not going to be able to just try to camp down a lane either as a mid. You're going to be looking for power runes, looking to make plays in the side lanes if possible. And maybe if you get some space out from this Tide, that's when you can AFK with the Diabolic Edict. But it's not like the support where you just do that for free. You know, you have to consider what you're losing as a mid laner, doing that for the objectives.
The battle begins.
Live one team fight perhaps. Sticky Bomb will land onto Mankushi, but they are going to leave the boundary rune alone. Should be actually no, it is a 2-for-2 trade. Mirror will be able to take the other. Mankushi and Respect, however, they can continue a bit of a chase onto Mirror, but it seems like they will just leave him alone. And of course, we do start with the mid lane. You're going to have Shira Jr. against Lal, the Lina versus the Leshrac matchup. What are you thinking about this one, John? Yeah, absolutely. It can be a very, very dangerous time if they do land those initial stuns out, especially, again, once Mirror hits that level 2. More so level 3 mark, though. The Collapse does go level 1 Uproar, so you are going to want some points in Onslaught and Trample before you really do move in. But level 3 is certainly going to be a big danger point, I think, for Respect and Mankushi. Speaking of side lanes, though, of course, down at bottom lane, Cloud and Sweden Strong against Maposhka and Yatoro. It does feel like Yatoro is going to have a pretty free time, right? Like, I think the great thing about these position 5 gyrocopters is you really do have quite a lot of trouble contesting them as most position 4s. And Maposhka, though, as I say that, may get caught out, pops the Rocket Barrage, but the chase is on and he's down. We have lost our Maposhka gyrocopter. I've completely jinxed him. My apologies to Maposhka. But to be absolutely fair, in my defense, he did get rather aggressive there with his positioning, but he does go down. A little bit unfortunate. Mirror, meanwhile, top lane. Also going to go down here as Respect ends up picking him up. So now the Techies ends up losing his life. One win finding a secondary killer already across the map. Happy days, it's bottom. Aggression is beginning again here against Cloud. Maposhka continuing to just zone them out, even with that recent death he did have. It's all about just giving Yatoro all the space in the world. He doesn't care about dying so much. Allowing Yatoro that space to hit the top CS is all Maposhka really wants.
And that's a good set of kills for them to find over on 1win. Does set a good tone to manage to find that punishment. Start to get a little bit of build up for themselves here as well. Starting to get a little bit aggressive down bot, but not really able to line up afterwards. This lane for Sweden Strong and Cloud, I mean, finding that kill does set a good tone. Maposhka has to be a little bit careful with that spacing. These are really tanky here, so I don't mind that early Rocket Barrage harassment, so there is play.
Respect is going to go down top lane, but Mirror will follow straight after. It's a bit of an even trade up at the top lane regarding those supports. Mankushi, I'm sure, very happy to secure that kill for himself. So a lot of action already, especially in the side lanes. Now, even the mid lane's been a bit action-packed, because Lal's been really chipping away at the mana pool of Shira Jr. The Shira Jr. will have the bottle refill thanks to Respect. And it seems like maybe even just a rotation to the mid lane could amount to a very quick kill here for Lal if he did have the help of the support. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be coming anytime soon.
Yeah, not quite. They want to maximize these side lanes. You're getting so much with these supports plus the cores. The lane setup is fairly good outside of bot lane. which is, again, a lane you could probably leave alone, but there is a lot of kill threat, as we have seen already from our Tiny Tide. Just have to play it a little bit slower. Feels like if you could capitalize on one win instead and start to try to snowball off of this Lesh, but they're also kind of tied up. Like, the issue there is you can't leave top lane, right? Like, it's like we talked about, Respect just can't leave the Wind Ranger alone. You just have to kind of try to split that damage up. They are going bot, though.
Certainly are. Cloud is gone already. Yatoro looking for more. Will chase onto Sweden Strong, but they don't have the stuns. Doesn't really matter, though. They got the much bigger target. Yatoro, he could just get back to the farm game. Meanwhile, Maposhka has not learned his lesson and is going to end up going down. Sweden Strong able to take a kill on the Tiny.
Some good kills to find for the Tiny as well. Does allow a little bit of a comfier ramp up into level 6, into more nuking damage with the Avalanche as the EXP goes up. Mipakashka, not too bad. He did need a reset. I suppose that's his way of just trying to reset, maybe trying to prevent the Bounty Rune steal. Not going to be able to have that. Still gets the bottle refill opportunity for Laurel, and he does have level 6 with Laguna. So there's an opening to maybe play aggressive here, lining up about half a minute before 6-minute rune as well. So they are using this opening for top.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's just very hard now. Like, you've hit that timing. Mirror's level 3, Collapse level 4. It's very challenging to get away from that initiation as mid lane, speaking of challenging, Lal has been tossed right into Shura Jr. He'll go for the fight though, trying after the left right, but he doesn't have the damage output. It's still a 3v2 at the end of the day, and well, it seems like Sweden Strong will be the one to claim the kill here on the Tiny.
Yeah, just another one to ramp up onto that Tiny. Really good movement out to, again, just try to shut down this Lina, build up on your Leshrac. That's the kind of mid-rotation we were looking for. Haste for Chira Jr. leading into this movement bot.
It'll be a big kill if they can get it. And I think they've got him. Yatoro, no way out, will go down. Shura Jr. able to find another kill for himself on the Leshrac. And that is the best target you could have asked for as well.
That's the kind of move that you want to see. Not going to be able to fully commit for a push, again, as a core Lesh. Not going to have those points in Diabolic Edict, so not the same pressure that you can apply as the support. Finding that kill, getting a little bit of... not really catch-up. I don't think you've lagged too far behind here for Chira Jr. on mid. But just a little bit more to play with, to ramp up on this hero. This Leshrac as a core is very EXP reliant, right? Like, you want all the levels, get all your spells up and running. So that does help achieve that for Chira Jr. And ramp into the Sanj Kaya, which, again, has risen in popularity with a price cost. So, you have a lot to kind of grow into here.
A rotation up top lane from a Poshka. Looks like they want to try and set up onto something. Respect is actually underneath vision right now. They'll find the ward here for the Dire's side, as now Mankushi and Sweden Strong are trying to move in. Mira already looking like he might just go down, but gets the one charges off in time, so will survive. Respect looking like the one to drop first. They do find Mira eventually, thanks to the rotation of Shira Jr. Respect does go down, but so does Maposhka. Shira Jr. with the rotation to secure a double kill. And Mankushi throughout all of this does end up surviving. Collapse again going to rush in onto Mankushi, but he's perfectly fine on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and the Wind Ranger for now is actually paying off. Like, they haven't been able to apply as much pressure outside of those initial levels here onto the Wind Ranger. You expected maybe a little bit more coming out from Collapse and Mira, but the response is swift from the side of OneWin. They are smoking out. Was spotted by the scan, at the very least. Not going to be able to catch up onto Laurel. And we talked about ways to counteract this Lesh. Just punish Cloud for being solo. But the Lesh punishment comes way later. Like, this is a good kill. This is the hero that will counteract it in the Naga to an extent, if the Mage Slayer is picked up, along with Diffusal into Disperser. Let's see, for now, Yatoro still trying to work onto the Manta.
I mean, he's going to have some sort of a counter, because Shura Jr. is having a brilliant time here in the mid-Leshrac. Top of the net worth board now. Able to overtake the Naga Siren. Meanwhile, Mankushi top lane, currently being hunted by Team Spirit. Maposhka, we'll see him very soon. Collapse will run right into him. Onslaught is going to be up, but Mankushi, a very nice sidestep down towards the south. Will be able to escape for now. He is now underneath the vision of Team Spirit. But it seems like he will be able to get away. They don't really have the gap closed for him any longer.
Radiant's
Just
middle
that
tower is under attack.
move speed is a little bit too impressive. You don't have, I mean, you do have some mobility to blast off in the charge. And one win identifying this opportunity, just siege mid. Not the highest levels in Diabolic, they've got the time.
They do in mid lane. They have got themselves respect. Shura Jr., he's the big target. And he is gone. Sweet and Strong will follow straight after as the third death here for one win. A beautiful team fight here for Team Spirit, handing a double kill over to Lal. Not great news if you're a one-win fan, though.
Definitely not. That momentum in the Lesh is completely nullified. In the siege, it is there. They managed to whittle down that tier 1, but not enough to find it. It's down to, again, just having 2 points in the Edict, having to spread out those skill points this time around, going for a 2-2-3 for that laning presence. Does take a little bit of that bite away from the Leshrac push, as we've seen before. And aside of Team Spirit, that's a great set of kills. You've got the Javelin already up on Laurel. His right-click damage escalates. He's got the regen to fully reset. They're still applying pressure up top onto Cushy. Whereas this point, for Yatoro, you can leave him alone. It's a Naga. Sure, there's no song. But with the illusion, she can start clearing out camps. They're just cutting creep wave by herself. Doesn't have to deal with a tie directly. A Wind Ranger can't do that. It's not as comfy for her to try to maximize farm. Certainly has to put herself out there a little bit more in comparison.
Pressure being applied again here in the mid lane from Shura Jr., but not going to stick around too long. Mira is going to be able to defend this slowly but surely as Shura Jr. does end up moving back. Says screw it, only sees the techies. Does go for the quick Diabolic Edict out. Does secure that tier 1 mid tower that he desperately wanted earlier. Whether it makes the difference, though, is to be seen, but it does open up the map for sure for one win. And of course, they are going to be on the hunt now for the Nagasar, I think, which is a very important target, because Yatoro is still top of the net worth board, still farming very, very fast, almost has the match style up now. That is only set to make his farm even quicker. And it seems as though Team Spirit are very comfortable just playing the farming game here. They are not too concerned whatsoever about these towers going down at all.
Yeah, they know one win has to play tempo. Like, they have to play with this Lesh early while it's strong. Because again, there's some counteraction that can come out in itemization. You are seeing the Manta into Orchid into Mage Slayer here. And that's going to be the solution for this Lesh. Shura Jr. might have to divert for a Ult or a BKB, which it's not the comfiest for Lesh. I mean, it's still useful on him. It certainly does take a little bit of the bite away instead of going for something like, say, the Bloodstone. That early take has as well allowed him to drop wards, but those were instantly taken away by Team Spirit. And they just play it safe. They're isolating the side of one win just to this bot area where nothing's happening. They're giving space for collapse up top. They know Cushy in the same jungle isolation is still not going to be able to outfarm Yatoro. So you're really confident in just how much you can scale off of this Naga. Like, even with this area being provided to one win, if they don't find kills, then they're not farming your side lanes. They're not stopping a Naga, so you're happy.
You absolutely are not. One win. They're going to smoke up as 3 now. And speaking of that tempo, they are going to rush down towards the bottom tier 2 tower.
Oh, great
Try and see if they can find Yatoro, but a perfect scan out. Going to give the precise information away to Team Spirit to allow Yatoro to escape that scenario. Yatoro, he's just going to send some mirror images in. You know, just let the illusions do the work. In the meantime, one win. It seems as though they are going to try and apply pressure onto that tier 2 bottom tower and try to maybe force Team Spirit to come to them for a defense, but Team Spirit naturally will just glyph up. And I mean, it is still extremely early. It's kind of hard to see one win getting away with the tier 2 tower this early on.
To be fair, with that Edict at level 3, it starts to become a little bit more feasible. There is still the threat of Ravage as well for this wider team fight. So there's always that danger if you clump up here for Team Spirit. They are still playing around, Sweet and Strong.
They are. Sweet and Strong being caught here in the mid lane. Will go down very, very quickly. Onto the mid tier 1 tower, Team Spirit go. Rotations are coming from one win. But it's a bit split up, and it seems like after the glyph, Team Spirit, they're in no rush. They're more than happy again to play the farm game. They want to slow this game down as much as humanly possible.
Yeah.
The top 3 net worths right now are all the cores. of Team Spirit. So again, there is no rush.
Yeah, it's not the biggest margins, but it is certainly starting to ramp up. I think the one thing you're losing here from 1 win as well, but all of that movement down bot, you don't have rune control. Obviously, we're past the laning stage, but giving every single one of these runes to Laurel just allows him to play aggressive. Off the Arcane, he knows he can come in, get some free hits, really low committal with Laguna. It's going to be back up. He has the shield rune now. So if you try to gank up this Lina, it's a lot more HP. You're going to have to try to burn through to find that kill. It just provides a lot more. Whereas Chiri Jr., it doesn't feel like he's gotten any of these power runes. Like, he'd love a haste, he'd love an amp damage to try to melt these towers or get the chase down, but they're just constantly camping bot. There's just nothing to find. They see Mira, sure, it's a techies. You really want to use, like, the past 5 minutes resulting in more techies kills? Probably not.
Probably not. No, 1 win, they look quite lost at the moment. I mean, just... You're seeing them constantly running up and down the river. The farm is still being obtained, but... It feels like, I mean, Shiro Jr. in particular feels like he really wants to go for a bit of a fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Team Spirit, once again, avoiding them very, very well. Looking to go through... Ooh, maybe not going through the Twin Gates. They'll see Shiro Jr. on his own. Bottom lane collapses, having a think about going for the fight, but they decide better of it. They'll go up top lane instead. Closest target at that top lane is going to be the Tiny. In fact, Collapse, he goes back down to the wards bottom lane because they found Respect. Respect ran right into the minds of Mira, and Collapse came in to clean up.
Yeah, I like these wards from Team Spirit, like the sneaky lane ward down bot, allowing them to make that decision to go across the gate, to come back through the gate, find that punishment. Sweet and Strong still not safe though.
Certainly is not. Sweet and Strong still getting caught out here. Maposhka able to secure the kill. This poor old Tiny, like, Sweet and Strong's been desperately trying to get that blink up. He's still about 300 goals away from that, and that's kind of the one utility item that you might be able to abuse to actually force some fights against Team Spirit. But he's still going to be 300 gold away from that. Not the greatest of time.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen Sweet and Strong with his Tiny just hit such good timings. This time around, not that great. He's copying the short end of the stick. He's taking these ganks for the team. My issue is the investment doesn't feel like it's going out too well, right? Like, Cheer Jr. still held back. He knows he has to play aggressive. There's no one to connect with. Cloud can only do so much on the Tide without a blink. They'll try again with another smoke out. Let's see if they find this angle, but as long as they hold their position across with this ward standing, if the smoke breaks under vision, you're not finding anything for your trouble here.
Collapse. Gonna break the smoke here. Shiro Jr. will be the one to get his smoke broken. Still is gonna find Mira. Mira will one charge up, does get into the Roshan pit with the blast off, but surely cannot survive. And he will not. Nice attempt. The thing is, though, it is just a position for techies. You know, it's not gonna feel like the greatest kill.
Certainly not. And that's like what we were talking about. They were camping there since minute 15, probably a little bit earlier, actually. They only find the techies, really, for all of that effort. Mid's going to be under siege now. Collapse going in.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, I mean, they've got the big one now. Shiro Jr. getting caught with his pants down mid lane. In fact, Respect not paying respect here to Team Spirit. Does continue to TP into that T2 tower and immediately gets punished. Zutoro able to secure his life. And now the game is slowly... Oh, hold on a minute. Yotoro does get caught top lane. Avalanche out. Yotoro is down. That's a huge target.
It is. That's what they need on 1 win. That's the blink reveal from Sweet and Strong as well, panning out. So they do manage to trade a little bit back. I still feel like you're finding more in Team Spirit, though. Like, yeah, you lose Yotoro. Overall, it's still a massive net worth gain from those kills on mid with a tier 1 take to even out map control. You're invading the jungle. You've got good forward wards now from the side of Team Spirit. At very least one watching the triangle. So they can kind of cross the river with a lot of confidence. And they still have space to farm up. Like, there's still some good timings to meet here. Collapse, having the BKB flying out now, going to blink next. You've got Laurel going to his own Gleipnir. More control to come in. And for Yatoro, he is going instead for the Eternal Shroud. So not opting for the Mage Slayer, just wants him durable up front, which is fair. Still a piece of counteraction for Chiri Jr. Like, the presence of the Slush won't feel amazing. It doesn't feel like he's durable enough to stand up front. Eternal Shroud should help, but ideally, they need to find a way for Cloud to open up with Sweden strong here. Have the Lesh just maintain some ideal spacing to dish this damage out for the team.
Oh, Shira. And he's alone down at bottom by himself. Collapse is not going to make the jump onto the Leshrac. Instead, Lal's the one who needs to be careful because he gets tossed up right back towards Mankushi. He'll go for the BKB, but he needs to run away for now. Maposhka's going to move in to try and help as well. Lal, he will be able to TP. Maposhka is the one to be left. So one winner, again, almost finding a very valuable pick-off onto the Lina, but sadly for them, they'll find out the hard way. Lal does have a BKB up. I suppose at least they burned through the 9-second charge, but that's, you know, losing out, getting Maposhka, not exactly what they want.
Yeah, it's a nice tool to use. And even though the Maposhka kill doesn't count for much, that is the Blink of Cloud coming out now. He's been very patient with the Ravage as well. So now you have some really good initiation. Blink Tiny, Blink Tide. This can give you the openings you need to start to take these wider fights, provide that angle for Chira Jr. to leverage his damage if they start to find these openings. These wards from Team Spirit are still making it hectic though. And this bot lane ward has just provided so much info for them to dodge out majority of these movements from one win down bot. Like, they've not been able to spot it. It just ruins all this time they spend down, and they can't even fully commit for the push. They might be able to now. Let's see if they'll really push the envelope here.
Gleipnir out. They've caught Collapse. Collapse does have a BKB available though, so he's going to be perfectly fine, I think. Cloud does jump in casually, but doesn't really get too much done. It is buying a bit of time for one win to get through that tier 2 bottom tower, but it is going to be glyphed up here by Team Spirit. The Spirit still unwilling to fight here against one win. They will just let the tier 2 bottom tower go. Literally no kind of flinching or anything here from Team Spirit, as Mira is going to get caught. They do get themselves a techies kill again, but you know, if you're not finding these calls, I really don't think it matters too much at all. Yatoro, Lal, they're still farming extremely effectively while all this is happening. There does come a point where I think Mankushi is going to be a bit more of a sitting duck, though he is almost at his own BKB.
And that's a start. I think this great timing coming out, though, for the Bloodthorn as well to line up from Yatoro is going to cause issues. If not for the Wind Rangers, certainly it will for Chira Jr., who has to get any defensive item. Collapse.
Gets a BKB off in time. A lot of damage being dealt the way of the Primal Beast, but he is able to onslaught out. Another BKB committed. That was another 9-second charge to boot. And now Yatoro has actually TP'd back towards his team. So this time it looks like they are ready for a bit of a fight. One win are the ones trying to retreat now, but Spirit are slowly maneuvering their way towards them. It does seem like they are successfully going to be able to retreat, though nobody being caught out quite yet. Because you could still think about Roshan if you are Team Spirit, because they are grouped up as 5. But without the big fight that they wanted, it doesn't really seem like they're going to consider it too much.
Quite yet. They're still in position to get that done, though. They will go with a smoke out. No vision to spot that from one win, as it's on the other cliff. See if they manage to maximize this.
Wrap around through the bottom lane. Mankushi could be the first one to get caught out. They'll get the Gleipnir here from Lal. And then they move with the Laguna being committed. Mankushi immediately is bursted down. And the worst part was his BKB was on the courier. It was like 5 seconds away. He just needed the Ogre Axe. Never gets the chance though to pop it because it never came.
Yeah, that was a sick read from the side of Team Spirit. Jumping the backline instead, seeing that vulnerable Wind Ranger, ignoring the tide. Ravage flies on, the BKBs were there. And it just does nothing. Make sure it stops Artura, it doesn't stop Laurel. And his output's just insane. This machine gun Lina. You've seen, again, in the past DPC year, Lina was all over the place. Starting to ramp back in. Saw a little bit of it in Birmingham. Seeing a lot more of it now. And it leads into this beautiful Roche opportunity. One win. And getting caught off guard with that smoke. Feeling protected with his ward, but Team Spirit have been playing in this bottom part of that jungle.
Shira.
Every single time.
Bit of a pincer maneuver here, John. Team Spirit looking at Shira Jr. up at that top lane. Collapse trying to break the gap here and find that Leshrac, but it seems like they may have barely missed out. Indeed they have. One win though, I mean, there's, again, an awkward position for them. 7k behind, Aegis down, the way of Team Spirit. This Naga Siren as well, she's kind of getting to that point where you start to worry about actually being able to contest her. Like, Disperser is up next, and once the Disperser's up, again, I question a lot as to what this Wind Ranger is going to be doing.
It's not going to be able to do much. It's on Chira Jr. to try to clear out. I think that's the ideal. That's the plan here. He is going for the Yule. It's on Chira Jr. just to ensure that the Bloodthorn won't catch him off guard. Have a little bit more mana to play with as well. A little bit more for the chase down. They spot the Laurel out, but the mines are there.
Well, they have found themselves a tiny. Sweet and strong. Eventually, will go down. Collapse having a look for another. Will find respect. And will be both supports here on one win, dying very, very quickly as Lal does pick up a double kill for himself.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And one win, I mean, they are trying to pressure the bottom lane as 3. Hoping to perhaps find Lal, and in fact they just may. Lal is by himself. They could hope to pick off the Aegis here. Lal, though, does have a BKB if he wants to pop it. He will not, however. He wants to die the first time, but Yatoro is around now with the song. Only catching one, but no, he's got a second. Though I don't believe he sees Shira. Ravage is committed. Lal looking like he's in danger. Gets the BKB up in time. Does pop the Laguna, but still does die to Cloud. Yatoro is forced to back away, and one win. Actually finding a pretty decent pick-off for themselves. Finding Lal twice.
That's a bit surprising. Laurel had a window right after the respawn to just pop the BKB. I think he was trying to pump up the Light Strike Array instead. And that catches him in the Ravage. Like that's the opener they need. If he had the BKB before Ravage, without that stun duration, easy reposition, easy LSA afterwards, and the cleanup could have been there, but still hunting for more.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, I mean, Shira Jr. kind of stuck around the area, so he's kind of going to give a huge kill back the other way, as now, well, Collapse does go down mid lane. So one win. Not to be outdone, they still get something for their trouble, and it is a decent kill in Collapse. One win looking for even more now. Maposhka does get spotted. Cloud will be able to get the gush off. Maposhka still looks okay, though. Does get past the tier 3 tower. We'll make it out.
Under attack.
Yeah, bit of a back and forth. You're still fairly happy on one win finding that. The freebie on Chira Jr. maybe not necessary, but it is what it is. At the side of Team Spirit, and they are still scaling up. Sure, you find this Lina. Yatoro is still free farming as the Naga. Like you mentioned, the Disperser is coming out soon into the Shard, and the utility of the Shard is going to be massive here. Just a way to heal back even after the initiation. It's going to be a little bit rough for him on Cushy to just look for that burst play. They just have to avoid getting caught out one by one. That's where one win can and will shine. Those are the opportunities given to them here as well. Every time these cores on Team Spirit just overstep a little bit, the response is swift from one win. It's when they group up, right? Like you group up, you BKB, you counteract that Ravage. That's your opening on Team Spirit. And just prevent that pickoff play for the side of one win. Free Shard now for Sweet and Strong as well. Not the best one to find here, but I suppose, all things considered, maybe a little bit better than, say, the potential CM Shard, although I do feel like that's actually not too bad. You've got the BKB coming next for Chira Jr. That should save from the burst damage we're seeing coming out from Laurel. Should allow a little bit of that sustain to play true here for the Lesh and just start leverage damage in these prolonged fights. However, you're going to get a big item up for Laurel, going for the MKB. So with that up, the Wind Ranger is not going to be safe. Still, one win. On the hunt again with a smoke. Still no forward vision, though, on the left side of the map. And again, you're up against techies with mines. Once those pop, smoke just fails.
It's going to be so frustrating having to play against this. Group up again here in the Radiant Jungle from Team Spirit. One win. Still looking for some fights. We'll move into that Radiant Jungle. Because they don't have any smokes here to really rely on. Or they do on Sweet and Strong, but he hasn't used it. Okay, the mines make it incredibly hard to actually get any use out of the smokes anyway. Shuriken, you're going to reveal his position by taking up the Courier of Lal. Well, I mean, one winner. They've been running across the map. They've been trying to find these fights. Once again, they will not be gifted what they wanted. Sadly for them as well, it's still quite a while away for the next Roshan, so they won't be able to force a fight that way. Back to the farming game. But it sure as hell doesn't feel good.
No, scaling into the late game for one win is not the comfiest. I think the Wind Ranger hits a wall much faster than, say, the Naga, even the Lina in this game. You've got a lot of utilities still left to come out here. The Ags for Collapse coming out soon. A break option to prevent the Tide from feeling too durable here. And would be pretty impactful in the middle. Just as well, some AoE damage coming out, always nice. Another smoke out from one win.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Scan is out though perfectly here from Spirit. They are going to scan out the smoke and just move away. Posh is going to be the one to get left behind. Avalanche will connect. The Team Spirit seem to always just be aware. And they always read the movement so perfectly here from one win. And one where they just can't catch a break. Like, these smokes just mean nothing. Or even Mirror just getting out of there on the techies. You can get this gyrocopter as much as you want, but Poshka, he couldn't care less. He's used to it.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Like, this gyro doesn't need much more than the drums and glads for the auras. Already pretty happy with those items being up, honestly. And Team Spirit are just utilizing the map so well. I mean, this is a Naga. The illusions are farming every single camp, shoving in every wave. You've got that full disperser up. You're going into the Scotty. With a Scotty up, I don't know if you're going to have enough damage. Like, it's going to take a really good Ravage into Shackle onto Focus Fire, along with the Lesh damage on top, to really take care of Yatoro in the middle of these fights, if you even catch him out. It's still a little bit more feasible to catch out Laurel, as we've seen, but even he's going to be an issue. Full MKB up on Lina. So if you do percent Munkushi at all, Windrun's not going to save anymore. None of that evasion's just going to do much. Team Spirit still in control of the match. 19 to 15. 11k up. Roshan, we'll see that timer in about 30 seconds. Setting up to keep the bot wave shoved so they have easy access. And they're just playing very calculated on Team Spirit. Just already camping Roche, waiting for it to spawn. Have the mines to scout as well. One win. I mean, they could try to repair their lanes and come in there, but Team Spirit, they're going to look for this fight now.
They are. Lines being drawn directly towards that die triangle. They want Yatoro to be there as well, and of course Yatoro will leave some illusions in the bottom lane, but he will kind of lead the march forward. They are going to find a Leshrac illusion, but that's not what they wanted. So smoke is going to be given away.
Yeah,
Team Spirit, they could still look towards the bottom tier 2 if they want.
I think Laurel hit a sentry while they were walking in the triangle. Instantly pings came out and they were like, alright, smoke's gone. Just went back to farming for Laurel. Might have had that angle if they didn't accidentally click the sentry, I think. Unfortunate, but still gives them access to Roche. Shoves out one win all the way across the map. Roshan in a few seconds here. They've got the wards to protect here on Team Spirit as well. Scan does not spot anyone either. And it's not going to spot anyone. The timing's just off.
Wing Gates usage is out from Team Spirit. Back down towards the bottom side of the map. Roshan will be up in 2. Roshan, I mean, it's gone for free. Like, it's one win, they are not in a position.
No.
Big loss here for one win. Roshan will eventually roar, but it's all too late. So Aegis up once again on Lal. They'll have the laner with the secondary life. Twin Gate usage up towards the top lane here from Team Spirit. And they can look towards the tier 3 top tower if they so wish, but they've got to address some creep waves first. One win, they might be stuck with the high ground very, very soon.
I mean, it feels like they've already gotten themselves stuck in the high ground, right? The scan fails. They're not making any outways on the map. They're not able to contest Roche because they didn't have the scan go off successfully. Unfortunately, just a few seconds early before that Roche was up. No one from Team Spirit walking into the Rages of it was kind of a bit shocking right outside it. Would have been the info they needed on one win. Try to use this blink on Cloud. At the very least, the high ground defense for 1-win can be pretty oppressive, especially if Chira Jr. finds himself a shard somehow. That less shard does hold off the high ground push quite well, so it is one way to stall out.
Lines being drawn through the bottom lane now. Respect. Gonna be a little bit cautious being around that area. He's gonna break the smoke here. Lyle will go ahead and just take out the CM ASAP. They are around here for the bottom tier 2 plus. Oh, hold on a minute. 1-win. They are waiting right now by the tree line. They'll jump in onto Collapse. Collapse getting blown up immediately. The buyback is there from the CM. They'll try onto Maposhka. Maposhka will be fine. Sweet and strong, however, may not be so much as he does actually get away. So a nice pick off there onto Collapse. A bit of a surprise initiation from 1-win. And that does actually ensure that Team Spirit are forced to run away as the chase does continue from 1-win. But they won't be able to keep up. So Team Spirit do successfully manage to get away.
Yeah, they find the last outer tower. A really good fight to force out from 1-win, seeing that early commitment from Collapse with that full pulverize. And then playing a little bit greedy, trying to go for this Wisdom Rune. Does get punished for it. Not the biggest kill, or at least not enough to really turn things around here for the side of 1-win just yet, but does leave them in the game. No position to re-engage from Team Spirit, no mana on Laurel. They are forced to just reset a little bit. Still have a lot of time in the Aegis though. 2.5 minutes still up for Laurel. Could easily just look for another opportunity. The mines still just ruining any positioning 1-win will want to try to find. And the rune control is still in Team Spirit's favor. Amplify damage rune for Laurel now. So going into the next fight, going to be feeling pretty confident, but this is the point in the game where you're just going to be so suppressed by these Naga Siren illusions. No outer tower left, just constantly having to worry about these waves being shoved in onto the high ground. It limits the options for 1-win to play, and their lineup is really built for these pickoffs.
Respect. I see Yatoro. Yatoro's running right into them. Toss-up is there. They'll toss him right back into Mankushi. Mankushi actually getting so much damage off. And the Naga Siren is just gone. Lau will lose his Aegis to boot. 1-win just again rushing towards Team Spirit. Now without a Naga Siren, can Team Spirit keep going? They are going to try to keep the fight up. Shura Jr. avoiding the damage output from Lal. Lal trying to back his way out after the BKB's been worn out. And Cloud will continue the chase.
Oh!
They have found themselves the leaner eventually. Sweet and strong, able to get it done. Huge pickoffs here from 1-win. And they are onto the tier 2 mid tower.
That is just not how that's supposed to go for Team Spirit. Yatoro being so up front, the isolation coming in, Sweet and strong, identifying the correct one to get the toss back into. And their spacing just perfect on the side of 1-win. Having the freezing field right on the edge for that kill. They're so durable. Like, even with all this damage coming out from Laurel. Like, with these Eternal Shrouds up, with the Shivas up, so much armor on Cloud, not an easy target to burst. And Munkushi's just staying far away from that Lina, understanding that's the one big threat onto the hero. They will back off after finding at least the melee racks on mid, as their lanes are being shoved in. They don't want to give any opportunities for Team Spirit, but they've kept themselves in the game here, 1-win. 5k lead up, but Team Spirit have not made inways yet onto the big objectives.
Frostbite out. Yatoro rushing right towards the side of 1-win. He's back up and ready. Cloud able to take a lot of damage. Yatoro, has he gone too far? They'll toss him back again. Sweet and strong setting up another great kill. I think Yatoro.
Oh, God.
Immediately back to the graveyard. Mirror being caught to boot. Mirror is gone. Mankushi on a double. Sweet and strong setting up all these perfect kills onto the Naga. I'll tell you what, they're this tiny. I mean, just fantastic gameplay.
We've seen this from Sweet and strong before. Again, his tiny has kept him in multiple games here for 1-win. This time around, just getting the isolation their lineup needs to focus down these targets. Every single time. Huge losses from Team Spirit. That's going to be the mid gone. That's going to be bot taken here as well. It doesn't take too long, this push, when you've got the Edict up. Fortify forced out early. Mega creeps can't happen yet with a tier 2 standing top, but 1-win. They're the ones in control now. Network lead doesn't matter when your 2 racks is up. They're going to be feeling good. Team Spirit has to play it together. Like, they've got to respect this toss back, this isolation, this chain control that can happen onto 1. As it is overwhelming when it does connect. And it's Yatoro again, just being too far forward. They find collapse this time around.
Well, they do collapse. Trying to split push the bottom lane and stop the bot racks from being forced in, but does end up dying for it. And well, there you go, Mankushi kind of telling you the story of this game. It is Sweet and Strong, who continues to be able to set up over and over again. And you get to see a replay here. Just a lot of confidence from Yatoro, but the avalanche and the toss back is all they require. Yatoro just unable to get any spells off. And this has happened over and over again. He's got no BKB available. He's never able to get the song off in time. It's just all off the back of Sweet and Strong on these toss backs.
It's the mid fight when he was taking charge for the team. This fight where he's trying to back up Mira, play confidently on that Naga. I mean, we were talking about this Naga counteracting Lesh. Doesn't even matter. He's just getting caught out before he can even land onto the Lesh rack, try to burn some mana. He just gets isolated. They have to play with someone else up front. It has to be Collapse kind of taking point. They have to be able to pop these BKBs on as well. These Ravages, the follow-through from 1-1 have just been excellent so far. Drag back the net worth lead their way, 2021. Right now on 1-1. And the side of Team Spirit, backs against the wall. They've got one outer tower left, 2 racks gone, 2 lanes to have to worry about. They can keep clearing out these super creeps though. They do have enough wave clear to still stabilize these lanes. It's going to be a concerted effort now to even consider Roshan. Still about half a minute away until that timer comes back up. 1-1 already camping that area. They've got wards, they've got control. They want that next Roshan. That next Rosh could lead to the end of the game if you're not careful here for Team Spirit.
1-1 again, 4-man smoke up. Team Spirit, they'll go for a 5-man smoke, but they're running right into each other. Who do they get caught first? Mankushi's going to see a couple of big Ravage flying out. Cloud's found all 3 of them. The song this time, though, does come out from Yatoro. They focus down Collapse. The chase can continue. Gleipnir is out. They'll catch out Lal. BKB is not available for Lal, so he's a bit of a sitting duck now. He's in danger. He is gone. But Mankushi may have gone a bit too far for this. He will drop to boot.
Ooh. That is dicey. 3 for 3 in the end. Coming out a little bit better for Team Spirit. It looked like such a good opening for 1-1 as well. Perfect Ravage coming out there from Cloud, but just the distance of Laurel standing so far back, still managed to get the hits, and the song coming in from Yatoro in the nick of time this time around does make the difference. Maybe not quite the right target to just focus down on the Tide. Still relatively tanky with no steroid up on Laurel. Does make it work. They still managed to get the successful chase, and this does make it awkward building into the next rush. They did expend a couple of buybacks here on the side of 1-1. So they would want to be able to secure an objective off the back of it. And they do still maintain Rosh control. They still have the ward. They're still around the area. They can go for Roshan relatively easily, but they don't have the backup of the Ravage for that AoE control now. Team Spirit, though, again, they still have to repair their lanes. It's harder for them to just run down into Rosh. 1-1 is ready.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roshan will, or at least 1-1 will be in the Roshan pit. Problem is, Team Spirit, they do rotate. Plenty of heroes around here. Shura Jr. just currently hanging around in the Roshan pit, but he was scouted out. They will jump in. Ensnare is there. Scythe device to lock him down. Here comes the cavalry, but they cannot help out with all the BKBs being committed. Still though, Shura Jr. He doesn't need the help. He'll tank through it himself. He'll survive for now, as they do take down Respect instead. But it seems as though they should still be able to fight here 1-1. So they do commit the buyback onto the Crystal Maiden. Yatoro pops the song, just trying to disengage as well on the Naga. But now with all those spells down, you might think about just going for Roshan as 1-1.
They're going to have Ravage in a few seconds here. This is going to be the perfect spot for Cloud. No song to bail out. Yatoro had to use it to reset. He was dangerously low on the Naga. Just need to find the angle 1-1.
I mean, that they do. Jump is there. They have found Shura Jr. again, but he's a very tanky target. Cloud looking for that big Ravage play, jumps in onto Maposhka, won't find it quite yet, does pop his BKB, though Lal is doing a lot of damage to the Tide Hunter. Cloud, still Glimmer Cave, does it save? Yes it does! Yes it does! Cloud is out of there safely. Still got the Ravage to play with. Incidental takedown respected. Oh, Mankushi is gone. That is not great news. Shira gonna try for the TP play away, but he gets hexed up. Yatoro's gonna find him. Onto the Roshan they go.
It's just so hard for one win. And they run up with Shira Jr., but you're running through mines. You're instantly found out. Quick BKB again from Laurel and the dispersion from Team Spirit. Splitting up. Sure, the Tide doesn't die, but he's never able to get the Ravage off. And you're just stuck in a really awkward position. Mankushi turning back out. Tried to get some hits in. Not respecting that control. The Nullifiers, the Hexes. It's enough. With a secondary life for Team Spirit, they drag themselves back into this game. There are buybacks and respawns aren't too far off for one win. But Team Spirit, they were the ones 2 racks down. They managed to drag this game back into their control almost. 14k lead up and running. Yatoro pretty much fully farmed up. Has the heart flying out now. Has the refresh as well for a secondary song if need be. It has to be perfect. Like, one win, when they've been finding these wins, the execution has been clean. Team Spirit has been a little bit sloppy, to be fair. You know, Yatoro being so upfront without the backup of his team. Getting isolated, getting opened up for the tosses. I don't think you'll see Team Spirit make those same mistakes now, though.
The tier 3 mid tower is certainly going down very, very quickly. Team Spirit moving in for more. They'll get the mid racks. Doesn't seem like they're interested in sticking around too much longer, but I say that they are going through the bottom lane now. Yatoro's leaving some mirror images to take care of the top racks. Ravage is out. They've connected on all 5 heroes, but do they have the follow-up damage? They found Lal with a tossback, but he's going to Aegis up. He'll have a secondary life. Meanwhile, Baposhka, he might go down, but one win. Can they keep the fight going? Song is popped by Yatoro. The BKBs are still running, however. They can keep the... Oh, hold on a minute. They do wear out. The turnaround is here. They'll miss a blast-off. They'll miss an onslaught, but Collapse is still pretty damn deep, still going for more. There goes Cloud on the Tide, just dying, but he'll buy back immediately as Mankushi. He's so low on HP. He'll die to the flak cannon of Baposhka. He'll die to the flak of Baposhka of all people. Meanwhile, Yatoro, what the hell's Yatoro doing?
What? Huh?
Going in a bit deep is Yatoro. He will die, but they do get the megas. I mean, you sacrifice your life, but you do get some mega creeps up here, John.
Oh, that you do. Team Spirit now in complete control of this game. What a high ground fight. A lot coming out there. A big Ravage out from Cloud. They get that isolation they desperately need to find that first life on Laurel. But then what do you do about the second life? You know, the song looks awkward from Yatoro, but it's a good reset. Look at this. No damage with that 5% HP-based healing. There's nothing to come out from those burns. And then they manage to clean up. Sure, again, you know, you end up finding Yatoro anyway. They dive a bit deep, but with Mega Creeps up and running up against the Naga Siren, this is not the position you want to be in as one win. You're not going to be able to shove out these lanes too fast. Next Roche is still 5 minutes away if you're looking for that opportunity as well. It has to be isolation plays now from one win. Which again, they have been finding with Sweden Strong. Every time he blinks up and isolates one, you're going to find that kill. You've got that burst ready with your Wind Ranger and your Lesh. It can always happen, but in this scenario, with Megas, I don't know if a pickoff's enough. It has to be 2 pickoffs in a row. Like very isolated fights that you coalesce together and start to apply pressure. Because even with them being this far behind in one win, again, a potential back-to-back pickoffs on 2 big cores would say a fresh item being bought out here for, let's say, Yatoro or Laurel. You find those 2 key pickoffs, you go high ground. High ground will melt, and you still have access points on mid and bot. So anything can happen if Team Spirit slip up a little bit. Anything can happen if one win can find that isolation, but it is getting pretty hard to see that angle here, Mike.
And the angle has suddenly disappeared, I'll tell you that, John. Team Spirit. It's been a rough game, to say the least. I'm sure they're not going to be too satisfied about this game 1 performance, but they should be happy with a W if they can secure. 1 win on the high ground. They'll hold their position for now. See, with the 33k advantage, Team Spirit should be able to put a nail in the coffin. That is 1 win. are going to take their time, of course, though. I mean, you control the whole map. There's no need to rush this game if you don't need to. Get some more items up while you're at it. Like we have an Ethereal Blade to come out on a Maposhka. Silver Edge on Lal. Aeon Disc on Mira. Ag's Blessing coming out on Collapse very soon.
I don't know if there's any items that fixes for one win. It's really just playoffs, play style like this. These kickoffs.
Yeah, Maposhka. He does go down. That's a start. No buyback available, Maposhka. He's down for 94 seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under.
Any bigger ones? If you can isolate Yatoro or Laurel somehow, as we have seen them find ways to do. That's your ticket back in. It is a little bit challenging, but you do have the right talent choice here for Cloud. This is one of the few times where Anchor Smash on attack is actually useful. Playing up against those Megas. They'll smoke out here on one win. Just again, need to find that isolation, but the mines just doesn't allow that.
It's very, very hard to smoke out of your face against techies. See, they are quite close to Team Spirit. I mean, Collapse is right around the corner. They'll find Mira first, but Mira, he's not going to be the target you really wanted, as now the song does come out. Yatoro, he's held 3 heroes down. Collapse lining up for a nice onslaught by the looks of it. They'll move in onto the Tiny first. Sweet and Strong is gone. No buyback available. Onto the Crystal Maiden. There goes Respect. A nice Ravage, but it's not doing quite enough. Or maybe it is. Lal and Mira, they both go down. Yatoro, he looks a little bit nervous to try and move in again, although, Mankushi, he'll have his Lincolns broken. He'll cancel his own TP, though. Moving in, Yatoro is going to take care of it, I think. Shira Jr. trying to help out. Collapse will move in. The Pulverize, though the Shackle does lock down Yatoro. Power shot through. They've got the Naga Siren. But can they keep Shira Jr. alive? The answer is no.
No, my god. That was so awkward for one win. They were forced to TP back. They're ancient. It's going to be exposed in a few moments. The creep wave was just shoving in. The buybacks from Team Spirit, they want to end it right here, right now. Ravage is still ready, though. Cloud had the refresh. Still one big team fight opportunity, but without Shira Jr., a lot of that damage is missing.
Now the Ancient under siege. I mean, 3 heroes down makes it pretty impossible for you to actually hope to defend. Hex is out onto the Tide. Mira will lock him down with the blast off to boot. Cloud, he'll pop the Ravage one last time, but it is more of a celebration Ravage here for Team Spirit, as they will be able to pull off the Game 1 victory up against one win. And, well, no smiles, Jonathan, on the faces of Team Spirit, because they know that isn't really up to their standard, the performance.
That it wasn't. A little bit messy, providing some openings. Yatoro maybe being a little bit too far out a couple of times. She's like, oopsies. I did an oopsie there a couple of times. Doesn't matter. In the end, they still find a win, Team Spirit. But one win makes them work for it. And we talked about the last time these two teams faced off against each other. It was in the qualifiers for Dream League. And that did go Team Spirit's way. They were the ones to knock one win down 2-0 in those qualifiers. Already setting a good tone here already, but props to one win, all things considered. We did not believe in the Wind Ranger. I wasn't completely sold on the Leshrac, and it still managed to hold out. Like, it was all down to, I want to say, Sweet and Strong. Him and the tossbacks. You cannot give this guy Tiny. We've seen this time and again for one win. Sweet and Strong's Tiny, it just gives him so much to play with.
Oh, they certainly did. The Sweet and Strong, definitely the MVP of one win's end of things if they did end up winning, but they did not, sadly. Team Spirit, on the other hand, they did end up pulling off game number 1's victory. Keep in mind, one win did say this is the team they really wanted to play against, which might explain the great performance they are having here against Team Spirit. Let's see how they do in game 2. We'll head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, game 2 will be underway between Team Spirit and one win. We'll see you then. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't catch game number 1, Team Spirit were able to pull off the victory in, well, I can't say convincing fashion, but it was certainly some sort of a fashion, a huge comeback coming out for the boys. Game number 2, Jonathan, I'm going to ask you straight off the bat. I don't know what kind of answer you're going to give me, but what the hell do one would need to do to try and draw out this series 1-1?
I mean, they had a good game plan in game 1, although it did have to default almost to like pickoffs, trying to play off of some major mistakes Team Spirit were making. I don't think the safe lane Wind Ranger really helped too much. It felt like, yes, it was shining when you did manage to chain stun, but it would only work on one hero. Afterwards, it didn't feel like you were going to find at secondary focus fire target. It had to come out from Chira Juniors. So I think the Wind Ranger pick has to change. I mean, it wasn't all in on the Wind Ranger as well. It wasn't the main issue, but it certainly didn't help the cause going into the late game scenario, right? You had so much scaling with Lina and Naga there for Team Spirit that it didn't feel like you could really match up here with how that game dragged on for the side of 1-win. Again, it all boiled down to whether or not Sweden Strong would find these tossbacks, and when they could, they would win the fight. But then what do you do afterwards? They managed to rip up 2 lane of racks. Tier 2 was standing right after, never fell down, couldn't go for the megas, and at some point, again, it just boiled down to waiting for Team Spirit to make a mistake and capitalizing on it with their Tiny.
Certainly do. Gotta give props as well to Mankushi on the Wind Ranger. You know, as much as you and I continue to give crap to this hero, he almost had it, Jonathan. We almost saw the first game victory for the Wind Ranger for ourselves, but not quite yet today, sadly, for game number 1. Maybe we get a reappearance of the Wind Ranger in game number 2, and we'll get to see a W here for 1-win with that hero, but we'll have to wait and see. Game 2's draft has not begun yet. Team Spirit, I mean, obviously probably happy with the win, but I've got to tell you, John, the boys, they haven't been... It's been a bit rocky, hasn't it, for Team Spirit? I mean, currently sitting in 4th place, I believe, in the Group B standings. Not exactly what you would have expected. In fact, a lot of the results are not exactly what you would have expected.
Yeah, it's a little bit topsy-turvy, but we have seen Team Spirit come out from groups like this before. So it might be one of those things, kind of the same deal with Liquid, right? Like we talked to Insania. He says their team just gets off to rocky starts in groups. Team Spirit has had a lot of tournaments where that is the case. So let's see if it starts to tighten up, especially coming into this game 2. Should be able to take a look at that draft now as well. We do see Team Spirit taking out the Timbersaw and the DK. 1-win, taking care of the Chen, Mars, and that Magnus of Collapse. So they're not, they know their stuff. Don't give Collapse Magnus. Is almost always there in every list when you're playing up against Team Spirit. You have those stack of papers, right? You see when they come out in TI? All of that, when you're playing Team Spirit, just has ban Magnus against Collapse. That's it. 7 pages of that. Just in case you forget.
All that's required. Yeah. Team Spirit. Final ban to come before we can see these opening pickups. Getting a lot of emphasis being put on the tankier boys here. We've got the Timbersaw and the DK being removed by Team Spirit. 1-win. Bit of a mix. The Chen, Mars, Magnus, and Techies all being removed as well. I think 1-win definitely do not want to have to go up against that Mirror Techies again. So I can't even count how many ruined smokes there were because of those mines that were placed by Mirror. They will not want to have to go through that because at some point it just feels like you're not playing Dota anymore. Like you just can't use smokes. It's a pretty big disadvantage to have.
Oh God, what are you doing?
Speaking of disadvantages, here we go.
What
Wind Ranger is upon us.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The Shadow Demon comes out as well. That's the counter to the Wind Ranger. Just with a Demonic Purge, you're not going to be wind running around being a menace here on that hero. Even Disruption can kind of cause issues. Pretty good save for 1-win to play with. A good way of just stopping, getting the Wind Ranger from running around. I'm curious what Team Spirit will want to do with it. Whether or not it's Mira's hero. I would hope it's Mira's hero. They seem like the kind of team that would pick up something like this. And it can be annoying. I'm just wondering what they partner it up with. We'll see whether or not that is the case. They ban out the Naga this time on Team Spirit. Not wanting to have to deal with it, as it's one of the shortcomings of the Wind Ranger. I don't know if they'll even consider that for Yatoro. Hopefully not, but you never know. Maybe Team Spirit's feeling spicy. They're like, oh, you picked the Wind Ranger. Oh, it didn't work? Oh, we'll show you how it works. We'll show you.
We'll see. I mean, perhaps they just thought it was a legitimate threat in Game 1 and they don't want to give the opportunity for Mankushi to have it again. Which, again, I think Mankushi did pretty well that game one. It just... In all fairness, though, I mean, it did feel like it was more on the tiny than anything. It felt like Sweet and Strong was really putting the team on his back with those toss-back plays. There's the Kunkka ban now from Team Spirit. 1 win, final ban to come before the drafts can continue, of course.
What do you have in the pool? The off lane. There's still the Tide Hunter, if that is something Collapse will want to consider here. I suppose there is stuff like, say, Enigma's still there if they want that. Although we saw Toronto Toki again not have the best of times if Rubik is allowed through. And they'll take care of the puck instead. So some of those slipperier mids for Laurel taken away. And it will go for the Mirana. So they've got the straightforward Disruption into Arrow combination already lined up. The Classic does come out once more. Mirana has seen a resurgence here in DreamLeague 22. So, good to see that some of the Classic combos are in. You know, we'll probably never get DK Mirana again, unfortunately, but Mirana Shadow Demon still slides out.
Yeah, it's still a very strong combination. It's I want to say it's one of the original combos here with the Mirana.
Yeah.
Team Spirit?
I think like the OG combination that I really think of is like Bane. I think Nightmare was really what... I don't know if it was all the way back in Dota 1. I want to say it was. And for Shadow Demon, it was always like Centaur. I think those were like the OG stun combos.
That's
way back in the day.
I miss Bane.
Boomer Dota.
I gotta say, it's been a long time since we've seen Bane being picked up.
Yeah.
It's kind of upsetting.
It is. They changed his kit to just be a little bit weirder. Like, you kind of want him feeble, but you also still don't. It's kind of strange. I know.
Yeah,
he's universal, so he trades. That's something.
It is. He always traded, though. They nerfed his stats a long time ago, and they just kind of ruined the hero completely. He was so good at trading before. And then there was the brain sap nerfs that happened as well, which really upset me.
Yeah. Yep. Never reverted it, Mikey. Never changed it back.
Team Spirit, they get the bench for themselves.
I'm wondering if this is the support duo straight up. Yeah, what the support duo will be. Will it be the tiny support? Will we see Laurel play tiny mid? I'm thinking tiny 4 for Mira is a lot better. Sounds a lot better. We've seen Mira play that here before. Is pretty solid in Imposter and Avenge. You run something like a Wind Ranger for Laurel, I suppose. You don't know your matchup. That's what makes it tough. There is flex. I mean, you can still run tiny mid. Do something else with a Wind Ranger. It's open enough, but it does feel like Team Spirit's running it back. They're like, all right, let's run a few elements of this draft and teach our young boys how to play this draft, except we'll have Avenge. Almost. It's almost a mirror. Like, will they pick Leshrac after? And just tie it all up? Full circle?
We'll see. Maybe. 1 win. Still thinking about the third pickup here. Still very curious to see where this Wind Ranger is going. Like, is it really going to be a Yatoro Wind Ranger we're looking at? I can't remember the last time I saw Yatoro pick Wind Ranger and, you know...
Can't remember at all, honestly.
Play it. Yeah.
It just sounds... I feel like Laurel, out of all people, would probably play it, but then, again, you don't know your matchup. There's some weird off chance. Honestly, it feels more likely if you were gonna just flex something for Collapse here. It would be something like the Venge, but more than the Wind Ranger. I don't know. Like, the Wind Ranger just puts a lot of question marks whenever it pops out. 1 win, they will go for the Primal Beast. So they've got a lot of hold. Pulverize into Arrow now feasible as well. Really hard to shove away from lane. Can run down. I'm wondering if they're expecting the Wind Ranger for Yatoro. Seeing what Collapse did in that lane. Could be one way to go here. For 1 win, we'll take the Sven up as well. And this is a hero that you mentioned a lot of EEU teams have enjoyed, but it has also just kind of shot back into meta in the past month, I want to say. Very solid way of just laning. You're not worried too much about any matchup. You've got solid combinations with the Mirana 5 to leave the Shadow Demon 4 to stack up on the triangle. Like, you've got that straightforward Stormhammer into Arrow, and that can already apply a lot of pressure in that laning phase.
Ooh, a slider comes out here from Team Spirit's end of things. Not something I was quite expecting. I mean, you start to, I suppose it should be the offlane slider, but you never know, right? We have seen a lot of mid slider coming out, and that seems to be where it feels most popular these days, the mid slider. Well, what are you thinking, John? Where would you put the hero?
5 seconds remaining.
I think you have really strong lane combinations with a Slardar to kind of throw that away. Like, Slardar Tiny is a very scary run at you lane. If that is a tiny support, Slardar Venge can really melt heroes. Early minus armor plus the crush is pretty scary. So I wouldn't mind it on the offlane here for Collapse. I feel like that fits in pretty nice. Which means, again, we're probably going to see Laurel on Wind Ranger, but maybe Yatoro replays it. I can see the Wind Ranger now working, though. This is a lot of minus armor. There's a lot of physical output from the Wind Ranger if it is going to be a core on 1 or even 2. Like Wave of Terror, Corrosive Haze. There's a lot of output here. It's not the worst circumstance for a Wind Ranger. Mind you, it's into Sven, but I suppose Corrosive Haze plus Wave of Terror does counteract Warcry, so it just turns that spell into nothing, I guess.
That's true. A lot of minus armor.
10 seconds remaining.
Final ban out for 1 win. They still seem to believe that Yatoro is the one lacking a hero. I suppose that is fair. Like, it would make more sense to me if they gave Collapse the offlane slider, they throw Lol on the mid-wind ranger, they give Yatoro another hero in that position 1 role.
It's left. Laying up against the Primal Beast. Take care of the Dusa. I suppose there's illusion heroes left. Like, there's a Terrorblade. There's enough magic damage to make that uncomfy, though. Maybe a PL? You don't have the best hard lockdown for something like the PL. It's very slippery here. You do have Clear with Primal Beast to an extent and the Sven. So the PL illusions won't last too long. Could be an option. If you want to just fight the bulk, there's an Ursa that fits pretty nicely into this lineup. A Slark as well could kind of work out for Team Spirit. You're still taking care of mids. Up against Wind Ranger. Yeah, ban the Ember, leave the Storm. Storm is one of the matchups for Wind Ranger that does feel really good. So you can kind of try to bait that out from Chira Jr. His special Invoker has been left in the pool, though. And I can see the Invoker tying in really nicely here for 1 win. For Chira Jr., if that is the way to go. Like early Tornado to dispel off Windrun again. It's pretty nice. You're expecting it mid.
5 seconds remaining.
You've got Alacrity onto the Sven that feels good. You've got these combinations with Shadow Demon Mirana plus Invoker. Yeah, it's Grimstroke. So what are we seeing, Team Spirit? It's a safe lane Wind Ranger, a mid tiny? Some flex in that, perhaps. Just figuring out the mid lane matchup first, but you do have that flex to go into, I suppose.
Yeah, but you do. Very interesting draft here from Team Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
1 win. Maybe a little bit confused as to what the hell's going on here. 30 seconds left on the reserve time. They do still lack a mid lane on their own end of things.
I suppose the one thing the Grimstroke does clean up is... number 1, it's a great Inkswell combo with Tiny and Slardar. You've got a lot of great spells to just multicast around. Right, like Venge plus Shard is pretty scary. Lots of missiles bouncing. Shackle Shot onto 2 is pretty scary. There's that Invoker we're talking about. Even double Focus Fire, I think, kind of mitigates some of the weaknesses of the Wind Ranger. So you will be able to at least burst down 2 heroes. It will be Yatoro on that Wind Ranger as well. Laurel taking that mid-tiny, so they are dodging out the Invoker lane. Pretty good read from Team Spirit. 1 win. We have seen Chira Jr. perform spectacularly on that Invoker, though. This is one of those heroes where he doesn't mind copping a lot of aggression. He'll buy space out from Munkushi as much as possible. He's got a great Alacrity target. His lane matchup up against Tiny isn't too bad for Invoker. I'd argue maybe a little bit better as long as he doesn't get caught out in Avalanche and tossed back. So this should lead to a pretty decent time overall in draft. I'm wondering what Team Spirit's cooking. Like, Wind Ranger Vengeance lane is not bad. I don't think. it does have counterplay. It's a little bit better than CM Wind Ranger we saw last time, so I feel like that's a good course correction in comparison to what OneWin was doing with Wind Ranger. But I'm not completely sold on Wind Ranger. It does feel better. Again, like, you can focus fire onto 2, you can shackle 2 heroes if it's in a really densely wooded area. That's a lot of lockdown, and again, 2 focus fire targets does feel good, so you can clean up the second one, no problem. Kind of works out some of those shortcomings.
It certainly does. It should be an interesting kind of game, and see how it does pan out. You know, you and I, we are still yet to see a Wind Ranger win, you and I. So here we go. See if Team Spirit can show us the power of this hero. I do also agree. I think it is a little bit more enabled this game. See how it all works out. Game number 2, Team Spirit versus OneWin. There's OneWin sadly only fighting for a draw at this point, but the points still do matter. Problem is they also matter for Team Spirit quite a lot, so they're not going to be feeling too charitable.
No.
Good luck, how fun's are going to come out. I mean, at least for OneWin, this is the team that they really wanted to play against, which is what they said to us yesterday, so they get their opportunity.
Yeah, again, a bit of a rematch from their journey to Dream League, taking that loss to Team Spirit 2-0 last time around. Could be the same result here. Shall see. Do you feel like, yeah, you're playing against Wind Ranger, this is going to feel a lot better for OneWin. I mean, even with all the minus armor that we were talking about, Sven just makes sure that the minus armor does nothing but nullify Warcry. So you're not necessarily softening up these targets for quick burst, because Warcry still kind of covers you overall. So it makes it a little bit awkward. But I do like the tempo that can come out from Collapse. I think the key thing is going to be, like, how much can this Slaughter get away with in lane? What kind of buildup we're looking for? What kind of timing the Harpoon Blink will hit? Let's see, OneWin, deep smoke and deep wards here.
They certainly look like they want the level 1 team fight here, OneWin. Team Spirit are not going to give them that. Ooh, I say that. Maposhka and Yatoro are hanging around the top side, but so they have kind of figured out that the OneWin were hanging around that area as well, so they are just going to leave. Tips coming out from Mira, not 100% sure why. It won't matter. 2 for 2 trade on the banner ins, and of course, as per usual, we can start with the mid lane, where you are going to see Lal on the mid tiny against the mid invoker of Shura Jr. What do you think about the mid matchup here, Jonathan? Do you feel like it goes one way or the other?
I don't think it's too bad for Shura Jr. Can play with a range, and always kind of break off Laurel, a bit of a tornado later on. Has the MP ready as well, just to melt some mana. Here at the range creep. Just a bit, so shouldn't be too bad. I think the main thing is, as long as Shura Jr. doesn't get clipped by Avalanche and gets tossed back, he's pretty happy. It's going to be a little bit rougher for Laurel to try to line up for that aggression. Big thing for Laurel is rotation potential is strong if he finds it. We'll find out later on. Rune control's a little bit more important for Laurel as well, so that's going to be the emphasis of Team Spirit. Still taking a look at that bot lane here. You've got Respect on the Mirana along with Munkushi on the Sven. Again, another very straightforward lane for OneWin. They're up against Mira on the Grimstroke and Collapse on the Slaughter, which is also really scary. Level 3 spikes are pretty scary in both ends. I'd say maybe a little bit more of a threat onto OneWin. The double stun of Stormhammer and Sacred Arrow is a threat for sure, but Inkswell plus Slytherin into Bash of the Deep is a lot more stun.
Boschka, top lane, already going down. Cloud able to secure first blood. Yatoro trying to hand a bit of harassment back the other way. The thing is, you do have perfect setup as well here from Sweden Strong, right? Like the disruption into the onslaught is going to be a little bit problematic if you are Yatoro and Maposhka. And this is before you've hit the level 3 mark and you've got some points up in trap. So you do have to be a little bit wary of that setup from Sweden Strong.
Yeah, it's a lot of output, and it's not an easy hero to punish for Yatoro and Maposhka. Like, there's just so much output and durability from Cloud, and they just line up from a mile away.
And Maposhka, again, gonna go down. It's really that easy. Like, without the level 3 mark on Cloud, you think it wouldn't be that possible, but Maposhka dying a second time will have to make the walk of shame back towards the top lane, and yeah, but you've got to be happy if you're the off lane of OneWin.
Yeah, super happy. It's gonna slow down just a little bit on Yatoro. He is still finding farm, but you are getting the EXP you need here for Cloud to really start to have that impact. and just start to build up into that point where he can get aggressive. Trio Jr. trying to deny off additional water runes, not going to be able to take one away from Laurel. Did manage to take one away at the very least. And you are seeing a little bit more back and forth. Laurel is leveraging the tree grab quite nicely though, keeping up in denies. So it's not a runaway lane for Trio Jr. by any means.
Mid lane, a bit of a jump in here from Lal. Shiro Jr. dropping very, very low. Lal luckily not having any points in toss to really be able to try and finish off the kill. But the mid lane has been relative. Oh, hold on a minute, bottom lane. Collapsed. Finding respect. Oh, gets the bash as well, of course. Had the charge ready. Respect is indeed going to go down.
Again, you have to respect that chain stunning with the Inkswell into the crush, into the bash. Very easy to just look for that pick off here. Munkushi is a lot tankier, but this Mirana is susceptible. You don't have level 3, you don't have the value point in leap. Once you commit, you are basically gone. Be cautious about trying to work the angles. So far though, still, again, not too bad for one win, considering how much pressure they're applying top. Same pressure kind of being applied bot, but not enough to stop Munkushi too much from farming up. This is the one thing as well. The Sven will outfarm this Wind Rangers. They are running for Miposhka again.
They are Miposhka. He just cannot catch a break. Does get a deny on the neutrals at the very least, but it's still going to feel real bad here, just dying another time. And it's just not going to get easier. It's just easy pickings every time he shows his face at the top lane.
Yeah, I guess the argument to be made at least it's not Yatoro. I feel like you can make that same move onto the Wind Ranger and still find success. So at least the punishment is not on the core. This gives the opportunity for the bottle top up for Laurel as well to kind of play that lane. And he's starting to pull ahead on that Tiny. Just way better lane control in comparison to Chira Jr. Just makes it rough for Chira Jr. to try to leverage, get some EXP. Are seeing some poking and prodding down bot. Inkswell does not quite connect from Mira, unfortunately, but again, this is a tanky lane to go up against. You've got the value point from Warcry from Munkushi as well. So there is some disengage once the commitment comes in.
Sweden Strong's being so annoying. He gets a deny on the observable that was placed there by Miposhka immediately, just not giving it a chance at all here as Collapse now rushing forward with the Inkswell down at bottom lane. Does find Munkushi with the stun, but does not have the follow-up. Did have the crush, but doesn't. Oh, in fact, he goes now to Respect. Collapse, has he waited a bit too long? Respect, he does die. Munkushi still trying to trade, but Collapse just manning up. Gets the bash to the deeps and the stun. And Miposhka even showing up to the last second. And that's why Collapse was so confident to just re-engage, knowing they had the numbers advantage. Suddenly 2 heroes down at the safe lane of 1 win.
Yeah, that's massive. Again, you have to put a dent in this Sven. He's going to be able to outfarm Yatoro just by nature of the hero. Does provide an opening to aggress onto Laurel. Does then manage to deny away the regen rune. So the Tiny not going to be too comfy for the next few minutes here. Just no regen, no mana to play with. Not going to be able to shove Chira Jr. away. At the same time, they can't really commit just yet from the side of 1 win unless the Lando stuns. Chase on to Respect again.
Respect does go down another time. I mean, just the off lanes of both sides are having the greatest games of their lives here as Collapse. No contention whatsoever when it comes to his farm, and I can say the exact same thing for Cloud. He is having a great time. Yatoro not able to slow him down whatsoever. So it seems like it's going to be one of those games where it just becomes all about the off lane. So you can see Munkushi, like, he's just not safe. Even underneath his tier 1 tower, he just does not feel good. Especially now that the level 6 mark is up on Collapse, you're always going to have vision over this thing.
You'll have the vision, you'll have the burst. The damage is starting to ramp up now on Collapse. Does go for the Bash of the Deep more than the Crush, which is great. It is really good damage to pump out and a lot of control. I like seeing that here for Collapse. We've seen a lot of pro players still stick to Slytherin. And it is good for a lane where you feel like you're not going to get the right clicks, but this is certainly a lane where Collapse is just in control. I think the big difference is just how much pressure is on these safe lanes, right? Munkushi is under so much more pressure than Yatoro. For Yatoro, being solo up against Prowl and Beast isn't as bad. you have no Shadow Demon to connect with. Sweden Strong's not there providing the setup. So running down the Wind Ranger is a little bit tougher. They'll try for a smoke out here on 1win. See what Cheer Jr. and Sweden Strong can get done.
Rotations down towards the bottom lane. Collapse. Oh, they're going to miss out. He does get away. That's a little bit unfortunate. It felt like they had maybe a split second there to get the disruption off, but they just do not quite get it. And so the smoke rotation really does not pan out to much. Rotate into the mid lane and try to save the Invoker. Sweden Strong. Decent timing with the disruption to ensure that Shira Jr. will not go down. They will at least drain the mana of Lal as well as he does run his way out. But Lal's going to get a bottle top up here from Mira, but never mind, not even. Never ends up handing over the bottle. It doesn't really matter though, because they're jumping onto Shira Jr. anyway. The Invoker being caught out. A nice setup by Maposhka. And Shira Jr. is down, that they are going to rotate in. Cloud on the Primal Beast going after Lal. Silences are out for Mira, trying to lock them down a little bit longer as Lal continues to try and retreat. Magic Missile even going to help him out, though Cloud is continuing to chase. Lal still alive, but finally goes down. It's now Yatoro, has rotated, trying to find another trade, does take down Cloud. My goodness, just so much emphasis on trying to get that tiny kill, and it cost them another one.
That's a lot of sacrifices to make. Really great response out from Team Spirit. Even Yatoro recognizing he could find something over there. And it's all down to that patience. Like instantly, Soulbind flies out. He waits for that Pulverize for the Phantom's Embrace. That buys the time and space for Laurel to bail out. And works out. 3-6, 2k lead running for Team Spirit. They've got the smoke out with Maposhka and Laurel. Want to keep that pressure going. Munkushi already all the way behind his tier 1 though. A little bit of a harder angle to scout out early, but if they find him, that's Sven. Doesn't have much to play with. No God's Strength either to threaten back here.
Munkushi. Poshka, very patient, waiting for his team. They've got plenty of vision here on Munkushi. Lal's in with the Avalanche. They've got the Inksword to follow up. Poor old Munkushi, he had no idea they were coming. Another beautiful play here from Team Spirit to find the position 1 of 1win, and of course that does open up the bottom tier 1 tower. There'll be no defending that.
Now, just a quick take for Collapse. They already dropped the early ward as well to watch that area down bot, have a good angled sneak in and apply that pressure onto Munkushi. They're still camping around top. There's an Invis Rune on Sweden Strong though. So you could try for the entrapment from the back, but range isn't quite there.
Poshka, he could try to bait Cloud forward. Instead, they're going to find Sweden Strong. So Sweden Strong kind of just tank the gank that was being set up here onto the Cloud Primal Beast. In comes some rotations now from 1win. They're going to bring Shura Jr. and Respect up towards the top lane. They're going to find Maposhka. Arrow's going to whiff, but Maposhka is down. Nice little pick up there for 1win.
Still an important kill to find for Cheer Jr. Just needs to ramp up on this Invoker, get that full Spirit Vessel going. Really have that presence in the middle of these fights. Playing off of this ward they planted earlier on as well pretty nicely on 1win. And relieve some of the pressure that has been being pumped out on Munkushi. So good movement overall. Not going to be able to tie into an objective. Unfortunately, Yatoro is still just scaling up like a madman. Collapse is really your next big issue here. 200 gold away from full blink. Might be able to go onto Yatoro. At the very least, Respect is keeping an eye out, but follow through isn't quite there, although Cloud makes his way over now.
It's time.
Moonlight Shadow is going to be popped. They are going to give it a crack. Yatoro will get pulverized. Arrow follow-up should be there perfectly. And Yatoro, oh, that's going to be a very nice kill. Beautiful setup here from 1win. Of course, now off the back of that, they could consider the mid-tier 1 tower, but looks like they won't really bother. Try to race for the power rune, but it seems like Poshka will just deny that one off. But ultimately, you found the Yatoro Wind Ranger. You're going to be pretty damn happy with that.
Side of Team Spirit have to be able to get these D-wards off. Already pinging out the location of 1win's ward, giving out that info. See if they can find more Laurel. This is Respect, but slippery Mirana. Pretty hard to pin.
Absolutely. There's still a very slight net worth advantage, just 1k the way of Team Spirit, and it seems like most of that is sitting currently on Collapse. He's working on towards that Aghanim Scepter now. Still camping in the mid lane here, just in preparation to see if somebody's going to show up. Shura Jr. does reveal himself in that mid lane. But they will smoke up as 3 instead here on the side of Spirit and wrap around through their own jungle. Maybe go through that Radiant Triangle if they can get to that area. They could find Cloud on the Primal Beast. Thing is, Cloud is a bit of a tankier unit, but they are going to give it a crack. The jump is there. Cloud, he'll pop the Blade Mail. Is it going to matter? Not quite. Cloud, though, oh, he just barely is unable to get the onslaught off in time. And another great kill for Team Spirit.
Yep, that's the blink reveal of Collapse coming out. Great usage on that first kill. Is working into the Ags now as well. They set themselves up some of their own forward division to start to get some punishment in. I suppose if you're 1-win, all of this attention again is away from your Sven, who is managing to farm back into the game. And that's always the concern for Team Spirit. The moment you leave Munkashi alone, he will just out-farm. It's a Sven up against a Wind Ranger farming. Sure, you have the Maelstrom, but it's much more consistent for Sven to clear through these camps. Mass DPs to top, though.
Top lane, Maposhka and Collapse. I mean, they are kind of prepped for the fight. D-Wards to come out. Team Spirit, they do not want to stick around any longer, knowing that their vision is now gone. They'll get back towards their own Tier 1 tower. Tornado's going to fly out here from Shura Jr. Swap out, though. He's gone way too far. Underneath the Tier 1 tower, they'll disrupt to try and save the Invoker, but with the Soulbind, there's nowhere for Shura to go. Getting baited in by Maposhka. Maposhka seeing the easiest swap of his life, and now even Respect trying to get his way out, but Lal's going to catch up with the Inkswall to connect. Respect is indeed going to go down. Team Spirit once again outplaying the side of 1-win. And Shura Jr., I mean, it was wishful thinking. He rushes in by himself, gets swapped in, and that was pretty much all she wrote.
It's a little bit surprising. They forced that fight anyway on 1-win. Right, they get the D-ward off. They know they were under vision. So Team Spirit, they should understand, is ready. They don't respect that too much. And the punishment is pretty severe. This Invoker, you know, we've talked about Shura Jr. and his Invoker. He is willing to make these sacrifices, but it doesn't feel like he's at that point where he's stable enough with just the Spirit Vessel. He needs a couple more items up to really still have consistent impact here. Still, 1-win, going for another smoke out.
All I can give us is a chance.
Who are they going to find, though?
Toro?
Oh, Yatoro. Gets the Wind Walk away, and looks like he's going to be just fine. Not even any farm to be had in that dire triangle. Just the perfect retreat here for Yatoro. Left one Wild Wing Ripper behind. Very unfortunate here for 1-win. They could still head into the mid lane and try to find a pick off into the Tier 1 mid tower. Sweet and Strong, though, has been spotted out here by Maposhka, so the immediate stun is out. And the Shadow Demon is dead. That Collapse, he even found Shura Jr. That's a huge target. And it seems as though Shura's got no help on the way. Everyone's left him behind. That's tough.
Oh boy.
That is a very, very tough death to have there for the Invoker. Now things are really starting to fall apart for 1-win.
Not it is. It's all hinging on Munkushi. He's the guy with all of the space. He's the guy that's been left alone on the Sven. He's working towards the Ags next. To have some catch, maybe opt for BKB first for a little bit more protection up front. But this is when Team Spirit's fully online. They've got the output, they've got the connections with the blinks on Laurel and Collapse. And even Yatoro can contribute quite a fair bit with a Gleipnir going into the Manta next. I mean, 1-win, they've got to play as a unit. Like, they are forcing out these smokes. The game sense coming out from Team Spirit's just too strong. Chira!
Oh boy. That's I mean, I said things were getting tough here for Shura. They are getting worse and worse as time goes on, just being picked off again. So now the Tier 1 mid tower is going to collapse, excuse the pun, to the side of Team Spirit. Top lane. Speaking of the Devil, Collapse moving right up towards Cloud, but will not be able to get quite within range to go for the Slithering Crush. Doesn't really matter though, they get the Tier 1 tower. They are completely in control of this game number 2. So, you know, as much as we hate this Wind Ranger pick up Yatoro, he is just having the freest farm of his life. Like, nobody's touched this guy.
That he is. Like, he's allowed to play his game. Right? There's so much space being created by Collapse and Laurel. So much pressure coming out from these two heroes that the Wind Ranger doesn't even need to be a factor just yet. And Wittig Leipnir can contribute, but wants to be safer with a full Manta into the Lincolns just to prevent any sort of pulverized plays here from Cloud. And with all that, once all that's up, Yatoro is going to be pretty safe in the middle of these engagements. I think the issue here for OneWin is you have no one to really play off of. You've got this combination of Arrow plus 1. So you just need Arrow setup, but every single time they move out with these smokes and moonlights, it doesn't work. Scan does spot them for a brief moment.
They're going to try for Yatoro again. Tornado's going to land. They've got the Wind Ranger held down for a moment. Yatoro gets a nice Gleipnir off onto 3, though. They do take him out, however. I mean, Team Spirit, they were close by, but not quite seeing the angle to try and jump in and help out this Wind Ranger. They will leave Yatoro to die. Collapse was across the map as well, so that might have had quite a lot to do with it. That's a huge one. That's the kind of kill you want to see if you want to win.
Yeah, the smoke finally panning out does do quite a lot for them. They're slowing down Wind Ranger from just getting to that point where it's going to be near impossible to pin down. You're also taking these fights up against Team Spirit before they have any of their bigger spells. Like, say, Venge with level 2 swap might have been able to get a save off from Mapashka. Fortunately, with still the level 1 swap, range is just a limiting factor for how well you can counteract that. Still, with that kill, it's not like OneWin's able to really build off of it, unfortunately. Like, they're not able to pressure these tier 1s. They're not able to hunt for more pickoffs. You're still being rather efficient on the map with Laurel and Collapse. Collapse, he has his full Ags up. He is just so durable now with that additional HP regen when he does get the crush off from the water the Corrosive Haze leaves behind. Like, this is not a slaughter you can easily burst down. And that's going to get worse once the full Sanjin Yasha's up as well, which he is finding the farm for. Again, he's been left alone for a long time. And it is concerning, because you're going to have to pick your targets here on OneWin. You're going to have to try to pin down any of these cores, and for the most part, all you have is single target control outside of the Pulverize with a little bit of a micro stun, and I guess a good Stormhammer if they're clumped up, but we haven't seen Team Spirit commit that yet. Still, Cloud has his BKB, so should feel safer in trying to take these fights. They're lined up for the Roshan on Team Spirit. This should not take too long with a focus fire here. They want to commit that.
Now Roshan. Roshan is gone very freely here. Yatoro to pick up the Aegis. But I suppose you can't just look towards tier 2 bottom tower here if you are Team Spirit. You must be feeling relatively confident even with that recent death on Yatoro. You've gotten to a point though where Mankushi could start to be a pretty big cause of concern, but I think Mankushi does at least need the BKB to feel confident enough to start moving with his team. He will just regroup with his team, in fact, towards that Dire jungle.
They could try for their own push play up top. They're still grouped around. Again, this could be a really good Ags reveal here on Mankushi. With 2 lives in Yatoro, it can be a little bit dicey though, but let's see if the angle presents itself. Pashka hang around with that swap. Doesn't want to repeat that same mistake from last time. Instead, Moonlight and Smoke onto mid.
Absolutely. They're going to see Lal there for a moment. Lal, though, will blink away, so instead they'll try for Mirror, but the blink away from Mirror is going to be just fine, as now the chase is on for one win. Lal, he will land an avalanche onto Shira. However, Yatoro, he does get caught by Rogue Arrow on the other side of the fight. However, Shira does get caught by Shackles now. Meanwhile, Collapse dropping low here to Mankushi. He does go down, but they have got the Invoker. Cloud on the run, Lal on the chase. Cloud, no, in fact, they want the Sven. They want the bigger target. The Sven, though, Mankushi, he'll jump in and take them up Koshima, but a beautiful Shackles locking down 2 of them is going to be a little bit problematic here for one win, that they do take down another on the side of Team Spirit. It's not going to matter if they take down the Sven. And in fact, it was just Yatoro taking down the Aegis anyway. Sweet and strong. Doesn't look like he's going to make it out. Maybe they could try to get Yatoro a second time, but no, he's going to be fine. Sweet and strong to fall. Lal finds a couple more with an avalanche. They'll go after Cloud. Shackle will not lock him down for long, but Yatoro he will just continue to climb around them as he'll take that respect, and now Cloud is gone. Not even the Sunstrike to connect. And of all things, a damage amp rune to support while the fight was going on.
It's beautiful. You know, when you're the chosen one, Mike, you get everything you want. Really, really good sidestep from Collapse, dodging out the ice wall, getting the toss from Laurel. He does die, but he sets up. He gets that disruptive stun. He allows this opening for Yatora to chase down, for Laurel to get the follow through as well. Laurel, really good target reading as well, seeing the BKB still running, pinning down the backline, providing a little bit of an angle to catch out that Sven. A pivotal kill for them to find. And they maximize this Aegis for that team fight. Not going to be able to, unfortunately, take too many objectives off the back, but Team Spirit, just so many outplays here. Again, just dancing around ice wall, getting these coordinated tossbacks, dancing around, getting good Gleipnir to cut off that onslaught. Everything lines up.
Another big group up. I mean, Team Spirit, they will run as 4. Lines were being drawn towards the top lane. Collapse is already around the area. The net worth of Shira is going to really kind of sting right now for the Invoker. Like, he's sitting at 8k net worth. He's trying to get a Blink Dagger up on the Invoker, but just dire straits at the moment, as they are going to find Sweet and Strong once again. Mira, even having a look around for another, is going to find Cloud. Will land with the Inksword, cancelling off the onslaught and setting up another kill by the looks of it. But Cloud, he'll get the BKB off. It's Lal. Lal's still trying. Gets the avalanche eventually. Problem is he cops an arrow to the front side. Sunstrike in, Lal. A little bit overconfident. Still going to try and go for the fight, but is going to go down. Thing is, though, Mankushi. While all that was happening, Mankushi gets caught.
Yep, they isolate the Sven. No wards there, just some good movement out from Team Spirit. Maybe a little bit of a deep one from Laurel. You know, kind of reminiscent of that moment we had with Yatora running up on his Naga. And this time it's Laurel getting a little bit hungry for the kills. Does get punished, but 9-22. Team Spirit still in a really good position in this game. 8k lead up. Manta fully done on Yatora, so doesn't need to worry too much about the lockdown. Has some dodge on hand as well. Going back to your point about Shira Jr., when you're behind farm from a Grimstroke 4, you know you're in some deep trouble. And we've talked about Shira Jr. being willing to be that sacrificial element for the team. This is a lot of sacrificing he's doing right now in comparison to that first game we saw as Invoker. This is a little bit too much sacrifice, Mike.
Oh, tell me about it. Yeah, you know, he's got a blink up at least now, John. That's good news. He might need it now because they have made the jump in onto the Primal Beast. Sweet and Strong barely able to save with the disruption, but Cloud, well, he gets the BKB off, so he's still going, but he is down eventually. Lal will take him. Here we go. Mid-tier 2 tower will be targeted here by Team Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This is... it's such a tough position for one win. I mean, again, there's still this scaling coming out from Mankushi. With a BKB up, a little bit more damage with full Daedalus, things can start to look up. It feels like you want more in Shira Jr., right? You want more, in particular, really EXP. Stuck at level 13, matching the supports of Team Spirit. I say matching, he's matching Mapashka. It's about 3 levels behind compared to Mira. So severely behind in comparison to everyone else. It's not the spot where Invoker wants to be. His spells don't feel disruptive enough at this point. So, you have to still try to play that catch-up game. Bot just being secured now by the side of Team Spirit. One win just opting to try to shove out top. Might have to start to consider the high ground defense sooner rather than later, but it is early days. Might wait for the next Roche first on Team Spirit's end. A minute until we see that respawn timer. And one win. There's some timings here, right? Like, you've already got the Blink and Sweden strong. He's going for the Yags. So that is one way to be disruptive in these fights, especially if you manage to find Yatora before he pops Manta, Demonic Purge on him. He's going to feel pretty it's going to be pretty hard for him to try to weave his way in and out of these fights. So,
Dire's top tower is
collapse. Doesn't see respect, unfortunately, in the nighttime vision.
Does not. I mean, Lion's being drawn through the mid lane here from one win. It seems like they want to try and go for a smoke. There will be one Bora out from Sweden Strong, so they will group up as 5. Maybe just wait for the creep wave to come in to clear that out first. They're 12k behind. They're not out of this game quite yet here, one win, but it is getting more and more challenging as time does go on. They are not going to pop the smoke yet, though. I mean, creep wave's just constantly coming in. They'll address those first. Eventually, Moonlight Shadow's pop a collapse. He's the one to initiate, finding respect on the Mirana. He was underneath vision, so the Moonlight Shadow would have never worked out anyway. A little bit disappointing here for one win. Just never having an opportunity to even try for a smoke or a Moonlight Shadow kind of gank. And well, now, I mean, Team Spirit, they might just go right through the top lane. In fact, they might go right into the Radiant Triangle where Mankushi barely avoids getting crushed here by collapse.
Yeah, that would have been a kill that they can't afford to give away on the side of one win. Roshan not too far off now as well. A minute 45 going to be the south side spawn. They're going to have to work their way through the gate here for one win, but that is a little bit of a blessing. There is vision here from the side of one win Team Spirit that might not have to deal with it on the next rush. We'll see. One win finally getting the smoke off. Not sure if they smoked under vision though. There is a lane ward here that could have spotted that out.
Yeah. Team Spirit, smoke on smoke. Cloud, he's going to break his smoke, jump in from Lal immediately. They've got the sight device already out onto the Prime, although disruption will buy a bit of time here for Cloud to get the BKB off. He'll rush right onto Yatoro and Mira, trying to find at least the support. Is it going to work out? The Mira, he goes down, but he gets the Soulbind off in time. Cloud and Respect are both gone. Meanwhile, Mankushi, he's still looking for a target to hit. He'll go onto Yatoro, but he has the Lincolns up. He'll pop the BKB now. Mankushi's still trying to chase down the Wind Ranger. Will turn his attention onto Collapse, but it's not working out. He's just getting kited around, and they'll just go back in for more now. The Sven, he's a sitting duck. What's he meant to do? Lal on a triple kill. Sweden Strong is going to be able to get away. Whoopsie daisies, Collapse.
Yeah, instant tips out. Missed opportunity.
That
Again,
was, of course,
really,
the neutral item, in case anyone missed the Gossamer Cave.
Yeah, the Gossamer Cave. That missed chance can just kind of ruin you sometimes. Still, great read from Team Spirit. Smoke. I think the edge of it was spotted out, but War, they instantly smoke back themselves, instantly break, get that control. Just force out a lot. Cloud just completely isolated from everyone else. Beautiful swaps out from Miposhka as well to bail out Laurel to allow all of this. And it's what we talked about with the build-up on Yatoro. With the Lincolns and Manta, it's just so hard to pin this guy down as a Sven. Like, you're basically just blocked off. You get kited around. Yes, the cleave can hurt, but there's no one to cleave off of there for the side of one win. And for Team Spirit, this is going to lead straight into the Roche. Do want to highlight something here as well. This build-up from Lyle, he does have a condo, which isn't so strange. He's queuing up the Revenant's Brooch, which is a bit stranger, but that sounds particularly exciting with the Tree Volley. That's something that can come out here.
I was
sounds
about
really
to say
funny.
The Tree Volley would be a delight to watch with the Revenant's Brooch.
It just sounds... I mean, to be fair, do you really want to go magical damage when you've got Wave of Terror plus Corrosive Haze? Isn't that still more damage? I suppose, if no one has a pipe, then I guess magic damage is still more.
That's true. I don't know anymore, John.
I want to see it. You know, like, I just want to see it, because I remember at some point I was talking about, what was it, Monkey King Revenant's Brooch Parasma. Now everyone's starting to pick up at least the Revenant's Brooch on these auto attack spells because you're not wasting mana. So, will the game go long enough for Revenant's Brooch? Who knows? It's a lot of gold. It's pretty expensive, but Laurel has me excited, Mike.
He certainly does. Collapse. The Yatoro, I mean, they're all grouped up down to the bottom lane, so Team Spirit might not actually wait for Lal to have a chance to get the Revenant's Brooch. 4-man smoke up. The side of OneWin are currently just at the top lane. They're not actually reacting whatsoever yet to Yatoro, but Yatoro is doing a lot of damage here onto that tier 3 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Now bottom racks now under siege. Still no response here from OneWin. Very peculiar kind of situation as they are literally just letting this racks go down for free. Collapse chasing down a primal beast in the meantime, so Cloud, when he has a TP available but he can't quite commit it, will eventually get it away and does get back towards the base. So happy days, he gets back home. Problem is you are already 1 racks down and it costs Team Spirit nothing.
Wait a minute. I know we've casted quite a fair bit of OneWin's games. I just noticed that their monuments on the high ground, it's still in sync. It's a red primal beast and a blue primal beast. They need everyone else in on that. Oh my god, these guys. They're actually coordinating the freaking monuments that no one cares about. Good god.
Yeah. Only you would care, John.
It's on brand, okay?
It is. Mid-Rax is gone. They'll throw a Sunstrike at Yatoro. Yatoro could care less. They would go for the Megas. However, there is still a tier 2 tower standing at the top lane. So, it's time to address the creep wave, deal with the tier 2 tower, take a Tormentor while they're at it, or excuse me, rather an Outpost. And Lal's currently just waiting on the high ground of the triangle, just in case somebody gives him a toss opportunity. But we've seen that one before from Lal. I think he probably is best just rejoining his team.
Yeah, no need to toss the game as well. No need to give any openings out. 19k lead, holding steady for Team Spirit. Oh, very dominant fashion here in game number 1. Certainly a lot tighter than game number 2. Certainly a lot tighter than game number 1. Tormentor will be taken out by OneWin. That is a free shard for Chira Jr., which I suppose is nice with EMP. The pullback is always annoying, at the very least, so you have that to play with. Trying to think of the path back here for OneWin. This full Daedalus is a start. They need to be able to start these engagements on their own terms. Like, I like that Chira Jr. has the Octarine. So he can be really annoying in the middle of these fights, just spamming out all the spells from backline. Need to be able to just get that control off, plop that Alacrity onto Mankushi, and hope that the trio of Respect, Sweet and Strong, and Cloud can start to connect some of these big spells in the middle, right? Like Pulverize into Arrow, Disruption onto key targets, or saves to stall for time, and just run around Team Spirit. But easier said than done with how much farm Team Spirit has here.
Tornado at Yatoro. Problem is Lal has just blown up Respect. Buyback is out from the Mirana. Swap is out though. They caught Cloud on the Primal Beast. But Poshka once again finding himself a primary target. It's Cloud falling very, very low. Would continue to try and walk away and does barely make it, but was forced to pop the BKB. Back to the racks they go. I mean, Yatoro's really got nothing to be afraid about quite yet. Tornado once again onto the Wind Ranger, this time with the Stormhammer to fly into Bird. Collapse is going to try and help out Yatoro. He's dropping a little bit lower, but they've lost Mankushi. Mankushi is gone, so is Cloud. They call GG. No buybacks available. Team Spirit, they will be able to secure a 2-0 victory here up against OneWin. And props to them. I mean, game 1 was a bit of a rougher affair, but game 2, they made it look kind of easy here, Team Spirit.
That they did. This is the performance we were expecting out from Team Spirit in game 1. OneWin just not having as many openings this time around, and they do actually make the Wind Ranger work on the side of Team Spirit, and they make it look pretty damn dominant. Really great timings out there from Yatoro, but really, Collapse and Laurel doing a ton of work on that Tiny and the Slardar in this game to really provide those openings for Team Spirit. OneWin just falling flat. Chira Jr. on this mid-invoker just not doing much, and we talked about that with a flex coming in here for the side of Team Spirit. Just going with a tiny mid works out decently enough. You're not winning too hard, but Laurel just finding all these denies. slowing down that EXP gain for Chiro Jr. made it so oppressive. They were also finding pretty much every single power room in this game for Laurel. So he had a lot to play with. And then you have this really great lane coming out for Collapse into a melee matchup with his Sven, with the chain stuns they had with Mira on the Grimstroke. And it was just a really tough early game for OneWin to have to play up against.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. A OneWin. I keep giving these boys props. You know, they're up against very, very challenging teams, the top teams internationally, and they continue to put up some great fights. Again, some great potential from this roster. Of course, Team Spirit, the better team today. But that game one, I mean, it was a very, very close affair. It felt like a game one that OneWin should have been able to get away with. Obviously, that's not how the cookie crumbled, but again, you've got to be you're still going to be proud if you're OneWin for putting up such a great fight against these great teams that they have had to play against. Still, we are going to have to head off to a break, of course, Jonathan, and right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from somebody from the side of Team Spirit. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't really tune into that last series, of course, you missed out on a banger. Team Spirit able to secure a 2-0 victory here up against OneWin. In quite convincing fashion, I want to say, it is of course MLP Jodo and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we witnessed a really good game 2 there from Team Spirit. A really great fight from 1win for game 1, but it did feel like Team Spirit. It felt like a little bit of a warm-up. You know, a couple of small mistakes coming out that gave 1win some openings. Game 2 tightened up the screws and looked a lot more dominant coming out from them, showing us why they managed to take that 2-0 over 1win before in the qualifiers when they were still Clinstenia. And just strong fashion. This is the Team Spirit that we've been looking for in this tournament. They definitely show up in game 2. Keen to see how much more happens for them. Unfortunately for 1win, that 0-2 loss does put them in dire straits in terms of trying to climb back up. So every single series for them going forward has to be straight up wins to have a decent shot here.
Which is very tough considering all the teams. We do have an interview. Let's head over to that and see exactly what's going on. Of course, we do have the lovely Collapse. Mr. Collapse, congratulations on your 2-0 victory, sir. How the hell are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm very proud of my team. So we won the first 2-0 match on this tournament. Probably the first one, yeah.
Well, can I ask you, like, what happened in game 1? Because game 1 was a very close affair between both teams. What made it so challenging for you guys to finish off that game?
I think we made some mistakes. That completely destroyed our, how to say it, advantage. Yeah, we had the big Lina, Naga, who's split pushing the Owens and the Primal Beast with BKB, and they just took few moments to kill Naga and Lina with Aegis, and I guess that was our mistake. But even after those mistakes, we made a comeback on a rush fight, and we won.
You sure did. Collapse, tell me as well. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Wind Ranger being picked up in this tournament. You tell me, in your opinion, is this Wind Ranger hero, is it good?
Only if a player can play it good, I think. I mean, you can't just pick Wind Ranger on the carry and hope he's gonna win the game. She's gonna win the game. Because you need a player who can feels like this hero, feels that shackle, feels the shackle angle, and just play. Who can just play it good on this hero?
Go on, John.
Fair enough. Now I'm curious, Collapse. You know, you guys mentioned at some point that at the start of the year last time was a little bit rocky. You guys rallied on the big tournaments that matter. Are you guys looking to kind of change that storyline for yourselves here? Are you looking to go guns blazing for every tournament in the EPT coming into Riyadh?
No.
No, it's a little bit more relaxed. A ramp up.
I mean, we're just playing our game like in the past year. Feels like we just... In this year, it's kind of better because we already played with Lara for 1 year, and maybe it's gonna be better results for this year, probably. I don't know. I really don't know. We're just playing our game.
Fair enough, and those games are looking good at the very least in this series. Now, going forward, you know, you guys have played a lot of opponents. Is there any opponent that you do enjoy playing up against all the time? Like, is there anyone here in Dream League that you kind of want to face off again already in Phase 2?
Probably Bedboom team. You want to face them? Only me,
yeah,
maybe.
You will. Okay, why Bedboom then? Why Bedboom for you?
Just fight the Toronto.
Of course.
Love to hear. Any other questions, Jonathan? No?
No, I think that's all in my head. My head's very blank.
Well, in that case, Collapse, we'll let you go. Thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck in your next series, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely Collapse. You heard the man, Jonathan. He wants Bet Boom. Why the hell not? I love myself a spicy matchup as well. And there you go. He's looking forward to the spice. I love to see it. Obviously, Collapse. Everyone knows who the guy is. He's a fantastic bloke, you know, always smiling, a man of few words, but nevertheless, you know, he got the job done here today, Jonathan. I think easily the MVP of that game number 2, and well, you know, he just wants to play some damn Dota, Jonathan. They're not going to try any harder than they usually do. They're just going to take it easy, and everything will work out in the end.
Absolutely. If the script's not broken, why rewrite it? They might chill out. They didn't have the best result in the last tournament, the last third-party tournament, but it's a slow ramp up here at Dream League. We'll see if it picks up for them down the line, I suppose.
Well, thankfully, we're going to pick up some new casters, Jonathan. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we have our new casters on board, ready to go for our next series between Virtus Pro and Team Falcons. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. It's DreamLeague Season 22, continuing day 3 now of the group stage. We're halfway through, and a banger of a series coming up next. Virtus Pro against the Falcons. Wagamama joining me for this one, as we've got the battle of the Mars players here, don't we?
We really do, yeah. Mars players, and yeah, they're going to be, you know, highly contested on that hero in the offlane. I also looked at it, and it's funny enough, these teams also will not be prioritizing another offlane hero. The Centaur is just not really a good idea for either of them, I think. VP, they only have 20% win rate with that hero on 10 games, and Falcons, it's like they don't even think about the hero existing. They picked it twice. So interesting offlane focus this game.
Damn. I mean, I know Amar a few tournaments ago was going that blade mail build on Centaur, and he kind of enjoyed farming with it. But yeah, just off his radar for now, I guess. What's kind of been the go-to for them outside of Mars in that offlane spot? If Centaur, the big boy, is not being picked.
Yeah, no, they're staying pretty flexible. I mean, Amar, while he has stuff that he specializes in, he's still very expert at many different heroes still. I mean, you still have that Racer that you gotta respect, and there's a number of heroes that he can threaten with. I mean, Doom is another one that's just very strong still, even post-nerf. So we'll see what they want to go for, but I think offlane could be focused a lot, as it usually is when it comes to this player. You know, he gets a lot of attention in ban phase.
It absolutely does. A little bit of that attention, starting to go towards Malrine, but we'll see how that all comes to a head in the draft. I'm just thinking about, where these teams are right now. Falcons are 7-3 towards the top of Group A. Virtus Pro on that cusp of bottom 4 and top 4, right in the middle, kind of tied up with several other teams at 5-5. It's an important series here for VP, it feels like. It's an important for Falcons, but more so for VP to get victories here and try and make a concerted effort to get up to that top 4 position.
Yeah, VP desperately need another win here. I mean, they're in a decent spot, like you put it. 2 series to go. This needs to be a 2-0 for them so that they feel more secure about ending up in that top part of the bracket. 5 points is not enough to secure you anything. But if you get up towards 7, maybe 8, then you're guaranteed to be happy. But right now they're down there fighting a bit.
And there's the lineup, the squad, looking pretty good. Noticed, as we were talking about before, their offlaner, the Mars player, showing off this rapier brooch build that has become very popular at one-shotting any opponents on the map. Whenever they
his
show
KDA there on the score, that's not the KDA that we saw when he had Mars. That was way higher. He had some beyond godlike streak going. So we'll see if he gets his hand on that again, or if it's going to be banned out. As I said, this probably will be a very contested hero. I suspect Mars will be a first phase pick here for either of these teams.
Oh, absolutely. And then the Falcons there are more towards the tail end. Skitter, Snaking, Crit, and Malrine. There's a cheeky little smile there on Malrine. He's a Huskar picker. That's the kind of face that I expect from a
That's
Huskar
the last
picker.
big Huskar in Denver.
It's the little Grinch smile, I'm going to ruin Christmas for everybody.
When the Huskar pick comes out, the smile just widens, until the smile meets in the back of his head.
Goodness. Amar there. What's his KDA? Oh, yeah, that KDA is a little spicier, isn't it?
Yeah, Amar in general, he's usually a very kind of star player kind of guy to look towards. He usually has very good games, almost always. I find he's very hard to shut down fully, and he does a good job prioritizing himself. As we can see, 305 CS average as well is pretty damn high, and 735 experience is also it's up there. He usually does pretty well, but that said, they've been winning a lot of games. They didn't lose a single series. Falcons, they got the 2 wins and the 3 draws. Very impressive.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. And thinking about Falcons and Malrine in particular, we do have a little video here about Malrine and his journey.
Malrine is a young, relatively inexperienced player currently playing mid for Team Falcons. He started his professional Dota career in Creepwave, being picked up after being noticed due to his high placement on the ranked leaderboard. Creepwave as a team didn't accomplish too much. What they are perhaps most known for is that almost all the players went on to do great things in their careers, including Marine himself.
At first stage it was Crystallis, it was Amar and other guys, Alex, and he just asked me does I want to play, and his choice was between me and Boronesia, and how scenario goes, Boronesia declined his invite, and you see what's happened. I joined the team.
After leaving the Creepwave, Malrine most notably played for Namiga Gaming, who bounced between Division 1 and 2 of the Eastern European DPC. But this is where the story of Malrine gets really exciting. Late last year, Malrine got picked up by Team Falcons, alongside ex-Tundra players Skeeter and Snaking, Crit, who needs no further introduction, and his old teammate ATF. Together, they immediately showed their strength and qualified to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
It's the main goal in our games, whatever it goes, how it goes, it doesn't matter. We must stay calm and make the clean decisions, how we want to play Dota. even if we're losing 20, 30k, we have make creeps, we must stay calm, and this is gonna help us to bring the win.
Malrine had only ever competed in online events until this point. Unfortunately, despite a fantastic showing in the group stage, they were knocked down to the lower bracket by eventual winners Azure Ray, and then promptly eliminated by Team Liquid. Was this a result of nerfs? All in all, it was a great showing for a first LAN. Let's see what the man himself thinks.
Yeah, it was my first LAN in my life. I would say like tier 5 LANs in my countries doesn't count. Like I wasn't feeling nervous until we just came to crowd. Ralph was screaming non-stop, screaming about everything. Disaster in my head. Kinda affected my game, how I was playing.
Teaming up with such experienced players, such as Crit and Snaking, is sure to teach Malrine a few things. Tune in to find out if Falcons will struggle to take flight or if they'll soar above the clouds.
Lacoste, of course, finishing with some bird puns towards the end of that video. Always wonderful. But yeah, nice to also see the kind of parallels there. We had a video with some interviews from Chinese players talking about that mix of new and old, bringing these players together. Thinking about here, you know, Creepwave having new blood, but then mixing it in with that Crit and Snaking flair to make Falcons really is showing off and paying dividends here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important when you play in a team that you have some clear leadership and some people who have experience. And you can't really ask for better here for this team. You've got Snaking, who, you know, he is very, very experienced for a long time, and he's been there through the tough parts and the, you know, the glory as well at TI.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have a draft ready. Game 1 of Falcons against VP is awaiting us. And you're right. I mean, even Malrine kind of touching on that point as well. Doesn't matter if we're 30k down or 30k ahead. We're still making good decisions and taking, you know, good moves on the map, no matter what the scenario. And that's that level-headed kind of discipline that comes from that experience that Snaking brings for sure. Now, where's the Mars? That's the big one, right? Where's Wally? Where's Waldo? Looking for Mars in this draft.
Yeah, I suspect it's going to have a lot of focus, but exactly like we said, we already see focus towards Amar here with the VP banning out Razer first phase. This is not a hero that any team really respects and bans, but if you look at Amar's profile, it's actually just Razer all over the place. He chose to customize his profile according to this hero.
Oh, is it his little hero portraits and stuff, all Razers?
Yeah.
Wonderful. DK out as well. That's one of those really flexible heroes for Falcons because they can play it across all 3 cores. No problem there whatsoever.
Yeah, and I suspect we're, you know, quite likely to see Falcons just completely ignore Centaur here, as it's usually been very highly contested in our games and in general very popular in the DreamLeague here. But as I looked through their recent bans, they just almost never banned it. I don't think I found a single ban. They picked it twice, but it's just not really on their radar. They don't think it's strong.
Well, there it is. VP have first pick. Mars wasn't banned. Ergo, Mars is picked.
Yeah, and that has to come as a surprise to nobody after Noticed had that game, and of course not gonna give it away to Team Falcons. So I'm excited, I'm hyped. You know, Gareth, we already saw this man run around with not 1, not 2, but 3 rapiers last time we saw him on Mars.
He's already excited, yeah. He's like, yeah, I get to play Mars against Amar. Let's see how it goes. Now, is there a conversation to be had here that, you know, Amar is such a Mars player that he knows what counters there are to Mars in picks and play?
To a degree, he should have good understanding, but a lot of the times people who excel at playing something are not necessarily good at playing against it because they so often play it themselves that they may know what they struggle with, but playing against it is not something you have a lot of experience with. Right. I say this as a hero spammer myself. It's actually funny.
Get the losses out of your head, you know? Just have that positivity bias. Only think about the way you win and not the way you lose.
But they already addressed the Mars in one way here, because last time they played it, they did abuse the X-Mark combo with Mars. So they first phase picked Kunkka here, Snaking and the boys, thinking about how they can stop this from being successful. Not just having stuff that's good against it, but preventing something that's good with it. That X-Mark was critical for the last time VP played it.
Right, yeah, and then you add in, like, you know, arena goes down, you throw a boat into the middle. That can be pretty handy just to keep people alive in those shorter engagements within the Colosseum.
Also a pretty natural blade mill buyer, because that's also an item that's, you know, we haven't seen much against Mars, but is very useful. If you have blade mill against the rapier Mars, you could make him one-shot himself as well.
I mean, that would be great to see, honestly. Mars goes in, Mars goes out.
And of course, the entire rapier thing, it's if we go there, if we got late enough into the game, I think we will see a switch towards it. But early game Mars, just pretty solid hero to have. The team fight that he provides is very solid. So he's in a pretty good spot. See some of the ban outs here. We saw Naga and Mirana banned out by VP. Mirana really been rising in popularity between these teams.
It sure has, yeah. Mirana and Lesh, I think, are the two heroes for me in this tournament that have really been shining when I didn't really expect them to be so popular. They've come out swinging pretty hard.
We definitely might see Falcons pick up the Lash. They have been playing it on snaking. They used it back-to-back on snaking before, and it would synergize with the Kunkka. Again, X-Mark into Split Earth, very nice combo. So it's a possibility for them here.
Now, looking back at Falcons' recent drafts, DK, Mirana, Batrider, they used 2 games in a row against Gaming Gladiators in those victories. All 3 of those heroes are gone, so they're going to have to adapt a little bit, change out their drafting priority.
It's a good adaptation here by VP. Like, Falcons just rate the Dragon Knight super hard. They pick it early, but there it is. The Leshrac, like you were mentioning, he's definitely on the rise, and particularly to Team Falcons here. So this very likely will just be snaking taking it, but it does have that flex threat that, he could go anywhere.
Could be mid, could be off lane. Not quite sure what's going on there. And it's kind of a deterrent against illusion heroes as well, right? We had this topic come up when Shadow Demon was being picked first phase. Leshrac with that Pulse Nova can be a bit of a scary prospect with illusion heroes on the table.
Yeah, for sure. He's very good against it. So, you set yourself up a little bit, and they have great AoE. Both teams starting out with good team fight and AoE spells here. We'll see what the follow-up is going to be by VP. Is there deep in thought about this as well? Digging into their reserve time a bit here.
Yeah, it's so hard when you see this double flex. You're unsure what the lanes are going to be, and you've got double pick to come into it. Usually we see, like 2 supports grabbed, the Lions, the Crystal Maidens, Shadow Demons and stuff. But VP go with this Nature's Prophet early on. Position 5, I'd assume, looking at this?
It should be. Yeah, it should be a post 5. It's less flexible, I would say, than Leshrac in a way. And also Team Falcons have that ultimate last pick, right? So they can decide at the very end how Leshrac is going to lane and if it's something that they are considering playing towards mid.
Yeah, that's very true. Now, laning partners with the Mars, we've seen tons of these hoodwinks come out and play. It's been a very strong partnership. I think VP have played it once or twice, but it's not really been a signature hero for them. They've really been down the kind of Rubik Shadow Demon line of play.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
They're going to go for a classic lane dominator here as well. The Undying coming in. Undying can be really nice with Mars, I find. The Tombstone can be very, very nice with the Arena. It can be so hard to focus it because the Arena can block off attacks and, restrict your movement. So I kind of like it, but on the other hand, you're limiting yourself in disables now. You have 2 supports with no innate disable, assuming this is a support Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I would assume FNG would play this Undying, but maybe they do some lane or role swaps or something. But either way you look at it, Undying, Mars, Nature's Prophet, they're all able to play into lanes with and against each other and offer a lot of threat on the map.
React to what is going to get picked against them here, because they could lane the Nature's Prophet with Mars. He could also go to safe lane. It comes down to what carry hero they're going to reveal on the side of Team Falcons.
I'm deep in thought.
Yeah, they would probably want to have something that's a bit better at killing the Tombstone right now, because right now they're sitting with just Kunkka and Leshrac, and while Leshrac is a fast hero with pretty good range, he doesn't build any attack speed, so not having the ability to clear Tombstone can be really, really bad for you.
It's like, Malrine, can we pick your hero now? Your Lina, your Huskar, is that going to come out the third
maybe
pick?
A Wind or something could come in.
Oh, there you go with a Hoodwink.
Yeah,
so potential there
nice for them. They have some nice combinations on Team Falcon.
Super annoying for Nature's Prophet, right? Because like Sprout TPing, not going to be too good against Kunkka and Hoodwink.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's also you can't go on Hoodwink, because if you Sprout, he just scurries away. So you have a very, very easy time. You don't have to buy that Quelling Blade, that pesky Sprout, not going to bother Hoodwink. So it's a pretty good reaction when you play against him. And like you mentioned, you struggle to get away from it as well.
It's so difficult now to wrap your head around drafts, right? This Kunk is that sticking point for me. Like, is it mid? Is it offlane? Is he with the Hoodwink? Is it Lesh 5? Thinking about what comes next. What element do they need to their draft? Because it feels like they've got good catch and decent tower push.
They're like to show. I mean, I feel like they might go for Luna or something here. Luna or I'm not sure about TB. I don't like TB into Morris. Okay, they go with Sven. Wow, they keep it really clean here then. Look at all the heroes in their team. Every single hero having clear setup and follow-up, so they can initiate with anyone. We cast a game yesterday, I was mentioning that. It's so valuable to have a team where anyone can start, anyone can make a play. And this Falcon draft is right now looking like they can group up in any different constellation.
Yeah, that's the word that you used yesterday, which I really like, the constellations. Any pairing, any trio, make a pretty picture on the map somewhere with the movements they make. Yeah, that is very, very clean drafting from Falcons. As Virtus Pro come out with the Pangolier now. Doesn't know what his matchup's going to be, but that's often the position you find yourself in when you are in this drafting situation. You don't have the last pick.
Yep, Pango does a lot of work against teams with this many disables, since his role can protect him from a lot of it, and he can lead the way a bit. This also signifies to me that they have a mid who can go in, and then Mars can play that assassination role. If he gets to the point of having rapiers, then he doesn't have to be the frontline offlaner. You can have a frontline mid laner in the Pango.
5 seconds remaining.
Mars the ninja. Hiding in the shadows.
He really does become the one-shot master, you know. I don't think there's any better one-hit pick-off hero in Dota right now than Mars, I would say.
He's incredible.
He does what TA wishes she could do, honestly.
Mars was the Roman god of war, right?
Believe it's Rome, yeah.
I'm just wondering if because all the Roman and Greek gods had like multiple things. No, they're the god of war and assassination and the Revenant's brooch and rapiers.
Just multi-classing.
Yeah, just go for everything. Like all those Greek gods are like, god of cheekiness and wine and happiness
he was the god
and parties
of war and agriculture.
Oh, okay.
That's an interesting mix, but I guess he fertilizes the fields with the blood of his enemies.
The blood and bones, all the calcium and nitrogen coming out.
That's really good. Imagine that will be some rich tomatoes,
Oh, delicious. Nature's probably going to sprout some good old treants from them. I guess Undying likes that as well.
Yeah, perfect. So Falcons, we see them now picking away stuff that Sven struggles to deal with. The Troll, you can never really win a man fight against Troll, as Sven is very difficult. Even though we did see that work out yesterday, the Troll just has such a favored matchup in that head-to-head. And TB, again, super high armor, so he would stand really well against Sven. Even though he usually gets countered by Lesh, but if it's a support Lesh, you don't really counter it that hard.
Yeah. You're not going to have those early levels in Pulse Nova.
Yeah, and you'd be too squishy to go in next to him. That's more the problem. He just looks at you and you have to use Gold Scepter and then you die after.
Breathes on you, you fall over. Primal Beast out now as well. You're having to cover their bases here. With off-lane, mid-lane flexes. The Husker, of course, one of Malorine's specials. And they need the carry right. I mean, the Kiritich, Nature's Prophet, is that out of the equation completely?
I think it's not a good idea to go carry Nature's Prophet here. I think they have to get their last pick carry here.
Even against the Sven, force him to buy a Battle Fury.
Yeah, it's a big question what he's going to go for. I feel Sven can go Aghanim Scepter nowadays against it instead of Battle Fury as well. You just jump out. So you have your built-in solution. It's a question. I think I was looking towards Faceless Void, but I don't really like it. They don't have the best spells to dump in.
You said Wind Ranger earlier?
Yeah. They're going to go with Luna. Yeah. That's a super solid carry in the current patch. It's usually what a lot of teams default back to as well. As it works pretty well here with the pushing power they have from the supports. It gives them pretty secured late game as well against the Sven. Luna does really well. But Falcon, they have the advantage here of that last pick. They now see both the mid and the carry. You can finally decide what they're going to put Malrine on.
Yeah, it must be such a nice position to be in. Young player, mid, superstar, get the last pick. Whatever you want, buddy. Choose your hero. It's a Storm.
I felt like he was going to go for one of his spirit heroes. It's, he shines on all the spirits, basically. I haven't seen him on Earth Spirit that much ever since the Broken patch, but The Storm Spirit, definitely a nice hero when you see, like I said early on, 2 supports without disable. Your best stuns here are like Spear and Lucent Beam, and then you have Pango Roll. Like, this is a very good looking Storm game. I like that read. It does well against Pango in lane now as well with a faster trigger on the Q. You actually lane really well into those melee heroes. So I think this was a very genius draft by Falcons. I think they got an edge, honestly, against VP here.
Yeah, it looks really good, and kind of signature heroes across the board there. As it felt like through this draft, VP were the ones reacting and trying to find a little more wiggle room off the back of that. You know, the first pick Mars, like, yeah, nice, we got the Mars, boys, and then it kind of went a little downhill.
Yeah, they do have that Mars, so, you know, mid-game will be interesting to see. Can they shut him down enough, or is he going to have a chance to go for that Rapier build? Because if he gets there, this game can go completely haywire, and good draft or not, it's all going to be about how well you deal with him. They do have the X mark, which can be kind of nice when he goes in for those fishing trips, you know, diving in. You can maybe X mark him, and even if he has BKB on, you can pull him back after it runs out. So potentially prepared a little bit into it.
I'm just thinking about these lanes now. Like Sven, Lesh, that's a good old classic combo there with the double stuns, playing into what looks like Sage Nature's Prophet and Noticed Mars. They could be able to maybe aim for the Prophet, get some kills there. Might be under a little bit of pressure. But this Hoodwink Kunkka, against Undying and Luna, 2 basically melee heroes against Hoodwink and a Mars Kunkka. Could you see VP being pressured in their own safe lane?
They could be. They certainly could be. And, you know, that's where maybe you put the Undying to go against the Sven as well. Maybe you want to go and just spam on him, put the Mars and Undying, which is not going to do much against the Leshrac, but you know, it's an idea. We'll see how they want to lane it up. But I like the combo of the Sven and Leshrac. Very straightforward. You can even just target the offlaner. You don't have to focus support. Just use your spells. That's going to bring him down to like 40% HP, and then he has to regen up. If he doesn't, you just do it again and he dies.
Yeah, kind of in that kill threshold. And then, you know, we start to think about this Nature's Prophet. What lanes is he going to rotate into? Probably wants to be TPing into this Undying lane. And I guess you've also got the Lunar Blessing on an Undying. He can really pack a punch if he can get on top of people. We've got some all chat as we have popped into the game. We've got a quick pause. We'll see it when we transition over. But Amar is asking Noticed, which build are you copying this game? And Noticed drops the Russian smiley on him.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this build has been, you know, something that Amar was the first pro player to do recently, but a lot of people were messing around with the build, so I don't know how much he can claim full credit for, like, inventing the build. A lot of people were doing it before him as well.
FNG knows what's up. I'm gonna say right now, I'm a turbo main. 90% of my Dota in the past 2 years has all been turbo.
Yeah, FNG saying exactly what I was hinting at there. Play Turbo MR, you will see tons of builds before you see it in official.
Yep.
Yeah, VP actually, I think VP do frequent the Turbo games. I've heard from people before that they run into VP players every now and then in Turbo, just bashing out some fast games.
Oh, really? I mean, maybe I've come across them and just been stomped by them and not noticed who it was. And a while back, I had some of these Omni Knights in Turbo going for that, you know, kind of one-hit kill build with the hammer.
Yeah. The
just
shard.
Destroying. Yeah.
Shard and Harpoon build.
Yeah.
And Kanda, of course.
Oh. But yeah, it really is funny, right? It's like, you know, you go on Reddit, like, oh yeah, Amar did it first. RTZ did it first. And you're like, no, actually, random player from Thailand 783 did it first.
That's always how Dota has been. This is a discussion I had like literally 18 years ago. People were talking about, oh, who invented this strat in Pro Dota 1 game?
Bottle crowing. Like, who did bottle crowing? Yeah.
Yeah, we have apparently a few players disconnecting here. Seems like they have a power outage right now, so hopefully they will come back soon here. We do have Undying reconnecting already, so, you know, FNG is back.
FNG's immune to power outage.
He's got a little
hamster wheel. He's got a bicycle under his feet. Just
he's just pedaling right now, like, guys, get on your bikes.
Bring the ball back. He's the one powering the modem and the router and everything. Yeah, you saying you had a conversation about this? Was there more to that? I don't know. We got
no, it's just, you know, always been the nature of Dota that a lot of things that happen in pro games didn't originate in pro games. It's usually invented by some random, perhaps low MMR player who was doing it just because it seemed like a cool idea. Because there's so many games being played all the time in pubs.
Yeah, and it can often be one of those things where you know, pro players, and I know players like me who have played for, God knows, 20 years or whatever since Dota 1, I don't read tooltips anymore. Sometimes I read patch notes, but most of the time I hear things through like word of mouth, like, oh, this has changed, this does that, this does that.
Oh god,
but
the confusion, I could never.
But some like new player or someone, you know, low MR or whatever, reading a tooltip will be like, wait, hang on. That does this, that does percentage-based pure damage. What if I combine it with this? What if I'm a sniper who rushes Kanda in my game? What if I'm just going to go around doing crazy stuff?
I mean, Dota is a fun little puzzle, you know, you can put together different pieces. That's where you see some really weird stuff every now and then. It's like my reaction once when I was watching a high MMR game, just checking like, I think it was a 11k MMR average pub, and I see Ember queuing up the Ether Lens, and it's like, you what? But he wanted E-Blade that game, and it worked out really well for him. It was a good idea. But when you see an Ether Lens Ember Spirit, you're questioning it a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Huh? Really? That was good.
He had that range on the Slider Fist. It was actually working quite well for him. He could reach people.
Hell yeah. Well, it looks like we've got everything sorted. Back into things here. Game 1 in this best of 2. Dream League Season 22, if you're just joining us. Day 3 of the group stage here. As we get ourselves into VP versus the Falcons. Already all smoked up and wandering across the map. Nature's Prophet's done his little TP warding mission. Got 2 dire wards around that middle lane. As the Falcons have come across to try and guard the top runes.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of contest there. Of course, both teams having that vision around mid. And the Nature's Prophet advantage of getting that vision down a little bit faster. It was placed under smoke though, so no guarantee for a D ward.
It's a late have fun from Crit. And we were watching his player cam. You know, VP, FNG was typing madly, all chatting. You know, Amar was there. Crit was just staring at his screen, like, you know, completely dead, focused on the game, not getting involved in any nonsense.
You have to mentally prep yourself when you play pro games. You know, there's a lot of things going through your mind before even the game really starts. Like, think about how it's going to play out. Crit, gotta take a bit of a harassment here as he goes up, gets blood grenaded.
That's a lot of damage. Does get the bushwhack onto FNG, but it looks like Luna here. Kiritish does get that first blood already.
I mean, he has no HP on Hoodwink, really going up high ground there, running into a decay, quickly just get bursted down.
I'm just not expecting both of them to be sat atop that staircase. He's pinging it out now, saying, "Yeah, well, I got caught there."
Yep, they get the D ward on mid as well. Nature's Prophet plays the sentry, and that's going to be a bit of extra experience towards the Pango. It actually makes a bit of difference. You get 72 experience for that D ward, so he's guaranteed level 2, even if there's a deny from Storm.
Nice. Why has Crit bought a Quelling Blade in this top lane?
I guess he wants to be able to position himself a little bit trickier, and I suppose he won't always have a Scurry for a Nature's Prophet. So
okay.
I thought that he wouldn't buy a Quelling Blade, but yeah.
Yeah, I saw him in Fountain pick it up, and I thought, oh, that must be Amar's, and he's bringing it to him. But Amar has one as well. It's like, yeah, I guess you're right. They're just preparing for that Nature's Prophet TP.
It's just CS. He wants to steal Amar's CS. That's it.
Last hit those range creeps. Get them done.
Well, a little bit surprising because, you know, usually we don't see a great need for it, but you don't skill Scurry level 1 or level 2. You wait perhaps until level 4 even to get a point in it. So could be that he just respects the early rotations from Nature's Prophet.
Mm-hmm. It looks like he's been cutting down some of these trees on the right side of the lane as well. Maybe trying to give vision over FNG. Don't allow the Undying to play Fog as much as he has.
Yeah, they've been cutting a ton of them, so that way they can start harassing him a little bit earlier, because Undying does like to sneak up on you and just run at you from Fog of War. Can be a little bit harder now.
Well, all the focus in that top lane for the first 2 minutes. That's where all the action's been. But down at bottom, Noticed and Sayush, they've cracked level 2 on the Mars. Snaking did get a pull off into a small camp, though. It looks like VP going to try and body block that, not allow any further pulls. And Skitter, last hit-wise, 5-1. Seems like he has been under a bit of pressure.
Missed the body block. He tried to go in for body block on the back, but he couldn't get close enough like that. It doesn't work.
Oh.
Dire's courier has been
Well, that's unfortunate. And they lose the courier on Mars as well. Large camp still blocked, and Snaking now in a great position.
Yeah, Snaking will see that there's a camp as well, and he can pull immediately here, which is a fantastic spot for him.
Thank you very much, yeah. Little kind of half pull there. Does grab the flag bearer creep.
That's perfect. Sending one creep forward to Skeeter so he doesn't get completely overwhelmed by enemy creeps. Just exactly the kind of pull you want to do.
And how's that mid lane going?
Yeah, so far it's looking pretty even, I would say, but Storm should be getting a bit of an advantage over time.
Oh, no big difference is being made. Sayers down bottom does get a sentry into the camp, but Snaking is one step ahead. He already had the sentry, places it down, gains access to his camp again. Unfortunately, doesn't spawn on the 3-minute mark, but he'll have it next minute.
Yeah, and so far Luna also doing really well in CS up here. 16 and 5 along with the first blood there. Having a pretty great start, Kiratic.
Skitter and Snaking getting some stuns onto Notice down bottom. Sprout is out from Sayers there. I just realized the Nature's Prophet had left the lane for a little bit, so they apply a bit of pressure back onto the Mars. That's also a pretty big thing, right? We haven't seen Nature's Prophet TP mid or TP top to make these rotations and dogpile on a hero. And now he's kind of had to defensively TP bottom, so he's stuck here for a minute.
He is, and ideally we would want him to have that threat of the TP at least towards the mid lane so that Storm can't get too confident, because Storm is really low HP. Look at it. If Nature's Prophet had TP available, it could maybe do something. There is a Quelling Blade, of course, but the auto attacks could still be upsetting here.
How many? Does everybody have a Quelling, actually? All 5?
They do. Yeah, they all do.
I love it.
Five Quelling Blades. These guys, they know Nature's Prophet is an annoying guy, but they're going to mitigate it.
That is great. Dota 2.
If you all have Quelling Blade, then Nature's Prophet isn't that bad of a hero to play against anymore, now that he doesn't have the half-a-second linger effect as well on the Sprout.
How many trees are there in a Sprout? Like 8?
It's a lot. It's 8, yeah, I think.
Yeah. I was just thinking, can you kill all of the Sprout trees if you've got 5 Quellings? But no. Just quell all of them.
Well, you could if it's level 4 then, because Quelling Blade has 5-second cooldown.
Okay.
Or 4-second cooldown even, so yeah, you could do it on level 3. Cut all of it.
Deforest. It's been a little nasty up top for FNG and Kiratic. They're getting some farm here on the Luna, but they're always at like half HP, being bullied back by Tidebringer and Acorn Shot, and Nature's Prophet has moved in mid. Malrine, he looks pretty dead here. Level 5, wandering back through the forest. Squadix didn't want to tank the remnant. The creeps, neutral denied. It worked out. Storm, really well done.
Oh, that was so close.
Me?
Meanwhile, top lane, crit goes down. Tombstone used here.
Amar, though, with Snaking's rotation to the Twin Gate. Not quite landing the stun, but the Blood Grenade and a couple of hits. The Edict is there in time. So at least they'll trade out the supports for the carry.
Yeah, but that's 3 dead for Falcon. Pretty painful. And even though he got the deny to the neutral there on Storm, it's still not fun to die before you're level 6. So good recognition by VP finding a chance to get that kill. You see there, he had a lot of resources. He had Magic Stick, Fairy Fire, Bottle, so he used all he could to get away to this creep camp. And just as the Swashbuckle comes out, oh my god, that timing, dude.
Yeah, it was really close. I was going to get under the skin of Squadix a little bit. He's level 6 now on the Pango, so Rolling Thunder is available, and he'll use it straight away. Kiratic, that's a replay, right? I was like, Kiratic's dying top again? No, here's a replay. Crit will be the one to fall in the mid lane to that Rolling Thunder. Good first use out of it. And getting a kill always going to be a nice morale boost there for your Pango.
Yeah, fantastic rune for the Storm. Meanwhile, though, finds a regen on the 6th minute. So getting a bit lucky, getting the bottom rune spawn. And that's going to be very nice. He can hold it until level 6. Use that to ramp up his farm.
FNG going on a bit of a wander. Double wards here, scouting Ancients to see that Sven transition a little later on. Any stacks that come. This has been a priority move when you're playing against Sven and Luna in particular, these flash farmers in the Ancient camps. I feel like we see less and less of the blocking of Ancients and more contesting of Ancients recently. Well, FNG, Tombstone down, but he doesn't get the Wisdom Rune. Might be in trouble now as well, as Malrine and Amar have both arrived to kill the Tomb for bonus gold, and the FNG undying for that cherry on top. He's a little tankier than they maybe expected. No, he denies to the dragons. Incredible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gosh, it takes a long time to kill these ancients. Malrine is like, is this really this worth it? It's taking me like 10 minutes to kill off a dragon. We'll see what he does next. 8-minute rune is coming up, so that's the next move it looks like. FNG and Squadix already in position at the northern spot. A DD rune spawns down south. Sayush and Squadix rolling onto Snaking. And Leshrac, he did grab that DD rune, but he's going to pay the price for it. Quick zip onto Squadix. Got Bushwhack. Squadix just rolling and crashing and moving around, and Malrine the one to get turned on. The boat connects on him, but the damage was lacking. Squadix throwing the tip to Malrine as this zombie just chases Crit and kills him off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Snaking now going to take up position top. Try and get himself to those arcane boots. Get to level 6. Starts to offer a hell of a lot of damage once he gets to there. And Sayush on that right-hand side of the map. Yeah, building some massive stacks here for Kiritage's Luna. Mask of Madness, I think, is now on the courier coming out. So, yeah, prime time for the Luna to get farming.
And yeah, looks like the Storm is just gonna keep working towards this Witchblade rush. And I want to mention that the build from Pango, by the way, skipping boots to get Diffu even faster this game, is a build that not everyone does on Pango, but I really like to see it. You get it so early. Look mid. Amar just losing his entire HP and mana pool.
There's so much damage. Yeah, that mana burn, like you're saying, really a big deal as well, as we do get a move on to Snaking top. He was just trying to leech experience, get to level 6, push out that wave, but gets met with the trio from VP. I think I was expecting VP, to start moving across to Ancients, farming these stacks they've got. They stuck around a little longer than expected in that top lane to find that bonus kill.
Yeah, I think if you're still enjoying the lane, if it's still good and you're farming fast as Luna, then keep staying there. The only threat is the Storm might make a rotation, but they have great vision right now. They have deep wards in the enemy Ancients, and they even have wards in the enemy jungle. So as long as they know Storm is not making a rotation top, Luna can keep farming there.
Yeah, and I guess they've also got the ability, if they're playing top, to go and contest Ancients or run into that spot if they need to. Yeah, and they've got a nice ward down bottom in that jungle to see the move from bot lane across.
Good dodge here by Crit. He's gonna hide a bit. But yeah, if you crack the tier 1 top tower here as Luna, that would be amazing. But gonna be a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, instead they can play down bottom with that catapult. Noticed FNG and Squadix down there. Leaving mid lane a little exposed though. Malrine with Snaking trying to make the most of it. And Crit, he sees FNG. FNG sees him. Scurrying into the tree line.
He only used his nuke onto the portal, I think, because Luna was portaling through. Meanwhile, Snaking was trying to be cheeky on mid lane using that Diabolic Edict. Gets punished for staying too close there. This Pango is super dangerous to get close to as Leshrac right now, since you have basically no armor. 6 armor is not enough against the Diffu.
1 to 9. VP. Coming out of this laning phase, feeling really good with a 2k lead and still money in the bank, ready to be collected, gaining interest in those ancient camps.
Yeah, it's fantastic tempo going into this game. Looking like they, come prepared against Falcons, who otherwise have been doing really well in this Dream League.
And we'll still see, they've got plenty of timings to hit. On the Witchblade, on the Storm, like you mentioned. Sven, we know how powerful he can be in, 8 or 9 minutes. Once we get past that 20-minute mark, he should be pretty ready to go.
Yeah, but he's farming under wards all the time, Sven, as well. So this is really, really comfortable for VP. They know what's going on. They know where people are on the map.
Malrine. Little zip-zap. Arcane Rune going. Moves up towards top. Kiritage having a very, very free time. He's got a couple of allies smoked in front of him as well. Playing into the last remnant seconds of this Observer Ward where they did see Skitter Sven Don't want to follow him all the way across to that ancient stack there. They'll see snaking mid lane. The half HP Leshrac, a much easier kill.
Not again,
That's
snaking.
for damn sure. Snaking's gone. And a tier 1 here for VP, making very swift, decisive moves.
Yeah, hit enter, and right now I just see as of five snakings dying repeatedly on the screen. Very very painful. I mean, he's playing the dangerous areas, but it's kind of turning into a bit of feeding as well. This is a lot of gold progression. Pango getting close to Blink Dagger now, along with this Mana Boots and Diffu, so he can really turn up the pace here.
7,150 is what Luna started at before starting these stacks. Let's see how big she gets.
Fantastic amount of farm, yeah. He's got the Mask Commanders and Dragonlance, and almost full Yasha coming out soon as well.
Jeez. Monstrous Luna at this point. And yeah, the positioning of VP right now, what is that? 3, 4 heroes in front of her, playing aggressively still into this bottom lane, spotting Amar. Notice straight up with the arena. God's Rebuke and Spear. There's a Blade Mail here for Amar. And as FNG tries to cut into the back, Notice taking a tremendous amount of damage from that Blade Mail and the X-Boat connecting. But Squadix is found snaking on the left side, crashing towards Amar, but the TP succeeds. Gets away from the Rolling Thunder, and so does Crit, it looks like.
Good TP out, but they still lose one while Luna is farming a lot. And sure, Sven is, pushing in mid. He's doing what he can, but this is not another, good scenario for Falcon. They basically just losing every engagement.
I absolutely forgot what net worth she started.
7,150. So 8,200 now. She farmed over 1,000 gold by clearing only the big camp and the ancient camp a few times here.
Very nice, and still has a little stack off to the far right as well.
I mean, this is looking to be a fantastic timing on her Manta style with this Master Madness Dragonlance. I love this build.
A lot of burst damage. They found the Pango in that mid lane.
Finally something going Falcon's way. They get a good fight there and connecting early with Skeeter here. Getting to take the tower as well.
Yeah, it's super important what they do next. The smoke trying to sweep across the map. If they can find Luna, that would be a massive kill for them. It might actually work out.
Oh, that ward on bottom. It might spot him here. They have a very nice ward that reveals him here. He is as good as dead at this point, I think.
Yeah, there's no way out here, surely. Kiritich. Zip in from Malorine. The storm starts things off. God Strength has expired, but it matters not. Snaking and Crit will back them up with the disables. And that's your 8,500 net worth hero dead for 40 seconds. So the world now belongs to the Falcons for the next minute.
Finally, they get some nice rotations going here, and meanwhile, Amar was allowed to farm up a little bit as well, working on that Aghanim Scepter. Not rushing it. Went Blade Mail first. This is a very common build. That Blade Mail can become crucial later on in the game. Who knows what kind of a game we'll see?
The Rapier build.
Yeah, for now.
Right now,
Marsa's Blink coming out on the courier.
Okay. So what's he gone here? He thought about Soul Ring. So he got the phase boots double brace of one, which is normal. Oh, hang on, he's going on Amar again, but he dodges the spear. Does have the boat as protection. Pops the Blade Mail, surviving the first onslaught. Squadix considered the roll. Doesn't want to commit to it, though.
Yeah, roll
there it is.
Gotta group up on the tower, though. A little tip between the offlaners here.
Just a little tip. But yeah, so Mars didn't go for the Soul Ring, deciding for a Yules after Blink.
Yeah, I think Yules is a very strong item in general. Can be great against the X-Mark combo as well, to have someone to Yules up the enemy. They might do stuff with, Yules up, or X-Mark Sven later on to push your base.
Gotcha.
So already preparing to have that can be good. And it's just nice tool to stop some of the chain stunning.
Straight through the Twin Gate. Radiant Scan dissipates before VP arrive. Radiant Vision very focused on the dire side of the river here. 3 wards from Ancient Camp up to top jungle. So they don't see where VP are, but they're in a decent spot just to hold a high ground. Get a bit of farm here in behind VP.
Sometimes knowing where the enemy aren't is enough to know where they are as well. That vision can be sufficient. But we'll see if they smell out this rotation coming in from behind here, though.
Crit. So slippery. Snaking is going to be able to be found there. Tanks it. In that kind of situation, like you're behind enemy lines, you're stealing farm from them. Losing Snaking there doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah. 3 to 12 looks pretty horrible in score here, but when you consider that 7 of those kills are on a +5, it takes away some of the value. You haven't killed the enemy carry at all. You haven't killed the enemy offlaner at all. Sure, Storm is a bit shut down having those 2 deaths, but he's also not doing too poorly.
Diminishing returns on the support kills.
Yeah, they're really not the highest value.
Not getting a whole lot. Skitter going to inhabit that left side of the map, clears Ancients, but doesn't feel too comfortable here. He's actually going to take the long way around and regroup with the rest of his squad in the mid lane, it looks like. Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka is about 1,000 gold away, 700 gold away now, so probably the next big timing they're looking for.
Yeah, I would say so. Meanwhile, though, this Mars looking for another jump on snaking.
Alright, he got it. There's number 8. Amar can't really help his buddy there. Does land a decent combo.
Oh my god, he's melting to the diabolic idiot.
Oh, so he is. Yeah, Squadix noticed. I mean, Squadix can have to TP out because of it.
Wow, if he died to the Edict there, that would have been ridiculous. But yeah, it does do that pure damage and quite a bit of it as well.
And remains after you die.
Yeah, and the sharpshooter plus both combo. It was a very surprising moment there for Pango, I think. Didn't expect to take any damage. Almost died.
Yeah, pretty big bit of burst damage there from Falcons. Well, another death for snaking, but no real traction gained by VP. They're just going to come up, defend top tier 1, get back into their ancient spots, and keep this Luna farming. She is out ahead of the Sven by about 1,000.
Yeah,
it's one of those matchups, you know, if Sven is able to jump her, you know, we're thinking about that Aghanim Scepter or Blink Dagger on Sven. Luna's net worth can go down the drain pretty quickly.
It really can. The timing for Luna where she becomes happy is when she has that butterfly against Sven, because Sven usually wants stateless. He has that massive damage, wants to crit with it. So he might not go for an MKB, and then you have a lot more survivability. Maybe you get a nice tier 3 drop as well, get the Elven Tunic. At that point, it's very hard for Sven to fight.
Falcons still have this pretty nifty ward. In between 2 sentries, pretty much right on top of the Watcher. Seeing the Undying and Luna, FNG is going to be the one to get jumped on, though. Quick and easy pick there. And yeah, he's pinged it. They absolutely do have vision there, FNG. You've just barely missed it with your 2 sentries.
You know, I find that almost all the Watchers are actually good ward spots as well. Because people don't expect... They walk over a Watcher and it's not taken. You're like, oh, they don't have vision here. But then there is a ward.
Just a sneaky little ward there. Watchers and inside Lotus pools, I find are fun places to ward. Like no one, like I don't know, I've never been dewarded with my Lotus pool wards, especially for bottom right corner Roshan.
Yeah,
feels so good.
Yeah, it's a very common at least angle for either team to take when contesting Roshan, so it can be a good one to prep. Arcane Rune for Storm here, big power up.
Pretty spread across the map right now, though. Crit and Malrine, the ones playing down south and holding hands. Amar clearing top, and it looks like Skitter is even cutting waves ahead.
Malrine, you don't know about this? Oh, he doesn't know. He's unaware. He's lacking critical information.
What's he done?
There's a bug in the game. Don't take Specialist Array if you have Witchblade. Just don't.
Oh, why not?
If both proc, nothing happens. Well, I mean, Witchblade doesn't trigger. So right now, his next attack, look at his next attack, and you will see that it won't do anything Witchblade-wise.
Well, his next
if he
attack
actually attacks anything, he's going to have to avoid a gank. But you lose a ton of damage this way. If I knew this and I was him, I would go back and take the tier 1 item. It's better to have the mana ring than this.
Damn.
Yeah, I've done that mistake many times. It's a really annoying bug. I wish they would fix it.
So just like Specialist Array takes precedent as like...
It just wipes the Witchblade proc from happening. You can see, and they share pretty similar cooldown, so we'll see it when he goes anywhere. It's really bad when you go on a hero because you really want that damage.
Yeah, that blows. Malrine just spent half his mana pool to zip over.
He hasn't hit anything for a minute now. There we go, he hit, but we couldn't see it.
Yeah, Witchblade was on cooldown.
Yeah.
Oh, Falcons into the Roche pit. Get to
look at Roche now. We'll see if it works or if it doesn't. Oh, it did work now.
It did work.
Strange. Maybe it's inconsistent with how it works. Because previously he did it on a neutral creep and it didn't work. So maybe there has to be more than one target for it to not work. Okay, if there's nothing to Specialist Array, then maybe it's fine.
Yeah, curious.
So yeah, it just a weird thing. When you miss that damage, though, it's super frustrating. So
Snaking getting X'd. Runs into the tier 1.
Looks like a Tormentor might be the play here for VP. Quite common when you lose the Roshan like this, that you try and take your Tormentor to prevent the enemy from going and stealing it. So now there's at least no extra value for the enemy pushing here.
Yeah, it's a good move.
Did you get that shard over on Nature's Prophet? Very powerful one to get.
Quick TP across from Crit. Gonna grab the Wisdom Rune off the left side as well. It's felt like VP have stalled a little bit the past couple of minutes. They had a great laning stage. First 10 minutes were spectacular for them. But they've not really transferred this Luna into a position of power. She's got so much net worth, but she's just building more net worth.
He's really playing for the late game. Yeah, he hasn't made many moves, which, you know, you almost want to make a move with the Eclipse when you have maxed out Lucent Beam, try and get some value. By waiting like this, he is allowing the opponents to build towards those BKBs and be fine against him. So you already have BKB on the Sven, of course. He had it for quite a while. The Storm just gets hits delivered now as well. And the Kunkka is halfway towards his BKB as well. At that point, the Eclipse becomes pretty acceptable.
Honestly, it's exciting times for everyone involved, because we've got Nature's Prophet, who's very good at adapting and turning into a core himself. Hoodwink, same story. We've got Gleipnir queued up for crit. Scaling capability for some of these supports is pretty spectacular. Hell, even Leshrac, you know, levels on him, getting talents up is pretty massive.
Yeah, it would be nice for him to get something. He got himself the drums arriving now at least, so he has a little bit of speed and, you know, something to use in these team fights as well. He hasn't had the best game overall, but they are in the lead right now with this Aegis in hand. They're pushing towers.
I mean, it's kind of incredible. Snaking is, you know, 2, 8, and 1, but he's not bottom of net worth. He's ahead of the Hoodwink and the Undying.
Just a lot of times, you know, when you play really aggressively, you're gonna get a lot of farm, but you might die a few times. So that's basically what happened. So even if he died, this is not too bad. Smoke coming in here into the Aegis. Pretty brave by VP.
Malrine right next door to them. Squadix and Notice leading. Snaking was there. The first one to get touched is the Storm, though. He balled right into that Rolling Thunder. Aegis gets claimed up. Squadix is zoning them on the far left, and a ball lightning in second zip. Malrine's out of there. So Aegis taken up, but this is still on dire side of the map.
That's some pretty cool reactions by Malrine there still, though. I mean, he kept his cool after dying once. He realized he used the spear. I'm fine. I don't need to BKB on my Aegis respawn. A lot of people would just press it there out of habit. Like, I died, use the BKB and get out of here, you know. But now he still has it available. They could still go for a fight. So we see them smoking up now and looking to be the aggressors.
And VP trying to hold on to their Ancient's high ground area. And Notice and Squadix, they've gone pretty far here, spotted by that Radiant Ward, leaving Kiritich all alone. The Illusions do see the Storm, and Malrine unable to connect in a meaningful way here. So VP can start reacting, maybe encircle Falcons. They're coming in from the south. Arena straight up from Noticed onto, would you believe it, Snaking again. Lashrac down, but look at this damage coming on to Notice. The Mars is blown up to Skitter and Crit. FNG trying to get towards Malrine. The final bit of mana balls him over the staircase now. Squadix might be able to take down the Storm Spirit here, and Skitter, he does grab the Seosh Nature's Prophet in the back. Storm BKB's up, turns onto Squadix. The Pango dies. I thought Malrine was in trouble, but Falcons say no, we've got the backup plan here. Cavalry comes over the hill, and the fourth hero on the docket is going to be FNG's Undying.
Ultra kill, the Aghanim Scepter Sven doing some big work in that fight, getting all that damage out. We see a replay here of how the fight started. All this focus on Leshrac, it feels like it's getting a bit bad for them. They're expending, you know, Arena plus the Eclipse just to burst the Lesh. And then from there on, the Sven had a pretty free fight.
In a pub game, that Lesh is saying, all for me.
Yeah, right? Surprised there's no all chatting yet by Snaking here. Like, come on, guys.
And he really has just been running around with a target on his back, but it's a target he's put there himself. Give himself net worth.
That's what you want. If you're core and you see your pulse 5 go in like that all the time right in front of you, and you can just make big plays because he breaks the smoke and takes the initiations, you're super happy.
Incredible, yeah.
Now they're gonna go try and get themselves the Tormentor here. Snaking survived this? I don't know if they can do this. It's close. It's close.
Oh my god!
Wow, that was very well calculated that they had enough for that. I was not sure about it, but these boys, they did the math.
I think Snaking did it. Malrine just trusting the captain.
Yeah, he tipped him, so you know it must have been good call. We could do it.
Good comms. Yeah, so I didn't see how the rest of that fight went. The Nature's Prophet died off my screen. Is he just coming in behind? Seosh should try to get in behind them, I guess. VP seem to not be fully on the same page. And Falcons right now, Crit and Amar lurking up at top, seeing who comes out of the base. Might be FNG or Kiritich. I've got a nice observer board there. Watching right over them. X-Mark FNG. Maybe not expecting Noticed and Kiritich to be there right behind the POS 5 and dying. Sayos TPing in as well. And kill off Crit and Amar. He does kill the Undying at the very least. As his TP home succeeds.
Bit of a trade and Kunkka gets out safely, so not that bad for Falcon, but, you know, VP, they get something going for them at least. These last fights have been difficult for them. At least getting a kill on Crit. Getting a kill on anyone who's not snaking at this point is a value kill, I feel.
So I kind of wonder what the comms or what the decision making was like there, because FNG was there, and I guess he called for Luna to TP and Mars to come as well, and they just, like, they seemed fully prepped for this move.
Yeah.
That Falcons were making. And now Falcons trying to make another one in the mid lane. And don't find the hero. Go for the tower instead.
They're removing a lot of these tier 2 towers, you know, 2 down now. Bottom tower may not be long for the world as well. As Falcon moving, taking over the bottom part of the map now with their motions, but we see VP smoking out. They're smoking towards the Ancient, and nobody's really farming that area. Sven might go towards it though. They have vision on Sven right now. This is crucial. The ward spotted him for a little bit.
I want this so bad. What's the vision like a little deeper? So there's a lane ward further south. Well, Skitter, the X-Mark TP. This could get interesting. He's gone top to clear the wave, but he's going to get dragged back, and they are pinging exactly on top of him. Skitter, started on by the Pango and the Luna, has BKB, runs off to the right-hand side, so Virtus Pro not wanting to commit too heavily.
Oh, a little bit of a trade, trading in Pango ulti for the BKB on the Sven. All of Falcon staying ready here.
Apparently Twitch chat is saying about the bug with the Witchblade and the Specialist Array. You drop it and you pick it back up and then it fixes itself?
It's still... I looked at this creep wave, he had the same thing happen here. It didn't proc, so he has not dropped it and picked it up if that solves it. Because the same thing happened here. So like both need to be ready at the same time. And I think there need to be multiple targets available so that the Specialist Array actually shoots.
So they're both triggering.
And the bug is definitely still there, definitely still happening.
Malorine smoked up with Snaking and Skitter. They avoided that fight. VP have spread to the northwest. And we've got 2 minutes for the next Roshan to come up. But teams and players obviously will be
looking for anyone he can find, but smoke is gonna run out.
Start prepping for Roshan now. What's 4 minutes 20 until nighttime? So it looks like it's going to be daytime Roche. Yeah, they're scanning it.
It will be the bottom part of the map that's important to control now. We have a smoke over on the side of Falcon. They're probably going to use it here. Lesh ready to pop it. See if they go over to the other side of the map. Sven, really big damage right now with the Daedalus as well.
Yeah, there's no butterfly on Luna, right? You were talking about that being a pretty pivotal item.
His build is a bit risky, you know. This BKB is nice, but with the Kanda, he doesn't have a butterfly. Oh, noticed.
Noticed. Zip zapped on by Malorine.
He's just dead. There's no helping him.
Giving chase. Yeah, no way.
The Superman stun coming in.
Now it's a beeline towards Roshan, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to go down there and control the Roche immediately. There is a bit of push bottom, Squadix, along with a creep wave with Catapult and some Treants. Can try and force somebody home, but feels so risky against the Storm.
Yeah, Falcon's much more focused on getting wards, D-wards down in the southeast.
Very patiently just sitting there.
There is this high ground bit of vision from VP. 15 seconds for Mars to come up, so he'll be alive when Roshan spawns. Things could get a little spicy.
Oh, Pango showed Storm TP, but not gonna be able to catch him.
He knew where he was, but yeah, not able to go for it. And no X-Mark play there. I was maybe expecting an X-Mark Sven TP or something like that to clear wave and come back. But now the Falcons have spread pretty far from each other.
I have to feel he's going Satanic next on Caretaker. I have to feel a bit awkward for him here, like not having the butterfly, but we'll see how much he can do in the next team fight with the Kanda. I just worry that this Daedalus Sven is going to get on top of him and just blow him up at this point.
Just saw Kira change the strength treads. Yes, you need all of the HP you bloody well can get.
Bit of survivability.
Sayers does have this Basher Aghanim Scepter, which could cause a few issues for Falcons if they get kind of bogged down in one of these extended team fights. Snaking yet again is the guy out there waving the flag saying, hey, look at me. I'm a less juicy target. VP not falling for it this time. Just to wait in the tree line, hide in the fog.
Yeah, good posturing here. Pretty good position to hold for VP, but they're going up and around. Amar almost has the full Octarine core here. I guess Bloodstone actually is going to be his build, of course, for the AoE.
Tier 3 token still to be used. Amar going to X-Mark and Scout. A little bit of a recon mission. I think Notice was looking for this jump. Yeah, onto Snaking to blow him up.
Not Snaking again.
Trying to extend this fight with a Zip and a Vortex. Jumping back in with a Storm Hammer there. They've got the kill on the Mars, but the Rolling Thunder's arriving and Luna's standing her ground and fighting. BKB's out of the Falcons to try and disengage, but there's Rolling Thunder and Sayers with his Nature's Prophet TPing aggressively forward, causing issues for them. Rodobatos might catch the Pango, but he rolls back into the middle of two of them. Amar and Skitter still standing and fighting, but the Sven has lost all of his HP and Kiritich surviving. He's turned with a life steal. The basket man is working, and the Glaives bounce between them all. VP come out victorious.
Wow, that was really, really clutch. The chase by Pango there, locking onto the Sven, chasing after him. When the BKB runs out, Sven just couldn't really stand and fight. Despite the help from the Kunkka there, was not quite enough. That was a risky looking fight for VP too. They lost the Mars immediately due to him not having BKB yet.
Yeah, he just gets chain stunned down.
Yeah, but the Tombstone. Tombstone goes down. Undying is doing a lot of work here. Should not underrate, you know, Undying just walking around freely here, doing as he wishes.
What Sayers had like a big old Lotus there that he munched on, it looked like. Went from like 30% HP back to full. As we see the tail end of the fight, the Glaives bouncing between a couple of cores. And then, oh, I wanted to see that. Amar died to a neutral at the very end. So he went into a neutral camp and just killed himself to kobolds, I think.
He actually, the neutrals are on fire in this game. They got a lot of kills.
4 kills this game or something? Yeah, they're going wild.
Yeah, 3 or 4, yeah.
It's a mega kill streak for the kobolds.
Yeah, some big stuff. Jungle bites back. Luna now having the Aegis as well can feel pretty secure, so she finished up the Satanic, now queuing up the Butterfly as well. Of course, it's not a Luna game if you don't have Satanic Butterfly. That's a classic combo.
Snaking. Unlucky. What can you do? You've got to be there.
I mean, unlucky 11 times.
Oh, he's doing his best. Hello? Noticed. And Amar. Well,
or just casually gotta say no to that and walk away. Still has his soul booster, and he has an Octarine queued up, so not queuing up the Bloodstone for Kunkka is curious to me.
Okay. Tidal Wave.
The Yule?
The Yule Scepter. Catching Amar. Does get dragged back. Malrine trying to fight into Notice now, who pops his BKB and runs. And Kiritich starting to open up on this tier 3. Looks like Amar is going to be able to push them back, at least for now. Yeah, Notice getting pretty deep there.
They hold for now, but the tower going really low here. 200 HP, Catapult still getting more shots out as well, so that's very easy to finish up later on. They still have 3 minutes on this Aegis as well, so I think VP, they should probably look to make something big happen during this timing. Wait for the BKB on Mars and then go again.
How disappointed are you with this Mars's build?
I feel like the Yules screwed him over a lot, honestly. I don't think he got a lot of value from it. Just an earlier BKB would have done so much more for him, I think. And it takes away the option to go for the Rapier, you know, which he has done before, because his timing is later with the Yules plus BKB.
Yeah, because now what he's looking at, Octarine, Scythe.
Yeah, it's just a caster build. He's not going to be the main character in this episode here of Dream League. He's just going to be a supporting cast.
Yeah, Madame Luna, top of the net worth. That's the main character. Grabbing some tier 4 items. Playing from the Radiant Ancients. Oh, 3 heroes sat behind her. Malrine going on a bit of a wander to that Lotus pool. Cutting waves in behind potentially as well. The rest of Falcons readying themselves for the high ground push with a tier 3 under 200 HP. And no glyph for the Radiant either. Meaning VP gonna look to this push pretty...
Oh, there's a good ward seeing them. They're seeing them get greedy here. This could be bad for Dire, but they spot the ward. Mars with the gem. They don't get caught on the Tormentor in some bad spot. They even put a new ward here. Snaking really wants to protect the Tormentor.
Yeah, it really feels like the natural place for VP to be. Dire side onto this left side of the map, into a tier 3, which is almost already dead. And then, yeah, the power of Prophet. Sayush, he's off on that right side, just pushing waves, keeping on farming, and scaling pretty heavily.
Yeah, turning himself more and more into a core on that Nature's Prophet as well. Like, he already has BKB plus Orchid, and working towards possibly a Hex Bloodthorn here. This is quick buy right now.
He's already overtaken the Mars.
I'm still confused Kunkka not going for that Bloodstone. The big part about the Aghanim Scepter, you know, combining with the Bloodstone is that it's so powerful. Even the 20 talent that Kunkka had before was removed because of how strong the Bloodstone was with it.
Oh, the AoE?
Yeah, the AoE talent was removed. So instead, people have been experimenting with that. And we saw lifesteal yesterday, the 100 HP Kunkka going to 2k HP.
Yeah, let's go back to 50%. Oh, Malrine forces notice BKB, zips over Kiritich towards FNG, dead, undying, and the torrents they're landing. Kiritich does have Aegis for 20 seconds.
He's getting stunned up so much.
They can disable him forever. Luna's down. No one dying to be seen. I mean, is this just a second kill? Notice comes in to try and protect the carry. Squadex in towards Snaking again. Straight through the arena, blowing up the left right. Kiritich is standing her ground on this Luna and glaving into the Sven to kill off Skitter. VP, a man down, don't give a damn.
Yeah, they gave back the same chain stun there. Sven also didn't have a chance to press either his BKB or Satanic. We saw the value of, you know, the chain stun onto Luna first, but she had the Aegis. She just comes back again. Now, 74 seconds without your carry, and he does not have buyback.
That's a pretty big window here, but, you know, I guess VP don't know it.
Yeah, they can't be too sure about it, so I don't think we're going to see them go high ground. Maybe they'll get greedy for the Tormentor again here. They do have Mars and Luna in the area. Pinging it now. To bring Nature's Prophet as well with the TP.
VP just saying, hey, rinse and repeat. Nature's Prophet, go farm, go push. The rest of us set up. Nice little base camp here. Trying to climb Everest into this Radiant base always feels like a massive journey. Troublesome road to push up the staircases into barracks. Yeah, no matter who you're against.
Shard onto the Undying. The Tombstone. Yes, the Hotel Undying is available now. Not as broken as it was in the meta-defining Undying Shard patch. That was quite something.
Sunspan had a field day.
Grab that was so weird. My favorite thing about that patch, though, was seeing all these fat tombstones, because they actually get wider when there's a hero inside.
Get massive.
Recap on the fight here. Started out pretty good. Marine getting the Undying killed immediately, and they stunned up the Luna really well here. Like, this was low commitment and really nice for them, but then they got a bit greedy trying to kill him again.
Yeah, especially when you've got Nature's Prophet who just appears out of nowhere, comes in to help out. There's a really good Arena Rolling Thunder as well, this choke point. Because the arena cuts...
read it a lot, huh? He held his BKB for a long time there. Bit of a mistake by Skeeter there, not popping it. I thought he was fully chain stunned, but after the spear by Mars there, he had a full chance to get the BKB out. Just tried to hold it a little bit longer. Didn't expect the damage to be that high, perhaps. Can't underestimate Luna, though. Those right clicks, they really do a number of... Let's see, how much damage did he take from Luna? I guess I can check during the pause.
So the admin noticed that it's not just snaking with better packet loss. He checked the pings in the status bar. Amara's like, Phantom Lancer? No, packet loss, my friend. I guess we've got a bit of a problem with the server that we're playing on. Occasional little bumps and potholes in the road.
Yeah, we
Oh,
see.
we've got some replays to watch back. What was this one? Oh, Snaking's fifth death.
Just got all Snaking's deaths. You just have every time the Snaking died.
That's rude, man.
That's good. That will give us a lot of content for the pause here. Snaking says go.
We've just seen VP 5-man disconnect and Snaking says G. Yeah.
Do you think he's onto what's being shown on the stream right now? That's why he's saying go. Stop the footage. Stop it. Stop it.
Stop showing me dying. It's again another one.
Oh, that was a close one.
He gets tipped for it.
That's the real secret. Snaking didn't do the math for a Tormentor. He was just prepared to die for it, you know?
There we go. That was number 11.
It's been a journey, but you know, it's funny how you can have a game like this, and still, I would say he's doing a pretty damn good job. Obviously, perhaps he could have cut down the deaths a little bit, but he's still playing very good Dota. He's, you know, being in positions where if the enemy go on him, sure, but then they show their hand. They commit cards, you know, to bursting him, whereas they need to have the resources to bring down the Sven and the Storm. Man, I feel like Timeless Relic on Kunkka is almost cheating. Such a strong tier 4 item for him. The amount of lockdown you get from this.
Debuff duration and spell amp.
It just increases the chance of the overlapping torrents, right? What can I do with this Kiritic?
He doesn't have shard?
What? Oh. Kurt says it comes after a bit. Okay. Interesting. Well, we can see the shard, but I suppose when you reconnect.
Interesting.
I'm pausing. It comes back in a bit. Or is this a bait by snaking? Just play. Just play without it. Amar, he doesn't mince his words. I mean,
his glaives button still has a. I guess maybe he doesn't on his screen.
Yeah,
like
it probably doesn't look the same for him.
Gotcha. Well, we'll keep our eyes out on it. See if we can get his shard back.
Interesting bug.
Sven's still
Speaking
dead.
of items, do a little update here as we see a smoke coming around by VP trying to get a wraparound. We have Assault Cuirass now in the Nature's Prophet as well. And of course, full Octarine on Pango.
VP. Long migration down to bottom. I don't think
find him here. This is a big catch.
They've scanned him.
They scanned him.
Ooh, they're going to find him. Yeah, they do. Hello. Jump right onto Amar. BKB, boat, and try to run and hide, but there's no escaping from Virtus Pro.
Oh my god, he almost killed the Undying. He hides in his hotel.
One of those, oh god, Maureen, okay. It's one of those, the capsule hotels in Japan? Just the tube. Get into the tube, Undying.
Alright, push is coming here. Still BKB available on the Luna as well, so feeling confident.
Kunkka dead with no buyback though, 200 gold away from it. So it's going to come down to the rest of the team to try and hold on to this base. Starting off, but the BKB counteracts the Stormhammer. Malorine started that off with a nice zip, and Vortex goes back in to clear the creep wave, or at least try to. Poking at VP, but there's a catapult still alive. Doesn't seem like VP want to continue though.
Yeah, gonna play it safe now, back up. They see the Wisdom Rune top, so might TP there with the Nature's Prophet if he wants to steal it. Not gonna go. So Storm zips over and yoinks it instead. I think they're just backing out. They didn't have Aegis. They just made a little play because they got the Kunkka kill. Really nice moves by VP, working their way back into this game in a great way, now having a very strong lead. For a long time, it looked like it was just Falcons running the show.
Yeah, it's been super smooth. How does Luna progress now? She sell Dragonlance, I guess?
Oh, I think the refresher that he has queued up is a very good idea, and just replace the Dragonlance with that for a bit. Then you can swap it out when refreshers cool down. Even though it doesn't keep cooling down, it's just once basically you want to use it. And you can still get Moonshard, Moonshard and Aghanor's Blessing.
Yeah, because he did have Hurricane Pike queued up for a while, and then he did that little swap out, like you said, gets the Butterfly, doesn't finish the Pike, and then I guess
I think this is more impactful, yeah. And big item coming in as well. The Mars is a full Hex now, so it's getting tricky to play Storm. You're playing now into Hex, Abyssal Blade, tons of damage from the Luna.
Storm does have an Aghanim Scepter now, so we've got that pseudo black hole with Sven's massive damage. If Falcon's the one to get the jump,
because of the creeps in the base.
Yeah,
so they know they're smoked.
Skitter shows on that creep wave bottom. And VP can now reposition themselves to just go high ground.
Yeah, this is great by VP. What a nice read. And Xmark pulls her away. So now Hoodwink isn't in base. This is an opportunity to push here. They know Hoodwink is far away.
That's just a lane of barracks for free. Falcon's starting to TP. The Glyph is there on the melee. Stormhammer with the Storm jumping in. Squadix and Notice though with the arena onto Skitter. Trying to focus the Sven, but they've turned back.
Save.
Thinking about Malreen's Storm in the back, and the Tombstone is there to buy a bit of time for Kurtic to get the Eclipse off. The BKBs are wearing down now, and they've killed Snaking and the barracks in the bottom lane. Squadix still toying with them, but the Harpoon will drag him back into Sven's reach.
Sven in trouble.
With the spear, straight into the Luna. Skitter looks dead. Malreen did get the Vortex, but there's no follow-up. Kunk has respawned, gets a decent torrent down, but VP at 5 alive, and Falcon's running out of gas. 3 heroes left, and they've spent everything. Make that 2 heroes left. VP might just have this one in the bag.
Alright, this is beautiful for them. Storm is trying the best he can, zipping in and out, but he needs more mana. Bottling desperately in base.
There's not much he can do. They're into mid lane now. Crack that tier 3, and that means the glaives are bouncing. Top lane was already wide open for Kurtic here, so mega creeps look inevitable.
Full minute on the Sven as well. This is not stopping at Megas, and you look at that Luna pushing, going down fast.
Yeah, there's no way now. No Glyph, no Sven, no buyback.
Tornstorm combo ready.
Vortex, 3 men caught up in it with the bolt and the torrent. Amar with Malreen trying their hardest. Crash some damage to the Seoshin. Kurtic, the TP out from Amar to get him to the fountain safely, but Malreen's left all alone. And GG's called. VP take game 1.
Yeah, very nice play by VP. Looking really solid here in the mid to late game, and has to feel good for Notice there after Amar and his little bit of all chats, you know, which build are you gonna copy? He comes at him with a different build on the Mars and still manages to pull out a win here. I would say perhaps he got a little bit carried by, you know, some of the performances on his team. I think we had really nice play by both mid and carry on the side of VP this game.
Yeah, and honestly, all the talk about that Mars, you know, it felt like a good first pick. It felt decent for Noticed. It wasn't that spectacular Rapier Brooch build, but yeah, it's showing off a nice kind of caster control build there. Very patient from Noticed to not get too flashy, really relying on Kurtic in that farm. Very, very patient from VP through the first 30 minutes of that game just to get to like a critical mass moment.
Yeah, and speaking of not flashy, I mean, let's mention Nature's Prophet here. He's 7, 2, and 13. He actually did more damage than his Pangolier in this game. Did a lot of work with those right clicks, you know, almost matching the Storm in damage dealt here. And yeah, he just kind of played a slow and silent game, building up his advantage in the jungle a lot, but he was still there for all these kills, and his auto attacks were very crucial, so well played by him. And overall, VP just had a good control on the map this game.
Yeah, Seosh was closing in on being position 2 there, basically, like nearly leapfrogging over Squadix's Pango in that situation. We'll see some of the highlights back. We've been through all of...
here, yeah.
Oh yeah, it was a nice one from FNG.
Stopping the Chainstone combo. Very annoying for Sven. You can see him start laying into Tombstone because he has nothing else he can really hit, and then he has to just run away. And you missed your critical moment. Sven wants to be jumping in, bursting one target during his ulti BKB. If he doesn't get to do that, he, you know, loses his function. So he just goes down again here, and he doesn't respawn before the game is over.
And by this point, you got so much healing and sustain coming out of Undying. Even, you know, buyback and TPs were available for VP to bring even more numbers. The final last-ditch effort between the 2 Creep Wave boys, Amar and Malreen. Just not enough damage between them.
Imagine that Tornstorm with the Bloodstone, bit of extra AoE. Maybe it could have chainstunned enough. Who knows? I mean, I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised by the Octarine over Bloodstone. Lower cooldown, sure, but that is only really good for like fighting more frequently. Is that really better than more reliability on the chain stunning effect? And you have every single ability that you have basically benefiting from this. The AoE increase on your Torrent, your Shard, your Bolt, your Torrent Storm. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely a question mark around it. But there we go. VP, game 1 winners in this best of 2. We'll have a quick break and return with game number 2. And here we go, guys. Game 2 almost ready for us between Virtus Pro and Falcons as we get ourselves through this group stage for DreamLeague Season 22. It is crunch time, an important series for VP in particular. Get out of that middle of the table pack and up towards the top. And kind of a sluggish game there from both sides, it felt like.
It started out pretty slow, and yeah, it developed into a bit more action, but it was very, very controlled, still very constructed, kind of methodological. What am I trying to say?
Methodical?
Whatever. It was a very methodic approach here by VP. And Kiritic, we questioned a little bit his item build there on Luna, playing very slow, not really hitting that timing, but maybe he was just waiting out the Sven's initial timing as well. because they do come online at sort of similar timing, so not going for an early butterfly, instead building up a lot of tankiness and HP instead. And later on, they took some really good fights. I want to say, while overall they all played really well in VP, I think Noticed initiated a lot of these fights for them. And even though his item build with the Yule start was maybe slowing him down, he did deliver really well with his catches.
Yeah, and then FNG with saves, FNG with, you know, lane-winning moves. This Undying has been an important ban against VP ever since FNG joined. You know, it's one of his specials. So that might be something that Falcons look at in the next draft, just to remove early on, so he doesn't have... You know, it's not just like... Dota developed so much. Undying used to be one of these, you know, good in lane, bad in game, but they add the shard and they add, you know, amplified damage and stuff to his ultimate, and all of a sudden he's packing a punch no matter what happens.
He does, and he scales pretty well into late game against bursty stuff at least. We saw the save in that game with that shard. Even though it's nerfed, it's still very good for just breaking that initiation on a target. So could save his carry, make sure she doesn't get bursted, and then easily turns around with the Satanic. But yeah, they had a really impressive showing. Meanwhile, on Falcons though, a little bit asleep at the wheel kind of feeling, like they didn't really take full control of this game, and a lot of times they were just bleeding, snaking a lot of the time, like he died, and sure, you survive when you're carrying your mid, but you do end up giving away quite a bit of advantage in tempo, and they didn't really get strong enough to carry this game.
Yeah, you could kind of taste that little bit of desperation, right? You know, snaking with those 12 deaths. Kind of felt like he was, you know, the parent dragging their kid along to the supermarket. Like, come on, you're coming with me. Let's pick up the tempo, get things done. It's Saturday morning. We want to get a nice W to start things off. But the kids were kicking and screaming. Are we there yet? Are we going to Disneyland? What's going on? They end up at the dentist and they're super upset. So game 2, they've got to get themselves back into the mood, into the groove, and find a victory. As it looks like we've got a little lobby problem, so we should be getting ourselves ready soon. Just a little delay there to let you guys know.
Yeah, I got it as well, so I guess the lobby is going to be rehosting and get back into it. Or I guess it's still in the same hosting, but we'll see if it starts this time. They say go try, so we'll try again.
Yeah, drafting-wise, are we expecting any other big sweeping changes, or do you think both teams are pretty comfortable with that first set of picks and bans they had for themselves?
I would like
to run it back game 2.
I would like to see Snaking change it up a little bit, and perhaps, you know, while he played Leshrac here and he's played it before, I would like to see him play on his Crystal Maiden. It's a hero that not many teams rate very highly, but they've had really good success with, and he has played a ton. I mean, that's a historically very popular hero for Snaking. He knows exactly how to play this, and I just want to see more CM in general. I think that he's one of the guys who actually makes it look good in this patch.
Yeah, it used to be one of those FNG heroes as well. We kind of talked about it a little bit at the start of game 1, but I don't think VP have played it in like a month or more even. Yeah, it was Birmingham qualifiers the last time VP played the Crystal Maiden, so it's still there in FNG's wheelhouse. There's maybe not something they've scrimmed or practiced more recently.
Yeah, definitely not something that's too common for them, but we'll see what the approach is going to be. Dragon Knight and Razor being banned out by VP, not changing up anything from last game, starting out with these two, and Enigma Batrider banned out by Falcon. So pretty stock standard bans with a little bit of extra, you know, Amar specific targeting here.
10 seconds remaining.
A few gut punches to Amar.
5 seconds.
Well, Malarine there, his Storm Spirit looked okay through that game. Laning stage was decent, but you can always struggle as a Storm against these kind of 5-man group up plays. And there is the deviation. Undying ban, Mars pick for Falcons.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's a bit different for Falcons this time, since they have the first pick as well. Last time they had second pick, so they didn't have an option to go for that Mars. Now Amar is going to be playing it. I mean, no surprise to us, right? We said it going into the series. Mars is going to be the hero in this series. It's going to be first pick, and it is in both games. We'll see if he can do the same thing over to VP, or perhaps even go for the build that he was talking about in game 1.
Maybe. Morana for Virtus Pro, one of the rising stars of this tournament. Very likely in the hands of FNG here as the POS 5. A fun hero to play. Toronto Tokyo was saying the other day, and also that Moonlight Shadow giving you, infinite smokes basically. Don't have to rely on the stock of the shopkeeper. You're producing your own beautiful stuff.
She can be a nice hero, but honestly, I'm not a big fan of Morana into Mars. I feel like he has a lot of solutions to her. The spear, if you pin someone, you get a little bit of vision for a short while, so that can be nice against the ulti. both your Q and W work into Invis as well, so it doesn't matter if you don't have detection on you necessarily. And the arena, you can't leap out of it, so it's a pretty good tool to catch the Mirana as well. You know, I do think that teams are rating Mirana higher, but picking it into Mars, I feel, is maybe a mistake.
You can't spear or arena me if you can't see me, Wag. I'm invisible.
Amar can see you. He's got the sixth sense.
The built-in gem, the third eye. Shadow Demon gone now. So respect on that Undying and Nature's Prophet. Shadow Demon, I guess, a good save against the Mars. Good setup for the arrow. And of course, we've seen a myriad illusion heroes picked up by all these teams. So Shadow Demon stock's definitely rising.
Yeah, he also has some fantastic stuff going for him, like the level 10 talent on SD as a 12 strength talent. It's just so much HP that you get. Basically a free pupil's gift right there. So he's good in general in this patch. And there you go. Like you said, the illusion carries are coming out. This Naga Siren doesn't have to be carry as well, but usually we do see her go towards that lane. And she matches very well against Mars as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a couple of players do like to pop it into the off lane, be a little greedy, but I'm probably going to be Kirchhoff's hero here. Oh, you got your wish.
Yes, there we go, Snaking. Get that CM. Okay, they go for the CM and the Lion as well, so they get the illusion counters immediately. Normally, I'm not a big fan of CM and Lion together, but against Naga, it's justified to have the Lion, I would say. So, very, very good pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Where do we go now for VP? It's like kind of unusual to see support and carry picked in this order so early on.
It is a little bit, and you know, we don't have to be hard locked that it is going to be necessarily those roles, because now with the Lion coming out to counter the Naga as well, it's more likely that you do something like putting it towards pos 4 or even pos 3 possibility for it. But we'll see if they want to commit for what they already have. There is, of course, the insta-disable as well from Lion, so it's not just a counter solution, but it's pretty good against a lot of these flashy mid-heroes that we see nowadays with high mobility. So maybe to go for something more durable on that mid lane. Maybe Kunkka is something that you want to, you know, consider a hero that's pretty durable into all this.
And then has the flex for mid and off lane as well, would be pretty nice. Because I was going to ask you about, you were saying Centaur wasn't looking too hot for VP, right?
Actually, it's the VP play it a bit, but they haven't been. They play it, but they haven't had any success with it. They have 10% win rate or something, 20% win rate across 10 games. But Team Falcons will not ban it, so you can always pick it very late if you want it.
Well, they got the Doom instead. Magnus was still out there as well as an option, which maybe was going through their heads. But Doom going to be the safer one, along with the Pugna.
Yeah, Pugna are usually very good against these high mana cost supports who might kill themselves on the Nether Ward. And on top of that, you're already preparing a bit with Doom against the Mars. If he goes for a Divine Rapier build, you have this this tool to shut him down. Now we'll see if Falcons want to do the Kunkka with Mars, if we want to do the pullback, of course. It is a combo, we have seen it, and it's been pretty effective.
Does Malrine want to play Kunkka? That's the question. It feels like he's much more at home on these cheesier heroes.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a no on that. He doesn't want to play it, but you know, one of his cheesy heroes got denied pretty hard. The Huskar is probably not going to come out into a Doom. So I have seen Huskars make adaptations into Doom picks. It's like, okay, I'm not going to buy Armlet at all. I'm just going to go like Orchid first item or something. They have to do something.
5 bracers.
Yeah, they have to do something very creative. Doom is a super hard counter to Huskar.
Well, yeah, usually with this Mars, it is like Huskar, it's Pango and potential Lina for Malrine, but they're going to leave him till later on, it looks like, going for Medusa for Skitter here, a hero that really doesn't care about being doomed.
Yeah, it's a great carry to have. That's basically -1 potential target for Doom here. He really doesn't want to target her, since she can basically just have the same impact anyway. So Mars is probably a big target. The support you don't really want to go on. So what's the last pick gonna be? They will get it soon, but they can ban out a few that they feel are annoying. We'll see what the priority is from VP. On Team Falcons to ban out the Invoker. Not wanting more mana burn here against the Medusa. Also, they have the combo. They can give mana to Medusa using Lion. They can buy the shard and just heal up the Medusa effectively. It's quite a good heal.
Crystal Maiden and Lion. Just, pick a Kothel mid now as well. Give Medusa
all that mana.
Infinite mana. I guess you really do have to just look at Malrina's Dota buff and think, hey, these are the big heroes he's going for. There's the Pango that gets removed. Wouldn't be surprised to see Lina or something get banned as well.
He's absurdly good at Pango. That's like the standout hero. I've played with him, and he's shown how aggressive and strong he can be on that hero. So probably a sensible ban here by VP.
10 seconds remaining.
And then on VP side, they've got to pick first, right? They've got to pick their mid kind of blindly into this.
VP are last pick, so they don't have to pick first. It's Team Falcons.
Ah, you're right.
Will reveal. Yeah, it's always weird, but you pick your carry and your mid, basically. Falcons will pick carry and mid, so they pick the Medusa, and then they will show their mid hero as well, and VP have the counter pick.
Okay.
That's why I'm feeling like we might see Falcons go for something very general, like safe against anything, kind of Lina, or, Kunkka does do quite well against many things as well, and the cheese picks against Kunkka are not very popular in mid right now.
Yeah, like does Squadix play any of those Huskars or anything? I don't think he does.
Not really. Squadix is very good at playing a lot of commonly popular heroes, I would say. Yeah. He's not a very cheesy player, but he does play extremely well on all the flashy kind of things. So Queen of Pain, TA, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, these type of heroes are his wheelhouse.
Yeah. All the usual suspects.
Yeah.
Because I think if we get into that situation, it's like we pick Kunkka, they pick Necro or something. Oh god, Malrine might be in trouble.
I like the bans they did on VP though. They banned out the Pango first, which is respect. And then the second ban was Primal Beast, which is also like, you don't really want to doom Primal Beast. He usually just shrugs it off, walks around with it. So you would have no good target to doom really, aside from Mars, if they got their hands on that. It's all coming back to this doom right now in the way that I see them approaching the draft.
Really digging deep as well. Going through all the stacks of paper, I'm sure. Looking at all the heroes that could potentially be there to deal with the Medusa, counteract the Mars.
They ban themselves.
Ooh. Ooh.
Shaker coming in mid. That's an interesting one, bit spicy.
That gives them a lot of team fight. I mean, mid Earthshake we've seen does very well against a lot of heroes.
He does. There are some heroes he absolutely cannot play against though, but those are a lot of off-meta heroes, like Shadowfiend mid destroys Shaker. So we'll see if VP are prepared to put Squadix on something off-meta. If he picks one of his comfort heroes, I feel like most of them are not amazing at shutting down Shaker. We'll see what he wants.
Yeah, and Shaker kind of gets that free farm, gets active with some runes. Can really nicely play into these side lanes. Like if the Earthshaker gets a haste or even just TPs to a lane, he's playing into triple stuns. Mars, Maiden, Lion, Twin Gates can come into play. I love this kind of active mid lane playmaker with a lot of disables.
I mean, we could see like a TA or a Necro or something here from Squadix. TA is a hero he plays really well, so that would be quite easy against Shaker. Very good matchup. And CM, you can never ulti into a TA shard. Plus Lion is also a very easy burst target for TA with their high physical damage. So that's looking like an option. Otherwise, I was leaning towards something like an Arc Warden pick for them here, but I think it's too greedy.
Does OD work here?
It does. It does. You can play OD. They have the Imprison into Arrow combo as well. So it would be not that horrible. And you can even use Imprison to defend someone who gets spear comboed.
Or Hexed, or Blink Echoed.
Yeah, it's a nice lane as well, so it's pretty comfortable having to pick into a Shaker mid. There's a lot of options. They go with the cheese. Oh boy.
He does. Do we have the team names reversed here? Is there
wait, hold up. Malrine, is that you? So they bring the cheese. Maybe this is payback, Perhaps he scrimmed against them a few times or laned against them in pub sometimes and just tired of Malrine's Huskar shenanigans. So this should be a complete despair lane being Shaker against Huskar. The moment you're like level 2, you're starting to run out of regen here, and it is not easy.
Squadix has 4 professional games of Huskar on record. I was in the process of checking to see what cheesy heroes he was able to pick. He did play a month ago Huskar against Chimera, against Storm, so it's like against kind of tier 3, lower tier teams and qualifiers. 11, 3, and 6 was his last scoreline on Huskar with a rapier in his inventory at the end. So
that sounds good. That sounds good. Sounds promising.
And 100% win rate. He's got 4 games and 4 wins. So he's undefeated on Huskar. Let's see if he can continue.
So VP 2-0 this one. It's over.
It's written. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see how it goes. Oh, Oscar for Squadix. Cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, it really has been a battle of overlapping picks, right? We talked about that Mars between Amar and Noticed, the Maiden of FNG and Snaking potentially, and now suddenly Squadix is saying, hey, Malrine, you've picked an Earthshaker trying to be a little bit cheeky towards the tail end of the draft. I've got the counteracting piece of the puzzle to last pick. Gotcha.
Yeah, this is very interesting because this now makes me think, okay, mid lane is very, very favoring the Huskar. So you look towards the supports now. Can you make rotations? You don't have the benefit of having like a Nature's Prophet come bail you out. You have crit on Lion, snaking on CM. So both pretty good heroes for counter TPing at least. Either of them can TP in and provide a disable. So Huskar has to be careful not to go too close to tower or under tower. But this really should be a dominant lane. If we think about the other lanes though, we have the Doom plus Pugna combo, which is pretty annoying to lane into. So I think they might do quite well on their lane as well.
Malrine doesn't look too happy. FNG looks proper ready. Like, yeah, let's go, boys. I got this one. Heading into game 2 here. The Falcons up against Virtus Pro. And Amar going to start off with the Grandmaster chat lines. The tips are already coming out. No hard feelings between these two squads. They seem pretty happy just to be playing Dota. Good luck, mid.
FNG. I was about to say, this really does look like the face of someone who's having like vengeance against someone. Good luck, mid. This sounds like you know, they've been playing a bit before. Play, Malrine says. We'll see what he can pull out of this mid lane. The good thing in Malrine's position is you're expected to get crushed. So if you do anything other than getting crushed, then that's a big upset and you have nothing to lose basically.
Yeah, get some big W's.
Yeah.
Well, Naga Illusion's already scouting out early on to see what's going on. Everyone's smoked up though. And I guess in this kind of game also, you know, lane is one thing, game is another, right? He's saying play as in, you know, let's play this to 30, 40 minutes. Earthshaker can dish out some serious physical damage. You know, Mars can blow people up in one shot. Huskar could get destroyed later on in the game by some of these big hits.
He could. We'll see how it develops. It's all about how you get to that late game. They did see the mid ward being placed with their own ward. Squadix was a little bit careless there, walking in, not smoked, and get spotted in that little pocket by the Dire Observer ward. As you see, it has vision in between the trees there. So got spotted, and he gets dewarded quickly. That's one big win for Malrine on the mid lane, you know? He has vision advantage.
Yeah, already. Step ahead. Bounty runes 3 for the Falcons. Amars gets a crit.
It's a bit of favor, you know? Vision advantage, gold advantage. 80 gold ahead from that.
What's he doing? He's buying boots first on Earthshaker. Just to run away from spears?
Yes, you need boots to be able to run in and out of the creep wave. Normally you want to go bottle rush, but bottle first is not good against Huskar. First of all, the burning spear lasts for 9 seconds, so using bottle is very difficult. And second of all, just walking in and out, you're going to take so much damage.
I'm already seeing Inner Fire, securing some early last hits here. Misses the ranged, Malrine gets the deny. Yeah, already a good start.
Yeah, good by Malrine. And we see Huskar trying to body block the range creep. Not going to be successful though as the Shaker gets it. Not too shabby of a first creep wave.
Don't care side lanes. Only care mid lane.
It's all about the mid lane.
It looks like Sayo's going to go and body block the small camp. Make sure life is difficult for Falcons up there. Snaking, playing pretty aggressively up into Noticed's face. And safeguarding Skitter's farm. A little further behind where he's tried to gather the creep wave in front of his tier 1.
He actually queued up the bottle instead of Malrine, probably because of how good he lasted on the first creep wave there. So yeah, changes his build a little bit instead of the boots. We do see him dropping in HP though. These burning spears, they really hurt.
Yeah, they really do stack up and damage builds quickly. Another Inner Fire and a few more spears. 5 and 3 Earthshaker though, still, like you say, lasting very nicely. 4 and 3 for Squadix, but another wave arriving to him. We can peek into that third and final lane. Amar and Crit, a Lion, and Damar's doing decently down here already up against a Mirana Naga, which seems like a pretty passive lane to me.
It is pretty passive and relies quite a lot on the pull. The thing is that Mirana wins the trade against Lion though. So Lion currently not able to body block the small camp, and Mirana will be able to go over and just pull this lane and allow him to have a pretty good start here on bottom for Radiant.
Every time you see Crit show out of the fog, FNG gets like 2, 3 arrow hits in there. They'll do a good job trying to clear out these illusions early on with a Rebuke and the Earth Spike. Make sure Kiritich's efficiency is reduced. And top lane, Skitter. This creep wave is like being dragged around everywhere. Are VP doing some lane pulling? What's
They
happening?
pulled it a little bit, and then they got it to this position. But meanwhile, Snaking also has dewarded the small camp, or rather, it's not blocked anymore. So they're going to be able to reset the lane as well. Maybe go for a stack on CM. Actually going aggressive on the tower instead. This means they shouldn't be able to get the stack in time. They're trying to stop Notice from farming.
I'm trying to apply pressure under the tower. And I guess Lotus also important there for Snaking to hand off to Skitter.
You thought to tame the lion?
Mid lane,
Bounty
just,
rune.
see Marine basically running around. He did have good CS at the start here, but it's getting harder and harder now that the Berserker's blood is up. He can't really get close, so he's almost relegated to just Fisher farming at this point.
Yeah, shows himself. Squadix immediately runs straight towards the ramp.
Yeah, he already has boots as well in Huskar, so he has to respect him a lot. If Huskar runs at you, you might get a lot of auto attacks in.
Right, so it's where you're super glad, right? You mentioned that vision advantage early on. Super glad Huskar doesn't have that high ground vision on your ramp just to keep throwing spears and harassing you back.
Yeah, it's pretty helpful. Pretty helpful that you got the D-ward for sure.
Oh, FNG did lose out on that bounty rune race with crit. Still has the large camp blocked though, so no pulls available for the Lion until he gets this D-ward going with a sentry he's just brought out. Oh, but he places it up on top of the high ground to try and D-ward. There's nothing there though. And FNG has made a rotation, grabs the water rune. Malrine's still going to be able to bottle one up in the northern spot.
Interestingly, on top, Seo just allowed the big camp or small camp to spawn so that Noticed could go and get a creep. So he was there, he was thinking about body blocking it as Pugna, but instead he left it so that they now have the chain lightning over on the side of Doom, so he can spam a little bit more on this lane.
Yeah, get a bit of damage onto this maiden. I mean, she's pretty slow, no boots or anything for snaking. So if he steps ever so slightly out of position, could get zapped down by a tremendous amount of burst damage from Nether Blast and that chain lightning.
Look at Malrine, he's getting creative on mid lane. Mid lane shenanigans, you don't see it too often, but here come the pull. He's gonna try and pull the creeps away. Now, you can't get this creep wave to get stuck on any neutrals here, so you basically have to pull it all the way around to your next creep wave.
Gets blown up. Malrine's tipping him from across the map. Malrine having fun dragging waves, like you're saying. As FNG just gets chain stunned into oblivion.
Well, FNG did say have fun mid, then.
And maybe onto Kiritich, another one here. They've caught the Naga Siren out, and the second kill in that bottom lane. VP had a pretty passive lane, and this burst potential from Falcons being shown off beautifully.
Yeah, taking tons of damage, and a good start on Amar is not what you want to see if you're a VP fan right now. He has the ability to take over games. We're talking about the stats there before we started going into game one, how he generally has a really good KDA, really good farm, and this is the type of start that you want.
Well, the great thing about having a Mirana is that pos 5, she just kills the catapult, so the pressure and the push does get halted down bottom. Mid lane, more pressure coming in though. Squadix has a bit of assistance from Sayush on that left side. Malorine still level 5, so no weird Echo Slam plays that he can make. Maybe has a chance here, though, with crit coming in. Sayush behind, snaking from the TP, rotating onto the Huskar. Squadix, though, pops his magic wand, but didn't use the Fairy Fire. No deaths for Falcons, and they kill his Huskar off.
I think he still would have died even if he did as well, so gets brought down. Now Sayush actually gonna go down as well, and the raindrop keeps the CM alive throughout all this. And now the counter tip coming in on the Huskar from Malrine on the Shaker, who even gets a DD rune as well, or amplified damage rune, I guess.
I'm still calling it a DD rune.
It's a DD rune, yeah. Screw amplify.
Well, it's the weird thing for me is that Slardar's ult, Corrosive Haze, used to be called Amplify Damage.
Exactly.
And now they've renamed Double Damage to his old ulti. That's not acceptable.
They should at least have kept it as a DD rune, maybe not double, but, Dankify Damage. Call it something where you have the DD still.
Yeah. Just keep the acronyms the same, please. Make things simple for us. You got the AD.
The
ability
AD
draft.
rune, yeah, people have been trying that for me in my chat, and not a thing. That is really painful, though. Losing your Huskar there on mid lane, it's not a kill that should happen. He got a little bit close, got trapped in a bad spot, and we saw those supports. I talked about it, how both the supports on Falcon actually are pretty good for making rotations mid. It did take the 2 of them, but with all their disables, they brought down the Huskar pretty easily.
Excellent. That delays your armlet, delays the first real move out of the Huskar into these side lanes. And then you add on the fact that, like, dominoes are toppling, right? Bottom lane has been crushed. Naga has kind of evacuated. Mirana's moved out. So you've got 2 lanes now, which are kind of open.
Yeah, it also just allows the Shaker to have a game. He's not supposed to have a game. Right now, we have a 400 gold difference, basically, between the Shaker and the Huskar. So Shaker's completely fine. I mean, maybe not the best game he ever had on mid, but it doesn't look like he was hard countered by a Huskar in this game.
Not at all. He seems fine. And he's still got the backup of crit here. Lion and Earthshaker moving into mid. Sayush has, what, 750 HP? Earthspike into Fisher. Try and close the gap with his Enchant Totem and Echo Slam to get the job done, and crit on a killing spree. Even moving in towards FNG now here with Snaking's arrival.
I respect that ulti usage. Just ulti anything you can in the early game. If you're Enigma or if you're Shaker, any of these long cooldown heroes, just take a kill if you see it. If it's not a guaranteed kill without the ulti, why hold your ulti? So really nice. It gets more momentum towards that Blink Dagger as well, even though the last hit went over to crit, of course.
And then crit gives him the reverse suck, fills his mana back up. So Malorine's still in, I was going to say fighting shape, but he's in farming shape. He can go back into the jungle and continue ramping up.
Squadix, meanwhile, has been licking his wounds a bit. Didn't want to back-to-back die on the mid lane to more rotation, so he was farming jungle until now. He's gonna show up for a little bit. He does almost have his armlet, just 50 gold away. Gonna send that out.
Yeah, on the topic of items, Hand of Midas is here for the Doom. Unfortunately, had it delivered into his backpack and not his inventory, but he'll be able to use it shortly anyway.
The difference is, though, like, Squadix not being a Huskar spammer. We'll see how comfortable he is with this.
Yeah, that's true. He's gonna go try and Roche and die to a random bash or something.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you know, the Huskar Roshing looks nerve-wracking to anyone who's not a Huskar picker, but if you have done it a lot of times, you know that there's literally 0 danger to it. The bashing can't actually kill you if you always toggle after 2 hits. Yeah. You let Roche hit you twice and then you toggle, you literally cannot die.
Little net worth lead being built up there. 2,000 just clipped for Falcons. Mars having a pretty free time, but they do get the Doom on him
Huskar?
now. No.
Oh my god, dude.
Well, Amar, he's going to die to this Doom. Arrow misses, but FNG will leap and get over the top of him. Amar, just a hit away from death. In the trees, trying to hide. Spears back Mirana, but he's dead.
I'm telling you, I was staring at the Huskar farming that ancient camp. He used his inner fire to disarm the creeps, and he didn't insta-toggle. I was like, okay, do you know what you're doing here? And he should have toggled, because he died to neutrals, and I have 0 faith at this point.
We were literally just talking about it as well.
You cursed him, man. This is on you.
As an ex-Huskar spammer, yeah.
He also has 0 points ulti at level 8. This is not the build in any world. Even if you jungle, the life break is good for farming jungle. I'm sorry to say this, but Squadix, he is not a Huskar player, is all I can say from this.
Those 4 games and that 100% win rate, it was all a fluke.
I mean, you did say it was against, you know, kind of sketch teams, not against the high-tier teams, so probably needs to spam it a bit more.
What's going on here? So Skitter is disconnected. FNG's being tipped by Amar. Dude, scared? Question mark?
The question marks. Question marking the question mark. That is a classic Amar move.
Oh man, never change. Don't, if you're a TO, if you're someone, an admin writing rules, do not stop all chat in esports, please. This is just so good.
Yeah, the spice. Need more voice lines and more people contributing here. I like that it's between FNG and Amar. I thought it would be Notice, but Notice has been very, you know, very diplomatic in this. He hasn't really gone too involved.
Notice has got more buttons to click. He's farming jungle and doing stuff. FNG's just like standing and typing. Like he's literally just like AFK standing at the twin gate typing to Amar.
That's pretty much what Amar does too. It's when he dies, you know, when he's dead, he spends his time. Or if he's running from a camp to another camp, that's when we might see a little bit of all chat.
So good. I'm so glad we never got those, like, you know, Casper StarCraft rules where the only things you're allowed to say are GG and PP.
Really? Is that it?
You literally you had like set phrases in StarCraft where you could only say please pause or good game, or maybe like one other, like there were like 2 or 3 like literal 2-letter phrases that you could use, or else you get fined.
That takes away a lot of character. I feel like StarCraft was very formal that way, which is not the way Dota is run.
No, it's definitely not. Yeah. That's why we love it.
Best games are the ones where have a lot of trash talk between players. It makes it more fun. And this is spicy. You know both teams really want to win right now. When this stuff is going down, you become more invested. It doesn't even matter. Like, the prize money is one thing. The placements in groups, one thing.
All right, Zamar going to all chat Sayush now. Sayush has been very quiet.
No, he's just a victim. He's collateral in this. If he gets the FNG again, though, you bet he's going to say something.
Just, do you want a high five? Sayush doesn't want to. No high fives between them.
Yeah.
So Amar sweeps in mid, gets a kill, grabs the Watcher, and now they're kind of angling towards mid tier 1 with 4 heroes here from Falcons, even smoking into enemy Ancients. Malrine does have Blink, level 1 Echo, looking for a target that they can jump on with his Finger of Death follow-up.
Yeah, they're hunting for that Huskar, but he's already on the way out of there. He did walk into vision, I think, a little bit there, so they saw him.
Well, that's the jump on Doom. Straight off with that Echo and Finger. Kill the Doom.
Good immediate burst there.
Yeah, VP's top net worth hero. And he's gone.
And now making a move, cutting off Seiyu here, and he is a little bit stuck. Kind of gets slowed down. Shaker's coming. Pugner is fast, though.
Only the wary.
Yeah, if you get a Moonlight Shadow and maybe a smoke, get that movement speed going, he's just fine with the Moonlight.
Let him go. He's the one that got away at this point.
No point chasing. Now Mar clears a wave mid, TP's bottom, guarding that tower.
Interestingly,
VP,
he
it looks
also
like
went
they're
for the
bringing heroes down.
Yeah, he went for Yule's first item on Mars as well.
Did, yeah. Interesting.
Even before Blink Dagger.
Well, he's going to get run at here, though. Looks like he felt it coming.
Yeah. I mean, Mars is a very positional hero. With the Windlace, Yule Scepter, and Face Boots, he's got a lot of speed. Wisdom Runes. We see FNG hanging around. Don't die, FNG. You're gonna get tipped again.
That's a scary place to be. With Skitter and Malorine up there. Bottle it up. Double runes for the Falcons. Nice lead.
Very happy to farm like this, Skitter. He's getting huge on his Medusa.
So when is Huskar going to be ready? Because we're just not... Oh, hang on. FNG is poking at Skitter there. I don't know about that.
A minimal amount of harass. Leap in, Starfall, leap out again. Well, the Huskar timing, the thing is dying twice, and losing a lot of grounds here, not being able to use his Ancients, now getting jumped again.
Is he just dead?
Yeah.
He's stunned. Hey, looks like he's done for. Tip. All chat. High five. Nothing. No, Malrine feels sorry for him now.
Malrine doesn't feel sorry. From a starter game, he said play. Malrine is a man, he just wants to play the game.
Oh, and FNG now just walks straight into them.
Okay, FNG is going to get something, though, from Amar.
Courier dead. 2 heroes gone. This high ground observer had so much value from the Falcons.
Yeah, they're controlling tons of area. Medusa getting huge, getting the mid tower now as well. This is just quickly falling apart for VP. They're losing all control on the map right now. They can't be this passive. They went for that Midas before Blink timing on Doom, the greedier approach, but they need to start getting value out of the Doom.
And they need more time for Naga. It feels like one of these games where VP needs another, like legit 20 more minutes, maybe even more, to have this Doom and Nagasar and be impactful. He misses the Blink Stomp on Amar. Okay.
Lucky to get out there. Amar, quick reactions as well with the Yule Scepter after a stomp, but a little bit of a misclick by Notice, not getting right on top of him. Yeah, they do have the Naga farming up pretty fast, but Naga does not match that well into a farmed Medusa.
Yeah, Medusa's farming your Ancients, stealing your farm, but it's getting gone on with the Doom and Life Break. Skitter all alone out here, pops the Manta, but still gonna die. Virtus Pro finally showing signs of life, but getting run at by Amar and Snaking. Yule Scepter into the spear, catching FNG, trapping and pinning her up against the tree. FNG down, but that looks like it'll cut things short. No follow-through left. Unless Malrine goes for the jump on Sayush here. Yeah, they've spotted the Pugner, haven't they? Blink Enchant. chain disable, the Finger of Death, not quite enough to finish him off. Tankier than you'd expect, the little skeleton.
Kill fast enough as well for him to get the Finger of Death stack, so he has 2 stacks now on Lion. Always happy to build up a little bit. Huskar showing mid, but the rotations here, this Mars just running after him, scaring him away again. He's working on a BKB, so that's going to be the timing for Huskar to try and do a bit more. Can't help but feel like he needs like a Sanj as well against all this chain stunning though.
Yeah. He's been working on a BKB for a while now, hey? 17 minutes in.
Yeah, and this is no power treads build as well, so it's very, very budget. He is 300 gold behind the Shaker. Even more now, after that.
Really rough stuff.
And Shaker, very happy, building towards the Aghanim Scepter. More than halfway there, has the Blink Dagger already, of course. Once you get to 2, you have insane mobility.
Gets the mana back from the Lion. And easy tier 1 here for Falcons. Tier 2 items starting to come out. Specialist Array for the Medusa. I'm going to feel really good about that one. Light Collector on Mars. Now, Light Collectors... Oh, hang on a second. I might have to come back to this, because there's the jump from Amar, catching out FNG, and Doom might be in a bit of trouble too. Spend his stuns. The Freezing Field is still ready. Yules. Snaking backing up. They don't want to continue.
Respecting the Pugna.
Yeah.
Pugna's there too. They saw the ward effect.
Meanwhile, down at bottom, Malrina and Crit playing with a Naga Siren.
No mana
Not jumping on
Shaker though.
Ah, you're right, yeah. Can't jump on the hero, just clear the illusions for now.
Good fight still for Falcons. I mean, they keep winning all these engagements. 2 and 12 right now, the score, as they are just having a very, very free game overall. Medusa has the full Diffusal and Manta Style combined now, going for Disperser pretty early, which will be really nice against the Ensnare, against the Decrepify. Very useful in this game.
It feels completely free for Skitter and Amar right now. So yeah, Light Collector is an item that I still don't have like a read on it. Like the move speed feels nice. Mana regen at nighttime, okay. Daytime HP regen, cool. But like breaking the trees and stuff, is that something that's ever super useful?
I mean, I guess Nature's Prophet basically. Other than that, it's very rarely useful. Breaking the trees, it's mostly about the stats, but it has really good stats. That's a lot of mana, and the movement speed is super good. I mean, look how fast he is now on Mars. He's just flying ahead.
That's true. He is speedy. FNG gonna TP out. The Kobold left. There's prospecting aura trying to pan for gold. Sayush and Squadex also running along that top line of the jungle.
Squadex hiding here, hiding along the edge of the map, but haven't gone Roche yet. Amar even checking, making sure Huskar isn't sneaking it, and they can go for Roche themselves if they want. They need to bring the Medusa over, but 19 minutes in, no Roche taken in a Huskar game is very, very rare.
Yeah, it just shows how desperate Squadex has been. Just focused on farming, getting his big items up. Halberd queued next. Let's see if he can get there.
Yeah, Watcher being taken here, so does know that Amar is down here.
Amar has a bit of backup though. They jump on Mars, gets off his BKB, used up the Doom, so yeah, no Doom and no follow through. Meanwhile, Arena's dropped onto FNG, blowing up the Mirana with ease. Sayush is coming from behind as well. The Crit and Snaking have a bit of damage and control behind them. Earthshaker getting jumped now by the Huskar and the Doom, so they get Malrine in the end.
Shaker actually blinked in on Squadex, and the BKB reacted before the Shaker stunned him. That was a really sick reaction by Huskar, and very, very clutch. He needed a big win in this game. So Squadex kind of showing himself again, being useful in this game, and this allows them to go into the Roche pit immediately.
Super important timing, yeah. Now, I was watching the additional fight there. There's two kind of spread fights happening at the same time, but we can watch it back in that replay.
Yeah, maybe we can see as they're taking Roche in the game. We don't really see a contest, but look at the Huskar here. When he walks up, Shaker will blink him, and look at the BKB reaction time. He sees him down there. Yeah. Insta BKB, doesn't get stunned up, so very good reaction. I mean, the Shaker ulti is not easy to react to. It's instantaneous.
Incredible from Squadex. Good stuff. I got him a couple of kills, gets that streak off of the Earthshaker. And into Roche. You can see how serious everyone is now. They all chat, the high-fiving, the tipping, and the pinging. It's all gone. It's serious Dota time.
Yeah, it's just heads down, focus on the game, trying to grind your way back. It's 3-13. Tough spot, to be sure here for VP, but we saw what they can do in last game. They took over that game really well. Now with the Aegis, we'll see if they can make moves to take over the map a little bit more. As Falcons falling back a little bit, working on items again. Got the disperse from the Medusa now. Aghanim's after only 200 gold away for Shaker. And looks like Amar has the BKB, of course, that we saw in last fight, and he's going for an Octarine next.
The crystal clone here for snaking. Gets the shard from that Tormentor.
Yeah, he had it queued up earlier, so nice for him to get it for free.
That's such a funny shard. Slide back and create a crystal clone.
It's actually crazy good. You can chain stun people really well with the crystal clone and the frostbite. If you start by frostbiting them, then crystal clone, and then break it with the crystal nova, and then frostbite again.
That's pretty cool. VP. What is this? FNG Squadix noticed. Trio smoked up, looking for a catch onto Skitter here. Blink, Stomp, Life Break. They've got a Fisher and a jump from Earthshaker, trying to protect the Medusa. But he's stunned up and killed off by the Squadix Huskar. Didn't do particularly well in lane, but Squadix coming out hot 20 minutes in.
Beautiful. Beautiful catch there. And FNG also getting an important contribution. Chain stunning that Medusa.
Look at that. I mean, the Falcons, they lose their Medusa, their top carry, best hero, and they're still smoking, looking for any kind of pickoff or play they can make. We'll swing back into these side lanes, gather up a bit of farm. Malrine jumps into a song from Kiritich. Can VP come in here fast enough and react in time?
Only Mars is nearby.
Malrine blinks away. He's off.
Okay, and snare him a bit early there? How did he blink away even? Shouldn't he? Yeah. I guess he just end snare a bit early and then didn't hit him.
Skill issue.
That's fine. I don't think it was a kill anyway. He tried, but Kirtik felt his teammates were pretty far away as well. Probably wiser to not commit for that move. He's going for Eternal Shroud next on Kirtik. Something we've seen a lot of Nagas go for. Even post fix, the illusions don't get the Eternal Shroud anymore. The full effect of it. It's still quite worth on Naga, who has so much armor, otherwise very durable.
Yeah, it tanks you up so much. And Naga's out there, pushing out multiple lanes, farming all the jungles, and the rest of the team are the ones looking for the team fight. Notice leading with Scorched Earth and Blink. They've spotted Amar, catch him with the Doom, trading with that Life Break as well. But Skitter has the Stone Gaze to disengage, hit the reset button and jump in with a nice echo from Malrine. Catches Huskar and blows up FNG, but Squadix, it looks like, is still happy.
Oh, he's taking the Yule Scepter.
Fighting. Yule Scepter buys a bit of time and keeps Amar alive.
Yeah, very nice. Lives on 60 HP there. Can stay alive. Kirtik finds a DD Medusa.
Ooh. I don't know if you want to be fighting into that. Maybe if your team can catch up. Skitter has crit and snaking off to the right-hand side, and they're poking at this Huskar to blow up the Aegis. Amar has Arena and a spear, and you can look at him edging forward, spearing him as the Aegis comes back up to that tree, but he pops BKB. And Squadix trapped down here by the Fisher, but he's got a teleportation to get back to Fountain safely.
Yeah, safe for
reset. What a nice
so.
showcase of skill, though.
Nothing massive lost there. The Aegis was going kind of low in the duration as well, so not a huge win, but a win nonetheless for Falcons here. Now they only need to win an even fight with no Aegis advantage.
An honorable fight.
Well done on that Shaker ulti.
I'll be ready in a sec.
Huskar, yeah, you can't really Tormentor. Huskar is actually a really bad hero for Tormentoring, so again, this feels like they're not quite confident with the hero because they need more, need help, need Doom or something.
He wants to be low HP, but Tormentor also wants you to be low
yeah,
HP.
Yeah, Huskar cannot solo. I've tried it, it's horrible. Even with the help of Miranda there, it just doesn't work.
Squadix. Off he goes. Opposite side of the map, just pretend nothing ever happened.
You know, he's doing what he can this game. He's had some good moments as well, but it's a lot of time wasted.
And Falcons find that bit of vision, which allowed VP to scout Amar in that previous fight. And they are sweeping through, cutting this map in half, coming in behind Notice now. I don't know if Doom is just going to slip away into the fog.
Feels like they're getting so strong on the side of Falcon. Some of the item progression, the Shaker, the Mars. Once the BKB is up on the Shaker as well, it will be massive.
Scanning. It does clip onto a Pugnet and a Huskar. They don't know who's there. They know someone.
FNG just spending some time farming the top part of the map right now as Mirana as well, getting closer towards his Yule Scepter himself.
Yeah, Notice clears the Eastern Ancients. Naga Siren's having the time of her life. Splitting into mid-wave, cutting top, farming jungle. And just 1,000 or just 500 gold, in fact, behind the Medusa right now. But Falcons have spotted the Doom. Noticed, getting echoed. Stone Gaze pops the BKB, turns to try and hide, run away. Amar is closing in, and they get the takedown.
Yeah, he walked around the Watcher to not get spotted, but there is a ward on the high ground as well, so they easily just see him and go on him, of course.
Huskar back to farming Ancients. There's no way he dies to these ones now, right?
Yeah, no, this is where he died though, and it was to a stack just like this one, the same types of creeps even, so it's probably bringing back some trauma, but yeah, he's gonna be fine this time.
He's good. Tier 3 token for his worries. And about a minute and a half until Roshan fast spawn, so we'll see a bit of a lull as teams prepare for that next big clash.
Kirtik has had a very silent game, by the way. We have not talked much about him. He's 0-1-1. Granted, there are not many kills on Radiant altogether, but this Naga Siren, she won't really be the strongest force in late game, so she needs to hit a power spike. Pretending to be an illusion here for a second.
Yeah, he knows that's what he knows. Hey, Yule's the real one. Pop the Manta, juke away, but the Arena Spear is there, of course, from Amar. With a jump from Alreen, they'll focus the real Naga and look to kill off Kirtic. No longer a quiet game.
Atlas is, yeah, it's less quiet, but it's not better. Mirana, try and get away, but CM is cutting her off. Lion as well.
And Amar is
her mana before killing her.
Saying goodbye. 4-17 now. I mean, this net worth difference hasn't really changed from this 2 to 3k differential between the two sides, but when we think about map control, we think about teamfight taking, the decision making here from Falcons has just been so much more decisive and incisive towards VP.
Yeah. No, I feel like it's all favoring Falcon. The way that they're playing is just very dominant. They have great deep vision. Look at their wards right now, are all intended to take over the enemy part of the jungle. And they're all building towards a stronger late game as well. Huskar, while you don't have to end the game super early, you don't want to be behind at this point in the game. It feels very uncomfortable for him right now. The later you go, the easier it is to burst a Huskar. So it's a lot of weight on this Naga Siren's shoulders, and with that death just now, kind of sets him back a little bit. I think he has to pull out some Southeast Asian miracle play, keep pretending to be an Lucian, go in and like find some kills. Be looking for those solo supports, because he has Orchid. He could do it.
I thought you were going to say buy Radiance and go and hide in the miracle spot.
Oh, no, yeah, I mean, Miracle has played a lot of Naga. He's done a lot of different things.
Because there was that one place that he would always use to the right of the Dire tier 2. He would hide in those trees and just spam all of his illusions to cut 3 waves. The most annoying, pesky Naga player to ever exist.
Yeah, he hasn't really gone to the point of choking the enemy off the map here, which you really want to do as Naga, like sending your illusions and hijacking every creep wave. But a lot of that comes back to crit on that Lion. Always has the answer. You can run around and just mana drain him. Pressure on the high ground now. Damage being dealt right now.
Alright, VP, I've got to do something. Roshan has just respawned. He's going to swing down to the bottom right corner as it's just turned daytime. But your high ground, yeah, it's being pushed. There's tier 3 down to 400 HP. Squadix kind of wandering over, waddling into the Roche pit, but I don't know, VP just not really entertaining this push at all, and Falcon's kind of wondering, what's going on here? They're not showing anywhere.
They're suspecting that they're wrapping around on them. It's either that or the other play, which they're drawing a line to now, Roche. And indeed, VP are over there. We can hear now the spoilers from Roche. Casting that Roar of Retribution. Oh yes, the Roar.
Is that what it's called? It is actually called Roar of Retribution.
Not to be confused with the other Roar, the Ring of Regen.
There it is. Aegis for Squadix. TP's out. Everyone's safe and sound. And Falcons have just spent a whole lot of time moving from top lane down to Roche pit to realize it's already been done. And they probably could have just sat there and killed the lane of Barracks, honestly.
Yeah. And we're gonna see them pick up the banner. Banner was planted as well by snaking.
Nice banner.
Huskar closing in, 800 gold away now from the Academ Scepter. Then he can actually lock down someone. It is a very good disable to have.
Oh man, Kiritich. Under vision. Naga Siren, where do you move next?
Naga is trying to work on a Hex because she wants to Bloodthorn someone and then Hex them so she can burst them, because then she can truly solo kill. Right now, anyone can just dispel the effect or force staff away or in any other way survive. Uh-oh.
Amar really has it out for him this game, doesn't he? I see FNG, I kill FNG. A bit of vision there, of course, helping out, pinged out by the VP captain. And here come the Falcons. They've already pushed into high ground top a little bit. Now they're moving in towards mid and bottom. Amar setting it up with the Medusa deciding just to stick in that mid lane.
And the banner taken out as well. A little bit of extra gold towards Amar there on his Mars. Shaker finishes the top tier 3.
We've got to do something about this, and they do go straight in onto this Medusa. Skitter, though, with that bit of mana drain helping him out. Medusa's still going to fall, though, out of mana completely and dead. Wow, Squadix and Notice just pump everything into him, and now the Crystal Maiden left stranded. VP on the chase, hunting for more. Crit, Yule's up, caught out by the Mirana, and Notice Doom will arrive on the scene as well. A couple of seconds for a blink to be ready. The Earth Spike misses. So Crit trying to juke through the trees, but his life's going to get cut short here by the Doom.
Good catch. Finally gonna bring down the line as well. So bonus kill there. Buyback was definitely worth it on FNG. Good call. And I didn't expect him to be able to burst Medusa that fast, but they really got him before any help could really come in there. We see a replay of that jump there. He just got caught too aggressively. Bloodthorn did a ton of damage.
So what is it? Life Break is 3-second taunt duration, and then you've got that attack speed slow, right? From level 3 Life Break, 140?
Yeah.
So Medusa's stuck there for 3 seconds, just not doing anything.
It's crazy that it used to have no attack speed slow. Now it has 140 attack speed slow. It's very, very hard counter to Medusa to just life breaker, actually. But I'm more surprised that both the Mars and Shaker were incapable of doing anything there. I thought that if you focus Medusa, surely the big spells are going to come in there. Rina, the Shaker ulti, but they couldn't really turn the tide there.
No, the BKB is well used by VP. Ensure that kill on Skitter. Get themselves out on the map.
So Malorine on Shaker has gone Lincoln Sphere this game, already preparing for the Huskar jumps, and of course the Doom as well. It's a very good Lincoln's game, so we'll see if they are going to pick up more of them. Might even see Medusa consider one.
Yeah, might do. Who was it? It was FNG the other day, right? He went Lincoln's and Lotus.
Yeah, FNG went Lincoln's Lotus on his Mirana and was playing like a save hero.
Yeah. I just put all the saves on someone.
He's building some save here too, going for a Wind Waker next item. Very good item to get out of the arena as well.
Oh, this could be interesting. Smoke into smoke, but VP have the high ground. Dire have the scan.
too on Squadix, going in first.
Still for a minute. There's the smoke break. Yeah, Amar and Malrine both spotted. Virtus Pro going to clear the creep wave and wrap around with Noticed and FNG looking for a different angle.
This
enter the fight. Amar, he makes the jump onto Sayush. Trying to look for that Pugna, but in the backlines, they found the Medusa. Doomed. Life break Squadix. Trying to focus onto Skitter. Pops the Manta. Trying to turn and run and hide the Yules into the sky. And Noticed. Going for the focus onto Skitter, though. As in the backlines, Kirita just blows up Snaking through the freezing field. The Echo does nothing. Marine, he blows up FNG, but who cares when your Medusa is dying? Squadix is still alive. Age is still in hand. Lion gonna fall. 3 for 1 so far, it looks like, as VP make the perfect sweeping move into that mid lane.
Such a nice play. This is just showing how the Huskar having the Aegis changes the dynamic entirely. They can't burst him, and for that reason, they can't get him off the Medusa as well. Medusa is just like, guys, please, where's my help? We see the initiation down here going on the Pugna. It looks good and all, but over on the other side is the more important part of the fight.
And this Blink Echo from Alrine, it only went on FNG, didn't it?
Yeah, not a very clean one.
He was trying to catch Squadix, I think, as they both moved into position together, but always the life break that got Squadix out of range of it.
Yeah, he jumped away. You're invulnerable while you're jumping around, so it's a very good way to try and move.
Superman straight over. Bit of a high ground push from VP.
Amar trying to cut the creep wave, not allowing it to come to mid.
Oh, Noticed. Trying to get on his tail, but like you've been saying, this Mars very, very quick on his feet.
I mean, he's still holding that tier 2 item, the 10% movement speed. He's enjoying it.
He's got 533 movement speed when he's using everything.
Yep. It's incredibly speedy. So they hold on, they don't lose too much, but the advantage again has swung the way of VP. This is a very back and forth game.
It's a little spooky there. Amar went for the Watcher and an arrow was coming right for him.
Amar is surrounded by 4 heroes right now. He's going up. This is very dangerous territory, Amar.
He's got BKB. He's not going to use it as he TPs out. Nothing to stun him there, though.
Such a cheeky player. If they knew how long he was right there next to them.
Mental. Not Falcons. Trying to figure out how to enter these fights now. Things were a little sloppy in that previous one. Much stronger when they've got Medusa out on front and everyone else is able to play behind her. And if they're pushing high ground, they feel much nicer than if they're being jumped on by the Aegis Huskar.
Yeah. Yeah, it changes everything. This Naga Siren now going to get pretty close to gear capped. I mean, she's working on Disperser next, and then looks like BKB will be the final item to slot her out. Getting into that enemy territory the way you want to be. Having access to cutting off the creep waves.
And Squadix with his freshly purchased Blink Dagger.
I completely underestimated how well they could shut down the DPS of the Medusa in these fights. Just jumping her with everything. It actually chain stuns her so much. With the Halberd as well from Huskar. First you have the attack speed slow from the ulti, and then you have Halberd on top of it.
I guess this Wind Waker from Mars is going to be very impactful to save the Medusa when she's jumped like that. Might have to change the order of operations from VP when they see that Amar has one.
Yeah. They even have the Halberd on Doom as well, so double Halberds, you know, that's nasty. It's 10 seconds duration if you get hit by 2 of those as a ranged hero.
Yeah.
They truly need, like, Lincoln Spheres and stack them on Skeeter right now.
I mean, what have they got? Lotus on Lion, Wind Waker on the Mars, but yeah, no, I guess the Lincoln's on Earthshaker, but nothing they can stack a bunch of onto her.
Yeah, not really. And she's building towards... I think BKB will still be very good, though, because then, you know, if he pops that, you can't at least halberd him anymore.
Oh, Malrine. Lincoln's popped, and there's the Doom. Straight onto this Earthshaker, and he's gone for 75. Buybacks available. But I guess they're in the bottom right corner of the map, so no immediate threat to the Dire base as they've pushed all their lanes.
It's a very late spawn Roche as well. Will spawn in 220 right now. So it's going to be a top Roche. I think they're just trying to control that with this death. Gonna try and get some control in the area. Falcons still have pretty good wards, even considering how the game is going right now. We see them snipe a courier here, though. Might give away something.
Yeah, there's a bit of high ground vision there. Amar uses to kill off a pug and a courier. FNG. Yeah, didn't want to let that one slip by.
Too fast, though. This Wind Waker Mars running around. He has let go of the Light Collector now in favor of the Havoc Hammer, but... even so, he's even faster now with the Wind Waker.
527. But how was he 533 before? Maybe I'm getting some tooltip bugs or something.
It could be, yeah, I was about to say nighttime, daytime, but it is nighttime right now, so.
Interesting.
I always forget about the bonus speed during nighttime. It's confusing.
Just everyone gets so much faster.
Surprisingly, God, you VP moving to bottom part of the map right now.
That's just reminded me of the old Agi patch where Agi gave movement speed.
Oh yeah, it is bottom Roche, never mind. I was thinking it was top for some reason.
Yeah, about 5 minutes till nighttime. VP gonna prep. Get all smoked up. They do have one high ground ward over on that column to the northwest of the pit, but it's kind of far away.
Falcon do not have a smoke, though. This is smoke versus no smoke. Big advantage here. With the Moonlight Shadow as well as smoke, this is a great chance for VP to find a good jump. They see the real Medusa.
Yeah, straight onto Skitter. Again with this combo. Doom and Lifebreak right onto Skitter. They're trying to force staff and drift her away. The Medusa getting a little bit of space. Wind Waker and BKB buying a bit of time in the freezing field from the tree line. Snaking, opening up and killing off Noticed here. Tons of damage out of the Maiden.
They didn't have travels on Kiratek yet, so I thought when they jumped there that they're gonna have travels in on Naga, but she still has power treads. Not able to join that fight, so they disengage. Committed a lot of resources, lost 2 heroes. Huge here for Falcon, back in the game again.
Well, also the fact Kiritich was top lane, pushing tier 3, and he TP'd to Fountain instead of the outpost bottom. So he could have been there much faster, but chose to kind of go for the map push instead.
Yeah, Kiritich has not really had the impact you want from your carry this game. Yes, he's super farmed, but unlike Skeeter, who has, you know, not as much impact because he's getting doomed all the time, like, we still haven't seen Kiritich be, you know, forced to do too much. It's just his choices didn't align with his team there.
They're not on the same page, and this is going to give Roshan to the Falcons. That allows them potentially just to put Medusa on the front lines and push with impunity.
Yeah, it's very, very hard for him to bring her down twice. Yes, you can kill her once with your combo, but twice it's going to be very difficult. And you saw the value as well now from the teammates there coming in with saves. The Wind Waker from Mars helped out the Medusa a little bit. The Lotus Orb did quite a bit. And yeah, all the support items, as the observer points out here, we have plenty of saves from the supports.
Nagasaran still out here trying to do her best, pushing waves out, forcing Falcons to come back and prune away some of these creep waves.
I have to feel like the later the game goes, the more and more it should favor Falcon. Their heroes just work a little bit better in a very late game scenario. A big upset though could be if Noticed gets the Aghanim's Blessing at some point, but not able to get it from Roche, and he's prioritizing the Refresher now, which is definitely the right move, I think.
Skitter just out on his lonesome in that mid lane. A little bit of backup coming now, but
I like Skitter having the Nemesis Curse, but he's ready to swap in the Ancient Guardian for when he defends or attacks an Ancient.
2,000 range. Once you step up the staircase, you're close enough, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's literally on the stairway, basically, for every lane. I tested it recently. See exactly how big AoE it is. So he should swap it in now when he goes high ground, if he remembers to do it.
Oh, he's holding. Not swapping yet. He'll just plant himself on the high ground and take down this middle lane of barracks. Not too much here from VP to stop him.
Knock, knock. Anybody home?
Well, they've dragged some creeps with the Huskar Courier, which dies to those creeps. So it looks like they've tried to do a little bit of funny stuff there.
Yeah, they're trying. Naga is cutting the next creep wave as well, but that is mid lane completely down now. So advantage here for Dire. Top tier 3 tower is going to fall to 2 range creeps.
And a Medusa illusion. Oh, top on the Dire side, yeah.
Yeah, the illusions are everywhere. Top tower was claimed by Shaker a little bit earlier for Radiant.
Yeah, you're right.
Looks like Daedalus is going to be the next item of choice here by Skeeter, saying, you know what, I'm tanky enough, I want more damage. We'll see if that's going to be working out for him. While he has the Aegis, yes, he's very safe, but after Aegis, he's still killable. We've seen it time and time again by VP. They could burst him. They just need to have their carry actually be around as well when they take a big fight.
We can see now Nagasaran tucked in that Radiant base. Ninja gear to give that.
It. Oh, lost focus, but range rack's gonna fall.
And creep wave is there to help them out. Falcons trying to get something done by sweeping into that top lane with their heroes. Looking at the lane of barracks there. Now it's down to VP. What kind of move can you make? The wraparound play is coming. Squadix and Notice going the long way around. As FNG shows himself on the front line, just wandering in towards Skitter. The jump is there though, and they get the Doom down. Malrine looks like he's jumped off to the side and noticed Squadix. They're trying to get onto a target they can stick on and look towards Skitter to kill him, but no, they can't do it. Malrine and Amar, they've jumped in and blown them up. What a tragic turn of events for VP. I mean, they've got some buybacks, but the Falcons just feel too strong right now.
Buybacks, but they don't have Doom. It's going to be so hard, but they have to. If they don't buy back here, they're just going to keep pushing. This will be mega creeps for sure, so this is a horrible spot to be in for them. We see immediately Skeeter just going to make the move bottom. Nagasiren trying to cut the creep wave here, recognizing if they don't have creeps, they can't really push.
What did he doom?
He doomed the Shaker. But Shaker very quickly came back. I was surprised how fast he was undoomed, it felt like.
It felt like I don't know. I want to see that replay back. I thought he doomed the Shaker, but I clicked on him. I didn't see Doom debuff on him.
Oh, did it Doom get blocked by another?
Maybe got blocked by... I'm not sure, but VP are going to try and buy back and fight regardless. Squadix, he's in there onto Malrine. Half HP getting burst down by the physical damage out of Skitter. Crits galore. Kiritich is here with a song. Send them all to sleep. It's nap time. but I don't know, you're going to be waking up with a bang and a clash here as the Falcons are ready, 5 men strong, and looking for mega creeps. Backing up
protection,
to
they have to go and get the creep wave. 100 seconds on Huskar though, so they have plenty of time here.
No, Naga.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Kiritich inside the arena. Gone, but with buyback.
Yeah, buyback, but this is 90 seconds without your Huskar. Doom has his ulti available. He gets caught though.
Another Yule Spear, but Notice gets off the BKB in time. This round, back to open. Skitter frontlining still Aegis for 20 seconds. And a lot of damage being offered onto these objectives.
15 seconds on the Aegis here, enough to take down the mega creeps. Are they gonna back or keep going? Keep going with Huskar dead? They're going for it. They smell blood in the water.
Your 5v4. Nagastarin hasn't really had any impact this game. Don't think they care too much about Kiritich's net worth. Can't be converted into damage. Exactly. And Skitter just going to go for tier 4s. Has plenty of people sat right behind him. They've got Echo Slam ready. Arena in 10. BKBs all lit up. Atos going to pop the Lincolns. Malrine jumps away. And Skitter now looking at the throne. Notice. First disarm, right? Throw the halberds on the Deucer. Do what you can. Decrypt, halberd, decrypt, halberd. Yeah, pop the Manta and the Lotus, though, and Skitter back into fighting mode. The Blink and the Echo. Trying to find FNG, it looks like. A bit of a wonky one, but they'll fish it now onto Notice. And the Song of the Siren.
10 seconds for us.
Slow things down. Onto the Medusa with the ensnare, but the follow-through, it's not there. FNG and Kiritich can't do anything. Notice BKBs and runs forward. The Lotus is on the Medusa, though, so she's protected now. And Mega Creeps have started arriving, causing problems for VP. Squadix! No, he's gone too deep. Lifebreak follows Malrine all the way to the ends of the earth, and he's crushed down by the Earthshaker.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Notice now stuck in the arena for Amar to open up onto him. Malrine with another jump will take him down. Kiritich with his BKB just leads to the GGs. They tap out knowing it's all over.
GG and smiley face coming out from Malrine as he wins this game together with his boys against Huskar. Don't Huskar, the Huskar master, says Amar.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that was some tragic stuff for the Huskar, flying into the enemy there as he blinks deeper and pulls him into his team.
My, oh my. Well, tying things up, 1 apiece and it's best of 2. It's not bad for Falcons, still up near the top of the board, and VP will take a victory against Falcons any day of the week, but they would have wanted a 2-0 there to just feel a little bit stronger in that group. And Falcons winning the second game of the series means we'll get to talk to one of them in a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good win for them to get, but they really wanted that clean 2-0. Would have been nicer, but yeah, you will see the post-game stats. 889 last hits on that Naga, farmed so much, but total hero damage is only 10,100. It really had no hero impact at all this game. Even the split push wasn't able to do that much due to the Lion. I feel like the moment Lion came out, it just countered Naga.
We need that stat now. We need the net worth to damage coefficient because snaking is like no net worth and 10k damage.
Oh, that was the fight. Wait, can we have that rewind a little bit? Can we see the start of this? This is where they, yeah. Let's see what happened there. Because this is where I thought he got the Doom out. I know the Lincoln's broke, but did he waste his Doom? He jumps in.
I heard the Doom, the Lincolns. Yeah, it was on the Lincolns.
Aye.
So I heard it and I knew it happened, but I didn't hear the Lincolns get popped, but that's what it was.
Yeah, so just messed up that fight. That's where the Aghanims could have been a very useful thing for him, but even then, of course, easy to get away from it. If you Doom yourself as Doom, all he needs to do is get 4-staffed or something to get out of the AoE. And here they buy so much time for the Huskar. This was a very desperate hold. Maybe if that arrow sleep combo would have been on point, but even that didn't really work out there. Yeah, and here we see he's doing the tragic jump here by Huskar. TP's in, he's like, go, guys, we're mega creeped.
Don't Huskar the Huskar masters. Malrine and Amar making sure Huskar's shown his place there in game 2. I mean, this was, I don't want to say an experimental draft, but definitely VP reacting to Falcons with this, Naga first pick, the Huskar at the end, a little bit wonky towards the tail end. Kiritich not really able to show too much impact, leading to Falcons tying things up, getting that 1-1, and we'll speak to one of them in a little bit. For now, a break before we have that interview lined up for you all. Welcome back, folks. Game 2 all rounded up there as Falcons take that victory and tie things up 1 apiece. We'll watch some highlights back of the game and the series. Waka joining me again, of course, as well as a pretty close-fought battle between these two teams, but interesting games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there were fun matches to watch. A lot of hype stuff happening, and a little bit of spiciness in the chat as well. There, as we saw, the teams having fun in this show-off. But game number 2 here, Falcons just looking very, very solid. Their performance was just very crisp. Everyone, you can see how they rotated. People finding each other on the map in beautiful ways, cutting off the opponents. It wasn't necessarily completely one-sided. There were moments of hope when they shut down the Dusa here, as we saw by VP over and over. But eventually, they didn't have the tools to keep doing it when the Wind Waker came in and a few other save items against the burst.
And the process of operations here of like popping Lincolns, using Doom, all this stuff, it can get really tricky in these team fights, especially when the game has so much like back and forth where it's like super high tempo, laning stage is annoying, it's Huskar against Earthshaker, then things slow down for extended periods because it's Naga versus Medusa, and you get these snap team fights where it's like we need to perfectly execute every single step of the way after extended breaks can be quite challenging.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was fun to see how Falcon got to play into this Huskar pick as well, as they're usually the ones who have done it with Melvin.
We've got Crit. Ring. Crit's here joining us. Welcome, and congrats on that second game victory. First question is from me, how do you guys temper your kind of mentality when you've got slower games, kind of Naga versus Medusa, thinking about getting into team fights? Are you guys talking about order operations? What's the mentality of like going from slow to quick?
It was a little bit of a weird game for sure, because they had like some Doom with Midas and then Naga pushing waves, so it was a little bit weird for us, because Naga always makes the game a little bit chaotic, pushing in the waves, and you have to kind of stick together and not get picked off. So I think we were just looking for ways to make sure that when they went on somebody, that we were ready to help and figuring out how we could save that person.
Cool. Yeah. I want to ask you something, Kurt, from your perspective in this game as well. How worried are you about a Naga going late game when you're playing on Lion? How big do you feel your impact is to shut down those illusions? Because it felt from our perspective as casters, this Naga, it was never really coming to fruition a lot because those illusions just not allowed to do what they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the Lion nerf, for sure, it's a lot worse against Naga than it was before. I think Naga doesn't really care about Lion too much when she's pushing the waves, because like going back on the map as Lion and like showing it's scary. But I think it's just hard for her to team fight, because one mana drain just takes half your illusions out, and it's just hard for her. Like she has to buy Bloodthorn and Hex and just to kill me, and then it's not even guaranteed that I'm gonna die. So I feel like it just makes the game harder for her. And I'm obviously like, if I'm playing Lion against Naga, I'll be pretty confident going later in the game than compared to other position 4s, because you have like a direct tool against their carry. So it's a good matchup. It's definitely not as good as it was before the nerf, but it's still pretty annoying for her.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have to reel in the young boys with the all chat and stuff? Are you laughing along with them? Because you've been very quiet with your tipping and your all chatting, whereas Mallory and Amar, they're like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. We had some talks about it. I mean, it's all fun. At this point, I just don't even see it when Mallory does anything. I have like a mental mute on him. It just doesn't show in my game that he's typing something. I saw the Amar all chat in the last game after the game was over, which is, it was all this team is not like it's not like a BM all chat, like
no, it's all
Mallory is good friends with them, and it's just good times.
Yeah, we were having a laugh about it as well. It's all in good fun. I never want to see that kind of thing change. I want the all chat, the banter between the squads. It always brings a bit of spice. It's good to see. And yeah, Amar was talking about the Huskar Masters. Having Huskar picked against you, was that actually threatening to you guys, or was Malrine and Amar just like, no, we got this?
No, I think we're one of the teams that care the least about it, just because we have a lot of knowledge. Like we understand what's good against this hero, and just we're not too worried when we saw it. So it was not a big deal for us.
Yeah. I want to ask you something about a hero that I can't look at this hero without really thinking about the different stuff that I've seen you do with it in the past. The Elder Titan, the hero that's been on the rise a bit. We've seen it played quite a bit. How do you feel about that hero in the current state of the meta?
Honestly, I mean, I saw some teams play it. I saw maybe some Aurora was doing pretty well with it, but at the same time, I saw IG play it as well. They did not do very well with it. So I'm not sure. It's not a hero that we've played, so it's not a hero that we value super high, but it's obviously other teams that think it's good. And the hero is just, it's a lot of damage, you know. It's a hero, that's the type of hero that will always kill somebody if you go on them and use your ult and everything. Like, it's just too much damage amps, so in that way, it has a lot of value. I also think there's not that many position 5s that are like melee heroes right now, so maybe that's also why people like it, because there's a decent amount of range heroes as carry, but not that many melee support, so then probably looking for some undying replacements and stuff, and I think that's where he fits in.
Yeah, I guess you showed in this series as well the utility of having those heroes that don't have to go in and full commit. Like Lion, you're operating so well, just using your spells from safe distance and then staying alive in the team fight, whereas an Elder Titan is very all or nothing. You go in, either you win it or you just die.
Yeah, well, good stuff. Thanks for joining us, Crit, and congrats on that second game victory. Looking forward to more games from you guys as well.
All right, thank you.
Elder Titan, yeah, one of those heroes. Yeah, I forgot about him. He does pop up from time to time. Huh? We've had him against a Meepo, against some specific matchups and stuff. Yeah, Crit, one of those guys that he's got an interesting hero pool.
Yeah, I mean, Crit can play a lot of things, and you know, it's just one of the heroes we've seen him shine on in the past. But I guess it's not really something he wants to, you know, go into right now. And in tournaments, you probably want to stick to your gun, stick to what you know you can play and perform really well on.
And I guess in the back pocket for any kind of Meepo picks or anything like that, right? They've got the ability to come back for that if they really want to. But yeah, all wrapped up, a 1-1 there between those two. So that puts, you know, VP in a slightly better spot, getting another victory under the belt. Falcon's still up near the top, as we do have one more series here today for day 3. Extreme Gaming up against OneWin coming your way shortly. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, folks, to your Dream League Season 22 broadcast here on the Earth stream. It's Gareth and Wagamama taking you through One Win versus Extreme Gaming as we get ourselves into this final series of the day. And Waga, how you doing? What's going on?
I'm doing great here on Earth stream. And on Earth as well, but yeah, doing a bit better than what we just saw the mid-Huskar do in last game. We're having some fun games here. Spicy as well. We'll see if it's going to be an equally exciting game here. One Win versus Extreme. You know, in the start of the league, I feel like One Win, they were kind of showing promise, but the results really haven't been there right now. They need a lot of wins. They're struggling.
Yeah, down at the bottom, 2 and 8. And they're going up against Extreme Gaming, who are 7 and 3, and we can actually take a look at Extreme Gaming's journey so far.
Extreme Gaming is a relatively fresh Chinese org, and while they haven't been very successful in the past, they've become a mainstay in the Chinese Dota scene, and their new roster is really something to get excited about. Starting off with what's got most people undoubtedly hyped. Ame is back, baby, after a classic Chinese retirement, and also getting married, congrats by the way. It's time to retake the throne. Being the most successful carry player from China, surely they built a good team around him. Remember how China finally won a big LAN event back in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur? Well, Extreme Gaming decided to yoink the majority of their squad in XM playing mid, XXS playing offlane, and XingQ on position 4. Only DY remains from the previous roster.
对于 Extreme Gaming 整体上就大家都是玩得很好的朋友，然后就是大家打训练包括比赛都比较放松，比较开心嘛。
It is extremely exciting. Maybe China really is back. We're thrilled to see what they can pull off in Dream League Season 22.
Dear me, did Lacoste write all these scripts? Extremely exciting, and they've got XXS and XingQ coming in to play. Wonderful stuff. And you know, looking at that video playback and thinking, you know, how much of a star-studded roster lineup that they have going up against One Win here. This could be a one-way street, this series, Waga.
It really could be. I mean, they're in a great spot right now, tied for first place. Extreme Gaming looking very strong, as we expect from these names. I mean, these are star-studded players, and you look towards them for results, I would say. These are like, you know, the boys to look out for, I would say.
We need some rebranding and renames. We need DY to become XY and RMay to become XMay. We need more X's at the start of the names for Extreme Gaming. Yeah,
a very high X per capita in this team. Is that why they're Extreme Gaming?
Well, XXS has stolen one from someone. He's got to lend one out. Start borrowing the X's to someone.
He could be XD instead of DY.
Oh yeah, there we go. And RMay, of course, he is back, as I think that was BSJ on the voiceover there, and has looked very good on his return as well.
Yeah, he's looking very, very experienced, of course, which is, he utilizes the experience he has. He has very good read on the map flow, where you can go. He has a very wide hero pool that he can play to a very high level as well. So as we see here, his average last hits and average experience, very, very high, 407 average. And this patch does kind of go that way. A lot of games do go late game, even the ones that we feel are like quick games. Quite often that's like a 35, 38 minute games. So it is really a carry patch in that sense, that you get to play that late game.
Yeah, we don't really have these kind of steamroller 20-minute games done and dusted. A lot of that feels like is coming down to like the multiple glyphs we've got. You know, high ground always being a very difficult objective to claim in its own right. Teams have just become so much better at utilizing buybacks and defenders advantaged to just drag these games out. And of course, then you have teams realizing, okay, if the game's going to drag out, we're going to draft and execute to that standard as well. And One Win, like you were saying earlier, you know, expectations weren't super high from them, but they did look like this shiny, you know, spanking new team coming into Dream League, getting a couple of wins, you know, off of Liquid, off of some of these bigger squads, looked good in some qualifiers. But as the tournament has gone on, they've maybe been figured out, a couple of their signature or comfort drafts, a couple of heroes out, and they're no longer as powerful.
Yeah, no, I feel like One Win, they are a little bit one-dimensional in how they approach the game, perhaps, and get figured out a bit. Yesterday we saw them really struggle with some of the draft. The Ember Spirit getting hard countered just became impossible for Chair Junior to play there in one of the games. We'll see. I think drafting is the biggest part for this team that they can improve on, because the gameplay is there, the skill is there. You see it time and time again. These players, I mean, Cloud has had many moments that he's impressed me. Sweden Strong is very unique in how he plays, and I think he plays in a good way. And Chia Jr. is the one we're always talking about. So I feel like these guys have a lot of individual talent, but just the overall strategy is probably where they have the most to gain.
Yeah, absolutely. And thinking about the draft as we get ourselves ready for game one, which should be coming your way shortly, don't worry. Everyone's in the lobby. Everyone's getting themselves set up for the first match of this series. Do you think there's any big like overlapping heroes or duos or drafts or anything that we should be looking out for between these two teams?
Hard to say what they're gonna have overlapping. I mean, last game we had a lot of overlap with the focus on heroes, but we'll see how much overlap. I feel like these two teams are a little bit more unique, so probably I expect Extreme Gaming to do their thing, kind of run their own race. They'll probably give some respect towards certain heroes that OneWin have had success on for Chia Jr. In terms of bans. But other than that, I expect Extreme Gaming to focus quite a lot on their own recipe, basically.
Yeah, and it's often felt like, Chia Jr., Monkushi, these two, mid laner and carry, they get a lot of the focus there. Cloud on this off lane, when he's got himself this Mars or Centaur, I think in particular, he's looked pretty damn good. Timbersaw is like always going to be banned in a lot of these games, so I don't think he's getting his hands on those. But yeah, I think you're right. There isn't that much overlap, and that probably comes down to Extreme having such a diverse hero pool that overlapping doesn't really matter too much to them. Whereas OneWin do have these individual elements, whether it's the Chen, the Luna, the Timbersaw, which are meta heroes already. Never mind signature heroes. So it's that double whammy hit when they do get banned out.
Exactly. I'm trying to think. I just, you saying Timbersaw there made me think, have we even had a Timbersaw game in the games that we've cast? Because it's been banned like first phase almost every game, I think, if not every game. Not sure we cast a single one. And, that kind of hurts the Timbersaw spammers out there, that this is just a patch where you're too strong. And while he did get nerfed, we'll see how they approach it in this draft as we're going to head over and have a look at the approach here by the teams. But Timbersaw, I feel it was surprising to me that they nerfed his shard in the recent patch. Like, who cares about the shard? I feel like that nerf was misplaced.
Oh well, just nerf the flamethrower. Well, there he goes.
Yeah, that was gone.
Nagasaur out as well, so OneWin not wanting to play against the Arme Naga. Centaur and Chen, of course, joining the ranks of banned heroes here as well.
Yeah, so no Timbersaw this time either, and pretty solid opening bans by OneWin, getting rid of the Centaur and the Naga. Of course, you're playing against Ame. We just saw a struggle for a Naga game, didn't really see him come online. If there's one Naga player currently that I really think could make it work in a good way, it's definitely Ame. He is very monstrous on that hero.
Yeah, I wonder what else they're looking at here. I mean, Extreme banning the Enigma, which I don't think we've seen too much from OneWin, but
been banned all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been played in DreamLeague overall, but yeah, our games again. It seems like Chen, Enigma, Timber, Batrider, these heroes are just non-stop frequenting the first phase ban, and Dragon Knight, of course.
I swear, I've seen some of these heroes on other streams. Other casters get to cast them, but we just
like
don't.
We have a different meta than the rest of it.
Feels permanently banned.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Third time today, we see the first phase, first pick Mars coming out. OneWin gonna claim that one.
Yeah, makes sense. One of Cloud's better heroes and one of the better heroes on the patch as well, with the pretty diverse item builds he's been going for. That one-hit kill build with the brooch and the rapiers, or this kind of Yule's Octarine build that we've been seeing today as well.
He brings a lot to the table. A good counter to him, though, is that Undying, since not only is it good against strength heroes in lane, but you also take away damage from Mars. When you take away strength, he loses the crit damage on his W quite a bit. So pretty good matchup if you are happy to play Undying. I think it's not a bad approach here.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering if we're going to see this support Gyrocopter again. It feels like OneWin have been leaning on that a little bit in some of their drafts, having that flex pick and swap it out for something else.
Yeah, we might see it again here just because the Undying is, prompting it a bit. The flak cannon you can keep hitting on the tombstone, actually be useful throughout the fight. It's pretty neat. We'll see. It does synergize nicely with Mars as well, catching someone and then using call down. So it's definitely a possibility. They ban out the Morphling and the Luna as well, so a lot of respect over to Ame here being given by OneWin, trying to set up the carry matchup perhaps.
Yeah, is it just respect, or is there a hero? Yeah, like when I see a Morphling ban, for example, I think of, you know, like a TB or whatever. Is there something that Morphling Luna indicates that they want to pick?
I mean, Morphling could indicate what you were onto about the Gyrocopter, that they perhaps want to play it, and if you play Gyrocopter, then that sets up Morphling to have a nice game.
Right.
The Luna ban, just a lot of tempo with Undying, pushing towers was really nice, but this surprises me a little bit. The Slardar coming out this early from Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that has been used mid and off lane, but picking it blindly here when you don't know either of those lanes, either of the core matchups, yeah, they're definitely curious.
I love it because Slardar honestly breaks a lot of the expectations. You expect to be tanky on Mars, you expect to be able to buy a BKB and just be safe, but if that's a mid or offlane Slardar, doesn't really matter, you will not be fully safe. The Bulwark is not going to protect you if you have no armor, and even the BKB won't really save you against a Slardar just running at you. So I like this pick. I think Slardar is underestimated on a mid, even after the, you know, minor nerfs that he got.
Does it also, like... So I know Slardar used to be picked a lot against, like, an anti-mage, for example. Does Slardar deter melee carries completely?
He does, in a way. It depends a little bit what +5 you want to run. Some +5s are much better at babysitting, so you can get away with certain melee carries, and some lane a little bit better against Slardar. Like, if you have a strong +5, you could play Slark into Slardar, that's completely fine, but you may not want to run anti-mage into Slardar, that's just a bit of suicidal. I am not on board with this pick from OneWin, though. We'll see how they deliver. But picking Skywrath into Slardar, you're picking a negative armor hero here. You're going to get like 2-tapped by the Slardar. CM can be pretty nice. I don't dislike her. She has a lot of control and slow and attack slow.
Yeah, and if you pair her up with like a Sven or something, that lane can become bearable with your slows and your damage.
Yep.
Potentially just keeping yourself in play. But yeah, two real giga squishies there against Slardar and Undying could lose all their armor and strength very quickly.
One of the big things to abuse against Slardar is having access to evasion. Having a carry that enjoys buying early butterfly. So banning out the Luna yourself can almost backfire a bit here, but maybe going towards some hero like PL or whatever and get the butterfly going can be very nice. PA comes in here from Extreme Gaming, so this is looking pretty spicy. This is like an old run at you draft, you know. This taking me back to the good old Korean team playing the run at you PA Slardar, Faces Void, Spear Breakers.
Yeah. It's like the QO MP combo.
Yeah.
The
I
old
forgot
MVP
the name
Phoenix.
that they were under.
MVP Phoenix?
Oh yeah, was it MVP Phoenix then? Yeah, I guess it was.
They had a few teams, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they ran this PA against Aurora earlier on today and did lose that game. So they're running it back saying, hey, this is the time to go for it. And this draft, I think you're right, a run at you draft that kind of feels like they have a dinner reservation in an hour and a half. They want to get this one done and done.
Yeah, done and dusted here. I mean, the PA into Skywrath as well. I would not want to be Sky. If I saw this draft and I'm the +4 player, I'm like, can I not? This looks awful to play, especially with the Inkswell as well. It's going to make it even harder. TB, though, he has a nice counter matchup here. He's good against Slardar, good against PA. It's overall a great TB game here, so a lot of pressure on him. He's even a good hero against Undying because you can very quickly dispose of that Tombstone. So I like that part of the draft, but we'll see how it works out. Extreme Gaming can definitely come in with some speed here in this draft.
That's for damn sure. Yeah, I mean, when they've got some nice combos, right? Mars, Scarth, Mage play together. Maiden can join for a few ganks here and there as well. Protection from the arena for that Terrorblade, but yeah, this PA Slardar, if they jump on you, you're going to disappear pretty damn quickly. A game of vision and map movement is what it's going to come down to. Who can smoke, who can hide, who can chase people down.
The big thing is they're missing tower damage on Extreme Gaming right now. Slardar does not push towers very well. PA also doesn't really push towers until very late when you have a lot of items, and same for the supports. So while they do have the Tombstone to kind of facilitate those pushes, they don't have the damage. Whereas OneWin, they do have TB, who can just shred through the buildings. So maybe something that Extreme Gaming needs to solve still in their draft. As they're banning out the Storm here, we'll see what they're preparing for. They do have the ultimate last pick on Extreme as well, so they will get a nice counter on that mid matchup.
Quite a few options to come. I mean, just looking at, Chira Junior's hero pool still makes sense. Ember Spirit has not looked good since the nerfs to Mage Slayer and stuff like that.
I do not want to see them pick
Ember Spirit
Emperor
win
again into a last pick. Please do not.
Yeah, it was rough.
They're taking away the right heroes, I think, on Extreme Gaming as well. These are heroes that Chair Jr. can definitely push himself on. Maybe we'll see, like, I don't know. I wanted to say Void Spirit, but you struggle a bit to kill some of these heroes with a Void Spirit too.
Yeah, I mean, he had a tough time yesterday against Shopify, right? Ember into the Viper last pick, and then you had Void Spirit against the Puck. Even today, I was watching his Invoker up against a Wind Ranger, I think. No, it was up against Tiny, so it was Invoker against Tiny, and Chira Jr. got hammered, absolutely hammered by Larl.
Yeah, I mean, Larl is playing like a beast lately, though. Larl is just, you know, he went from like early last year to people kind of laughing about him, calling him LOL and stuff, but lately I just respect him so much on mid. I think he outplays people a lot, so it's no shame losing to him, honestly, in mid lane.
Yeah, it's honestly incredible. I mean, we're deviating a little bit, but incredible to see Larl go from literally 2-hero player playing DK and Pango every single match to now being one of the best mids in the world, like without question. But anyway, last ban for 1win, looking at Extreme's mid pool.
Extreme, I mean, I would be scared of them running something more minus armory as well here. Like, you know, even for them to bust out the TA as well into this draft, because you have the Slardar, you have the combos here, you have a high tempo. If you get early Deso on TA, you can take Roche super fast, you can push towers like it's crazy, because you need building damage on Extreme. So we'll see what 1win decide to get rid of here. One good thing is that TB would be strong against the TA, but it is worth, you know, considering.
I'm gonna pull out the sniper or something. This long range. Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, they can't get rid of the Tiny, so they're worried about more aggression as well. And the OD ban was just to protect TB. It's a horrible mismatchup. OD just destroys TB very fast.
Well, the usual suspects are like Primal Beast, something along those lines. They have actually played Sniper 3 days ago in another tournament, Extreme. So
oh, really?
I could actually come out here as a. Let me just look.
If they have the balls for it, I mean, it's not a bad sniper game. Honestly, they have such good frontline. They have Undying, Slardar, PA, and there's, you know, Sky and CM supports on the enemy team who cannot jump on top of a sniper. So it, you know, I'm a sniper fan. I do throw a little bit of a push for it here and there when I see a good game for it. This could be it. We'll see what they pick first on 1win though. It's gotta be the Pango, very generic. Generic mid hero, works against most things, but we'll see if Extreme want to go for something cheesy or have something else cooked up.
Yeah, so XM, Extreme Gaming played against LGD. XM played Sniper mid against Puck. 11, 3, and 14. Destroyed it. Destroyed the game.
It's a really good matchup, and that's what I've been saying as well. Against Puck, play these snipers, you know, play these heroes that can dominate mid against Puck. So that's really cool to see, because that's exactly what I've been calling for so many games now. When I see the early pick on Puck, it's just not a hero that you should be able to get away with, I feel.
Just counter it. Well, we've got about a minute of time here to think it through. And you mentioned, you know, tower damage, maybe something that Extreme are lacking. They've got plenty of catch and kill. That's what they've got galore. Lane phase also should be pretty solid for them as well, with Slardar Grim and PA Undying.
Could solve it all with like Laundred as well if they just want to cheese it out a bit. You know, it's not a bad matchup against the Pango, and then you have building damage. Only downside again is you don't have a fantastic hero against that TB, so maybe they want something like Lina, perhaps, the counter out TB.
Look at old Zeus pick.
When he burst.
Hello.
Oh no, that's dirty. Oh god.
Okay, I'm going to shut up because you're a bounty spammer, apparently. Yeah, go.
Yeah, okay, I have a lot of experience in this matchup, and so does Sing Sing, who I played with and against on this. This is horribly bounty favored on mid. Pango is not supposed to be able to get anything past level 3. The damage of Shuriken spam is really, really high. It costs no mana. And yeah, Bounty just destroys Pango mid. So this is both a counter matchup and speeds up their own tempo. And it can now make value out of feeding on those supports. The CM and Sky are easy kills. Bounty enjoys easy kills for the track gold. I love the draft from Extreme here. I think it's, you know, it's pretty committed to fighting. But how are you going to say no? You can't really refute the fighting entirely as 1win. So this will be rough. They need a good game on Cher Jr. and it's going to be hard here.
Yeah, I mean, this really is flashbacks, right? The Arme PA, but also you were talking about it, the old kind of, you know, MVP Phoenix or Vega Squadron vision into catch and kill game.
Oh, yeah.
They've got track, they've got this corrosive haze on the Slardar, PA jumping on people with an ink swell. So many ways for Extreme to play this, as long as their lanes go okay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, their lanes are set up to go okay. How can you not have them go okay when you have an Undying on the side lane? You have your Grimstroke combo together with either PA or Stardar, and then you have Bounty versus Pango mid. This is very well set up for them, and one win. They need to play really well to not fall behind in the first 10 minutes here. If they can hold on and go late game in a decent manner, then yes, TB will become stronger than anyone else in this game. He has better farming tools. He should be getting huge, but this game can snowball out of control.
Well, off we go. Game 1 in this best of 2. XM on that bounty hunter heading out mid. Nobody from Extreme Gaming smoked up, just wandering out naturally into the darkness of the forest. Yeah, it looks like one win.
Choosing to walk normally here. We see teams kind of mix it up. You don't always want to do the smoke move because obviously his teams study each other's replays a lot. So you try and find patterns in moves and see what people do in general. And you don't want to be too predictable. So sometimes smoke it up, sometimes don't.
What's the item build on this bounty hunter then?
We'll see what he wants to go for. But yeah, early on it's just going to be standard like bottle face boots already queued up for him. After that, honestly, Phylactery and Aghanim Scepter are 2 key items for mid bounty hunter playstyle.
Okay, so no like harpoon and stuff like that?
No, I wouldn't say that you need to. The idea is that you can still be very useful without going super close to the opponents. But we'll see what he goes for. I mean, mid game he could definitely slot in a BKB. You need it against these heroes, Mars, CM, Skyra, Pango. But primarily it's going to be playing around that damage from the Shuriken toss.
The battle begins.
All right then, top rune fight. XinQ taking a lot of damage here.
In danger.
Blood grenade on top. XinQ looks like he's dead. Good first blood for Sweden Strong and the 1-win side.
Oh, almost feels a bit bad they didn't give that kill to Chair Jr. there. Should really have tried to give him a favorable start here on the mid matchup, but it is going to help the Skywrath a little bit. He gets the magic stick recipe sent out immediately on the lane. So that will help him, but yeah, this mid matchup, we see the Janata spam already. This is the problem. You have to go close to CS, and then you just get Janata. And Janata is not pulling aggro when you use it, so you can harass with it very freely.
Interesting. Just keep clicking. I was looking at the bottom lane, and immediately DY, before the creeps even met, he was like decaying this Mars right up in his face. 1v2, no cares. Undying +5 feels so good when you get this kind of lane.
This is what he wants to do. Nice little courier snap by Sweden Strong though. Gonna get Ame's courier there. Of course, only 1 minute respawn, so he'll have it back soon, but a little bit of gold coming in for the entire team.
Yeah, well done. Looks like top lane, we've got the classic sentries, blocking camps, nonsense going on. A cool little sentry from Respect though, hidden off to the far right hand side, preempting the small camp block, so we should be able to come and deal with that quite easily.
Yeah, it's a pretty common spot that people use every now and then for sentrying and dewarding. It doesn't cover the entire camp, but it is pretty good still. And yeah, I'm just going back to that mid lane, and all I can say is he needs that magic stick so badly on Pango. He has it queued up now after the bottle, but the Shuriken spam is relentless.
And then what do you say, level 4 is when it gets really, really hard?
No, level 3. It's already hard for him. He's already struggling. He's got to go through the charges. Once you have level 2 on the Shuriken, it's 150 damage for 60 mana, and it's 5-second cooldown. It's just flying at you all the time. You can use it for CS as well as Bounty Hunter. There's no problem. You have tons of mana to work with.
Mental stuff. Water runes are up. Chiro Jr. doesn't really want to go to one. He wants to wait for XM to go, right? Or else he gets chased and punched.
There's how he uses it as well to run up, harass with the Janata, and then going back. He actually is maxing Janata here, which is normally not the way to do it, but against the Pango who comes close, it can be good. Oh, TP. Oh, goes down big combo.
Big kill. Respect does pop. His magic stick there to stay alive.
He used meta before dying. Oh no, he popped meta right before he died.
That's what, over a 2 minute cooldown.
Yeah, that was a huge misclick, or miscommunication, error, mistake, lapse in judgment, whatever you want to call it. This is gonna be 2 minutes of thinking about, a way to describe it.
Well, this is ulti gone for a long old time. We'll see what Monkushi can get done here, but that's a lot of freedom now for XXS, and in particular XinQ to not worry about the overwhelming damage that comes. And the other side lane, they've got a kill on Cloud with DY and Armate.
clean play there by them as well. And DY protecting his tombstone afterwards as well, as the Sweden strong Skyrath was trying to get the tombstone. He just stood there and said, I will deny it. If you keep committing for killing this tombstone, I will just simply deny it. You get no gold. Very good start for them here on bottom.
Yeah, great stuff. And they've got access to one pull camp. The small is blocked, it looks like. And the large... Oh, okay. Skyrath Mage comes and stops the large from coming across to the creep wave. Arma and DY got a little bit of work to do here to manipulate the wave for themselves. Mid lane again. 18-3 Pango, 17-4 Bounty. So even in the CS, but this is not comfortable for Chiro Jr. He's pulling out all the stops to get everything he can.
Yeah, no, it's a really rough lane. 10 seconds until the...
Look at that.
Yeah, he's just running up and taxing the man. This is Swedish taxation going on right here. I love it. This is beautiful. Gonna fight for the rune a bit, but Chiro Jr. will get it. He body blocks enough. And help from Skyrath. I think XM may have overplayed his cards. Chiro messed up.
He missed. XM, he's gonna get out of there. Shinkyu misses the stroke of fate. Chiro Jr.
not going for the water rune though. It is top. Can still go for it. Shinkyu is saying, come, come. I'm protecting it.
Hands him a tango as well.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, bottom, what is going on over here? Arme diving with DY. Respect TP's back in. Cloud and Sweden Strong trying to turn around on this tombstone from DY and maybe kill the Undying. 125 gold there from the tomb and another couple of hundred from
he wants to deny
DY himself and a big decay. Tried to deny to the granite golems, but it's not going to happen.
Neutrals had enough kills, but top lane, when you TP away and leave your TB, he's alone against the Grimstroke Slaughter combo. That is not a comfortable place to be for this TB, so he dies. And his skill build already, 2 points in Metamorphosis, 0 points in Conjure Image. I would have thought that this would be a lane you want to go jungle as soon as possible and just, like, start farming, but he's going to struggle to do so. Mid.
XM, very low. Shira, no spells left, all on cooldown, but Respect was coming in pretty hot from that right-hand side.
Okay, I feel like he's overcommitting for the Jinada here on the bounty. Playing dangerous too. Uh-oh.
Oh, the frostbite. Yeah, they've got the damage.
It's your own greed. That is the biggest danger when you play Bounty Hunter, but going for this max Jinada build is not typically what we see from Bounty Hunter mid-game play. And I think it's riskier what he's doing, so he gets punished there as well.
Is it high risk, high reward, or just higher risk?
It's not that high reward. It's you know, you think, oh, I'm gonna steal so much money. It's really not that important.
Frostbite onto XXS top, and the Metamorphosis out of Munkushi. Slaughter, I don't care. He's got Treads, Bracer, 1300 HP, and plenty of one charges to get himself out.
Yeah, he's controlling the Lotus spawn as well. Gonna get that for himself, so a little bit of healing.
Respect was sticking around, trying to come in from the fog, but Xinkyu, he's there to spot the Maiden. Pops the raindrops and the wand. Xinkyu now being hammered though by the Munkushi TB and looks like he's about to die, but the wand charges barely keep him alive. One more hit, not going to be there in time. XXS holds them back with a slithering crush.
Gets out. That is very much playing on the edge. Everyone on Extreme Gaming really just towing the line here. I mean, we see the dive on bottom, we see mid lane how Bounty is pushing himself, and then top lane as well. They're not showing much respect towards one win here, the way they're playing.
No, just getting up in their face, running at them.
Radiant's top tower is under
Meeting a bit of a brick wall, a bit of resistance, and a one win. Cloud fighting over a large camp with the Undying, not getting too much done, and Respect.
This is an impossible Wisdom Rune to steal against the Inkswell. Simply just not gonna happen. Cheeky attempt, but not gonna work.
He even got scanned as well, didn't he? Radiant scan was right on top of him.
Yeah, make sure that he goes down there. Look towards Bounty Hunter to maybe make early rotations as well towards those side lanes. If anything happens near a tower, you know, that track gold, he'll be happy to join in for action. Maybe bottom even.
Oh, mate, trying to stick it to Cloud here. Jumps on him, gets speared back, making life very uncomfortable. Everyone in this game is getting a lot of value out of magic wands, though. There's a lot of heroes just spamming these short cooldown little spells left and right.
It is one of the best items in the game, the magic wand. It's the mind game. We saw it on Skyrath, or against Skyrath earlier. So useful.
Smoke out of Respect and Chiro Jr. Rolling Thunder is ready. Xinkyu has moved off to grab a Watcher and looking towards mid, but that leaves XXS exposed. Gets off the sprint, slowed a touch by the reflection, and now the Rolling Thunder's coming. XXS gonna dodge, juke to the north, but the Frostbite and Blood Grenade should cut his life short. Mankushi gonna swipe down with a TB to claim his life. That's that.
Bounty, he's on the Skyrath.
On the sky. Oh yeah, XM. He slowed down, but concussive shot a fair amount.
Yeah, only put a level in Shadow Walk after he ran into him already, so if he had it already, maybe he could have reached.
Now thinking about mid. Shira Jr. already used a shield crash. Swash is ready, but he's silenced up permanently by this Phantom's Embrace. XM gonna get caught under the tower now, though. DY offering some assistance, Tombstone, and a bit of help there, but not enough to keep the bounty alive.
Good punishment by OneWin. I mean, they're reacting, doing stuff to punish this overly aggressive gameplay by Extreme Gaming. Rotation by TB, though, could hurt him a little bit, because now he has to like farm his way away from here, and Slardar gets a bit of time alone. We'll see if he decides to go for that Echo Saber or gets the Blink Dagger immediately on Slardar.
How often do we see double Wraithband TB?
It's not that common anymore. I feel like TB, you want the Agi, but you don't want that much armor. You don't care about that so much. You already have it. But, I mean, it's still good. It's still a very nice item, but I think Yasha now being on a slight budget is nice to rush to.
Bounty Hunter moves bottom, tracking up Cloud, who turns with an Arena Spear. Phantom Assassin, half HP already here. The Frostbite, a lot of damage and killed off by the Freezing Field of Respect. Now the next target, DY. Undying. Gap closed by Chira Jr. Doesn't get the body block in the trees, but looks like with that spear and the right-click damage, still going to get the job done. XM, let's see what we're going to do. You're right, Track is coming, but the Bounty Hunter getting slapped down by this Pango. Maiden and Pango doing tons of work to keep XM at bay. So I'm not going to do a whole lot here. Cloud thinking about rejoining. Looks like OneWin have come in, got what they wanted, and bail out.
Yeah. PA respawning, thinking about if she goes mid or bottom. Finally gonna go towards bottom. XM does not have a TP to get the DD rune top. Looks like Undying can maybe snipe it.
Can't take it, DY. Yes.
Double damage Undying.
And a range creep following him. But yeah, really good responses here from OneWin to really match Extreme's tempo early on.
They are doing a great job, yeah, keeping pace. They bring a lot of people to the fight, and I think importantly outnumbering Extreme. But Extreme, you know, messing up a little bit perhaps with how they overcommit into too many heroes without really having all the resources there. Looks like Bounty Hunter is actually going for the straight BKB rush here to provide him the safety to just go in.
Man, Slardar still hasn't decided yet. 2,600 gold saved. Echo and Blink still queued.
A little bit surprising. I feel like maybe Harpoon is the play for him. Oh, TB.
Oh yeah,
Thunder,
TB.
but can he cast it?
Oh, I don't think so. He's done.
Yeah, full rotation there.
And a courier.
This is the thing that feels so good to do, though. When you're playing Bounty Hunter lineups, it's fine to make over rotations for a kill.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, 4 heroes get that track.
Yeah,
tasty stuff.
More value.
Well, OneWin pressing into mid. That TB down, they know that top lane is pretty much just forfeit here, let that tier 1 fall, go for an objective of their own. So trading out feels pretty good still for OneWin.
It's a good recognition that they can take the mid tower. This is opening up the map a little bit for them and could help them control the runes. They also have great wards down for keeping that vision. And importantly, putting sentries a little bit here and there to try and snipe out the Bounty Hunter movement.
Yeah, they're stealing some stacks as well. Large camp, medium camp, all cleared out. Chira Jr. are going to be pretty damn close to that diffuser blade now. Actually, he's got the money for it completely. Pretty big.
Gonna walk under a sentry here. See him. We'll see him, I think, for a second.
Respect walks back in towards him. Scary position to be in as a maiden.
Yeah, I mean, he got tracked and he chose to move forward, so he felt confident. He had his diffusal, or not diffusal yet, but his Pango nearby. Diffusal is coming for Pango.
Yeah, TB just sundered one of his illusions, right? To stay alive in the jungle. Keep himself farming a little bit longer.
Yeah, for farming, yeah.
Farming Sunder, why the hell not?
It's interesting when you farm the Black Dragon. You should really tank with your main hero against the big Black Dragon, because the splash damage from the illusions is amplified onto your main hero. So it's better to tank it with your hero instead, unless you are really farmed. Early game damage can't really tank it.
Causes some serious issues.
Yeah, push coming in now. No meta available, so maybe they could fight this though. Slaughter has the Echo Saber. Still farming for the Blink Dagger though.
Do they know there's no meta?
I don't think they're aware of it, no. Used it to farm the Ancients, so...
Yeah. They're probably looking at this thinking, hey, TB, he's ready to fight. And he's got his double wristband, Blade of Alacrity. Yasha, I guess, is coming on Courier.
Yeah, they are going for Battle Fury on PA, so not going for full-in aggression. You know, the draft is very aggressive, but he's not going for, like, run-at-you type build instead of the Battle Fury. Still playing a bit safe. Bounty. This is a lot of time you spend kind of looking at the enemy, though. You need to get something out of it.
Well, he's putting tracks on them. Just keeping tabs of 1 win. Chira Jr., different ideas, though. Sweeping in from the north, wanting to connect. But he starts up, doesn't get off the Rolling Thunder. Maybe problematic here with a Soul Bind out, but that Mystic Flare, tons of damage. The Bounty Hunter's gone. Arme getting into the backlines, looking at Cloud, but the arena's there, and Chira Jr., great crash back into them with the Rolling Thunder still available, and Extreme Gaming getting shredded here. Mankushi, Metamorphosis or not, just slicing them with this Terrorblade. Now XXS in trouble as well. Extreme, they're getting crushed. Sweden Strong will die to the Slardar, but I think he's fine with that trade.
Finally, they're going to get the Tombstone as well before time's out. Not really. But really, really good fight there for 1 win. Just taking it confidently. The shield rune usage by Pango. Look at the way he walked in. Yes, you caught him, but who cares? He doesn't get bursted because of the shield rune. So now you overcommitted your Pango, or your bounty on the Pango, and then the Mars ulti beautifully catching 2 here, locking them so they can't really get out. And the PA just didn't really have an escape, so fantastic fight by 1 win. Really positioning nicely for it too.
Incredible. No,
I think they need items to fight at this point on Extreme. They've kind of thrown away too many of the early little skirmishes to the point that 1 win are really strong right now. And they don't have their timing. Since he's going for BKB on Bounty Hunter, he wants the full BKB before he's strong. Pango, on the other hand, he already has the Diffu. He's already really ready to fight.
Yeah, then Arme is, what, 450 gold away from Battle Fury now, so needs another minute or 2 to get there. And this is time where 1 win are going to start running at you. We thought the steamroller was going to come out of Extreme Gaming's lane, but it's Extreme getting crushed here as Xinkyu feels the pain from this Pango. DY drops the Tombstone to try and zone them away. XXS and XM chasing Cloud here. Bounty Hunter might be able to snipe a cheeky one over on the Mars, but he TP's out just under his nose.
This has to be very frustrating for Extreme Gaming, and this is the danger. If you run a draft like this and you mess up the early, like the first 10 minutes, I thought was really going to favor them with the heroes they have at their disposal. If you mess up the early game, it can become very tricky, since the only play they have really is to play aggressive.
I love this posturing from 1 win. Sat on top of the staircase here, but it's a good blink crush in from XXS with the Inkswell on to kill off the Sky. Now the silence on to the Maiden to stop her as well. So a couple of kills there.
I'm not waiting for the track on the Maiden before killing her. Just killing her without it. But 2 important kills for them. Immediately smoking up. Tempo. Bounty Hunter only 100 gold away from the BKB now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Arme gets that freedom up top. Push out 1 more wave back up into the ancient spot. But is getting run at here. They've got Arena. And they've got eyes on Arme. Catching out the PA, but misses the spear.
Can he reach the creep wave?
I don't know. It looks like he should be able to. Not even bothering as XXS now joining in. Oh, man, that could have been huge for 1 win. XXS. Shield Crash Spear. Going to zone away the Slardar.
Nice play. Meanwhile, wraparound coming in here from Xinkyu, and XM going behind. Doesn't have his BKB on him, but it's on the courier on the way. They're going to run into CM. Oh, man. That's a good target.
I was like, who's green on the minimap? It's Crystal Maiden.
There won't be any green on the minimap.
Unfortunate. Disappears now, indeed. And
Mars just going down to TB.
Metamorphosis used. And then moving into the mid lane and killing off XM. Soulbind did come out from Xinkyu, but nothing to follow through into it. Meanwhile, what are you saying? Cloud just dying?
Yeah, Cloud just going down to the Slardar, jumping him there. Very fast kill, but Bounty Hunter dying just before the courier arrives with his BKB. That's some sad stuff. Getting caught like 5 seconds before it arrived.
Did his courier survive though? Yeah.
His courier's alive, so yeah. It flew in dangerously onto tower, but he had heroes tanking it. Undying and Slardar were there. We have 1 win trying to de-ward a bit. They know the invasion has been here.
Another Inkswell. Oh, Crystal Maiden. eviscerated here by XXS. Shinkyu not going to be able to escape though, as Mankushi and Shira Jr. both arriving. Slardar does have another crush, moving himself away from danger, but an arcane bolt and the follow-through concussive shot should be enough to take him down.
The W from Skyrath there seals the deal, not going to be able to run away, and that's a killing spree ended there. So Sweden Strong getting a bit of extra gold as well for him. And he does have the 4-staff now, can be really good against these aggressive jump heroes to have some disengage.
Crystal Maiden is absolutely done with the warding game now. Buys a gem, brings it out on the courier.
Yeah, they know that there's been some really deep wards planted and they need to get rid of all the vision so they can play safely. He's going to give the gem over the Pango. There's no way he's going to carry it himself in this game. Way too easy of a kill.
Now they'll see the wards, they'll see the bounty hunter, they'll see everything coming. Yeah, honestly, this has been a much closer game already than I had expected. 13 to 15, slight lead in net worth towards 1 win.
Question is how much you want to say it's, you know, the effect of 1 win playing good or Extreme Gaming playing a bit sloppy. Because I feel like this is not really the level that I expected from them.
Yeah. And then we're also kind of waiting for Extreme's timing as well, right? Which is now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're getting stuff, and this early Roshan, something that their heroes have available to them. We do see 1 win try and go over there. Oh, don't go through the portal. This never works. Okay, respect. They're gonna stay. Now they're camping though. This could be good. Camp on the bottom portal. Catch them as they come through.
Hello. Oh, do we see him? We've got the gem, right? Pango.
Got him.
Mars, nice play there from Cloud.
I'm telling you, dude, every time Roshan is being taken, going through the portal, it doesn't work. It doesn't matter who does it.
There's always just someone there waiting for you.
Yeah, it's such an easy thing to control, and people know it's like the most important TP point.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, Extreme do have this Aegis on Arme. BKB is about 1,000 away as well. Battle Fury should get her there pretty quickly. This Phantom Assassin just flash farming Ancients in jungle.
They do have a pretty terrifying late game as well on the side of Extreme Gaming. It's not like late game is going to be automatically won, by the way, by 1 win. They do have TB finishing up a Butterfly soon, which will be amazing for him, especially against all these right clicks. But going into late game, the PA, Slardar, Bounty, all of them can scale pretty well.
Yeah, this triple BKB threat is pretty spooky too. And Bounty still has his full duration one, right? Hasn't used it yet. We talked about the PA one, but Slardar also not too far. Yeah, Shira Jr. onto XM. Bounty Hunter 4-staffed away by DY as XXS goes in on respect. Crystal Maiden is the sacrifice.
Oh no, he was silenced still on Bounty, so again, no track kill.
Oh no.
The CM is dodging the tracks. Full tax evasion. Yoink. DY just gonna say thank you. I'll take those creeps. That's my Ghost Scepter.
Oh, very nice.
Ghost Scepter very useful for him to stay alive against the TB a little bit.
And Scarth Mage and Maiden probably thinking, hey, Ghost Scepter, that's a pretty good item for us as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, this is an interesting spot. XXS. Smoke breaks.
Yeah, he's not smoked anymore. Now, counter smoke.
Cloud's coming in hot.
Jump.
DY, 4 staffs. Mars Arena there onto XM. Bounty under court. Looking to get picked off, but BKB's to run out of the arena. Arme, in the meantime, just goes straight onto respect, looking for the Maiden, but the damage is overwhelming. Arme dropping low and dying the first time. Aegis claimed up, and where's the rest of Extreme? We need backup for your PA. The Phantom Assassin is speared back into the trees and killed off by Shira Jr.
TB is too big and bad. They can't fight into us. Everyone just runs. DY, I think he's going to get stacked by his friends here as well. No way to save him, really. And even Jinkyu getting caught as well.
It felt like PA didn't even have blur that fight. 50% evasion? Nah, TB doesn't care.
I mean, he hits really fast. There's a lot of auto attacks flying into him. And if you look, he goes on the Maiden. Maiden instantly ultis. Good awareness by respect there. Click the ulti. That's 20 armor. Would you like to pick up 2 plate mails when you get jumped by a PA? Yeah, that sounds good. So he stays alive. Good reaction time by him.
Full duration BKB, Aegis Battle Fury PA. Can't even kill a Crystal Maiden.
This is looking sloppy, man, by Extreme Gaming. They're giving away too much to 1 win. And 1 win, you know, they have moments where they can play really well. If they get a little bit of a nice way to go into the mid to late game here, I definitely believe this TB can carry.
Yeah, in a really great spot. And Mankushi didn't have the easiest of lanes, but more than recovered now. Top of the net worth by about 4,000. Shira Jr. has also had a pretty damn good time as well, right? This Bounty Hunter was meant to kind of crush him in lane. Maybe some missteps by XM, but Shira Jr. with this Diffusal Blade Rush, active play, non-stop Rolling Thunder really has set the tempo.
I mean, I think it's XM maybe playing something he doesn't play that much. You see he's only silver on Bounty. I don't think he scrims it that often as well. So his skill build is not normally what people do in that matchup, and it really hurts to go max Jinada instead of Q.
And now he's spotted. He's been gemmed. He's been killed.
Yeah, I mean, Cher Jr. is not meant to have a game, and he's having the best game after the TB here. The PA is farmed, yes, but I wouldn't say she's having a good game. 0, 3, and 2. Yeah, nice net worth, but we could see in the last team fight, she got shut down really hard there for her choice of going on this Crystal. And now Skywrath has Ghost Scepter as well for himself, so he can protect himself. The Mars is really hard to kill. TB is super tanky. It's going to be difficult for him. Unless he has a stun from Slardar or Inkswell, I don't think the PA is going to kill anyone that easily.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big problems with that fight, right, was that it was Arme stranded on his own. The rest of the team was dealing with TB illusions, running away from Arena. So maybe, we come back and we think miscommunication. One jumps in, the rest jump out. Didn't look very good in the end.
This is one of the big sadnesses as well for her PA. Ever since the introduction of Watchers on the map, it lowered her win rate quite a lot because the Watchers break blur. So it's very, very difficult to sneak around. He wanted to farm enemy jungle, but they know he's on the Ancients now. They still lost their courier there because they forgot to send it away, I guess, but... He's going Kanda on PA. I have not seen Kanda PA.
No.
Is this better than Dessel?
I don't know.
I'm not sure about this one, especially when I have so many heroes who benefit from minus armor in your team. The Slardar, the Bounty, they really enjoy it. This seems like a meme. I feel like Extreme might be having a bit of fun this game.
I mean, it felt like the draft was a bit of a meme, right? The PA pick early on.
Maybe. I don't know. As a draft, I honestly feel pretty on board with. It's weird looking. It's aggressive, but I'm on board with it. But
they've caught Mankushi. Manta, run away, gets stunned up. The soul bind to the arena. The protection.
What an arena.
In comes Cloud, beautifully done with a Mystic Flare. They've covered Mankushi to let him get going. Metamorphosis damage is flowing now. Mega kill streak picked up by him. DY and XXS the casualties, and it looks like Xinkyu barely killed mid TP.
Yeah, there's so much burst from the Pango there with the Aghanims. We see a recap. They tried to burst him. That's a brave goal, but look at that reaction. The arena is there. CM drops the ulti immediately in the arena, and Slardar can't even get away. The damage is too high from the TB and his illusions. And now they're just bolting down the mid lane. TB still has meta going, so I'm gonna say, what's up? Anyone defending base here?
No.
And, the answer is no.
The building's just gonna perish.
This TB is getting out of hands right now. Let's thunder up. Get some HP from Respect.
Incredible stuff from one here. I mean, Extreme, they're all respawning. Gotta be careful on this Rax take. Mankushi has Manta to get away from any kind of slippery danger. He'll get the melee and run away.
Butterfly Skadi, he doesn't get bursted that fast. So he feels safe. Gonna TP down to bottom and keep farming, but fantastic spot now for one win. It's only a 5k lead, but having taken Rax already and the way team fights are going, I feel like they have a much bigger advantage than we see net worth wise. PA changed her mind, by the way. She had the Kanda queued up, still does, but she has a relic now in her inventory. So I think they're feeling the stress.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That hurts. Okay, so PA has Revenant's Brooch. Going for a way to try and kill the TB here, getting the Brooch. I still question whether Revenant's Brooch is better for MKB, just for killing this Butterfly, Gossamer Cape TB, when you have a Slardar in your team as well. It's potentially a lot of damage, definitely, but this is definitely looking a bit wonky to me.
Radiant are scanning.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought I was going to be a nullifier to get through the Ghost Scepters and stuff, but no.
Yeah, I thought it was a rapier because she's feeling desperate, because the game is really in that desperate of a state, I think. But yeah, going for the Brooch. I mean, yes, you have magical damage, but you don't have any access to True Strike yet, and that evasion is definitely lowering a lot of your damage output. And he has a pretty hefty max HP as well with the I have Scotty already, and he's going BKB, he's flying ahead. His net worth is so high in this game.
Oh, just look like TB with strength treads is on like 3,000 HP. Arme is like less than 2,000.
Yeah.
That's a massive difference.
Bit of difference there, but I mean, that's a full life Scotty. The Manta style gives you a lot too.
Oh, Aghanim Scepter on the Grimstroke. That could be a big one.
That is a very useful tool. Yeah, now they can get their own TB illusions. That could be really fantastic for them, actually. We'll see how well they can utilize that. The TB illusion won't be that good at killing TB, but it will be really good for sending it after anyone else. Send it on Pango, Sky, ICM. They will really struggle against it.
It looks like it's Roshan time. 1.5 minutes until day, so this should be more than enough time for one win to take it. And they're still smoked in here around the TB, who's the only one in the pit currently. Arme with a double damage rune, just clearing out the top wave, cutting, trying to find a bit of space.
They're too late, trying to contest this. This Roche is falling very fast to TB. CM ulti as well being committed. We've seen this by Respect before. He likes using the CM ulti on clearing Roche faster.
And this could be a cool chase, because that Dire lane ward on the left side, that could lead to one win here, finding some kills on the back end. But Extreme, they're prepping for a fight. Inkswell, XXS thinking about the jump. Gonna disengage though. And this is where this ward could come into play. Smoke is gonna expire soon. But one win, they're not gonna chase, they're gonna TP down bottom through the gate.
I like the choice to just leave the area now and go bottom. Don't have to stay and play that area, but instead go bottom and take a firm chokehold on the enemy side of the map. Don't give Extreme Gaming an easy fight out in the open. But they're staying together. They have good item progression as well. Looking at what they have right now, I mean, they have almost full Shivas on Mars. Still needs that costly recipe. CM has the Solar Crest and going for Bongo Boots soon.
Right up to high ground though. Munkushi straight in there with his TV. And the tier 3 just ceases to exist. Oh, they make the jump. XXS straight on the Terror Blade, but the Rolling Thunder going to give that covering fire. Keep Extreme Gaming back in the base and allow Munkushi just to get back to safety. Holding on to Metamorphosis for now.
Resetting a bit. They used up the Pango ulti there, so now they don't really want to take a fight that badly, but they're still strong, so hovering the area looks nice for them. Extreme Gaming did a good job, I think, jumping in there, because if they didn't, they would lose their base very quickly.
XXS might get gone on here. They were looking at him. Arme is out on the map farming, and he's been circled there by the Scarth Mage saying, hey, he's getting a bit too much space by the Ancients, by these high net worth, high priority areas of the map. Let's try and close this netting around them.
Choice of going for a Blink Dagger here as well. He has Blink, Ogre Seal Totem, and Force Staff, so tons of repositioning tools, and the Ghost Scepter as well, so he can actually make some plays in the fights now. PA has the Crystallis, going for that Kanda still.
And how's that working with Revenant's Approach, with the dagger and the Kanda and the extra damage?
I mean, the Kanda is still not a different damage type. It does damage based on your attack damage, but it's not going to be different than if you didn't have the Kanda. Or than if you had the Brooch. But it's pretty synergetic. I mean, he can do very high magical burst by blinking someone and daggering them, hitting them. If he gets some crits, he could magically blow up someone really fast. For instance, the Mars has no increased magic resistance beyond his intelligence right now. So he could go pretty fast.
And the 20 talent on PA, the dagger damage is only the base dagger damage?
Yes.
None of the extra shit you put on top with all the brooch and the candle and stuff, right?
Yeah, no. Oh, do you see the illusion, the Grimstroke illusion just going in, chasing down the CM a bit?
I respect half HP. Yeah, I'm just making sure it's not something I see an awful lot PA with this build.
I've never seen Kanda PA, to be honest, but
no. Oh, another TB illusion with a Metamorphosis created. Soulbind used as well, but Munkushi just stays there, wailing away at the tier 3.
Good job by Munkushi, immediately focusing the Grimstroke illusion. He's the only one who can kill it, so it's his responsibility.
And he's still got Aegis. Where's
Respect bursted in the back.
Arme kills Respect. I mean, you're looking all ways in this team fight. Arme trying to get back into his base as Munkushi and Shira Jr. looking for a bit of space to retreat at this point. Tombstone down, and XXS close. But no luck there. The tail end of the Rolling Thunder does get clipped by the stun.
Good defense still, but that's the last tier 3 tower gone. Their base is looking so open. At least they hold their base by getting this kill. But PA committed BKB just to go in and assassinate the CM there. Maybe it could even have been a worse fight for them. Aegis was still available in Munkushi, but he's playing it very safe. shard now over on PA, so he can use that Aghanim's shard as well for some insta burst.
That's pretty good. Sweden is strong. Grabs the Wisdom Rune.
Another thing to mention is the Brute. He does allow himself to go on the Skywrath again, by the way, with the Ghost Scepter, of course. I haven't talked about that, but, you know, having access to hitting into the Ghost form.
That just makes it better than Nullifier at that point, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can still Force Staff and do other things, so Nullifier has more utility, I feel. Also would work against the Yule Scepter on Mars. Shard Cloud over on Cloud as well here from this Tormentor.
Well, XXS clearing out that top lane. Army nearby, just trying to gather up, the last remaining bits and bobs from Kanda. So we'll have that in the next team fight coming.
Yeah, there will be a lot of burst damage, so they have to be ready for it on 1-win. But 1-win, you know, Age is timing out now. We'll see how they play it out. They have MKB finished for Terrorblade, so he can destroy PA very fast if he's allowed to hit her.
That's the thing that it just feels like all the things we've talked about, this XG side having, and all the tools at their disposal, we've not seen that sequence of events. We've not seen an Inkswell Blink jump from Slardar or Arme's PA. We've not seen this XM Bounty Hunter really getting too much done with the tracks and shurikens.
You know, the tricky part, they're actually going in. We will have to talk about that later. They're going for a jump here.
Is DY just dead? 3, 2, 1. Getting blown the hell up. Cloud and Sweden strong. No. Chiro Jr. They'll get it with a Mystic Flare. A bit more damage out of the Pango. That's a little longer than expected, but still falling in the end. Now Soulbind with this Grimstroke illusion coming out, but Mancusi going to try and bring it down. Chiro Jr. has fallen. Respect with the zoning ultimate, and TB starting to go wild on XXS. But Extreme Gaming, they've backed up, they've reset, realizing that now Respect his ulti's ending. Kill him off with one hit from Arme. Mancusi in trouble. Arme's in. A lot of damage from this PA. Sunder's still available though. Yours up into the sky, but he's killed off by DY. The decay out of the Undying, and Army with a double kill. Sweden Strong does get out successfully with a TP, but Extreme Gaming hold.
That was a very clutch hold. We see the Illusion still pushing for that melee creep as well. It is gonna go down though. But yeah, they used a lot of resources for the Undying initially here. Great bind here coming in by Shinkyu, catching the Pangle to the carry. This is the dream bind when you play Grimstroke. +1 to +2. And yeah, the BKB committed here. They do some damage with C-Multi and TB, but ultimately, after BKB wears out, TB is like, I'm in danger, starts running, and he is not mobile enough to get away. The magical damage crit there did a large chunk of damage.
5,000 damage from PA in that fight. No one even got close to it.
Yeah, I mean, the build can definitely do a lot of damage, it seems. Ame showing us some interesting memes here.
I mean, Chinese Dota memes, they're cream of the crop. They're top notch.
They really are. And Aghanim's coming in next as well. We'll see if he decides to go True Strike at any point, or if he's just going to go for a Rapier as well for, you know, that big Kanda damage, the big crits with the magical damage.
Hell yeah.
XM. No BKB available, playing pretty deep here. Gets spotted by a CM. But he gets out.
Wait, who has the gem now? That's claimed by the Radiant, right?
Oh, did they get it? I don't see any one of them have it. No, they put it in base. I see.
It's in base, yeah.
Yeah, they took it, stashed it in their fountain.
Yeah, a little sad. That was something that really was utilized very well by 1-win. Seeing the bounty, getting rid of all that vision.
That's a good point. Extra advantage, and feels a little bit freer when you play Bounty Hunter to, you know, not have to deal with that. Granted, the cooldown on Gem, you know, is definitely out, so they could get a new one as well.
Well, Wind Waker fully completed for XXS now. A bit of safety there for his teammates if they do get jumped.
Could be a fight here. Undying wants to drop a Tombstone, sneaking in.
Long spawn on Roche.
He's gonna scout with the Tombstone, I think.
Cloud, scouted, yeah. Yule's up, XXS, Wind Waker out of the arena. DY gonna get speared up into the Mystic Flare and dead as Chiro Jr. comes crashing on in. The Rolling Thunder connecting onto XXS, but they've got BKBs in the Soulbind, again connecting on the Pango and the TB. Arme with a double kill out of nowhere, just crushes two, bursting everybody. Cloud in trouble, an ultra kill. Arme, what are you doing? That's not allowed. That's illegal damage. It doesn't get turned around by Mancusi. It's a close fight between the two of them. It looks like the TB will come out victorious, though. But Extreme Gaming have the sweep through. A double kill for TB, sure. But XM still alive and going wild on Sweden Strong, looking for the team wipe here, as 5 heroes from 1-win will be slaughtered.
Ooh, that is a costly fight right there. They bought back into it as well, so it's actually a 6-hero wipe after getting the immediate pickoff on Undying. We saw Undying didn't have buyback here, got bursted, but gave enough intel for his team as well to go in. A nice bind. I don't know how he keeps finding these beautiful binds on Grimstroke. They need to respect this man more. They need to target Grimstroke because binding the TB and Pango like that, it just sets up the win. And Ame on the backline, slaughtering the support so quickly.
Look at all the swords and daggers up in that top part of the map as well.
Also, Graves, my friend.
All the Graves. 1,705 damage, 1,687, tons and tons of damage out of that Phantom Assassin. Holy moly.
Yeah, that was a huge fight for them as well. And when you win fights like that, where Bounty Hunter doesn't even die at all, and you killed 6 enemy heroes, you bet he's making good money with that track as well. He does have the Octarine and the Aghanim Scepter now on Bounty Hunter as well. And yeah, he did take the track grants vision, shared vision with the target. So if he tracks one guy, usually gives you vision for tracking the next guy. It's what allows the PA to jump so deep, I think. Because they were surprised that PA jumped them, but that must have been from the track vision.
Yeah, saw absolutely everything. That really does help out, like Corrosive Haze plus this track plus the talents.
I mean, you have to have a lot of discipline to take that talent. I think I've taken it like once. The 50 gold Jinada steal, you know, when you have Octarine and Aghanims, that is too tempting not to do. XM has some self-discipline here.
He's a team player, that's for
sure. He really is. He also took the, you know, reduced damage talent.
He doesn't want XXS to take the X out of his name and add it to his collection.
Is that what happens? You mess up?
Yeah, you mess up and XXS is like, right, that X belongs to me. You're just known as M now, and I'm XXXXXXS.
I see. All I hear is X gonna give it to you.
Well, Roshan finally respawns. It was a long spawn as that fight broke out.
They stopped scouting it, though. They were sitting in Roche Pit waiting for it, but they gave up on it. They're like, he's not home, guys. Let's go somewhere else. And Roche is up now. And we see all of Extreme, they're waiting for it bottom, so they actually very wisely waited until it comes down here, and now they can maybe try it. But look at them move by 1 win. Aggressively just going for barracks. This is smart.
Yeah, I mean...
They have to beeline, though. Munkushi, you don't have time to farm. Buddy, you gotta push.
Grimstroke is here, making illusions. Ink swelling them up. He's got, what, Boosted Travel, Octarine, Aghanim Scepter. Jinkyu is incredibly farmed.
All the while, they're finishing Roche right now. This is just a no-win for 1 win. Now with Aegis, the PA is gonna be way more aggressive than before.
Yeah, I mean, she got one ultra kill last fight with 1 life. What's she gonna have after? 2 lives.
With that Aghanim's consumed now as well. I mean, it's so annoying to try and lock onto her. And she has the triple dagger talents. That's the big one. She got that after that fight.
The 2k crits are coming.
Oh yeah, and plenty of them. Actually, the Brooch is better on PA now as well with the level 25 talents. That should only be 1x mana cost for it. Like the cost for casting the Stifling Dagger. That was, of course, in the C patch, the abilities not costing extra Remnants Brooch mana. I did not expect to see a PA, though, going for it. I would say Ame, so far, biggest balls of any player we've seen in this league. Pretty crazy.
But does it cost any mana when you're throwing daggers? Like, it costs the dagger mana,
it doesn't cost at all from abilities. So it's just the cost for casting the ability.
Yeah. And completely free damage, then. Oh, that's great. This build is going to be in pubs now, isn't it? Because Ame's bloody done it.
I mean, I'm loading into a pub right after this game, Ame. Oh, I gotta cast your second game? Okay, well, after that...
You're already in demo mode, like, trying it out.
I wish, man. This is interesting. Definitely a weird build. It looks like a Guess the Hero, you know?
Yeah, like, I mean... Who would you guess this is?
I'm not sure. Battle Fury limits the potential a lot, so maybe people would guess PA on it, but it definitely is a bit up there.
I mean, maybe the Battle Fury just limits the MMR pool you're looking at. Maybe this is a sniper.
It's either really low or really, really high. Yeah. That's the only places.
It looks like one taking their foot off the pedal a little bit, knowing that this PA has Aegis, trying to whittle down the timer.
Yeah, but they're all the time being stalked. Look at Ame. He's not really running for farm. He's trying to find his opponents. Fix creep waves, sure, but he really wants to squeeze them and find a chance to take a fight with this Aegis.
He's got a skull above his head.
Oh, he has a deep ward here as well he could play around. DY was in there, put a ward. He's going to see them walk under it. This could be dangerous soon if they do go in there.
Did you see that? So Ame throws one dagger onto that illusion, and both Monkushi and Chira Jr., who are walking mid and were walking towards that ancient in the ward, were like, nope, nope, ping it, run away.
Better of it. Like,
hide in base.
Oh, he sees some suspicious bolts coming from the tree line here. Ame is going to investigate.
Oh, Sweden Strong.
That's not where you want to see Sweden Strong.
Nice blink TP.
Oh, those daggers actually saved Sweden Strong's life. I don't think he would have lived if he didn't get to see that she's right there.
Oh, mate. Gonna show.
Oh, he got the Mindbreaker as well. It's so nasty on PA. The extra damage, the extra silence.
Magic damage as well, right?
Yeah. And also it works on buildings, so the pushing power is there. Full damage on buildings. It's really, really fast for pushing.
I'm not looking to steal the Tormentor just yet.
Probably waiting for Bounty to come here and help a little bit with the tanking.
There we go.
That's a golden experience Tormentor for them. Does give a lot. I would say it's more worth taking the Tormentor after everyone has it than before. Because you get more value, like monetarily.
What does one win do? Like, it just feels like they're stuck in their base after being ahead, after taking the lane of barracks. Now they're just cowering.
I think they were too indecisive there at the moment that they knew the opponents were overtaking Roche. They, didn't push for that Rax. I feel like Monkushi is a bit scared, maybe giving too much respect towards these, legends that you're playing against. You're playing against Ame, I understand. It's, nerve-wracking. But this is where you got to prove yourself as well.
Cheer up. He's found DY. Ghost Scepter and Tombstone self-save, hiding away. There's a nice little hiding hole as we do jump in, Ame. Slices respect. Scardy's Flow does tag the PA, but XXS diving deep, forcing Terrorblade back. Slardar will win Waker, dodge away from some of these TB illusion hits.
P is finding them up there.
Gaming, just
around the trees.
Resetting. Oh, Ame, yeah, he's hunting up in the north, isn't he? Looking for Cloud and Sweden Strong, but doesn't find.
Could have been a disaster right there. That was very close. But still, good fight for the side of Extreme. Not the most decisive fight, but BKB is down on TB and he used meta, so I suspect they're going to try and do something with this cooldown. No TB ulti, well, the real ulti means that you can easily fight.
Man, ThinkU is so fond. Like, holy shit, 20,000 net worth on a
that illusion has been doing work, man. He's farming with a TB illusion all the time.
He's got Refresher Shard now as well, so we're going to have double illusions.
Oh yeah, and 2 binds as well.
Oh, Pango and TB got their work cut out for them now.
I feel it's sad that you can't bind and then refresh and target the bind on one of the bound guys and get 2 binds.
And get quadruple bind.
It should.
Theoretically, yeah, but not in practice, sadly.
Limitations by the mechanics.
But, Cloud, Arena, Mystic Flare, and the Wind Waker is there. A Tombstone even dropped as well. DY going to protect himself from the Rolling Thunder. Lincoln's popped. ThinkU did spend the Soul Bind. And Chira Jr. going to have to deal with this jump in from XXS as the Slardar goes in onto Sweden Strong. Soul Bind, not going to do too much. Nice crush, but the Scarth Mage has Yules and run away. Ame, caught by the Frostbite, still has BKB. Thinking about the re-entry here, but OneWin have done a good job to dodge this fight, use a lot of the Radiant's cooldowns, and stay alive.
Yep, BKB on cooldown for PA. He wants to get out. He's like, nah, I'm not overcommitting into this. I'm backing out. We see a TB illusion just pushing here. The tower actually goes down to it. So tier 3 tower is opened up. That's gonna get rid of that glyph cooldown reset at least for the next time they come and push. Still getting so much value from that Aghanims. It's crazy to me that he has 26-second cooldown on the Dark Portrait with the Octarine core.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
19,000 gold lead. It feels like Monkushi is confused at this point being TB with all these items. He's basically gear slotted and he doesn't really know what to do. He bought Travels level 2 now, so he's ready to TP places. He still has buyback money, but there's no item he can buy that makes him carry. Everyone on Radiant are feeling so strong at this point.
Yeah, like he can buy Aghanims and the Shard and what. It just doesn't feel like it's going to make that much of a difference.
I think Aghanims and Swift Blink is pretty nice combo maybe for him to go towards late game here. Blink in and fear people immediately and then try and get a kill.
Yeah. DY. Oh, nearly slipped out of the arena. gets far enough away, and yeah, you're right, Eonisk is there with Trixter's cloak as well if he needed it. Well, in and out, 1 win. Poke and Extreme, but they've got to retreat in the end, ultimately.
Yeah, looks like for now, a little bit of time for 1 win to try and push out lanes, but the push is coming back their way. The Slardar on the hunt. He's doing such a good job going in and forcing reactions, then Wind Wakering away. This Wind Waker really doing work for him.
Yeah, he still doesn't even have his Aghanim Scepter or anything, right? He's going Octarine next, it looks like.
He has the level 25 talent though, which is huge. Having the CDR talents, it's only 4-second cooldown on the Crush. So he can one-shot creep waves and also just non-stop fight with it. But he's going Octarine Core next, and then Aghanim Scepter is probably going to be his final item. Surprised he never finished Harpoon, actually. It's a pretty strong item, but every other item, I guess he prioritized higher than that. Getting that AC, getting the BKB timing.
Yeah, maybe thinks that he's going to be selling it for an upgrade later on down the line anyway.
Yeah, could be.
But it's definitely, like, back to your point about Munkushi being gear slotted and then looking at the development and the room that Radiant still has to grow. And it's a scary prospect.
PA has a rapier and a quick buy, so that's the development that could come.
Yep.
And at that point, I don't think anyone can tank her.
Yeah, so are we just trying to find as many like one-hit kill combos as we can in this Dream League? Got the Mars build, now the PA build. Shira Jr. getting soulbound, rolling around with his thunder. Just trying to zone them away as best you can.
The TB Illusions are getting the range tracks at least.
Yeah, that's true. Who's that hunting?
Slardar is in, looking, not gonna find respect. Good spot to TP.
And we return to Roshan time, 1:30, until he's back up. So it's going to be nighttime Rosh?
Yeah, looks like it. And it looks like Extreme Gaming have good plans to control that Rosh as well. They already have level 2 travels on Grimstroke, so even though he's off position right now, he's ready to join his team. And Bounty Hunter going for a Dagon. I love the item. 15% spell lifesteal right there.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? Dagon Bounty Hunter, Boots of Travel 2 on Grimstroke with like 5 grand saved in the bank.
PAs. It's like, this truly is something.
Oh man, I love it.
It's the new age. Oh, PA walking into everyone alone.
Hello? Oh,
you don't see
who's over here?
Laura
Can't see you through the blow. Oh my god! Respect not shown any by Arme as he jumped into the middle of 4 freaking heroes. Tries to fight now into the TV, but speared against the arena, and Arme will pay.
Okay, Arme.
All right.
Not going for the TP out there during his BKB is pretty wild, but yeah, they don't even have Basher on Pango. I'm not sure. He could have just killed TM and then TP'd out in front of their faces.
He's just bought back now as well. He's TP'd onto the Bounty Hunter. Cloud TP's out. Who's left? Chira Jr.?
Chira's still farming. He's not even bothered. Chira, get help, man. Oh. Okay. Not starting with the ink spell there. Chira lives, but maybe he shouldn't have. But that's a buyback on PA. I have no idea what Ahmed just did. This is some really bad position, to be honest. He does want to fight for the Roche. I suppose that's the one justification, is that, you know, I need to buy back so I can fight Roche, but he has Travels level 2 anyway. He could have bought back during a fight.
And he spent a lot of money that was put aside for his Rapier.
Yeah, he's gonna get this Aegis though. So even though he spent his buyback, it's not gonna hurt him that bad. Always something. Roche drops a Refresher Shard here, which I guess Lardar could be pretty happy to carry. Having 2 BKBs, being able to chain stun a bit as well, might be able to kill. He's giving to PA. Second Rapier, or a second Refresher for him.
Second Rapier.
Second BKB. Yeah, I can't speak, dude. Second Rapier is, that's for the Mars build, but he didn't go for it in this game. Quite understandable too. Going Rapier on Mars is a bit intimidating when you're playing as the PA.
Yeah.
You might just give away a bit of advantage.
Does Ghost Rebuke have True Strike? It does, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the lovely things. God doesn't miss.
He sure doesn't. Oh, Arme. Oh, walks into Cloud. Immediate stun up. Arme trying to run back.
He is with buyback.
There, the Mystic Flare's coming. First life down. Does have BKB Refresher, but a great arena here. Catching Zinq inside, forcing Bounty to BKB out. And Munkushi can stand and try and fight, but look at that damage coming out of XXS and this illusion. Munkushi's gone. Cloud is trying to run off to the right-hand side. The Mars will blink away for now. Goodness gracious. I mean, people just disappear so quick they can't keep track of who's dead or alive.
Yeah, and the one-shot patch, it's nice for play-by-play casters, huh? Goes fast. Refresher used. PA has the BKB available again. TB has the buyback ready if he wants to, and probably will need to, but everyone has to be so concerned about this PA sneaking in. They could go in through mids.
Well, actually, says, I'm just going up here. Bottom lane. Chira Jr. Cloud, they're in again. DY, Yondusk there to protect him. Arme is nowhere to be seen. Does TP across into the bottom lane from the mid and tries to make a move here onto Chira Jr. But the Pango has already rolled back to safety. Tier 3 down. Rax the follow.
Probably gonna get let go of bottom. They don't buy back the TV. Doesn't look like they want to initiate here.
Jump in from XXS. Cloud gonna Yules. That's his Wind Waker used. Another stun catching Chira, but the spear back on XXS. Oh, Arme. He's blinked in there aggressively onto this Pango. Skyrat taking quite a chunk of damage from the Phantom Assassin. But after Lena Barrack's gone, and they swing into mid now.
Yeah, they're just gonna take all the racks slowly here. Smoke up.
And 10 seconds for TB. Metamorphosis is ready. He's got his Aghanim Scepter with the Terror Wave Fear as well. Ooh, they're trying to make the most of this. Cloud, aggressive blink with the Arena. Trying to catch DY with a Mystic Flare. It looks like Undying's okay as Monkushi comes in with the AoE Fear, focusing on Undying, and Chira Jr. diving into the back and aiming for Jinkyu as well. Grimstroke with a Soulbind. Still trying to play around this with buybacks and TPs into this mid lane. They want to make a meal out of it as XSS jumps in again and again. Army with the big hits and crits, bursting them. A double kill and making a triple. Oh, the entire meal and menu belongs to Arme. What's for dessert, boys? Yeah, there's a TB and a Mars who have brought back their tasty morsels for Arme's PA.
Oh my god, the burst, dude. He just sat there, waited for the fight to develop a little bit, and then comes in and cleans up. Got feared away initially there by the TB Aghanims, but comes back in and finds a beautiful jump in. And the thing is, once one hero starts dying, everybody dies because she just spams the hotkeys at that point.
And now it's time for the Rapier.
Oh boy.
Arme, show us what you're made of. Well, on the creeps, it's 3,500 freaking damage. Let's see what you can do to some heroes.
Yep, that is a lot of damage.
Oh. Hello, XM. Getting caught out with a nice Yules into Spear. Back towards the fountain onto the Terror Blade with the damage. But XM attempting the BKB TP. Still going to get found with the physical damage output.
Okay, so they have Mega Creeps, but they lose their mid hero. All the buybacks basically used on side of one win. But they're going to back up here. Don't want to risk it all that much on side of Extreme. That does give a chance here for one win to turn this around, though. 35,000 gold behind it is not an easy thing to do. DD Rune about to time out. They take it before times. Shield Rune bottom as well. Could get that too.
Extreme Gaming smoking in real time. As we watch the tail end of that replay pan out. They are grouping up. Moving straight through this middle lane. They've been scanned here. Cloud has moved out of the base. Blinking forward, but he starts with the Phantom's Embrace. And it looks like Chira Jr. getting chased by XXS.
Who's that dude?
I don't know what's going on.
Random dagger
Gaming is going to blow them up. Monkushi and Cloud just disappear and good game's called.
Oh my god, we did a replay of that one. I don't know if it was caught on camera there.
I don't know. I don't know if it's physically possible for cameras to catch how quickly heroes are dying here.
He threw the dagger and it looked like nobody really died, and then just hear TB disappearing towards the very end, and we can see a smile here. Definitely having some fun in this game.
We need one of those like 10,000 FPS cameras to catch the kills, honestly. Like, we need these replays to be slowed the hell down. Arme making people just disappear with his PA build.
Yeah, and we can see the damage. 81,000 damage dealt in that game. I mean, we may have, you know, questioned the early game a little bit. First 10 minutes was a bit rough for Extreme Gaming, but they took over this game completely, and you could see the potential on this PA Ida build. What damage he could bring to the team fights, and he didn't really run out of mana as well. So we see the highlights. Is this the final one?
I'm not too sure, honestly. I think this is a little bit... It was a 56-minute game.
Yeah, no, this is earlier. This is an earlier highlight here, but yeah, we see you know, the fights were really just about, okay, it looks like you're alive, and then suddenly the jump comes in on the backline here by PA and bursts one, goes on the next target, and then everybody sort of disappears because the dagger spam is just everywhere.
Oh my god, it's just literally a chain reaction, right? You're in a nuclear reactor. It's like one little proton or electron, whatever, just goes ping.
Here's the one that kills the TB, I think. Oh, it's not this one. Yeah, this is the fear from the first fight.
That's just incredibly fast damage coming out of this PA. Spiraling out of control.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what, Chira Jr. did a great job, and Kuchiduk, like, they all did a good job on one win, but they just couldn't handle the onslaught that Armea was bringing.
Yeah, I really want to see the final last fight, man. The dagger that caught him, because I think TB died from full HP, like completely full. I think he just got clipped by a 3000 damage magic attack and he disappeared.
It's just the resets on that. It's like triple dagger into reset, into triple dagger into reset.
Yeah, it wasn't this fight. It was later than this one. This is like the second to last fight. There was one even after this, after the megas happened. But yeah, it was a crazy game played by Extreme Gaming. One win. They had their moments in this game, but ultimately late game came around. They weren't strong enough, even though TB was massive. I think they missed the timing when they could have ended the game, perhaps.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's, you know, Extreme Gaming, who were heavy favorites coming into this. One win, who have had some struggles in the group stage. It's still a 56-minute game. You've got to be proud of that, right? Against Extreme, still looking solid, still making moves. We'll find out what they do next, though. Game 2 coming up right around the corner after this break.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
last game of the day, everybody. Here we are, day 3 of the group stage, Dream League Season 22, and we've just witnessed an hour-long game.
Boom! There we go, production salvaged. God damn, can we have a recap on that? Oh, let's see it again.
Just keep replaying it over
That's a
and
full
over
HP
again.
TB carry, 56 minutes. Don't care, kill him from 1500 range away. Kaboom!
Donk!
Oh, that's absurd.
Oh!
That was the game ender.
One dagger and I'm die.
Yeah, that
unalived, perished.
Yeah, this build is coming to a pub near you.
Just ceases to exist. Oh, it's cool.
That was with Kanda and Backpack, Gareth. That wasn't even him at full power.
Okay, we can stop watching it now. Yeah, so that's enough. 4 times, 5 times. More than
is
enough.
gonna have repeats of this when he goes to bed tonight. It's like, oh no.
Just keep it on loop over and over again. Yeah, I mean, Extreme Gaming came into this with an interesting draft. Their Bounty Hunter mid, the PA safe lane, this build from Arme with the brooch. Super cool. It did feel like, though, you were talking about it during the break, they didn't maybe expect as much resistance from One Win, right? They're a lower level team up against Extreme Gaming. They're the best Chinese team in the world, super star-studded players and lineup. But One Win put up a fight, a hell of a good one for an hour long of gameplay as well.
I think One Win definitely showed that, you know, you can't really do this to us. Yes, you won in the end, but that looked pretty shaky at times. And, you know, there were times when we were not sure if it was going to work out for them. One Win, you know, they're not as strong as perhaps some of the other teams here, but underestimate them too much and they might just take a game off you here. Extreme Gaming, though, they won the first one and it was an entertaining game to watch.
It sure was, yeah. Underestimate them at your peril. They're definitely a skilled that can pull out some victories here or there, especially against some of these top teams. Game 2 coming up, though, you know, something to look forward to. Potential team to kind of switch into 5th gear, go serious mode, and take game 2 and maybe a 2-0 win here. Because I'm not sure on the maths, and I hope you're okay there, Waga. Get it all out of your system.
I'm gonna drink some water.
You good? But yeah, potential for I'm not sure about mathematically, but potential for One Win to kind of keep themselves in the tournament at this stage, going through the group stage, because they are down at the bottom while Extreme up towards the top.
All right. I think I can speak again. That was perfect. You know, I'm just dying over here. I don't know why.
Where they can't.
Oh no, it's my health and Dota
as well. Lobby's dying alongside.
They're like intertwined, you know. If Dota dies, I die. Yeah, I'm all in on Steam stocks, you know.
Oh no.
Like, please, Valve, keep it alive.
All the servers are connected through you, some kind of, I don't know, Neo Matrix kind of situation. Everyone's loading up your brain.
That's how you get the good
thing. Ourselves. Oh yeah, be close to Waga.
Actually,
that's why all the Swedish players have like one ping,
actually, if you play from Stockholm, you can have really nice ping. It does look like we're loading in now. There was a time when I went to Internet Cafe in Stockholm, and it was literally showing us 0 ping when I was connected to the Battle.net servers. It's like, nice. They're in the same building, I think.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, it's a really nice place. But yeah.
I remember the days of Dota 1, you know, with the host bots, and you would dream of getting a host bot that had like 60 or 70 ping. That was your dream in Dota 1. Now it's like, I have 10 ping, naturally, no matter what.
I saw a recent game, you know, pro players were like, 60 ping is like, 60, come on, 60 is nothing, you know, that's still very playable. It's not that bad. But, you know, people are used to good stuff now. And used to good stuff, we're used to this Mars as well. He's gonna be first face, first pick, 4 out of 4 games in a row today. Gareth, this hero, staying popular.
Yeah, and today we haven't seen that funny build either. It's all been Yulceptor builds, going for setup, control, and team fight, and all that good stuff. Wind Waker. I feel like I've seen more Wind Waker today and yesterday than I have in the past, like, 6 months, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. We will see what it's going to be in this game, but, you know, it's a nice opening still. The Mars, he gives you a lot of different tools and options, and as we have seen, like you said, different choices in the style you can build him as well. Extreme, they're going to open up with that CM. I think, honestly, opening with CM is pretty nice. You know, I was talking earlier when we were watching Falcon play, how I like to watch their CM gameplay. And Extreme Gaming bringing it in here, I actually get a bit hyped because some players say CM is trash in this patch, but I honestly don't really agree with it.
Well, Extreme Gaming have played it 7 out of their 10 games so far at DreamLeague, and they've got 6 wins on it. So yeah, a pretty good showing from DUI on that Crystal Maiden so far to prove the haters wrong.
I think a lot of it comes back to the shard as well. It just proves that, you know, that shard can really help you a lot in team fights. It can clear creep waves. You know, CM gains a lot from it, and even a little bit of repositioning, you know, jumping up on a high ground or something. It can really help you. But yeah, talking quickly about the ban, otherwise pretty stock standard here. We saw, you know, the classic usual suspect being banned out, along with Undying as well, I guess, from 1win, taking that one out after a previous game.
Yeah, a bit of respect. I'm still, my blood is still pumping, man. That adrenaline's still going from the Arme crits. Even just watching the replay back, I can feel my heart, the palpitations. I know, you know, I know the pain. I'm just like the empathy, thinking about being one of those supports, being a Crystal Maiden, and having a.
Imagine being a TB late game, dude, without buyback. Suddenly a dagger comes for you.
Deary me.
Full HP, standing amidst all your teammates, and suddenly the carry just gone. They're like, welp, guess we lost.
I guess that's it. Yeah, I mean, we did see that at the Betman tournament. Mars with that build up against, I think, a Shiro Alchemist, the carry Alch, like 50 minutes into the game. No buyback. Yeah, disappears. Game's over. Literally just called GG off the back of it. Yeah. These one-hit kill strats are becoming a little bit silly.
Some crazy stuff. And we see 1win here, also banning out some Slardar after their previous series. Don't want to have the same kind of thing going again. Again, it is a nice counter to the Mars, I think, to have that minus armor and not allow Mars to become as tanky as he usually wants to be.
Ah, okay. So I have just checked it up. Liquipedia is saying that 1win are mathematically eliminated. So this is a game of pride, right?
Yeah.
For them, anyway.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, it should be impossible for them. Because they can at best get a draw here, and that is not sufficient for them.
Whereas Extreme Gaming still looking for wins to keep themselves out of that. The last 2 slots, right? There's Team Liquid and 1win out. Tundra and Secret in the next 2 slots.
Team Liquid already mathematically out as well. I mean, that's rough for them. Definitely not what they expected going into this.
I mean, end of day 3
here in DreamLeague.
That's incredibly difficult. Oh, hello. I've not seen an IO in quite a while. IO Mars opener.
IO coming in. I mean, we'll see what type of combo they're gonna bring with this. I'm curious. There's a few different ones that they could be playing, especially into this Tidehunter lane. We'll see exactly what they're gonna favor. I have not seen 1win and what combo they like with IO, but there's plenty available.
They've played it once ever.
Okay, so they're doing something crazy. I mean, you know, they're in a game where they can do some stuff because they're already eliminated. So you know they can bust out something fun. IO is a good start for that.
Yeah, because I'm sat here thinking, yeah, Klim Sanic, I would say I've watched 90% of their games since they formed through like DreamLeague qualifiers, Birmingham qualifiers, and now into the group stage. And in my head, I was like, they've never played IO. And I went to check, and they played IO like 4 months ago in EPL. You know, it's just not a hit. IO and Disrupt, man, this is old school, like Vega Squadron, Eastern European Dota, get vision, glimpse people back, relocate on them, get kills. This could be some high tempo stuff.
Yeah, definitely could be. It's an interesting start. I also like having Disruptor against the CM. Also gives you a nice way to stop the CM ulti. You know, Glimpse has very long range, very quick and easy way to do that. But yeah, we'll see what they want to bring with this. They have the circles, you know, the power of the Mars ulti and the Disruptor ulti combining can be pretty strong, especially come late game.
And how can you counter draft something that's impossible to prepare for when your opponents are pulling, you know, balls out of left field, left and right?
I mean, if we saw Extreme Gaming do what they did last game, when, you know, they kind of still needed to play serious, it feels. Now I feel like they might go even more memey. They aren't mathematically already guaranteed upper, right, though. I think they are, like, very likely. I think at worst they will get a tie. But yeah, this is definitely looking pretty good for them to bring out some memes.
Well, Maiden, Tidehunter. So Tide's playing into Disruptor, which feels pretty bad. Like you said, Glimpse against that. Freezing Field can cancel things out. Tons of team fight.
It's always good to have Static Storm against Tide as well, because it's one of the reliable ways to prevent him from getting that Ravage out. Persistent stuff on the ground.
I mean, what's your next one up now? You got Maiden 5, Tidehunter 3, Do you want something to go with the tide? Like, is it Rubik time? Some pretty good stuff to steal. Good instant stun.
It's a decent option. Maybe Hoodwink would be nice. They can go PA again. Ame is like, you know what? You know what's really fun?
Ame Cam. Where's the Ame Cam? I want to see him grinning.
Yeah,
look at him.
That's the look of a man who wants to crit more people. He's like, maybe if I buy Kanda first item, guys. Battlefield is unnecessary.
Kanda Rapier. Let's go for it.
Yeah. Speed run, the one shot.
Some fishies being banned out. Slark and Slardar. Both
Can't
gone.
wait for the Tidehunter one-shot build to come out as well. Where's the Brooch Rapier Kanda Anchor Smasher?
Does Tide still have the big damage talent?
He doesn't have the big damage talent. He has the proc chance instead. It took away a lot of the meme potential, but with high attack speed, you can just smack the Anchor Smash on every other attack.
Does anybody still, like, Techies doesn't have his anymore, does he?
He does. Techies has.
Oh, he does? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, 252 even. They buffed it. It's big.
Oh, it went up another one.
I think so. I think it's 252 or 51. Well, it's hard to feel the difference.
Yeah.
Murta
Maybe
being
we'll get
picked up as well, so potential for high damage here. I guess that could be the lane Tidehunter and Murta combination.
That could be. PA Maiden and leaving XM's Hero to last. So last pick for Extreme again, right?
Yeah, they have last pick again. I guess they chose between side or first or last pick priorities.
So we have that counter pick potential from Extreme once more.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're looking for a carry from one win mid lane for Extreme, so it's not like they have anything completely crazy.
Yeah, nothing too surprising other than that. I mean, I feel like if you're already eliminated, you know, let Mankushi have some of this comfort hero, you know, see if he can play some Monkey King against the Tidehunter. Monkey IO combo, pretty decent in lane.
Yeah, I've been asking for it. I've not had it yet.
It is a little bit sad to play it against, you know, CM and Murta, though those supports have great control against you. You can even get forced to run out of your Wukong's command by the Murta fear. But, you know, just let the boy play something that he wants to play. That's basically how you should be drafting now, I feel. If you're already out, try your best, but, you know, play your comfort zone.
Yeah, have some comfort, have some signature heroes. Oh, right, this is IO Lesh as well, isn't it? The old Gaming Gladiators, mana battery, run around, be annoying.
It is, yeah.
High tempo, 20 minutes in, looking for fights.
Yeah, they could definitely run a 4-man action squad with the heroes that we see right now and just let the last hero be a farmer who just wants to, like, scale towards late game. So they could pick something like a, you know, Medusa or whatever as a final one, but I would like to see something more aggressive, more fun.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm taking their sweet time over these bans. How do we protect XXS? What are these heroes we've got? We've got the Razor out. There's some laughter going over there in the Extreme Gaming camp. Oh, they get rid of it. No! Anti-fun.
Damn,
Buzzkills. Oh.
Yeah, look at the confusion. It's like, what? Why would you do that?
Who even does that?
Who not seen a Monkey King current patch? Damn, no mercy from Extreme Gaming.
Oh. Well, I don't care about this draft anymore, but I'll go. And what are we banning as one win? Like, do you need to protect Lash? He feels pretty solid on his own, right?
I mean, he's pretty solid, yeah. I'm not sure. He can lane against whatever, so they're probably just gonna think about what they don't want to struggle to fight into, I guess. They have pretty good tempo drafts, yeah. That's probably a solid ban. Tango just keeps up with the tempo they have. I mean, they do have a combo here. They have the Naga Siren into Static Storm. That's always nice.
It's kind of like make the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah.
So what is it going to be? Iomars, Disruptor Naga, and wait.
Pugna last pick.
mid?
So is this going to be a core Murta? No, it's going to be XM on Pugna.
Cool.
So once he gets the shard, he can counter Naga Siren just the way Lion counters it as well.
How good is Netherward against like Leshrac?
It's very good. Yeah, it's really solid. It's a good pick here. Pugna kind of works well against both the +1 and +2 of 1 win. So definitely a good last pick, I would say. And it even synergizes into their own team. He can decrypt someone, and even a support Murta can do a lot of damage. And if Ame is already going for Brooch, you know,
right?
The decrypt, it's aggressive.
So that works, right? Where Ame's Brooch build isn't going to get self-countered by the XM decrypt.
Exactly, yeah. He can hit into that.
Very cool.
Yeah, they're going deeper into the Brooch meme here. They're not, you know what? They didn't Ghost Scepter enough. Can you ghost them for me?
Just more damage, more magical.
This is Ame calling like, you're playing Pugna now.
Yeah, gives him a bit of tower damage as well. Nether Blast always very annoying. Shoving into buildings, but he's very squishy. You know, if he gets jumped on or glimpsed back, there's a lot of tools here for 1win just to collapse onto a squishy Pugna.
They do have good spells, yeah. They have great stuff to catch. The only danger I feel is like being Wisp in this game against the PA who can just jump in and snipe the backline. It's going to be pretty dangerous. And we already went over the Tidehunter and the difficulties he can have against Static Storm. It can be hard to get a good Ravage out. So we'll see how it goes here, but you know, let's see the item build, see the change up, if it's gonna be Battle Fury still, or if he goes even deeper on the meme.
Yeah, cue your items, Ame. Show the observers and casters and viewers what you're made of as we get ourselves into Game 2. Extreme Gaming 1-0 up in its best of 2 against 1win. And as we've discovered, 1win, unfortunately, mathematically out of Dream League already. So really pride on the line for them, but Extreme Gaming still need these victories to secure themselves, you know, better spots, better seeding, etc. here at Dream League.
Okay, you got spotted on the IO. The smokes broke on each other there, so got spotted as he went in and warded. Nice ward here.
Extreme. Yeah, and the rest of Extreme still smoked.
Haven't seen the Mars yet, though, as he was also smoked, placing his ward.
This IO could be real sad.
Now they see everyone. Ominous beeps.
Oh yeah, it's Sweden Strong, isn't it? He's a big IO player.
I see, yeah. Sweden Strong running at level 30 spammer.
The Grandmaster IO. Is it Grandmaster?
Yeah,
it is, right?
Grandmaster. Yeah.
And what's the Mars's one? Just Master?
Yeah, that's Master tier.
Okay. For some reason, I started doubting myself. I shouldn't do that.
I still always get upset when I think about Grandmaster. I feel like, Valve, you need to listen to me. Add a customizable voice line. You can pick any of your heroes' voice lines. Do it, please. Some heroes get such sad voice lines for level 30 spamming. Like, you know, just let us choose.
Yeah, because there's hundreds of voice lines, right? There's like all these voice lines where they're between heroes.
Every hero has like 15 minutes of voice lines, voice acting. Yeah. If you pick between all of that, you get a lot of options.
Or just choose individual words and make your own sentence out of voice line.
Just have an AI generate new voice lines from that hero. Yeah.
It's like, you suck, nerd. Off we go. Xingqiu already being pressed back a bit by just a couple of Naga illusions. XXS and not been given an opportunity to kill them off straight off the bat. Respect on the Disruptor. Looks like no block on the small cap, so he's going to have access to that pull. And there's nothing here from Xingqiu to Sentry or anything like that either.
Oh my god, DY is giving it to them on bottom lane. The Crystal Nova and the right-click spam. He got the Mars really low on his own there. Never seen a CM man up so hard in the laning stage.
Yeah, powerful. I mean, level 2 Crystal Maiden is going to be one of the... I mean, she's not there yet, but it's going to be one of the strongest heroes in the game.
It's a very strong power spike, yeah. With the Mango and Magic Wand available, you can really destroy people with a Frostbite and the Crystal Nova.
And Ame stepping up.
People play for.
Onto Cloud again. We do have a Blood Grenade from DY, but it looks like this tether from Sweden Strong and the regen kicking in. Enough to keep Cloud topped up. Mid lane, XM started to drop very low, but he has that bottle. Fill himself up and look for that 2-minute water rune refill.
Yeah, Pugna should be winning mid a little bit, I feel, just by having such good range and movement speed to harass. But Leshrac, of course, completely fine as well. The Lightning Storm is a very good level 1 spell. Bottom lane.
Oh, Cloud and DY.
He gets the kill first.
Towing the line between life and death, and it's Sweden Strong to get first blood, DY to get second blood on Cloud.
Good start for the Wisp there. Gonna help him get towards that mech a little bit faster. Getting an early first blood there. Naga
Illusion's very, very irritating when they're being microed like this. Like 2 cent on the Muerta, So XXS doesn't get full usage out of his Anchor Smash to try and kill them off immediately. And Respect is just glimpsing, harassing people.
Yeah, I mean, Disruptor doing what he can to help the lane here. They're doing pretty decent, but I feel Tidehunter is going to have an easier time as the levels come in here as well on this lane. And the Blood Grenade is still available for either team to try and look for a kill potential.
It's like, it's annoying for XinQ, but XXS is having, what, a free touch, 12 and 4, freedom for the Tide. Does get denied in front of his nose, though, there by Respect. Good little move.
Yeah. And we see the Lotuses coming up now. So both teams playing towards it. We're going to see Radiant get it on top and bottom lane. Looks like Wisp might get it. Gets frozen.
I don't know. Gets caught up. And Arme grabs the Lotus. Maybe even thinking about killing Sweden Strong there, but still unable to get into the tree line. Good move by Aya to hide in the fog.
Non-stop auto attack. The CM is probably on the highest auto attacks per minute right now on enemy heroes. He's working so hard.
This is non-stop. Yeah, put you in kill threshold, frostbite you up. Still not able to kill though. This IO tether with 10 1 charges as well to play with.
Yeah,
proven to be
heal. Can come in quickly there.
It feels like everyone's farming pretty nicely across the board. Pugner and Lesh very even. Mars the only one that's starting to slip behind with all this harassment coming out of DY and Arme. I don't think it bothers him too much. XinQ harassed back by Naga Illusions again as he attempted to kill on Respect.
Yeah, XinQ has a hard time going up at all, but at least he can sit behind his Tidehunter. He's pretty happy, but Naga gonna struggle a little bit to go up and farm against the Anchor Smash spam all the time. Takes away so much of their damage. Nice double Q there.
Yeah, not enough to kill though. Tango plus that tower protection aura.
Yeah, and the magic stick, of course. Respect staying alive.
XinQ. What do you do at this point? You're pretty low HP. He's still going for it. He's got it, yeah. He's got it.
Got the boot. Didn't respect the boot over on the Disruptor, so he just runs up as Murata and gets the shot. That could put him close to getting early mana boots if he wants on this Murata. Nice play by XinQ there, knowing his limits.
He really has been towing that line. Well, he's got Rod of Atos queued up straight away. XinQ gonna go for a little pull. Then head back home. That's going to give him the option then, if he wants to, if he can, move into another lane with a TP to react, but very likely we'll just dip back into that top lane.
I think Tidehunter is pretty fine to be left alone as well right now, so if he wants to make a rotation, he can always TP mid auto refill, or he could play towards bottom, maybe look for a kill on this lane. I think bottom lane is definitely killable.
Yeah, they've been putting them close, but they need that little bit to push them over the edge.
Yeah, really do need just some help. We'll see what he does. He has his option now where he wants to TP.
Sweden Strong comes back for the Watcher. I'm trying to de-ward as well, it looks like. Getting a bit of vision over his Ancients and large camp. 6-minute rune coming up in about 20 seconds.
The gank is here.
Yeah, they're onto the Cloud Mars. Muerta with the calling. Dead shot still ready. And with DY and Arme here. A lot of damage being offered. Good spear back, but Cloud under his tower getting chased and jumped on. Arme and DY, they get the kill alongside XinQ. But at the same time, XM is collapsed on by the supports of the Dire.
Yeah, good kill on mid lane there, and that's importantly going to give him the rune on Lesh. It's going to be a regen rune on the first one as well. One of the best runes you can get when you're playing Leshrac. All that mana back, and with the catapult wave, the two supports sticking around, pushing the mid lane. He needs help here. This is not something you can defend alone as Pugna.
Yeah, a little bit sad Chiro Jr. doesn't have that maxed out Edict build, but has a lot of damage from the Lightning Storm, and that regen rune still in pocket. Fairy Fire and Wand ready as he dives deep. Aggressive move here from Chiro to kill off the Crystal Maiden. DY down, and the IO battery, regen rune going, turns on XM, the Pugna in trouble. XinQ trying to help from the high ground here with Arme joining in, jumping onto Chiro Jr., but this Leshrac is too strong. No. Incredible power from Chiro Jr., just cruising through them, finally dies. My god, it was close, and now Xtreme going to try and clean up the mess that's been made in this middle lane. XinQ and Arme onto Respect. Disruptor about to be crushed under the boot of the PA.
That feels good for PA, managing to TP in and get some quick kills there. Does give a bit of space to Cloud, but, you know, that was still overall really good for one win. They took the tower, they, you know, got some good fighting going, and even so, the Mars is still happily farming bottom as well.
Spicy stuff when you're like level 4 PAs rotating into mid to fight, though, isn't it?
It really is. It is one of the carries who's, you know, pretty strong at just going and joining these fights under tower. So it's not too uncommon to see her react, but you gotta respect it.
Cloud. I was going to send Arme back a little further. Has the backup now of Disruptor and Io onto the DY Maiden. Crystal Maiden, yeah, you give a lot of damage with your Nova and Frostbite, but Arme's jumped in to try and save DY, getting speared across. Jinkyu arriving with the calling and the dagger with the grenade, but Cloud survives. This really strong Io just proving too difficult to get past.
Oh, that was so sad for Jinkyu, just trying to fight through all that, but the attack speed slow, barely got auto attacks out, and Cloud just lives once again here.
This Io, man. This Io.
Yeah, I was just leaving as well, not gonna stay with the Mars anymore, just recognizing that, you know, I want to play around Lesh, really abuse the combo that we have, the mana boots as well.
That's a real Pugna. And he might not be real anymore. Might be dying.
Mark.
Glimpsed back into the Lesh and down he goes.
And you think that, oh, they used up their resources at least, but nope, that mana is gonna come back so fast for the Lesh here, regenning 10 a second, and even have extra magic, of course. Magic 1 coming in.
Yeah, they already killed us tier 1, so they've got pretty easy access into the jungle now. Bypassing Jinkyu and DY. 4 heroes rotated mid there from Extreme to try and match the Leshrac in his tempo with the Io behind him. So this now opens things up for Munkushi. Nagasiren having a great time.
Yeah, definitely. When Tide leaves, Munkushi is going to farm so fast. Just push out the lane and then immediately into the jungle. Almost has the entire Yasha. He has it. He could send it out from the base just now with Courier. And he's going to be farming really fast. The question is, how much can he do? We've seen, you know, Nagas farm quite a lot before, and we haven't really seen them come into fruition. So the question for me more is, how will he connect in the mid game to actually join fights and do things?
XM being looked at again. Respect glimpses him into the static storm. Well placed to catch Q with the arena too, and Cloud with Jira Jr. clear up. And at this point, honestly, it begs the question, why the frick haven't they been picking Io from the beginning?
Right? Yeah, they've been getting good success here so far in this game, at least. Playing nice tempo around this Leshrac from the mid lane. We see a replay there. Beautiful catch by both Disruptor and Mars. The ward to get vision, glimpsing back, and then the people who tried to stick around and help the Pugna just get punished instead. Looking at the PA reporting from the Ame camp, he is going for a Battle Fury, so not spicing it up too much first item. He knows he needs the Battle Fury to be able to farm these fun items. So I'm not gonna change things up for now.
That's his economy item. Got to build the factories first.
Right. First you gotta get things going. Wisp has the full mech, by the way, speaking of getting things going, so him together with the Leshrac with his mana boots, they are just an infinite sustainability duo. They can do whatever they want right now. They have that relocate ready as well. The catch is coming to Tide under top. Could see a reload.
Yeah, they're coming in. With the help of Munkushi and Respect, they don't have Static Storm. XXS does have Ravage. He might need to use it here if he wants to survive, but he's just going to let himself die.
Let himself
Glimpse
die,
is there as well.
Okay, they just leave. They don't want to fight more. One win. Just gonna go back on the map with a Wisp and Leshrac here.
This really is an unstoppable force.
Not again, buddy.
Extreme Gaming, they need an immovable object to stop this Lesh and Io.
In 2-1. If he gets
Does he have the range? They're gonna see him, slow him with a storm, catch him with a stun, glimpse him into the trees. And XM looks pretty done. Good freezing field, but cancelled by Chira Jr. Static Storm expended to kill the Pugna again. 0, 5, and 1 mid Pugna for XM is just tragic.
He's turning into a support. The Io is about to overtake him. 60 gold here, and the Io will be more net worth than the Pugna mid. So compare that to 6.7k Leshrac.
Well, it's a 6k. Well, who cares about numbers? Chira Jr. is killing people in the mid lane. He's healed back up. The Ravage is there. Arme trying to fight into him. Chira Jr. does die, but takes Arme with him.
Oh, that lightning storm towards the end as well, bringing down the PA. Beautiful stuff for him. So sure, you stopped the unstoppable, but even so, losing your carry again. I see a replay here of that aggressive goal. It's a good recognition that they could kill him, but losing PA, look at that damage coming in so fast here. Standing next to that Leshrac really hurts.
That's incredible. I mean, what, 7k lead now, 12 minutes in?
Yeah.
And
mean, a lot of that is coming from mid lane as well. There's a 3.3k gold difference between the mid of both teams.
Yeah, and you're bringing heroes in, you're rotating, over-rotating into mid to try and defend your Pugna, defend your mid lane, stop this Lesh. And really, it's one of these situations, you know, meanwhile in Makushi Island, over on Nagaland, Jinkyu looks like he's dead in the mid lane, clapped down by Chira Jr., who is having a tremendous time. 10-2-2.
I said they could have this 4-man fighting squad, but it's really been the 3 that are just going. The mid laner and the 2 supports are just non-stop brutalizing the lineup of Extreme here. And, you know, Mars is kind of just farming, having a good time. And Naga is getting absolutely enormous meanwhile. So she has the full Manta style coming out to her now. And she's already gotten this tower as well by all the attention that her team has taken away from top lane.
I mean, this map is getting smaller and smaller. Bot lane is pushing on tier 2. Mid lane coming across the river. The catch in that Radiant Triangle onto the PA. Static Storm and Mankushi's Naga Siren making short work of Arme. No Ravage, no help, no anything from Extreme Gaming except despair and suffering. They go more. Jinkyu, no, he's going to get to high ground and safely backs up. But you've lost 2 cores while DY is like, fuck this, I'm farming enemy jungle. I'm going to freezing fields some neutral camps elsewhere.
Yeah, he's just farming. He knows this is not a situation they can really fight right now. So yeah, we see them go down here, but they really just can't fight into the Leshrac. They don't have the tools to burst the IO as well. With a full mech, he's too tanky. Mid lane, another one gets caught is Jinkyu getting too close. He has the Midas queued up on the Merta, but this is not going to stop what's happening right now if you get the Midas or not.
Who's next to perish?
Probably XM again, just judging by how things are going.
Well, he's hiding. Naga Illusions chasing DY, like dropping Maiden to half HP just with illusions.
Yeah, he's down to half the net worth now of the Leshrac on the Pugna, so he's really just not able to stand up against anything.
He might get gone on if he steps too far forward here with Cloud.
Beautiful arena.
Gets the courier too. Spears XM. Naga Illusions coming. Respect on the far right-hand side. Trying to find an angle to approach. Not going to be able to get any kills off the back of that, but now it's the follow-through that matters.
Didn't have reload this time.
But look at them just waiting. Oh, here we go. The song into Storm coming for you. They've got the combo set up on XM and XXS. How many X's do we need? The 2 X's on the eyes of Extreme Gaming, indicating their cartoon characters are dead, in fact.
Yeah, they're just falling apart here. Cannot stand up against anything. Losing buildings all over the place as well. Tier 2 tower now being threatened at 15 minutes. 19 kills for 1 win here. Dominant performance. I like that aggressive go-in with the Naga song as well. This is what you drafted. Play towards your combos and they find it. Extreme Gaming just, you know... I don't know if it's the draft being a bit too memey, but this is basically what they did last game as well. And they're just being completely manhandled because mid lane lost too hard. That's what it all comes down to right now. The combination of the Leshrac with the IO is something they cannot put up with. The tempo is too high.
Well, Jinkyu has the Hand of Midas ready. It is scaling time.
Yeah, you gotta do a lot of scaling to catch up right now, buddy, because the enemy team, you know, IO is 2,000 gold ahead of the Merta, which is usually not how we see things go. He has a Holy Locket, mech already, and he's queuing up Solar Crest next. Wouldn't even be surprised to see him go for a heart in this game.
We need to start, I don't know, softening the blow, placating XG fans that are watching now. Can we just replay that PA dagger crit onto the TV a couple of times? Make them feel a little better about themselves, because this is awful.
This is definitely not looking great for them. And Extreme, they still need this win. It's not guaranteed that they're going to be, you know, at the top if they don't get more wins. They don't desperately need a dagger. Replay from a different game. Gareth, what have you done?
Let's just lift the spirits, you know? Lift the spirits.
That's what you gotta tell yourself when you're in this game. Like, we can still get them late game, guys. PA will be there soon.
I mean, I legit just, I mean, we've had a couple of stomps on our stream. This is next level though. Like 14k, 17 minutes in, 19-6. Naga's untouched. They're arenaing and catching XM in the mid lane. Just, yeah, he's gone.
At this point, XM dying feels like just an extra range creep added to a creep wave. You know, he's 7-1. He barely gives any gold. He gives like 450 gold or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing. It's nothing.
Not much for being a mid laner at 17 minutes, but yeah, all he has is mana boots and ether lens at this point. And a dream of a Dagon.
XXS is trying to farm a BKB on his Tide Hunter.
That's when you know it's bad. This disruptor combo got to him.
Protect me from this static storm, please. A bit of deja vu here as Monkushi, yeah, making a move into Radiant Triangle, booting Arme away from the Ancients. Jinkyu, dead shot. They see them here with Radiant Ward on the high ground, but...
Well, they just gave away the ward with that Q from Shinkyu. So Monkushi immediately pinged it, and they're going to go there to get the D ward.
And in this kind of game, like, seeing is one thing, doing something is another. You can see your enemies, but at this point, you're just running away.
Yeah, it's rough. Shiva's completed already on Leshrac as well, so his survivability is going up all the way as well. With Vampire Fangs, oh god, that's dirty, man. You got Vamp Fangs. It's a S-tier item for Lesh, for sure.
Arcane Rune, Vampire Fangs, Kaya-san, Shiva's Guard. What else could you want? Chira Jr.
is queued up, man. He wants more.
He wants Jinkyu. A freebie kill.
What's he like
12, 2, and 7?
What can he do?
Rotating mid, top now from mid. Arme, where's he jumped to? Into the static storm. Yeah, he's been caught out. Pants down, 3 in a row. Triple kill. Chira Jr. Cloud will steal the last one and then relocate back to mid to keep the push going.
If I watched this game and I didn't have the player names, dude, I would never have guessed that it was one win against Extreme Gaming looking like this. But, you know, you have to wonder, one win. Why couldn't all your games have looked like this before you were mathematically eliminated? Feels very bittersweet to see them absolutely stomping when they're already going to be saying goodbye.
Freaking Grandmaster Io over here hasn't picked it for 4 months or something. Now bangs it out against the best Chinese team in the world and is slapping them.
Yeah, he's absolutely destroying this game together with, I mean, Chira Jr. looked very comfortable as well with this Leshrac, you know, always getting steroided up by the IO, but together with respect, you know, the unsung hero, I feel, the Disruptor has been on point with his rotations.
It's been spot on. And they've got no out of towers left now, do they?
No, it's all falling, and we're only 19 minutes in. I feel like the odds of them getting their own Tormentor are also pretty slim, because soon we have Relocate available, and they have a ward on the enemy Tormentor. Okay, Ame finds maybe a goal here.
Oh, a kill. Right, is it still 100% win probability? It's 100 to 0. Ame gets a kill, maybe it's a 1%.
How much difference does the Disruptor kill make? Do we see a flinch?
No.
No blip.
The AI,
okay.
Gabe Newell's AI doesn't flinch.
Well, apparently he doesn't prioritize the Disruptor in this game, whether he dies or not.
I mean, Naga Siren is just quietly farming away as well, munching on creeps. 105, yeah, we've seen a good song in the Static Storm, but Monkushi just had a chill game. Is that a heart fully done? He's got some big stuff coming.
Here goes the Tormentor. He'll take it down. Yeah, I think he has the entire heart just about complete as well. Does he? Looking pretty farmed. Yeah, he has the ring already, so he just needs the recipe. He can buy it any moment now.
All right, yeah, I was wondering about this like Bloodthorn recipe and stuff, but yeah, he's got the recipe of the
yeah, he just has it after the other item, so it looks a bit confusing, but you can send it out any moment you want. PA going for Aghanim Scepter is like the Hail Mary of this game, trying to get the Aghanims and maybe pick off an easy target. At this point, though, this Wisp is looking harder to kill than anyone on your team. I think Wisp is tankier than Tide at this point. So
yeah, he's got a massive Lotus as well, doesn't he? Lotus Mech 21.
He has the greater one. It's basically a cheese ready there for his Disruptor. Or for his Slash.
Wow, like DY shows himself on that mid lane. Picked off.
He has the whip too. He's following his horse around and whipping it. His Wisp.
Whoa there.
Whoa there.
Whoa.
That's more like a go. Yeah, get him, boy.
Go.
Sick him, pony.
Oh God,
that takes me back
cowboy.
To the glory days of me getting my arm bitten off by a horse.
Your arm bitten off?
Yeah. So you know, this game is kind of sad. So yeah, I got my arm bitten and skin ripped by a horse in the military.
Oh my God. What did you do to that poor horse? Well, hang on a second. Arme's in and Arme's out. He's dead. Yeah, continue your story.
That was a quick bit of action. I didn't do anything, man. It was my first day in the military stables, and they put me in the worst box, the horse that is the most aggressive. It's like a super territorial horse. I didn't know it because it didn't show any signs. Suddenly, it just snaps back its neck, bites down on my elbow, and I'm wearing a uniform, right? And it bites down over the uniform, bites hard enough, and rips to the side until the skin parts away with skin. Jeez. So I got sent to the medical office, and they're like, let me guess. Oh, they're diving.
Are they just relocating into base? Oh, hell yeah.
Just go.
XM, they're all dying. Unalived, ceasing to exist.
I don't know if they're going to call GG here, but, you know, you could call GG here. They're taking Roche and diving you in your base at the same time here.
This is pretty wild.
I don't know what Extreme were thinking going into this game, but I don't feel like they're on their A game right now.
They weren't expecting this, that's for damn sure.
A bit concerned if this was,
here we go.
You know.
Another kill on Disruptor. Arme, he's racking them up. Another notch on his belt. There we go.
I mean, it's the one hero they can kill, it feels like. They haven't killed the POS 4 or the POS 1 this game at all. The Sweden Strong is living up to his name right here. 6-0-20. He's been involved in every single kill apart from 2. And the same for Leshrak, so yeah, it's basically the Leshrak combo just running around, doing whatever they want.
There's nothing stopping this barracks push. They're just letting it go. Extreme are kind of pivoting elsewhere on the map, somewhere else, away from one win, away from Leshrak. Zinq and XM both dying as Mankushi dives mid lane at the same time as bottom is being gone on by this Lesh and Io.
Ame is not looking back, dude. He is like, I don't know you guys. I don't have TP ready even. He's just gonna go top.
The base is exploding, you know, nuclear mushroom cloud there. He doesn't look back.
No. This is fine. This is all fine. Who needs a barracks or two?
Wowee. Mid lane looks pretty done. And DY getting crushed here by Mankushi and Cloud.
They have a Bloodthorn now. Naga 2, 24 minutes. Bloodthorn Heart. Mantis 1600 gold. And I don't think they're stopping. I think they're gonna go top 2.
I think they should, yeah. Wait, is Respect hunting Arme or is Arme hunting Respect? look at mid lane.
I mean, there's a relocate available, so it's a one-way ticket for Arme if he commits on the disruptor.
Was he watching? Was he watching? No, he wasn't. There's a rage script that's disappeared. I heard a Ravage. I heard a Ravage onto Mankushi, who is untouched because he's Heart and Manta and level 18 Naga. Now, great setup with the Arena, Static Storm, XM caught inside with Zinq, and they both die. XXS he tried, but he's going to now attempt to TP home under the noses of one win, but still going to fall here as they drag him back into the waiting arms of Chira Jr. Another 3 dead, and one win looking at tier 4s.
This is a shellacking, Garrett.
GG. Oh boy.
One of the larger sized shellackings I've seen.
That's over 1,000, a 27k lead at 25.5 minutes. You don't see those very often nowadays.
Well, you know, it's a good finish for one win here. They may be out of the tournament, but they got to have some fun. We can see the smiles on their faces as they got to absolutely brutalize this final game.
That's going to be a morale booster. Lift the spirits a little bit there. Yeah, kind of sigh of relief, right? It's like, okay, it's kind of over. we got a victory at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I hope to see more from these boys, honestly, because even though they're out and we're gonna part ways with them, you know, it's still cool to see them. I think there's a lot of potential within the team that is one win. And you can say what I want about Extreme Gaming. Maybe they didn't take it fully serious here in this matchup, but I still think one win have, you know, some great potential.
Yeah, I think one win have one more series against Tundra tomorrow, I believe. But yeah, it's a foregone conclusion. They are eliminated, as we knew before this final game started. They're really putting up some good shows, though. You know, getting through qualifiers, getting into DreamLeague, starting to dip their toe into international events, having that cross-regional play as well. Because, you know, this team, new, fresh blood, young players, that's going to be one of the first times they've played against Arme, against Chinese teams, against the cream of the crop, top of the pops, best in the world.
Yeah, definitely valuable experience here. I mean, this is really good for them as a team to get to play here, and I don't know, I feel like all of them have played against these players in high-level pubs, you know, but it's different, you know, playing together as a team at an event and trying something like this. But Extreme Gaming, you know, they're still in a fantastic spot, even though they get a draw here. The score for the groups is looking very nice for them still.
Yeah. yeah, still in a solid spot as we do get to watch back. You know, I'm sure One Win will go back and watch the cast and the replays of this just to relive and revel in the victory here as Game 2 wraps things up here. A 1-1 draw between One Win and Extreme Gaming. And we'll come back with an interview with Sweden Strong in a few minutes. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, as we can watch back some highlights from that previous series. Extreme Gaming up against One Win ended in a 1-1 draw. Game 1, super interesting with that Arme PA popping off with some sick moves out of Revenant's Brooch. And Waga, Game 2, One Win came to play, but it didn't feel like Extreme did.
Yeah, I mean, One Win were just running the show completely. That Wisp combo was just all over the place. Pugna completely crushed on mid lane, had no impact whatsoever this game, and it was really just a three-man show, I want to say, between the two supports along with their mid from One Win. They were just absolutely free to do whatever they want. Fantastic play from the three of them, because they basically could have won that game 3v5, it felt like.
Yeah. That's going to be such a kind of a breath of fresh air for Chiro Jr. as well, as we do have an interview phoning in Sweden Strong joining us.
Yes,
congratulations. Yeah,
hello.
Nice to see you. Congrats. I mean, that Game 2 victory, it's got to feel so good. But I have to ask, Io is one of your best heroes. Why haven't you played him on this team yet?
I mean, we played it now at least. I'm not sure why we didn't play it before.
Yeah.
Maybe we're like scared or something. Now, like we are out of tournament, pressure was off, and we just went for it. And I mean, game was super easy. So yeah, maybe we'll pick it later.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. It looked good.
Yeah, you still have a series to go. So I mean, you still have time to get very serious practice matches. You can see it as now afterwards, I guess. So you can keep trying stuff because that Wisp was definitely something very fresh to see from you guys. I want to ask you, like how your team feels this has been as an experience playing here. Like I know it's not over, but what's the biggest takeaway from playing here in Dream League for you guys?
I mean, we're definitely like learning a lot from these matches. It's our first big tournament for our team, so like every match brings a lot of new stuff to us. We're learning a lot of new like moves, a lot of new plays, everything.
Yeah. No,
it's just like what.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. Yeah. No, but I think you show a lot of promise overall. Do you think that the teams that you play against now, is it teaching you more draft-wise, or is it in-game moves they feel that you have the most to learn from the teams that you have gone up against?
I think it's both. Draft-wise, it's mostly because patch just came out, so some new heroes are popping, like the Slash, for example. We didn't play it before. After this patch, it became like viable, I guess. We're trying everything. We're learning from other teams also, because I feel like for this group stage, our drafts were like all over the place. We're drafting like not consistently, I would say.
How does draft work in your team? Do you have like one strong voice in your team that like wants to do it, or is it everyone contributing? What's your general like structure?
I mean, our coach comes with like the structure, but he's open to ideas from everyone. So I would say like everyone has a voice, but the final decision comes from coach for heroes.
Cool. So you're saying you're learning from a lot of teams, a lot of different moves. Are there any teams or individual players that you have as like a role model or you look up to right now?
I mean, individual players, I wouldn't say so. Like, I mean, I'm watching all plus 4 players. So I wouldn't say I have some like preference individually, but as a team, we're watching Extreme, Spirit, Bad Boom, just all the teams on this tournament. We're trying to learn everything we can.
Yeah. It's great mentality to have.
It's been amazing fun to watch the way you guys play, because even though it ends up here with you not gonna go through, it's still been some really exciting series, and you've had really close matches against a lot of the teams that you ended up losing out or drawing against.
Yes, for sure. We had all of the losses, I believe, like the 0-2 matches, we could have at least made them 1-1.
Yeah,
we had a lot of very close games, so we'll try to work on like closing off the games that we are supposed to win. I think for next tournaments we'll practice on like train this a lot. How to win matches, how to close them off.
What's next on the horizon for you guys? Because we want to see more from you guys. What's the next thing that you have lined up after this?
I mean, there are supposed to be a lot of qualifiers like in this next month. So yes, it's them. Also ESL. ESL in Birmingham. We're going there. It's at the end of April, so a lot of time before that. Maybe even a big patch comes out with new hero. Who knows? We'll see.
That's great stuff. Well, I noticed you have a very nice blue mug. What's in it? Is it water? Is it tea? You got any special sauce?
It's just water. Water. Nothing else.
Well, it's been great watching you guys grow. We've been watching you through the qualifiers, seeing you guys develop, and watching you since the Na'Vi days has been great to see you find a place on this team. Thanks for joining us, and congrats on that victory against Extreme, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, thanks for having me, and goodbye.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
That's really nice. I mean, questioning himself. Why haven't they picked Io?
Yeah, right.
It looked very good.
Yeah, but
just a little bit afraid.
They're still in that phase of figuring out what you have, like what can you play. A lot of times when you're in a team that hasn't played together for that long, you really need to find what style works. Yes, you have players who are good at different things, but what's really going to work together? And that Io, I mean, that looked like they can play some great tempo with it. Sure, it was a very one-sided game here, but obviously he has great experience on it. And the coordination between their players is really nice between the supports and the mid.
And I guess it's also like finding elements, right? He mentioned there that Lesh has like become viable with the patch, and then the Lesh being viable makes the IO more viable, so you have that knock-on effect of putting the puzzle pieces together. But yeah, that wraps up day 3 of the group stage here on the Earth stream, and I think we were the last ones to finish as well, so we can take a look at the standings across day 3 as we round things up. BetBoom looks like they're already through 9-3, while G2IG down at the bottom, 3-9.
Yeah, G2IG had a pretty tough time, and Heroic there at 5-7, along with Azure Ray. And we see, of course, Gaming Gladiators and OG both at 6-6 here, together with VP.
We'll see the other group as well, Group B, Extreme Gaming. So they are through already, 8-4.
Yeah. Okay, so they are solidified. Yeah, it wasn't updated yet as the game started, but I guess they are completely sure.
Oh.
Yeah, I was wondering like
Control Z, undo.
How one of the 8-4s could be sure and not the others, but yeah, I mean, we still gotta see from Tundra, right? Because they can be 8-4 or 8-6 after the games tomorrow. So if anyone loses there, they could be tied with Tundra, and of course Team Spirit already has 7-5 as well.
Yeah, some potential like tiebreakers going on there, middle of the table. Things could definitely shake and move up. And we can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow as well. I believe a bit of a shorter day as we have fewer series here on the Earth stream. We will have those 2 best of 2s. G2IG up against Gaming Gladiators. So it's Gaming Gladiators looking for victories. And then, like we were saying, Tundra against 1 win. You know, 1 win, not much to play for in terms of standings and placement in the league, but showing off some prowess and skill, giving us some good games nonetheless.
These are still very important games, like the way we said in the interview there, like when I said that, you know, these are good practice games still remaining, it's not to insult them in any way at all. Like, tournament is the best place ever to practice, and Tundra, they're going to treat it serious because they have to win. They want to get up in that upper bracket of the groups.
Yeah, got to make your way through. And things are all done here on the Earth stream. Burning the Midnight Oil, what is it, 11 p.m. Central European time. We've gone the distance here. Some long old games. We're getting the tier 5 item 60-minute games. There's always super tasty, especially when you've got an Arme PA throwing one-hit crit daggers out there and all that good stuff. I'm going to go back and watch the VODs, go back and watch the replay. I'm sure that one has made its way to Reddit for sure. Waga, it's been a good old day, but I think that's where we will cut things short and pass you all on to some monster moments.